Part 1 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirby Bonds. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Steeple Climber, Part 1, in which we make the acquaintance of Steeple Bob. During the summer months of 1900, what blazing hot months to be sure, people on Lower Broadway were constantly coming upon other people with chins in the air, staring up and exclaiming, "Dear me, isn't it wonderful?" Or, "There's that fellow again, I'm sure he'll break his neck." Then they would pass on and give place to other wonderers. The occasion of this general surprise and apprehension was a tall man dressed entirely in white, who appeared day after day swinging on a little seat far up the side of this or that church steeple, or right at top, hugging the gold cross or weather vane, and still higher, working his way with a queer kicking, hitching movement up various 100-foot flagpoles that rise from the heaven-challenging office buildings down near Wall Street. At these perilous altitudes he would hang for hours, shifting his ropes occasionally, raising his swing or lowering it, but not doing anything that his sidewalk audience could see very well or clearly understand. Yet thousands watched him with fascination, and a Kodak army descended upon neighboring housetops, and newspapers followed the movements of Steeple Bob in thrilling chronicles. That is what he was called in large black letters at the head of columns, Steeple Bob. But I came to know him at his modest quarters on Lexington Avenue, where he was plain Mr. Merrill, a serious-mannered and unpretentious young man, very fond of his wife and his dog, very fond of spending evenings over books of adventure, and quite indifferent to his daytime notoriety. I call him a young man, yet in years of service, not in age, he is the oldest steeple climber in the business. Ever since his teacher, Steeple Charlie, fell from his swing some years ago in New Bedford, Massachusetts, and died the steeple climber's death. I often saw books of the sea on Merrill's table, and accounts of whaling voyages, and he told me one evening, while through an open door came the snores of his weary partner, about his own adventurous boyhood, with 3 years cruising in Uncle Sam's Navy on the school ships Minnesota and Yantic. He shipped at the age of 12, and 2 years at whale fishing in the North Sea. Quite ideal training, this, for a steeple climber. He learned to handle ropes and make them fast so they would stay fast. He learned to climb and keep his head at the top of a swaying masthead. He learned to bear exposure as lads must who are washed on deck every morning with a hose and stand for inspection, winter and summer, bare to the waist. And he gained strength of arm and back swinging at the oar while whale lines strained on the sunk harpoon, and patience with long stern chases, and nerve when some stricken monster lashed the waters in agony and the boat danced on a reddened sea. Merrill laughed about the climb up Old Trinity Spire, the first climb when he carried up the hauling rope and worked his way clear to the cross, with nothing to help him but the hands and feet he was born with, and did it coolly, while men on the street below turned away sickened with fear for him. "I'm telling you the truth," said Steeple Bob, "when I say it was an easy climb. Any fairly active man could do it, if he'd forget the height. I'm not talking about all steeples. Some are hard and dangerous, but the one on Trinity, in spite of its 300-odd feet, has knobs of stone for ornament all the way up. They call them corbels. And all you have to do is step from one to another." "Well, how much of a step?" "Oh, when I stood on one, the next one came to my breast, and then I could just touch the one above that." He called this easy climbing. "The only ticklish bit was just at the top, where 2 great stones, weighing about a ton apiece, swell out like an apple on a stick, and I had to crawl around and over that apple, which was 4 feet or so across. If it hadn't been for grooves and scroll work in the stone, I couldn't have done it. Even as it was, I had 2 or 3 minutes of hard wriggling after I kicked off with my feet and began pulling myself up. You mean you hung by your hands from this big ball of stone? I hung mostly by my fingers. The scrolls weren't deep enough for my hands to go in. And you drew yourself slowly up and around and over that ball? Certainly. That was the only way. And it was at the very top? Yes, just under the cross. Wasn't much, though. You could do it yourself. I really think Merrill believed this. He honestly saw no particular danger in that climb, nor could I discover that he ever saw any particular danger in anything he had done. He always made the point that if he had really thought about the thing dangerous, he wouldn't have done it. And I conclude from this that being a steeple climber depends quite as much upon how a man thinks as upon what he can do. A funny thing happened, he added. After I got over this hard place, I slid into a V-shaped place between the bulging stone and the steeple shaft, and I lay there on my back for a minute or so, resting. But when I started to raise myself, I found my weight had worked me down into the crotch and jammed me fast, and it was quite a bit of time before I could get free. How much time? A minute? Yes, 5 minutes, and it seemed a good deal longer. 5 minutes struggling in a sort of stone trap, stretched out helpless at the very top of a steeple, where one false move could mean destruction. That is what Merrill spoke of as a funny thing. Thanks, I thought. I'll take my fun some other way, and lower down. You'd be surprised, he went on, to feel the movement of a steeple. It trembles all the time and answers every jar on the street below. I guess old Trinity's steeple sways 18 inches every time an elevated train passes. And St. Paul's is even worse. Why, she rocks like a beautifully balanced cradle. It would make some people seasick. Perhaps you don't know it, but the better a steeple is built, the more she sways. You want to look out for the ones that stand rigid. There's something wrong with them. Most likely they're out of plumb. Isn't there a danger, I asked, that a steeple may get swaying too much, say in a gale, and go clear over? Gale or not, said Merrill, a well-made steeple must rock in the wind, same as a tree rocks. That's the way it takes the storm, by yielding to it. If it didn't yield, it would probably break. Why, the great shaft of the Washington Monument sways 4 or 5 feet when the wind blows hard. Then he explained that modern steeples are built with a steel backbone, if I may so call it, running down from the top for many feet inside the stonework. At Trinity, for instance, this backbone, known as a dowel, is 4 inches thick and 45 feet long, a great steel mass stretching down through the cross, down inside the heavy stones and ornaments, and ending in massive beams and braces where the steeple's greater width gives it full security. What sort of work did you do on these steeples? I asked. All kinds. Stonemason work, painter's work, blacksmith work, carpenter work. Why, it's a good steeple climber has to know something about most every trade. It's painting flagpoles and scraping off shale from steeple sides, and repairing loose stones and ornaments, and putting up lightning rods and gilding crosses, and cleaning smokestacks so high that it makes you dizzy to look up, let alone look down, and a dozen other things. Sometimes we have to take a whole steeple down, beginning at the top, stone by stone, unless it's a wooden steeple, and then we burn her down 5 or 6 feet at a time, with creosote painted around where you want the fire to stop. Creosote puts it out. Once I blew off the whole top of a steeple with dynamite, and by the way, I'll tell you about that sometime. Conversing with a steeple climber, when he feels like telling things, is like breathing oxygen. You find it overstimulating. In 10 minutes, matter of fact talking, he opens so many vistas of thrilling interest that you stand before them bewildered. He starts to answer one question, and you burn to interrupt him with 10 others, each of which will lead you hopelessly away from the remaining 9. Did you ever have any experience with lightning? I asked Merrill one day. Oh, a few, he said. A thunderbolt struck the Trinity steeple the very day we finished our work. We had just taken down our tackle and staging after gilding the cross when, by the way, they say there's $100 in gold under that cross. Really? I exclaimed. How did it get there? Somebody ordered it put there when the steeple was built. People often do queer things like that. I painted a flagpole on a barn up in Massachusetts where there were $400 in gold hidden under the weather vane. Everybody knew it was there because the farmer who put it there told everybody. And my partner was crazy to saw off the end of that pole at some night and fool him. But of course, I wouldn't have it. Here I was quite off my thunderbolt trail. Although curious about that farmer, I came back to it resolutely. Well, resumed Merrill, this lightning stroke came down the new rod all right until it reached the bell deck, and there it circled around and around the steeple 4 or 5 times, wrapping my assistant in bluish-white flame. Then it took a long jump straight down Wall Street, smashed a flagpole to slivers, and vanished. Say, there are things about lightning I've never heard explained. I know a steeple climber, for instance, who was killed by lightning. Must have been lightning, although no one saw it strike. There were 2 of them working on a scaffold when a thunderstorm came up, and this man's partner started to the ground, as climbers with any sense always do. But this fellow was lazy or out of sorts or something, and he said he wouldn't go down. He'd stay on the steeple until the storm was over. He didn't stay there without getting any harm, so far as anybody on the ground could see, except a wetting. Just the same, when his partner went up again, he found him stretched out on the scaffolding, dead. Frightened to death? I suggested. Merrill shook his head. No, they said it was lightning, but it's queer how lightning could kill a man without being seen, isn't it? Then Merrill gave me an experience of his own with a thunderbolt. It was during this same busy summer of 1900, while he and his partner were scraping the great steel smokestack that rises from the ground to roof alongside of the American Tract Society building, that towering structure which looks down with contempt, no doubt, up on ordinary church steeples. We were in our saddles, Merrill explained, swung down about 2/3 of the smokestack's length, when some black clouds warned us of danger, and we hauled ourselves up to the roof. My partner, Walter Tye, got off his saddle and stood there where my wife was waiting. She often goes to climbing jobs with me. She's less anxious when she can watch me. But I thought the storm was passing over and kept on scraping, sort of half resting on the cornice, half on my saddle. Suddenly a bolt shot down from a little pink cloud just overhead and splintered a big flagpole I had just put halyards on, then jumped past us all so close that it knocked Walter over and made me sick and giddy so that I fell back limp on my saddleboard and swung there helpless until my wife pulled the trip rope that opens the lock block and drew me in from the ledge. That's not the first time she's been on a deck at the right minute. Once she came up a steeple to tell me something and found the hauling line smoldering from my helper's cigarette. If that line had burned through, it would have dropped me to the ground from the steeple top, saddle, lock block, and all. The man with the cigarette was so scared he quit smoking for good and all. Here, in reply to my question, Merrill explained the working of a lock block, which is simply a pulley that allows a rope to pass through it, but will not let it go back. With this block, the steeple climber can be hauled up easily, but cannot fall, even if the man hauling should let go the rope. When it is necessary to descend, a pull on the trip rope releases the safety catch, and the saddle goes down. Do steeple climbers always work in pairs? I ask him. Usually. It'd be hard for one man to do a steeple alone. There are lots of places where you must have someone to fasten a rope or hold the end of a plank or pass you something. Besides, it wouldn't be good for a man's mind to be spending all day and days upon a steeple all alone. It's bad enough with a partner to talk to. That makes me think of poor old Dan O'Brien. If I hadn't been up with him one day. Merrill checked himself and changed the subject. I'll give you a case where a man alone could never have done the thing. I don't care how clever a steeple climber he might be. It was on St. Paul's, New York. After we had finished the job and taken everything down, then somebody noticed that the weather vane on top of the ball wasn't turning properly. I knew in a minute what the matter was. It was easy enough to fix it, but the thing was to reach the weather vane. I didn't mean that the climb up the steeple was anything. We had done that before. But if I tried to climb around that big ball again, it was the same sort of wriggling business as that over the bulging stones at Trinity. I would be sure to scrape off a lot of the fine gilding we had just put on. And yet I couldn't get at the weather vane without getting over the ball. I studied quite a bit on this little problem, and I solved it with my partner's help. We both climbed the steeple as far as the ball. We went up the lightning rod, and then we roped ourselves on the steeple shaft by lifelines. Then my partner, that was Joe Lawler, stood on my shoulders and did the job. You see, it was easy enough that way. Easy enough. Think of it. Two men clinging to the point of a steeple. One of them braces himself with the toes of his rubber shoes in crannies of the stone, and the other, balancing on his shoulders like a circus performer, does a piece of work, no matter what, with a reeling abyss all around. What is looking over a precipice compared to this? And all the time the spire swaying back and forth like a forest tree. Then you hear that instead of getting a large sum for such achievement, these men, taking it through the year, get scarcely more than ordinary workmen's wages. End of section 1. The Steeple Climber, Part 2 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirby Bonds. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Steeple Climber. Part 2. How they blew off the top of a steeple with dynamite. Known all over Connecticut was the Congregational Church in Hartford, that stood for years on Pearl Street, and was famous alike for the burning words spoken beneath its roof and the tall, straight spire that reached above it. 238 feet measured the drop from cross to pavement. But churches passed like other things, and near the century end came the decision by landowners and lease interpreters that this graceful length of brownstone and the pile beneath it must move off the premises, which meant, of course, that the steeple must come down. The time appointed for this demolition being August 1899. Now, taking down a steeple 238 feet high that raises on a closely built city street is not so simple as proceeding as might first appear. If you suggest pulling the steeple over, all the neighbors cry out. They wish to know where it's going to strike. Are you sure it won't smash down on their housetops? Can you make a steeple fall this way or that as woodmen make trees fall? How do you know you can? Besides, How are you going to hitch fast the rope that will pull it over? And who will climb with such a rope to the steeple top? It must be said that there is usually some young man at hand, some daredevil character of the vicinity, who is ready to try the thing and is positive he can succeed at it. But luckily, he seldom gets a chance to try. "It's queer," said Merrill, telling me the story, "how people ever built a steeple like this one without a window in it, or an air passage, or anything for ventilation. Between the bell deck and the cross there wasn't a single opening from the outside, so I had to break my way through up near the top. What a place for a man to work, squeezed into the point of a stifling funnel, with no swing for his hammer and no air to breathe, and the scorch of an August sun. After 15 minutes of it, my wrists and temples would be pounding so that I'd have to come down and rest. Of course, the purpose of this hole that I knocked through the steeple top was to make fast ropes and pulleys, so my partner and I could hoist ourselves along the outside and not have to climb up the inside crossbeams, which I can tell you is a lively bit of athletics. Well, we got our ropes fixed all right, about 25 feet below the top, and the bosun's saddle swung below us for us to travel up and down in, and then we made fast another set of ropes and pulleys about 15 feet higher up. This was for hoisting timber and stuff that we needed. "How did you get up that 15 feet?" I inquired. "Worked up on the stirrups, that is, 2 nooses around the steeple, each ending in a loop, one for the right foot, one for the left. You stand in the right stirrup and work the left loop up, then you stand in the left stirrup and work the right loop up. Sometimes in hard places you have to throw your nooses around the shaft as a cowboy casts a rope. Come down some day and watch us work. You'll see the whole thing." To this invitation I gave glad acceptance. I certainly wished to see this stirrup climbing process. "The next thing," continued Merrill, "was to make another hole in the steeple through a keystone a little below our first hole. In this hole we set a block of Norway pine resting on an iron jack. The block was about a foot square and 22 inches high. A big, tough piece, you see, and by screwing up the jack we could make that part as solid as the keystone was. We made this hole on the east side of the steeple, which was the side we wanted her to fall on, the only side she could fall on without injuring something, and we had figured it out so close that we dug a trench on that side straight out from the steeple's base, 10 feet wide and 4 feet deep, and told people we intended to have the whole top of that steeple, say a length of 35 feet and a weight of 35 tons, come off at one time and land right square in that trench and nowhere else. That's what we intended to do. Now began the hoisting of materials. First a lot of half-inch wire cable, enough for 4 turns around the steeple. Then 8 16-foot timbers, 2-inch thick and a foot wide. Then a lot of maple wedges. We bandaged the steeple with cable and drew it tight with tackle. Then we lowered the timbers lengthwise inside the cable, which we could do because the steeple was an octagon with ornamented corners, and these left spaces where the wire ropes were stretched around. Then we wedged fast the 8 timbers so they formed a 16-foot half collar on the west side of the steeple, just opposite our hole where the jack was. In other words, we had the steeple shored in so that when we let her go, no loose stones would fall on the west side. Everything must fall to the east. Last of all, we widened our hole on the east side, stripping away the stones until that whole side lay open in a half-circular mouth about 4 feet high. And in this mouth were 2 teeth, one might say, that held the stones apart, the iron jack biting into the block of Norway pine. On those 2 came now the steeple's weight, or anyhow 1/2 of it. To knock out one of these teeth would leave the east side of the steeple unsupported, with the result that it must topple over in that direction and fall to the ground. Anyways, that was our reasoning, and it seemed sound enough. The only question was how we were going to knock out that block of Norway pine. Well, the day of the test came, and I guess 5,000 people were there to see what would happen. Everybody was discussing it, and the farmers had driven in for miles just as they do for a hanging. You understand, I was going under the orders of the contractor, and he had his own plan about getting that block out. He proposed to hitch a rope to it, drop this rope to a donkey engine in the yard, and set the engine winding up the rope. He said the block would have to come out then, and the steeple fall. I agreed the block might come out, but was afraid it would tip up through the strain coming at an angle and throw the steeple over to the west, just the way we didn't want it to go. And if that steeple ever fell to the west, there was no telling how many people would kill in the crowd without counting damage to the houses. However, the contractor was boss, and he stuck to it his way was right. So we hitched the engine to the block and set her going. She puffed and tugged a little, then snapped the rope. We got another rope, and she broke that one too. And we got a stronger rope, and the engine just kicked herself around the yard and had lots of fun. But the block never budged. All that morning we tried one scheme after another to make that engine pull the block out. But we might as well have hitched a rope to the church. The steeple's weight was too much for us. And all the time the crowd was getting bigger and bigger until the police could hardly manage it. Finally the contractor, being very mad and quite anxious, said he'd be hanged if he could get the block out, and for me to try my scheme. And do it quick, for some men were going to say the thing was dangerous and ought to be stopped. He didn't have to speak twice before I was on my way up that steeple carrying an inch auger, a 50-foot fuse, and a stick of dynamite. I had 'em ready for hours. It's queer how people get wind of a thing. The crowd seemed to know in a minute that I was going up to use dynamite. And before I was 20 feet up the ladder, a police officer was after me, ordering me down. I went right ahead, pretending not to hear. And when I got to the bell deck, he was puffing along 10 yards below me. I swung into my bosun's saddle and began pulling myself up outside the steeple. And I guess the whole 5,000 people around the church bent back their heads to watch me. As soon as I began to rise in the saddle, I knew I was all right, for I coiled up the hauling line on my arm so the officer couldn't follow me. All he could do was stand on the bell deck and gape after me like the rest and growl. When I reached the block, I bored a 6-inch hole into her at a downward slant, and in this I put some crumbs of dynamite. Not much, only about half a teaspoonful. And then I stuck in the fuse and tamped her solid with sand. Then I lit the other end and I dropped it down inside the steeple, and I slid down the rope as fast as I could, yelling to the officer that I'd touched her off. You ought to seen him get out of that steeple. He never waited to arrest me or anything. He had pressing business on the ground. By the time I got down, you could see a little trail of bluish smoke drifting away from the hole, and there was a hush over the crowd, except for the police trying to make them stand back behind the ropes. I don't know as I ever saw a bigger crowd. The street was jammed for blocks either way. Well, sir, that was a queer acting fuse. It smoked and smoked for about 10 minutes. Then the smoke stopped. The people began to laugh. They said he'd gone out, and the contractor was nearly crazy. He was sure I had made another failure. I didn't know what to think. I just waited. We waited 10 minutes, 12 minutes. It seemed like an hour, but nobody dared go up to see what the matter was. Then suddenly the explosion came, no louder than a pistol crack, for dynamite isn't noisy, but it stirred me more than a cannon. Start your engine, I shouted, and the little dummy had just time to wind up a half a turn on the hitch line when the old steeple top swayed and broke clean in two, right where the block was, and the whole upper length fell like one piece, fell to the east just as we'd planned it, and landed in the trench, every stone of it. There wasn't a piece as big as your fingernail, sir, outside that trench. And while she was falling, I don't know how many Kodaks were snapped in the hope of getting a picture. Men and women with cameras had been waiting for hours on the roof of high buildings, and 2 or 3 of them actually caught a picture of the steeple top as it hung in the air for a fraction of a second at right angles to the base. End of section 2. Recording by Kirby Bonds. The Steeple Climber, Part 3 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirby Bonds. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. Part 3. The greatest danger to a steeple climber lies in being startled. It appears that professional steeple climbers are quiet-mannered men, with a certain gentleness of voice, like deaf people, that impresses one far more than any strident boasting. This habit of silence they form from being silent so much aloft, and when they do speak, it is in a low tone, because that is the least startling to a man as he swings over some reeling gulf. Next to an actual disaster, which usually kills outright and painlessly, what a steeple climber most dreads is being startled. This was explained to me in one of our many talks by Steeple Bob, famous over the land for daring feats, but never reckless ones. How I plainly call up his pale, serious face, and the massive shoulders somewhat bent, and the forearm with muscles to impress a prize fighter. Pleasant note that Merrill uses excellent English. Did you ever have an impulse to jump off a steeple? I questioned, recalling the sensations of many people in looking down, even from a housetop. I've kept pretty free from that, he said. But there's no doubt climbing steeples does tell on a man's nerve. Now there was Dan O'Brien. He had an impulse to jump off a steeple one day, and a strong impulse too. He went mad on one of the tallest spires in Cincinnati, right at the top of it. Went mad? Yes, sir, raving mad, and I was by him when it happened. I forget whether the church was Baptist or Presbyterian, but I know it stood on 6th Street near Vine, and there was a big hand on top of the steeple with the forefinger pointing to heaven. We were putting fresh gilding on this hand. I was working on the thumb side, and O'Brien on the little finger side, both of us standing on tiny stages about the size of a seat chair, and both of us made fast to the steeple by lifelines under our arms. That's an absolute rule in climbing steeples. Never to do the smallest thing unless you're secured by a lifeline. It was coming on dark, and I was hurrying to get the gold leaf on, because we'd given the hand a fresh coat of sizing that would be dry before morning. We hadn't spoken for some time, when suddenly I heard a laugh from O'Brien's side that sent a shiver down my spine. Did you ever hear a crazy man laugh? Well, if you ever do, you'll remember it. I looked at him and saw by his face that something was wrong. "What are you doing?" said I. He answered very polite and steady-like, but his tone was queer. "I'm trying to figure out how long it would take a man to get down if he went the fastest way." I thought I had better keep him in a good humor, so I said, "I'll tell you what, Dan, you brace up and get this gold on, and then we'll race to the ground in our saddles." "That's a fair idea," he said in a shrill voice, "but I've got a better one. We'll race down without any saddles. Yes, sir, without any lines, without a blamed thing." "Don't be a fool, Dan. What you want to do is to get that gold on quick." I tried to speak sharp. "No, sir, I'm going to jump, and so are you." I caught his eye just then, and saw it wasn't any time to bother about gold leaf. I reached up and eased the hitch of my line around the hand so I could swing toward him. I knew if I once got my grip on him, he wouldn't make any more trouble. But I've never had a crazy man to deal with, and didn't realize how tricky and quick they are. While I was working around to his side and thinking he didn't notice it, he was laying for me out of the corner of his eye, and the first thing I knew, he had me by the throat and everything was turning black. I let go of the line and dropped back on my saddleboard helpless, and if I hadn't been for blind luck, I guess the people down below would have got their money's worth in about a minute. But my hand stuck on the toolbox as he pressed me back, and I had just strength enough to shut my fingers on the first tool I touched and strike at him with it. The tool happened to be a monkey wrench, and when a man gets a clip on the head with a thing like that, he's pretty apt to keep still for a while. And that's what O'Brien did. He keeled over and lay there, and I did too until my head got steady. Even then, I guess we both have fallen if it hadn't been for the lifelines. The rest was simple enough after I got my senses back. Dan was unconscious, and all I had to do was fasten a rope to him and lower away. They took care of him down below until the ambulance came, and he spent that night in a hospital. He spent most of his years since in an asylum, his mind all gone except for short periods when he comes to himself again, and then he always starts out to put an end to me. That last impulse to destroy me has never left him. It was after this that I learned about that other danger to steeple climbers, of being startled. Merrill says that men of his craft, whether they realize it or not, work under constant nervous strain. However calm a steeple climber may think himself, his body is always afraid, his muscles are always tense, his clutch on ropes and stones is harder, 2 or 3 times harder than the need is. His knees hug what comes between them so tightly that it hurts, even when they might safely be relaxed. That is the trouble. A steeple climber cannot relax his body or control its instinctive shrinking. It is not looking down into the gulf around him that he minds. A climber who cannot do that with indifference is unfit for the business. What he sees he can cope with, and it is what he cannot see that does the mischief. What he fears vaguely, and a sudden noise, an unexpected movement, may throw him into all but panic. So the veteran climber, swinging at the steeple top opposite his partner, is careful to say in a low tone, "I'm going to lower my saddle," before he does lower it, or "I'm going to strike a match," before he strikes it. Sometimes a new helper at the hauling line on the bell deck will shift his place from weariness or thoughtlessness and let the line move up an inch or two, which drops the saddle an inch or two far aloft, drops it suddenly with a jerk. It's a little thing, yet the climber's heart would not pound harder were the whole steeple falling. Merrill told me that one of his greatest frights came from the simple brushing against his legs of a rope pulled without a word by a careless partner. To Merrill's nerves, all a quiver, this was not a rope, but some nameless catastrophe to overwhelm him. He knew only that something had moved where nothing had any business to move, that something had touched him where nothing was. A steeple climber is like a child in the dark, in terror of the unknown. In all the world, perhaps, there is no one so utterly alone as he, swinging hour after hour on his steeple top. The aeronaut has with him a living, surging creature, his balloon. The diver feels always the teeming life of the water. But this man, lifted into still air, poised on a point where nothing comes or goes, where nothing moves, where nothing makes a sound, he, in very truth, is alone. It's always the little things that frighten you, reflected Merrill, not the big things. I'll give you an instance. When I went up inside St. Paul's steeple the first time, I wanted to inspect the beams and see how the dowel was anchored. I got into a tight place that might well frighten a man. I got squeezed fast between timbers that fill nearly all the slender top space, and couldn't get up or down, just hung there, breathing air full of dust and calling for help. I called 3/4 of an hour before anyone came, and then it was only by accident. but I wasn't frightened. On the other hand, a day or two later, when I was making fast a rope outside, I was just under the ball that holds the weather vane, I got a bad start from nothing at all. I had my arms around the spindle of the steeple, making a hitch, and my head pressed against the copper sheathing, when I heard the most unearthly screech. I guess the shock of that thing did me $500 worth of harm, shortened my life days enough to earn $500 in. And what do you think it was? The weather vane had turned a little in that wind and creaked on its bearings. That's all. It doesn't seem as if that ought to scare a man, does it? There was something quite touching, I thought, in the humble frankness of this big-shouldered man. Yes, he had been afraid. He whose business it was to fear nothing, afraid of some squeaking copper. And his face seemed to say that there are things about steeples not so easily explained, things not even to be talked about. And abruptly, as by an effort, he left this part of the subject and told a funny story of his adventures coming home late one night without a key, and getting in by way of the roof and an iron pipe. A simple enough climb, had he not been taken for a burglar by an irate German lodger, who appeared in nightgown and phlegmatic fright, and vowed he would have him a revolver, a self-scooter, in the morning. This effort at diversion turned Merrill into gaiety for a moment, but straightway memory brought back the somber theme. "I'll give you another case," he said, changing again abruptly, "where I wasn't frightened, but should have been. I was out in Chicago, and two of us were staging hung down the front of a clothing factory. We were painting the walls. My partner had made his end of the staging fast, and I had made mine fast. Perhaps if I'd been longer in the business, I would have taken more notice how he secured his rope, for it meant safety to me as well as him, and I knew he'd been drinking. But I supposed it was all right. Well, it wasn't all right. His rope held for 3 or 4 hours, and then, at just about 11 o'clock, it slipped, and the staging fell from under us. We were 6 stories up, and right below were the sidewalk flagstones. That's the time I ought to have been frightened, but I only said to myself, 'Hello, this thing is going down,' and caught the window ledge in front of me. Then I hung there, wondering if I could pull myself up, or if anyone would come to help me. I called out, not very loud, and I wasn't excited, and pretty soon I saw I couldn't pull myself up, for I had a poor hold with my fingers, and the ledge was smooth stone. Then I saw they'd have to hurry if they were going to pull me in. Then I didn't care. You fell?" He nodded. "What, 6 stories down?" He nodded again. "The thing that saved me was an awning over the sidewalk. Some man across the way saw me hanging from the window, and he ran over quickly and let the awning down. I'd like to shake that man by the hand, but I never knew who he was. When I came to myself, I was at the hospital, done up in plaster, and I stayed there 9 months. "Badly hurt?" I asked, shrinking. Merrill smiled. "It didn't do me any particular good. I'm a big, strong fellow now, but I wasn't much after that fall. Both my legs were broken, my arms were broken, my right shoulder and right wrist were dislocated, and let's see. Oh, yes, I had 3 ribs torn away from the breastbone." "And my partner? Poor lad, you wouldn't care to hear how they found him. They laid him away kindly the next day." He smiled in a sort of appealing way, and then came the worn, wistful look that I had noticed, and his forehead lines deepened. "I fancy all men who follow steeple climbing get those strained, anxious eyes. End of section 3. Recording by Kirby Bonds. The Steeple Climber, Part 4 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirby Bonds. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Steeple Climber, Part 4. Experience of an amateur climbing to a steeple top. It came to my knowledge one bracing day in October that Steeple Bob had agreed to do that famous Brooklyn church of the Pilgrims, with its queer, crooked spire and big brass ball, a landmark from the river on the Columbia Heights. "It's one of those easy jobs that are the hardest," said Merrill. "If you want to see us use the stirrups, come over." That was exactly what I wanted to see, this puzzling stirrup process, which allows a man to lift himself by his bootstraps, as it were, up the last and narrowest and most dangerous length of a steeple. So I agreed to be there. "If you like, you can go up on the swing yourself," said Merrill, with an air of conferring a favor. I expressed my thanks as I would to a lion tamer offering me the hospitality of his cages, then asked how he meant that easy jobs are the hardest. "Why, it's easy jobs that make a man careless, and that gets him into trouble. Another thing, little old churches look easy, but they're apt to be treacherous. Now, this steeple on the Church of the Pilgrims is built of wood, with loose shingles on it, and a tumble-down iron lightning rod, rickety beams, and shaky ladders. And, well, you feel all the time as if you're walking on eggs. It's just the kind of a steeple that killed young Romaine about a month ago." Of course, I asked for the story of young Romaine, and was told certain climbers who advertise their skill by using a steeple top for acrobatic feats that have nothing to do with repairing. Upon such, Merrill frowned severely. "Romaine was a fine athlete," he said, "and a fearless man. But he went too far. He would stretch out on his stomach across the top of a steeple, and balance there without touching hands or knees. And he'd do all sorts of circus tricks on lightning rods and weather vanes and flagpoles. Anything for notoriety. I told him he'd get killed sure some day, but he laughed at me. Well, it wasn't a week after I warned him when he was killed. He climbed an old lightning rod without testing it. It was on a little church up at Cold Spring, New York. And just as he was reaching the steeple top, with the whole town watching him, the end of the rod pulled out, and he swung off with it, ripping out every dowel, like the buttons off a coat, right down to the ground. Smash! Poor fellow. When I read the news, I left my job at Trinity and took the first train up to bury him." This sad story lingered in my mind that night, and was there still the next afternoon, as I drew near the Church of the Pilgrims to witness the first day's climbing. Already at a distance, I knew that the men were at work from the up-bent heads of people on the street who stared and pointed, and presently I made out two white figures on the steeple, one swinging about 15 feet below the ball, the other standing against the shingled side without any support that I could see. Up the old tower, inside, I made my way, and 2 ladders beyond the bell deck came upon Walter Tighe, Steeple Bob's assistant, astride of a stone saddle on one of the 4 peaks, where the tower ends and the steeple begins. There was a clear drop of 100 feet all around him. He was tending the 2 men aloft, as witnessed a couple of ropes dangling by him. It was 2 jerks to come down and 1 to go up. Were he to lose his balance and let go the hauling rope, the men on the swing would instantly be killed, as they had no lock blocks on. "Come out here," said Walter. "There's plenty of room." And thus encouraged, I straddled the peak, and we sat face to face, as two men might sit on a child's rocking horse, while the tower pigeons circled beneath us, alarmed at this intrusion. Far down on the sidewalk were little faces of distorted people. Far up, at the steeple top, were legs kicking at ropes, and off over red housetops was the river and the great towers of New York spread with silver plumes by steam jets. "Now you can see the stirrups working," said Walter, and looking up I saw a figure swing back from the steeple, an arm shoot out, and a length of rope go wriggling around the shaft, cast like a lasso. Then the rope was drawn into a noose, and the noose hauled tight. The legs kicked, the figure hitched himself up about a foot, and again the rope was cast, another rope, and a second noose still higher made secure. That is all there is to it. The steeple climber stands in a stirrup held by one noose, while he lassos the shaft above him with another noose, supporting another stirrup on which he presently stands. And so, foot by foot, the climber rises, shifting noose and stirrup at each change, resting now on one, now on the other, and finally reaching the cross or ball or weather vane at the very top. "That's Joe Lawler chucking the rope," explained Walter. "Merrill, he's on the swing. Say, Lawler's a wonder at rigging. He can do anything with ropes. He's the feller that climbs up the front of a house with suckers on his feet." Of this fact I took note, and then inquired if I couldn't get up further inside the steeple, so as to be nearer the men. Walter said I could climb ladders, up to where they had punched a hole through for the rope to hold the block in falls, and I tried it. Alas, when I got there, after breathing dust and sneezing between the beams, I found that I could see nothing. I was almost at the steeple top, and could hear Merrill, through the wooden shell, humming a tune as he worked, but I was further away than before. "Hello in there," came a voice. "Don't monkey with that line." And it came to me that this rope, reaching down by me from yonder little hole, the one knocked through, held the block which held the swing which held the man, and an accident to this rope would mean instant death. I touched it and drew my hand away, as one might touch some animal, through the cage bars, and I felt like saying, "Good little rope." It was coming on to dark now, and we all went home together, over the bridge and up the avenues, talking of steeples the while. And Lawler explained the action of his suckers in climbing walls, which is precisely that of a boy's sucker in lifting a brick. The big climbing leathers, well soaked in oil, are pressed alternately against the stones, the right leg resting on one, while the left leg presses the other against a wall a step higher. And so you walk right up the building or church or flagpole, and the smoother the surface, the easier you go up. In fact, if the surface is rough, you cannot use the suckers at all, as air gets under and prevents their holding. Then the men spoke of various jobs aloft that called up memories. Merrill told of cleaning the 15-foot Diana statue on the Madison Square Garden tower. "It's hard getting over her," he said, "because she's so blamed smooth. I guess I took 3 quarts of rust out of her ball bearings. You know she's a weather vane and turns in the wind." I wondered how many New Yorkers who see Diana every day of their lives have ever dwelt on the fact that she turns. Talking of weather vanes reminded my friends of a ticklish job they did on St. Paul's steeple in New York, when Merrill, standing under the ball, held Lawler on his giant shoulders so that Joe could lift off the weather vane on top and ease the shaft where it had jammed. With Lawler's weight and the weather vane's weight, Steeple Bob held 400 pounds on his shoulders during those important minutes, and it might almost be said stood on the dizzy edge of nothing while he did it. Finally, Lawler expressed the opinion that there isn't any meaner job in the business than a chimney. "A chimney?" said I. "That's what. I mean one of them big ones you see on factories. We have to scrape 'em and paint 'em just like steeples, and that means climbing up the whole length inside. The climbing's easy enough on bolts and braces, but it's something fierce the air you breathe. Why, I've gone up 240-foot chimney with a 5-foot opening at the bottom, and I found the soot so thick about halfway up, so thick, sir, that I've been almost stuck in it. Yes, sir, just had to shove my head into an 8-inch hole and bore through black stuff, beds of it, and mind, not a hole for air as big as a pinhead from the bottom to top." After bidding the men good night, I reflected, with a kind of shame, that I had drawn back from daring only once what they dare every day, and what they must dare for their living. And I reasoned myself into a feeling that it was my duty under the circumstance to go up that steeple on the swing, as Merrill had proposed. Having begun this investigation, I must see it through, and in this mind I went to the church again the next day. I found all hands on the bell deck, spreading out packets of patent gilding for the ball which awaits its new dress, all sticky from a fresh coat of sizing. Lawler remarked that there was a better gold in these yellow squares than in a wedding ring. "It's 24 carats fine," said he, "and about as thick as a cobweb." As to my going up on the swing, there was no difficulty. Lawler would go first, and be there to keep me in good heart, for they say it is not well for a novice to be at a steeple top alone. Merrill would see to the lashings, and Walter would give a hand at the hauling line. Thus all conditions favored my ascent. Even the sun smiled, and after taking off coat and hat, I was ready. There we were at the top of the tower, and at the base of the steeple Lawler, red-faced and red-shirted, preparing to ascend. Merrill, pale as he always is, but powerful, standing at the ropes, and I, in shirt-sleeves and bareheaded, watching Walter make a little harness for my kodak. After a time, Lawler reached the top, called down something, and Merrill answered. It was my turn now. I climbed out through a small window and stood on the ledge, while Steeple Bob dropped the swing noose over my head and proceeded to lash me fast to seat and ropes. "That's in case a suicidal impulse should get hold of you," he said, smiling, but meaning it. "Now keep this rope between your legs and work your hands up along it as we lift you. It's anchored to St. Peter." Then he explained how I was to press my toes against the steeple side, so as to keep my knees from barking on the shingles. "And don't look down at all," he told me. "Just watch your ropes and take it easy. Are you ready?" At this moment, Walter said something in a low tone, and Merrill asked me to lend him my knife. I handed it out, and he stuck it in his pocket. "You don't need this now," said he, and a moment later the pulley ropes tightened and my small swing board lifted under me. I was rising. "Shove off there with your toes," he cried. "Take short steps. Put your legs wider apart. Wider yet. You don't have to pull on the rope. Just slide your hands along it. Now you're going." I saw nothing but the steeple side in front of me, and the lifeline hanging down like a bell rope between my spread legs, and the pulley block creaking by my head, and the toes of my shoes as I pressed them against the shingles, step by step. It struck me as a ridiculous thing to be climbing a steeple in patent leather shoes. I smiled to think of the odd appearance I must present from below. Then, for the first time, I let my eyes turn into the depths and caught a glimpse of men on the housetops watching me. I saw Merrill's upturned face down where the ropes ended, and I saw little horses wriggling along the street. There were 3 places where the steeple narrowed into slenderer lengths, and at each one was a sort of cornice to be scrambled over, and loose nails to be avoided. And then more careful steering with legs and toes to keep on one particular face of the steeple and not swing off and come bumping back, a disconcerting possibility. "Hello!" called Lawler presently from above. "You're doing fine. Come right along." And before I knew it, the swing had stopped. I was at the top, or as near it as the tackle would take me. The remaining 15 feet or so must be made with stirrups, and there was Lawler, standing in them up by the ball. There was not a stick of staging to support him. He had scorned the bother of hauling up boards for so simple a job, and he was working with both hands free, each leg standing on its stirrup, and several hitches of lifeline holding him to the shaft top by his waist. This steeple lassoing exploit was one of the things I would certainly not attempt, would not, and could not. Strangely enough, as I hung here at rest, I felt the danger more than coming up. It seemed most perilous to rest my weight on the swing board, and I found myself holding my legs drawn up, with muscles tense, as if that could make me lighter. Gradually I realized the foolishness of this and relaxed into greater comfort, but not entirely. Even veteran steeple climbers waste much strength in needless clutching, cannot free their bodies from this instinctive fear. I stayed up long enough to take 3 photographs. Some minutes passed before I could unleash my Kodak, and here I had further proof of subconscious fright, for I made such blunders with shutter and focus length as would put the youngest amateur to shame. 2 pictures out of the 3 were failures, and the third but an indifferent success. There is one thing to be said in extenuation, that a steeple is never still, but always rocking and trembling. When Lawler changed his stirrup hitches or moved from side to side, the old beams would groan under us, and the whole structure rock. "She'd rock more," said Lawler, "if she was better built. A good steeple always rocks." There wasn't much more to say or do up here, and presently we exchanged jerks on the line for the descent, and Lawler cried, "Lower away! Hang on now!" And I did over again my humble part of leg spreading and toe steering, with the result that presently I was down on the bell deck again, receiving congratulations. "Here's your knife," said Merrill after he had unlashed me. "What did you take it for?" I asked. "Oh, men sometimes get a mania to cut the ropes when they go up the first time. That isn't good for their health. I was pretty sure you'd keep your head, but I wasn't taking any chances." After this came thanks and warm hand grips around, and then I left these daring men to their duties, and went down the lower ladders. I am sure I never appreciated the simple privilege of standing on a sidewalk as I did a few minutes later, when I left the Church of the Pilgrims and came out into the pleasant autumn sunshine. End of section 4.
Section 5. The Deep Sea Diver, Part 1 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, Alexandria, Virginia, 2010. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Deep Sea Diver, Part 1. Some First Impressions of Men Who Go Down Under the Sea. In Old South Street, far down on the New York river front, is a gloomy brick building with black fire escapes zigzagging across its face, and a life-size diver painted over its door, in a red helmet and yellow goggle eyes, to the awe and admiration of the young, to the awe and admiration of anybody who comes through this wicked-looking street by night and smells the sea, and stares along miles of ships' noses that reach right over the car tracks, and finally stops at the black-lettered announcement that wrecks are looked after here day or night, and mysteries of the deep penetrated by gentlemen of the diving profession in just such gigantic suits as this painted one. None of this had I noticed, late one night, being occupied with the silent, hungry ships, and the fire cars trailing over the dim bridge, until a brisk banjo strumming caught my ear, and I paused at the house of wrecks, whence the sounds came. Somebody back in those mouldering shadows was playing "The Turkish Patrol," and playing it remarkably well. I followed the light down a narrow passage, and presently came upon the modern wrecker, in the person of Benjamin F. Bean, a large man, smoking contentedly at a table whereon rested a telephone and phonograph. The phonograph was playing "The Turkish Patrol," and a single incandescent lamp, swinging overhead, illumined the scene. There were coils of rope about, and photographs of vessels in distress, and a bunk with tumbled sheets at one side, where Mr. Bean slept, often with his clothes on, while awaiting the ring of sundry danger bells. Divers fully expect to be objects of curiosity, for never do they work except before wondering audiences, so this one found my visit natural enough, was glad, I think, to talk a little and let the phonograph rest. It must be rather lonely, after all, watching for wrecks hour after hour, night after night, listening always for footsteps, the officer's tramp or the thug's stealthy tread, listening always to the hoot of passing vessels, listening always for bad news. He explained to me what happens when the bad news comes, say a collision up the Hudson, a ferry boat on fire down the bay, a line of barges sunk in the Sound, any one of a dozen ordinary disasters. In olden times such tidings must have traveled from mouth to mouth, and the wreckers of those days flashed their calls and warnings with beacon fires. Now electricity does all this much better with the click of a key, and presently somebody, somewhere, has the office at the end of a wire telling what the trouble is, and forthwith the man in charge puts machinery in motion that will change this trouble into cash. Brrr, calls the telephone. Up spring messenger boys in distant all-night stations, and in half an hour door bells are ringing in Harlem or Jersey City, and the men who ought to know things know them, and whistles are sounding on big pontoons that can lift 200 tons, and sleepy men are tumbling out of their bunks, and great chains are clanking, and tugboats are sputtering forth for the towing of sundry hoisting and pumping craft that go splashing along to the danger spot with all appliances aboard, pneumatic, hydraulic, not to mention savory hot coffee served to the divers and the crew. Most divers are poor storytellers, perhaps because the marvelous grows commonplace to them from overindulgence in it. But the stories are there in their lives, if only you can dig them out. I asked Bean if he often went down himself, and found that he was still in active service, after 20-odd years of it, which certainly had agreed with him. He was just back from a sad errand in Pennsylvania. A boy had gone swimming in a slate quarry and been drowned. They had dragged for him, and fired cannon over the water, but nothing had availed, and so, finally, a diver was sent for from the city, the diver being Bean. The quarry was a great chasm, 400 or 500 feet deep, with 80 feet of water filling various galleries and rock shelves, in one of which the poor lad had been caught and held. The question was in which one. "Well," said Bean, coming abruptly to the end, "I went down and got him." That was his way of telling the story. He "went down and got him." There was nothing more to say. Nothing about the 2 days' perilous search through every tunnel and recess of those rocky walls. Nothing about the 3,000 excited people who crowded around the quarry's mouth, awaiting the issue, nor the scene when that pitiful burden was hauled up from the depths. I asked Bean if he had ever been in great danger while under the water. "Nothing special," he said, and then added, after thinking, "Once I had my helmet twisted off." "What, below?" He nodded. "How can a diver live with his helmet off?" "He can't, usually. It was just luck they got me up in time. They say my face was black as coal." And he had no more to tell of this adventure. With few exceptions, divers take their career in exactly this phlegmatic, matter-of-fact way. I fancy a man of vivid imagination would break under the strain of such a life. Yet often divers will go into great details about some little incident, as when Bean described the hoisting of a certain boiler sunk outside of Sandy Hook. It had been on a tugboat of such a name, it was so many feet long and wide, and other things about the tide and the steam derrick, and what the captain said, the point being that this boiler had acted as an enormous trap for the blackfish, of which they had found some hundreds of big ones splashing about inside, unable to escape. So our talk ran on, and all the time I was thinking how I would like to see these things for myself, and it came to pass, as the subject kept its hold on me, that I did see them. Indeed, I spent a whole summer month, and found zest in it beyond ordinary summer pleasurings, in observing the practical operations of diving and wrecking as they go on in the waters about New York. I discovered other wrecking companies, notably one on West Street, and from the head man here learned many things. He took me out on a pier one day, where one of his crews was rescuing $30,000 worth of copper buried under the North River. Every few minutes, with a chunk of the engine and a rattle of chains, the dredge would bring up a fistful of mud, an iron fist, holding a ton or so, and slap it down on the deck, where a strong hose stream would wash out little canvas bags of copper ore, each worth a $10 bill in the market. "This will show you," said the expert, "what a diver has to contend with at the bottom of a river. He often sinks 4 or 5 feet in the mud, just as those bags sink, and sometimes the mud suction holds him down so hard that 3 men pulling on the lifeline can scarcely budge him. And when the mud lets go, the diver comes out of it like a cork from a bottle. You can feel him flop over, clean tuckered out with kicking and working his arms. They let him lie there a minute or two to rest, and then pull him up. Why, vessels will sink 10 or 12 feet in the mud, so that the diver has to take a hose down and wash a tunnel out below the keel to get a lifting chain under." "Wash a tunnel out?" I inquired. "That's what they do. You know how you can bore a hole in a sandbank, don't you, with a stream of water? Well, it's just the same with a mud bank down below, only you need more pressure. Sometimes we use a stream of compressed air. The diver steers the hose just as a fireman steers the fire hose, and once in a while gets knocked over by the force of it, just as a fireman does." Tunneling mud banks under water, with streams of water or streams of compressed air, struck me as decidedly a novelty. I was to hear of stranger things ere long. My guide presently pointed out a splendidly built young man who was shoveling mud off the deck, not far from us. "There," said he, is a case that illustrates the worst of this business. That fellow is made to be a diver. He's intelligent, he's not afraid, and he can stand having the suit on. He's been down 2 or 3 times and done easy jobs of patching. If he'd keep straight for a year or two, he could earn his $10 a day with the best of them. But he won't keep straight. The poor fellow drinks. We can't depend on him. And here he is, shoveling mud for $1.25 a day, and no steady work at that. $10 a day seemed a handsome wage, and I asked if divers generally earn so much. Good ones do, and a diver's day is only 4 hours long, or less when they go to great depths, and they draw a salary besides, and often receive handsome presents. You ought to see our chief diver, Bill Atkinson. He lives in a brownstone house." He paused a moment, and then added, "But I guess they earn all they get." A few days later I made Mr. Atkinson's acquaintance on board the steam pump Dunderberg, then busy raising a coal barge sunk off 14th Street in the East River. Atkinson was down doing carpenter work on holes stove in her, and I stood on deck beside the man tending him and watched the bubbles boil up from the diver's breathing, and the signals on a rubber hose and a rope. It was less air or more air by jerks on the hose. It was rags for a leak, or a heavier hammer, or a piece of batten so and so long, with nails ready driven at the corners. All were indicated by pulls on the life line or the startling appearance of hands or fingers, Atkinson's, that would now and then reach above the water and move impatiently. The wreck was only 5 or 6 feet under, and the diver's helmet showed like the back of a big turtle whenever he stood up straight on the sunken deck. Suddenly there is a scurry of barefoot youths along the pier timbers. The diver is coming up. Now he lifts himself slowly under the crushing weight, one short step at a time up the ladder. No man at all is this, but a dripping 3-eyed monster of rubber and brass, infinitely fascinating to wharf loungers. The tender twists off the face glass, and Atkinson says something with a snap in it, and explains what he is trying to do at the forward hatch. Then he leans over the rail on his stomach and rests. Then he goes down again. "He's the best natured man I know, Bill is," remarked Captain Taylor, commander of the Dunderberg. "But all men get irritable under water. Why, I've had men who wouldn't swear for the world, up in the air, tell me they rip out cuss words, something terrible, down on the bottom. Just seems like they can't help it." I noticed that the tender did not join in our talk, but stood with hands on his lines and eyes on the water, absorbed in his responsibility. He looked like an angler about to land a big fish. Neither did the men at the air pump talk. This feeding breath to a diver is serious business. "How long would he live, do you think," I asked, "if the pump should stop?" "Maybe a minute, maybe 2," said Captain Taylor. "I know a Norwegian who was down in 50 feet of water when the hose busted. It busted on deck, where the tender heard it, and he started to lift right away. It couldn't have been over a minute before they had him up, but he was so near dead the doctors worked 3 hours on him before he came around. That'll give you an idea of how far gone he was." The captain told of other desperate chances faced by divers in his experience, of a hose and a life line fouled in a wreck, of an escape valve frozen shut, in winter time, by the diver's congealed breath, of a helmet smashed through by a load of pig iron falling from its sling, of a diver dragged off a wreck by a drifting pontoon. such a record of thrilling escapes and tragedies as any wrecking master could run over. One realized why insurance companies refuse to take risks on divers' lives, and why the divers' pay is large. Before long, Atkinson came up again and announced that everything was ready, holes stopped and suction length in place. Two men helped undress him, while the others set the big 8-inch pipe to pumping out the wreck, and soon it was spurting a thick stream over her side like a fire tower. Presently the dinner bell rang from a tiny cabin below, and I had the honor of breaking bread with the crew of the Dunderberg, and two of the company's stanchest drivers, Atkinson and Timmins, both small, thin men with wrinkled faces, both the heroes of many adventures. Here was indeed a chance to find out things. One of my first questions turned upon the effect of diving on a man's hearing. Was it true, as I had read, that divers often have one or both of their eardrums ruptured by the water pressure? Both men thought not. Most divers of their acquaintance had good hearing. "Diving often kills a man straight out," said Timmermans. "But aside from that, I don't think it injures his health. Ain't that right, Bill?" Atkinson nodded. He had observed that divers almost never take cold, or have trouble with their lungs, although they are constantly exposed to all weathers, and often live and sleep in wet clothes for days and nights. As a young man, he himself had been a bookkeeper in delicate health. People thought he had consumption, so he gave up bookkeeping and, by accident, became a diver. He had never had a sick day since, and he had worn the suit now for 29 years. "About a man's ears," said he. "There's no doubt you get a pressure in 'em when you go down, and the pressure gets harder and harder the deeper you go, that is, until your ears crack." "Crack?" I said. "Well, that's what we call it, but I don't suppose anything really cracks. After you get down, say 30 feet, your ears hurt a good deal, especially if by chance you have a little cold, and you keep opening your mouth and swallering to make the crack come, and the first thing you know, you hear a sound inside your head like striking a match. That's the crack. And then you can go on down as far as you please, and you won't feel any more pain in your ears until you're coming up again. Then you get a reverse crack. They say it's the air working in and out of your head. I don't know what it is, but I know some men's ears won't crack, and those men can't never make divers." "How deep can a diver go down?" I inquired. The company smiled at this, and turned to Atkinson, who smiled back, and then referred modestly to one of the deepest dives on record, 150 feet, made by himself some years before up the Hudson. He had a pressure of 6 atmospheres on him at that depth, and could stay down only 20 minutes. "I'll tell you about that some other day," said he. "It's pretty near time now for me to be sweeping up this coal." Then, answering my look of surprise at the word "sweeping," he explained how they lessen the weight of a sunken barge by first pumping out the water in her and then pumping out the coal. The same suction pipe does both, and will discharge 35 or 40 tons of coal an hour on a chute which holds the coal while the water streams through. During this operation the diver is down in the barge, moving the suction end back and forth, up and down, the sweeping in question, until no more coal is left for its hungry mouth. "We pump grain out of wrecks in the same way," said Atkinson, "tons and tons of it. And they dry it in ovens and sell it. A man must look sharp, though, and not get himself caught. We had a diver, he was new at the business, who got his knee against the suction pipe one day while he was pumping coal, and it held him as if he was nailed there. He was so scared he tore himself loose, but he had to rip a piece out of his suit to do it. He stayed down, though, just the same." "What? With a hole in his suit?" "That doesn't matter, as long as it's only in the leg. You see, the air in the helmet presses down hard enough to keep the water below a man's neck, but he mustn't bend over so as to let his helmet get lower than the hole." "I should say not," put in Timmermans. "Why, what would happen if he did?" "He'd be killed quicker than you can wink. The air from the helmet would rush out at the hole, and he'd be crushed by the weight of the water." I don't know whether Mr. Atkinson realized the full truth of his words, but I found, on consulting the authorities, that a diver's body at 32 feet is subjected to a pressure of water amounting to 40 tons, at 64 feet to 80 tons, at 96 feet to 120 tons, etc., and it is only the great counter-pressure in the helmet of air from the air pump that enables the diver to endure this otherwise deadly weight. It follows that the deeper a diver goes, the harder work it is for the air pump men to drive air down to him, and at great depths as many as 4 men are sometimes needed at the pump to conquer the water resistance and keep open the escape valve, for air breathed out, at the helmet top. Here ended this day's talk, for the coal would wait no longer. Atkinson must go down again to his sweeping. But there were other days for me aboard the Dunderberg, other glimpses into these brave, simple lives. Think what these fellows do. Here is a huge, helpless vessel at the bottom of a bay, with the tide tearing her to pieces, and down into the depths comes a queer little man, as big as one of her anchor points, and stands beside her in the mud, and feels her over, and decides how he will save her, and then does it all alone. And what he does is never the same as anything he has done before, for each wreck is a new problem, each job of submarine patching has its own difficulties and dangers. Oh, bored folk, idle folk, go to the wreckers, say I, if you want a new sensation. Watch the big pontoons put forth their strength. Watch the divers, and, if you can, set the crew of the Dunderberg to telling stories. End of section 5. Section 6. The Deep Sea Diver, Part 2, of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, Alexandria, Virginia, 2010. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Deep Sea Diver, Part 2. A Visit to the Burying Ground of Wrecks. Little by little, one picks up lore of the divers, small things, yet edifying. In summer, a diver wears underneath his suit, to keep him cool, the same flannel shirt and thick woolen socks that he wears in winter to keep him warm. But he wears mittens in the winter on his hands, which are bare in summer. On the bitterest day in January he finds comparative warmth in deep water, as he finds a chill there in torrid August. Summer and winter he perspires very freely, and a little work brings him to the limit of his strength, the strain being chiefly on the lungs. The deeper he goes, the more exhausting becomes every effort. A diver often endures real suffering, like the foot-tickling torture, because he cannot scratch his nose or face, and they tell of one man who worked in great distress because, when he got down, he found a June bug in his helmet and had to bear the insect's lively promenading over his features, powerless to stop it. And there was a diver who, in bravado, used to smoke a cigarette inside his helmet. Divers, as a class, are not superstitious. Seldom do their thoughts down below stray into realms of fantasy, nor have they the time to dream, but only to hammer and saw and ply the crowbar, and drive iron spikes 20 inches long into huge timbers; in short, to attend strictly to their work. It is amusing to note the scorn of practical divers for the nice electric lighting and telephone contrivances of divers who never dive, but sell their inventions to the government for its Newport diving school, which same inventions remain, for the most part, in their spick-span boxes. It seems simple enough to have submarine lights, yet divers who dive prefer to grope in the almost darkness of our ordinary waters. It seems a distinct advantage that diver and tender be able to talk over a wire, yet divers who dive keep jealously to the clumsy system of jerks on the lines, and will not even be bothered with the Morse alphabet. The fact is, a diver has quite as much as he can attend to with the burden of his suit, about 175 pounds, and his 2 lines to watch and keep from kinks and entanglements. Touch one of these lines, and you touch his life. Fasten a new line to him, or 2 new lines, and you enormously increase his peril. Imagine yourself stumbling about in a dark forest, with a man strapped on your back, and several ropes dragging behind you among trees and rocks, each separate rope being to you as breath and blood. That is precisely the diver's case. So he goes, so he works, and when they offer him pretty apparatus to increase his load, he will have none of it, nor will he tug any extra ropes. "I have ways enough of dying as it is," says he. Working thus in gloom or darkness, the diver develops his senses of feeling and locality. He gains certain qualities of blind men, and finds guidance in unlooked-for ways. The ascending bubbles from his helmet, for instance, shine silver white, and may be seen for a couple of fathoms. These bubbles have a trick of lodging in a vessel's seams, and so give the diver a rough pattern of her. Again, in searching for leaks, the sense of hearing helps him, for he can distinguish, after long habit, the sucking sound of water rushing through the holes. One is sorry to learn that divers go to pieces early. Few of them last beyond 50. As they grow old, their keenness wanes, they lose their bearings easily down below, and show bad judgment, and fear of the business grows upon them. Often they seek false courage in strong drink, which hurries on the end. Too many of them, after searching all their lives for wrecks, wind up as wrecks themselves. But it is good to know that there are exceptions, divers like Bill Atkinson, sturdy and true at 50, and good in the suit for years to come, unless their wives persuade them to retire. The diver's wife, I am told, poor woman, starts with terror every time she hears a doorbell ring. I must speak now of the burying ground for wrecks, one of the strangest, saddest, most interested burying grounds I can think of. It was a disaster to the tugboat America that brought me there, this ill-fated craft having been cut half through in the North River and sunk by a great liner she was helping into dock. The America went down forthwith in 60 feet of water, sank so suddenly that all aboard her had to cast themselves into the water and fight for it. The fireman and the cook, not knowing how to swim, fought in vain, and ended their lives there. It is astonishing how many men who follow the sea as a business cannot swim. Well, in due course the wreckers came up to lift the tugboat, and Atkinson, who cannot swim either, directed the job. They swung chains under her, fore and aft. They jacked her up, nearly to the surface, and then, while 4 pontoons held her, the Pinafore, the Catamaran, and 2 others, only the working crews know the names of these pontoons, they all splashed slowly up the river under the tow of the wrecking tug Fly, and finally came to the burying ground of the wrecks. Here they jacked her up some more. It was, "We've got her! Slack away now!" and "Heh heh heh heh!" as the men strained at the blocks, and then they grounded her on the mud, where wrecks have been grounded for years, and left her, with all the others, to rust and ruin and rot. But before they grounded her there was a long time to wait for high tide, time for a good meal on the Catamaran, and a talk about hazards of the sea as divers know them. It was then that Atkinson told me the promised story of his deepest dive. I wish all men who do big things would speak of them as simply as he did. "It's like this," said he, "in diving, the same as in other things. Every man has his limit, but he can't tell what it is until the trial comes. At this time I'm talking about, some 10 years ago, I thought 100 feet about as deep as I wanted to go. If there are 200 divers in the country, you can bet on it not 10 of them can go down over 100 feet. Well, along comes this job in the middle of winter, a head-on collision up off the Hudson off Fort Montgomery, and a fine tugboat gone to the bottom. We came up with the pontoons to raise her, and Captain Timmans, he's the father of Timmans the diver, ordered Hansen down to fix a chain under her shaft. There's the man now." A big Scandinavian in the listening circle looked pleased at this mention. He was Hansen. "We knew by the sounding that she lay in 150 feet of water on a shelf of bottom over a deeper place, and Hansen was a little anxious. He got me to tend him, and I remember he asked me, when I was putting the suit on him, if I thought he could do it. Remember that, Hansen?" Hansen nodded. "I told him I thought I could do the job myself, so why shouldn't he? But that was partly to encourage him. Anyhow, Hansen went down, and I got a signal, 'All right,' from him when he struck the bottom. Then the line kept very still, and pretty soon I jerked it again. No answer. So I knew something was wrong, and began to haul him up quick, telling the boys to turn faster. He was unconscious when we got him on deck, but he soon came round, and he said he felt like he'd been dreaming. He'll tell you if that ain't right." "It's right," said Hansen. "We couldn't work any more that day, on account of the tide, but Captain Timmans said the thing had to be done the next morning, and wanted Hansen to try it again, but Hansen wouldn't." "Wasn't no use of trying again," put in Hansen. "That's it. He'd passed his limit, but it seems I had a longer one. Anyhow, when the captain called on me, I got into the suit and went down, and I stayed down until that chain was under the shaft. It took me 20 minutes, and I don't believe I could have stood it much longer. The pressure was terrible, and those 20 minutes took more out of me than 4 hours would, say, at 50 feet. But we got the tugboat up, and she's running yet." After this, Hansen told a story showing what power the suction pipes exert in pumping out a vessel. He was working on a wreck off City Island, at the entrance to the Sound. He had signaled for rags to stuff up a long crack, and the tender had tied a bundle of them to the life line and lowered it to him by slacking out the line. All this time the pump was working at full pressure, throwing out streams from the wreck through 4 big pipes. Suddenly the life line came near the crack, and was instantly drawn into it and jammed fast, so that Hansen would have been held prisoner by the very rope intended to save him, had it not been for the slack paid out, which was fortunately long enough to bring him up. Had it been his hand or foot that was seized in that sucking clutch, the incident would have had a sadder ending. Then came other stories, until the day was fading and the tide was right, and Atkinson was ready for grounding of this soaked and battered tugboat. Presently he calls, "Look out for that rope! Get your jacks ready! Now slack away!" And forthwith pulleys are creaking and great chains are grinding down link by link, as the men pump at the little "jacks" and the 40-foot timbers that stretch across pontoons and hold the wreck chains groan on their blocks, and at last the America comes to rest safely, ingloriously on the mud. Poor America, so proud and saucily tooting only the other day, now a bedraggled wreck on these Weehawken flats, destined to what fate, who knows? To be lifted from the mud, patched up, rebuilt, quarreled over by owners and insurance people, or perhaps simply left here, with the others, for wharf rats to swarm in, and boys to go crabbing on. The burying ground of wrecks! What a sight from the rugged height back of the water! Here are the blackened, shapeless hulls from the great river fire of 1900, when red-hot liners drifted blazing to these very flats. Here is the ferryboat River Belle, decked with flags in her day, and danced on by gay excursionists, now thick with mud and slime, her deck beams spongy underfoot, her wheel frames twisted like a broken spider's web. Here are the half-sunken halves of some ice barge, cut clean in two by a liner. Here, heaving with the tide, is an aged car float with a watchman's shanty on it, heaped with its rusted boilers, its anchors, cranes, gear wheels, cables, pumps, a tangle of iron things that were once important. Here is a scuttled tugboat that has been in a lawsuit, and the mud, for years. Here is a coal barge, wedged open and sunk by her owner to steal the insurance money. Wrecks spread all about us, and above them rise the masts and cranes of pontoons and pumping craft, that seem, in the shadows and desolation, like things of evil omen guarding their prey. Night is coming on. Lights show in the great city across the river. Ferry boats pass. Lines of barges pass. Whistles sound. The waves splash, splash against the wrecks, touching them gently, one would say. But nobody else cares. Nobody comes near. Nobody looks. The divers go home. The wrecking crews eat and turn in to sleep. A rat squeals somewhere. These helpless, crippled hulks are alone in the night, and they grind against decaying stumps. They are wrecks, they are dead, they are buried, and yet they can move a little in the mud. End of section 6. Section 7. The Deep Sea Diver, Part 3 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, Alexandria, Virginia, 2010. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Deep Sea Diver, Part 3, An afternoon of storytelling on the steam pump Dunderberg. When there is difficult diving to be done in the East River, or in any river where the tide runs strong, you will see the wrecking boats swing idly at anchor for hours waiting for slack water, the only time when divers dare go down. And often there is half a day's waiting for half an hour's work, and often a week goes by on a 2 hours job, say in full midstream, where not even the most venturesome beginner will stay down more than 20 minutes at the turn, lest he be swept away, ponderous suit and all, by the rush of the river. It's start your patch and leave it to be ripped open by the beating sea. It's get your chain fast 9 weary times, and have it 9 times torn away overnight by some foolish, bumping tugboat. In fact, it's worry and aggravation until the thing is over. Also, this is the time of times, if you can get aboard, to make acquaintance with the wreckers, to pick up lore of the diving suit and tales of the divers. It was bad weather when we, on the sturdy old Dunderberg, were busy at a wreck off the Brooklyn shore, not far from the Grand Street ferry. I had as much to do with lifting this wreck as the pewter spoon stuck around the little cabin. It wasn't much of a wreck anyhow, only a grain boat, but it had my gratitude for stubbornly refusing to come up, and so we had hours to spend down in the cabin aforesaid, which could barely hold cook stove and dining table, but managed to be parlor and bedroom besides, also laundry on occasions. The Dunderberg, I should explain, was originally a mud scow, but for good conduct and an injury to her nose, had been changed into a steam pump. She could suck her 40 tons of coal an hour out of a wreck with the best of them, and she traveled with 4 pontoons, no one of which could touch her in table fare, especially coffee. Late one afternoon, when the rain was drizzling and the swinging brass lamps lit, we sat about on wooden stools, and some were curled up in bunks along the walls, and listened to the talk of Atkinson and Timmins and Hansen, who had seen and done strange things in their time. They were discussing the escape valve in a diver's helmet, and arguing whether it pays to stiffen the spring for very deep diving. Atkinson, who had worked 8 fathoms deeper than either of them, said he left his spring alone. He used the same suit and the same valve action for any depth. "But I look out for sandbanks," said he. "Ever since that fellow, you know who I mean, had one cave in on him on the North River. He was tunneling under a vessel with a wall of sand beside him higher than his head, and the first thing he knew he was flat on his back, with sand jammed in his valve so it couldn't open. It wasn't a minute before he was shot up to the surface like a balloon. The reason of that," he explained for my benefit, "is because a diving suit with its valve shut gets lighter and lighter as they drive down air from the air pump, until all of a sudden it comes up, man and all, just as a plank would if you held it on the bottom and then let it go." "Talking about planks coming up," said Timmins, who was seated under the picture of a prize fighter, "I was down on the North German Lloyd steamer Maine, the one that was burned and sunk, fixing a suction pipe to pump grain out of her, when a big wooden hatch got loose and came up under me. I was working between decks, and the hatch swung me right up against the overhead beams and held me there, squeezing the lifeline and hose so tight I couldn't signal. It's lucky the hose was wire wound, or that would have been the last of me. But I got my air all right, and after a while I worked free." "Wire wound and all," observed Atkinson. "I've had my hose squeezed so the air was shut off. I was on a wreck off one of the Hoboken docks once, when an 8-inch suction pipe caught the hose coming down through a hatch, and the next second I felt my air stop, though I could hear the pump beating. I jerked slack away on the lifeline, and that loosened the hose and saved me, but I got a blast of compressed air as the jam eased that jumped me up a yard. "Suppose your lifeline had been jammed, too," I asked, "so that you couldn't jerk slack away." Atkinson paused to think. "There's a difference of opinion about how long a man can live on air that's in his helmet. Some say 3 or 4 minutes. I don't believe it. I think 2 minutes would do the business." "There was George Seaman," began Timmins. "Yes," said Atkinson, taking up the story, as was a senior's right. "There was George Seaman, who put trust in the argument of Tom Scott and Lowe and some of those old-timers that a man can cut his hose and press his thumb quick against the hole and live long enough on what's air in the helmet to reach the top. Years ago they used to give that talk to us youngsters, but I notice none of 'em ever tried it. Well, Seaman, he did try it. He was down on a wreck somewhere along 60th Street, and his hose got caught in the timbers. The lifeline was all right, and he was getting air enough, only when they tried to haul him up, he stuck on account of the hose. They tried 3 times to lift him, and each time he'd come up a few feet and stick, and then they'd have to let him fall back. You can see that's awful discouraging for a man, especially when he's tired and cold. If Seaman had kept his nerve and waited they'd probably have sent another diver down to get him untangled, but he didn't keep his nerve. All he saw was that the hose was caught and he couldn't free it, and they couldn't get him up. It's a lot easier to get rattled at the bottom of a river than up in the air, and Seaman called to mind what he'd heard about stopping the hole with your thumb, and he got out his knife. All divers carry a knife fast to the suit. See, like this." He drew a 2-edged knife, a wicked-looking weapon, out of its leathern sheath, and moved his thumb along the edge. "Then Seaman he felt for the hose, and made ready to cut. His idea was, you see, to slash the hose at one stroke, then jerk on the lifeline to be hauled up quick, and keep the hole shut with his thumb while he came up. I can picture him now with his knife on the hose, sort of praying a minute, like a man might with a knife at his throat. That's what it amounted to. Well, he wrote the story of what he did right there on the hose, and wrote it plain. They've got the piece at the office, and they'll show it to you if you ask 'em. Seaman made his cut with about 2 men's strength. I'll bet not one of you boys could do near as well as he did at cutting a hose through with one stroke. His slash came clear through all but a shaving of rubber, and he tried to cut that with a second stroke, but the knife struck a new place about an inch away, and he slashed her half through there. Then he tried 9 times more, and made 9 separate cuts at the hose, and there they are today, about half an inch apart, each one a little shallower than the one before, and the last 2 or 3 only scratches on the outside. That was just as he died, and you can figure out how long it probably took him to make those 11 knife strokes. I suppose there ought to be 13, but 11's what there is. You'll count 'em. Not only did I count them, these 11 tragic cuts, but I have the piece of hose to this day. The office people gave it to me, and never do I look but with a shiver at this dumb record in diminuendo of agony and sacrifice. "I suppose that settled the question of stopping a hose with your thumb?" I remarked. "That's what it did," said Atkinson. After this there were more stories. I can't begin to say how many more. Every time a diver goes down, one would say, something new happens to him, something worth telling about. Hansen related an experience of his with a conger eel. Atkinson told how a dock department diver named Fairchild was blown to death under 40 feet of water, when 28 pounds of dynamite he was putting in for blasting went off too soon. Timmans told how he fainted away once, 105 feet down, and another time let the water into his suit by pulling out a helmet lug on a foolish wager. And that reminded Atkinson of the time his gasket, the rubber joint under the collar, was cut through by the slam of an iron ladder, and the air went out, "Whew!" and a quick jerk on the lifeline was all that saved him. Last of all, they told me the story of old Captain Conkling and the Holyoke Dam, a story known to every diver. It seems there was a leak in this dam, and the water was rushing through with so strong a suction that it seemed certain death for a diver to go near enough to stop the leak. Yet it was extremely important that the leak be stopped. In fact, the saving of the dam depended on it. So Captain Conkling, who was in charge of the job, induced one of his divers to go down, and reluctantly the man put on his suit, but insisted on having an extra rope, and a very strong one, tied around his waist. "What's that for?" asked Conkling. "That's to help my body out if the life line breaks," said the diver. "Go on and do your work," replied Conkling, who had little use for sentiment. It happened exactly as the diver feared. He was drawn into the suction of the hole, and when they tried to pull him up, both hose and lifeline parted, and the man was drowned, but they managed to rescue his body with the heavy line, just as he had planned. Then Conkling called for another diver, but not a man responded. They said they weren't that kind of fools. "All right," said the captain, in his businesslike way, "then I'll go down myself and stop that hole." And he called the men to dress him. At this time Captain Conkling was 75 years old, and had retired long since from active diving, but he was as strong as a horse still, and no man had ever questioned his courage. In vain they tried to dissuade him. "I'll stop that hole," said he, "and I don't want any extra rope either." He kept his word. He went down, and he stopped the hole, but it was with his dead body, and today somewhere in the Holyoke Dam lie the bones of brave old Captain Conkling, encased in full diving dress, helmet and hose and lifeline, buried in that mass of masonry. No man ever dared go down after his body. End of section 7.
Deep Sea Divers, Part 8 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by E. Lee. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. 4. Wherein we meet sharks, alligators, and a very tough problem in wrecking. Timmans, whom I used to call the student diver because of his keen observation and capacity for wonder, leaned against the stepladder that reached down from hatch to cabin on the Dunderberg, and remarked, while the others listened, "I did a queer job of diving once down into the hold of a steamship, a national liner, that lay in her dock blazing with electric lights and dry as a bone. Just the same, I needed my suit when I got down into her. In fact, I wouldn't have lasted there very long without air from the pump." "Some queer cargo?" suggested Atkinson. "That's it. She was loaded with caustic soda, or whatever they make bleaching powder of. Barrels and barrels of it, with the heads broken in after a storm, and it wasn't good stuff to breathe, I can tell you. First they set men shoveling it out with sponges in their mouths against the dust and gases, but one man coughed so hard he tore something in his lungs or head and died. Then they sent for a diver. That was me, and I worked hours down there, hoisting and shoveling, like I was at the bottom of the bay, only there was no water to carry the weight. Say, but wasn't that suit heavy? And when I looked out through my helmet glasses, it seemed as if I was digging through a snowfield with such a terrible dazzle it made my eyes ache to look at it. "I suppose you don't usually see much under water?" said I. "Depends on what water it is," answered Timmins. "All rivers around New York are black as ink 20 feet down," remarked Atkinson. "I know they are," said Timmins, "but I've seen different rivers. When I was diving off the Kennebec's mouth, 5 miles southeast of the Sagan Light, we were getting up the wreck of the Mary Lee, then, gentlemen, I looked through as beautiful clear water as you could find in a drugstore filter. Why, it reminded me of the West Indies. I could see plainly for, well, certainly 75 feet over swaying kelpweed 8 feet high, with blood-red leaves as big as a barrel, all dotted over with black spots. There were acres and acres of it, swarming with rock crabs and lobsters and all kinds of fish." "Any sharks?" said I. Hansen and Atkinson smiled, for this is a question always put to divers, who usually have to admit that they never even saw a shark. Not so Timmins. "I had an experience with a shark," he answered gravely, "but it wasn't up in Maine. It was while we were trying to save a 3,000-ton steamer of the Hamburg American Packet Company, wrecked on a bar in the Magdalena River, United States of Colombia. I'd been working for days, patching her keel, hung on a swinging shelf we'd lowered along her side, and every time I went down I saw swarms of red snappers and butterfish under my shelf, darting after the refuse I'd scrape off her plates. And there were big jewfish, too, and I used to harpoon 'em for the men to eat. In fact, I about kept our crew supplied with fresh fish that way. Well, on one particular day I noticed a sudden shadow against the light, and there was a shark, sure enough. Not such an enormous one, but 12 feet long anyhow, big enough to make me uneasy. He swam slowly around me, and then kept perfectly still, looking straight at me with his little wicked eyes. I didn't know what minute he might make a rush, so I caught up a hammer I was working with, it was my only weapon, and struck it against the steamer's iron side as hard as I could. You know a blow like that sounds louder under water than it does in the air, and it frightened the shark, so he went off like a flash." "Perhaps he wasn't hungry," laughed one of the crew. "Not hungry? I'll tell you how hungry those sharks were. They'd swallow big chunks of pork, sir, nailed and wired to barrel heads as fast as we could chuck 'em overboard. Swallow nails, wire, barrel heads, and all, and then we'd haul 'em in by ropes, that did for fish lines, only it took 20 or 30 men to do the hauling. And there were plenty of sharks round, only they never seemed to tackle a man in the suit." "Some say it's the firelight of the valve bubbles that scares sharks off," commented Atkinson. "I don't know what it is, but I know the bubbles shine something wonderful as you watch 'em boiling up out of your helmet." "Phosphorescence," I suggested, and then went back into the talk for some broken threads. "How about that steamer you were telling about?" I asked. "The one that was wrecked on the bar? Did you save her?" "I should say we did," replied Timmins. "And I guess the company wished we hadn't. It cost them more money than the job was worth. Why, if I should start telling how we saved that steamer, I don't know when I'd get through. It took us 8 solid months. Yes, sir, and that meant 60 men to feed and pay wages to, 40 in the wrecking crew and 20 on the tug. Oh, but we did have trouble all the time. But we had fun, too, especially when some of these gay Bowery lads we picked up got loose on the mainland. Talk about scraps!" Timmins paused as if for invitations to spin the whole yarn, and these he immediately received. "Tell about painting the alligator," urged Hansen. "Oh, that was a bit of foolishness me and another fella done. He was a Dutchman, and got me to help him catch an alligator one day. He said he could bring him up north and get a big price for him. Well, we noosed one after a whole lot of chasing in a lagoon, and kept him 4 or 5 weeks, but he wouldn't eat, and the boys all gave us the laugh. So the Dutchman got up a scheme to paint him white and put him back in the lagoon. His idea was that this white alligator would scare out all the other alligators, and then we'd capture maybe 20 or 30 on the banks and make our fortune." He paused a moment with a twinkling eye, and Hansen snickered. "Well, we done it. We painted that alligator white, and we put him back in the lagoon, and you can shoot me if those other alligators didn't eat him. Yes, sir, they chewed him clean up before we hardly got the ropes off him." "What did the Dutchman say?" asked Hansen, shaking with mirth. "He stuck to it. His idea was all right, but it was the blamed alligator's fault for being too weak with fasting to fight the ones as weren't painted, and he wanted somebody to help him catch another, but nobody would." Then Timmans came back to the saving of the wreck, and it really was an amazing story of patience and ingenuity against endless obstacles. I doubt if men from anywhere but America would have carried such a hopeless undertaking through to success. First, they rigged up a wire railway from wreck to shore, and slid off a valuable cargo of alpaca, silks, and beer bit by bit along the wire to land, where they conscientiously drank the beer. Then they hitched a hawser to the steamer, and by clever engineering managed to drag her off the bar against the river current. But presently this current, sweeping down from the mountains, grew too swift for the wrecking tug, and she in turn was dragged downstream against all the strength of her engines, and saw herself threatened with destruction on the bar. Then the captain of the tug, in his peril, ordered the hawser cut, and 39 men of the wrecking crew were left to their fate on the abandoned wreck. Their adventures alone would make a thrilling chapter, but they were rescued finally from the half-sinking steamer after she had somehow crossed the bar and wrecked herself anew in the breakers some miles down the coast. Then weeks passed while the wrecking crew worked at patching the steamer's holes so that she would float, and every day Timmans went down in his suit and did blacksmith work and carpenter work on her torn plates and beams, in constant danger of being crushed in the deep sand trough she rocked and slid in. Sometimes the whole iron hull, beaten against by the ocean, would go grinding along, breaking down a wall of sand 10 feet high, almost as fast as Timmans could walk, and to be caught between her side and that wall would have ended his days forthwith. Diving suit and man would have been crushed like an eggshell. Finally, when she was ready, they made fast a 16-inch hawser and put on full steam to pull her off into deep water. Off she came, and all was going well with the towing when a fierce tropical storm came upon them, and the steamer turned broadside to its fury, and the great hawser snapped like a kite string, and back she went on the coral reef. Once more they began at the beginning, and in time had another hawser ready and tried again. This time the hawser parted by grinding on the beach as they dragged her. Then, after long delay, they got a 16-inch hawser wound with wire that would resist the friction of rocks and sand, and all would have happened as they'd hoped had not a sawfish, sent by the evil power that thwarted them, thrust its jagged weapon through the hawser strands, piercing the wire and severing the big tow line. The wrecking company still shows the saw of that mischievous fish among its curiosities. So Timmans' narrative ran on endlessly, with details of how they stopped some fresh leaks with 65 barrels of cement, and how they quelled a mutiny, and how they finally got the steamer off, and rigged up a patent rudder that steered her over 2,500 miles until they landed her home, 250-odd days after the expedition started. All going to show the kind of stuff American wreckers are made of. End of section 8.
Deep Sea Divers, Part 9 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by E. Lee. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. 5. In which the author puts on a diving suit and goes down to a wreck. One day I asked Atkinson, as master diver of the wrecking company, if he would let me go down in his diving suit, and he said yes very promptly, with an odd little smile, and immediately began telling of people who, on various occasions, had teased to go down, and then had backed out at the critical moment, sometimes at the very last, just as the face glass was being screwed on. It was a bit disconcerting to me, for Atkinson seemed to imply that I, of course, would be different from such people and go down like a veteran, whereas I was as yet only thinking of going down. "There's a wreck on the Hackensack," said he. "It's a coal barge sunk in 20 feet of water. We'll be pumping her out tomorrow. Come down about noon and I'll put the suit on you." Then he told me how to find the place, and spoke as if the thing were settled. I thought it over that evening and decided not to go down. It was not worth while to take such a risk. It was a foolish idea. Then I changed my mind. I would go down. I must not miss such a chance. It would give me a better understanding of this strange business, and there was no particular danger in it, only a little discomfort. Then I wavered again, and thought of accidents to divers, and tragedies of diving. What if something went wrong? What if the hose burst, or the air valve stuck? Or suppose I should injure my hearing in spite of Atkinson's assurance? I looked up a book on diving, and found that certain persons are warned not to try it. Full-blooded men, very pale men, men who suffer much from headache, men subject to rheumatism, men with poor hearts or lungs, and others. The list seemed to include everybody, and certainly included me on at least 2 counts. Nevertheless, I kept to my purpose. I would go down. It was rising tide the next afternoon, an hour before slackwater. Slackwater is the diver's harvest time, when the crew of the steam pump Dunderberg gathered on deck to witness my descent and assist in dressing me, for no diver can dress himself. The putting on of a diving suit is like squeezing into an enormous pair of rubber boots reaching up to the chin and provided with sleeves that clutch the wrist tightly with clinging bands to keep out the water. Thus encased, you feel as helpless and oppressed as a tightly stuffed sawdust doll, and you stand anxiously while the men put the gasket, a rubber joint, over your shoulders and make it fast with thumbscrews under a heavy copper collar. Next, you step into a pair of 30-pound iron shoes that are strapped over your rubber feet. And now they lead you to an iron ladder that reaches down from rail to water. You lift your feet somehow over the side, right foot, left foot, and feel around for the ladder rungs. Then you bend forward on the deck, face down, as a man would lay his neck on the block. This is to let the helpers make fast around your waist the belt that is to sink you presently with its 100 pounds of lead. Under this belt you feel the lifeline noose hugging below your arms, a stout rope trailing along the deck that will follow you to the bottom and haul you back again safely, let us hope. Beside it trails the precious black hose that brings you air. Now Atkinson himself lifts the copper helmet with its 3 goggle eyes and prepares to screw it on. The men watch your face sharply. They have seen novices weaken here. "Want to leave any address?" says Captain Taylor cheerfully. I admit, in my own case, that at this moment I felt a very real emotion. I watched 2 lads at the air pump wheels as if they were executioners, though both had kind faces, and one was sucking placidly at a clay pipe. I thought how good it was to stay in the sunshine, and not go down under a muddy river in a diving suit. "Wait a minute!" I cried out, and went over the signals again. 3 slow jerks on the lifeline to come up, and so on. Now the helmet settles down over my head and jars against the collar. I see a man's hands through the round glasses criss-crossed over with protecting wires. He is screwing the helmet down tight. Now he holds the face glass before my last little open window. "Go ahead with the pump," calls a queer voice, and forthwith a sweetish, warmish breath enters the helmet, and I hear the wheeze and groan of the cylinders. "If you get too much air, pull once on the hose," somebody calls. "If you don't get enough, pull twice." I wonder how I am to know whether I am getting too much or not enough, but there is no time to find out. I have just a moment for one deep breath from the outside, when there is no more outside for me. The face glass has shut it off, and now grimy fingers are turning this glass in its threads, turning it hard, and hands are fussing with hose and lifeline, making them fast to lugs on the helmet face, one on each side, so that the hose drops away under my left arm and the lifeline under my right. Then I feel a sharp tap on my big copper crown, which means I must start down. That is the signal. I pause a moment to see if I can breathe, and find I can. One step downward, and I feel a tug at my trousers as the air feed plumps them out. Step by step I enter the water. Foot by foot the river rises to my waist, to my shoulders, to my head. With a roar in my ears and a flash of silver bubbles, I sink beneath the surface. I reach the ladder's end, loose my hold on it, and sink through an amber-colored region, slowly, easily, and land safely, thanks to Atkinson's careful handling, on the barge's deck just outside her coamings, and can reach one heavy foot over the depth of her hold, where tons of coal await rescue. A jerk comes on the lifeline, and I answer that all is well. Indeed, I am pleasantly disappointed thus far in my sensations. It is true there is a pressure in my ears, but nothing of consequence. No doubt deeper it would have been different, and I feel rather a sense of exhilaration from my air supply than any inconvenience. At every breath the whole suit heaves and settles with the lift and fall of my lungs. I carry my armor easily. It seems as if I have no weight at all, yet the scales would give me close to 400 pounds. The fact is, though I did not know it, my friends up in the daylight were pumping me down too much air, this in their eager desire to give enough, and I was in danger of becoming more buoyant than is good for a diver. In fact, if the clay pipe gentleman had turned his wheel just a shade faster, I should have traveled up in a rush, 400 pounds and all. I learned afterward that Atkinson had an experience like this one day, when a green tender mixed the signals and kept sending down more air every time he got a jerk for less. Atkinson was under a vessel's keel, patching a hole, and he hung on there as long as he could, saying things to himself, while the suit swelled and swelled. Then he let go and came to the surface so fast that he shot 3 feet out of the water, and startled the poor tender into dropping his line and taking to his heels. Needless to say, that sort of thing is quite the reverse of amusing to a diver, who must be raised and lowered slowly, say at the speed of a lazy freight elevator, to escape bad head pains from changing air pressure. I sat down on the deck and took note of things. The golden color of the water was due to the sunshine through it and the mud in it, a fine effect from a mean cause. For 2 or 3 feet I could see distinctly enough. I noticed how red my hands were from the squeeze of rubber wristbands. I felt the diving suit over, and found the legs pressed hard against my body with the weight of water. I searched for the hammer and nail they had tied to me, and proceeded to drive the ladder into the deck. I knew that divers use tools under water, the hammer, the saw, the crowbar, etc., almost entirely by sense of feeling, and I wanted to see if I could do so. The thing proved easier than I had expected. I hit the nail on the head nearly every time, nor did the water resistance matter much. My nail went home, and I was duly pleased. I breathed quicker after this slight exertion, and recalled Atkinson's words about the great fatigue of work under water. I stood up again and shuffled to the edge of the wreck. Strange to think that if I stepped off I should fall to the bottom, unless the lifeline held me, just as surely as a man might fall to the ground from a housetop. I would not rise as a swimmer does, And then I felt the diver's utter helplessness. He cannot lift himself. He cannot speak. He cannot save himself except as those lines save him. Let them part, let one of them choke, and he dies instantly. And now the steady braying of the air pump beat sounded like cries of distress, and the noise in my ears grew like the roar of a train. All divers below hear this roaring, and it keeps them from any talking one with another. When two are down together, they communicate by taps and jerks, as they do with the tenders above. I bent my head back and could see a stream of bubbles, large ones, rising from the escape valve like a ladder of glistening pearls. And clinging to my little windows were myriad tiny bubbles that rose slowly. The old hackensack was boiling all about me, and I saw how there may well be reason in the belief of some that this ceaseless ebullition from the helmet, often accompanied by a phosphorescent light in the bubbles, is the diver's safeguard against creatures of the deep. Well, I had had my experience, and all had gone well, a delightful experience, a thing distinctly worth the doing. It was time to feel for the life line and give the 3 slow pulls. Where was the ladder now? I was a little uncertain, and understood how easily a diver, even old timers have this trouble, may lose his bearings. There. 1, 2, 3. And the answer comes straightway down the line. 1, 2, 3. That means I must stand ready. They are about to lift me. Now the rope tightens under my arms, and easily, slowly I rise, and the golden water pales to silver, the bubbles boil faster, and I come to the surface by the ladder's side and grope again for its rungs. How heavy I have suddenly become without the river to buoy me! This climbing the ladder is the hardest task of all. It is like carrying 2 men on one's back. Again I bend over the deck and see hands moving at my windows. A twist, a tug, and off comes the face glass with the suck of air. The test is over. "You done well," is the greeting I receive, and the divers welcome me almost as one of their craft. Henceforth I have friends among these quiet men, whose business it is to look danger in the eye, and look they do without flinching, as they fare over river and sea, and under river and sea, in search of wrecks. End of section 9.
The Balloonist, Part 10 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by E. Lee. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Balloonist. 1. Here we visit a balloon farm and talk with the man who runs it. I never knew a man who has been so many things, and been them all fairly well, as is Carl Myers of Frankfort, New York. They call him Professor Myers ever since he took to ballooning years ago, but they might call him Dr. Myers, for he has studied medicine, or Wrestler Myers, for he is skilled in all tricks of assault and defense, Japanese and others, or Banker Myers, for he spent years in financial dealings, or Printer Myers, for he still sets up his own type, or Telegrapher Myers, or Lecturer Myers, or Carpenter Myers, or Photographer Myers. All these callings, and some others, Myers has pursued with eagerness and success, only making a change when driven to it by his thirst for varied knowledge and his guiding principle: "I refuse to let this world bore me." Today the professor is 60 years old, a thin, wiry, sharp-eyed little man, yet I suspect some boys of 16 who read these pages feel older than he does. You ought to hear him laugh, or tell about the airship that has carried him over 13 states, or describe his balloon farm at Frankfort. I don't know when I have enjoyed myself more than during 3 days Professor Myers spent with me some time ago. Suppose we begin with the balloon farm, which is certainly a queer place. It is a joke in the neighborhood that the professor plants his balloon crop in the spring, gathers it in the fall, and stores it away through the winter. Certain it is that in summer time the visitor, and visitors come in swarms, see fields marked off in rows with stakes and cross poles, on which balloon cloth by hundreds of yards seem to be growing (really it is drying), and other fields that look like an Eskimo village, with houses of crinkly yellowish stuff (really half-inflated balloons), and groups of men boiling varnish in great kettles which are always getting on fire and may explode, and other men working nimbly at the knitting of nets, and others experimenting with parachutes, and the professor paddling away at the height of 3,000 feet for his afternoon sky-cycle sail, and Madame Carlotta, the celebrated aeronaut, also the professor's wife, making an ascension now and then from the front lawn in a chosen one of her 20-odd balloons. And in winter, should you explore the upper rooms of the house, you would find all the balloons tucked away snugly in cocoons, as it were, fast asleep, ranged along the attic floor, each under its net, each ticketed with a record of its work, marked for good or bad conduct after it has been tested by master or mistress. For weeks at a time in the experiment season, a captive balloon hovers above the Frankfort farm, say 1,200 feet up, and the tricks they play with that balloon would draw all the boys in the country, if their parents would let them go. 3 guy ropes hold the balloon steady, like legs of an enormous tripod, and straight down from the netting a 4th rope hangs free. Now imagine swinging on a rope 1,200 feet long! They do that often for tests of flying machines or aeroplanes. Swing off the housetop and sail away in a long, slow curve, just clearing the ground, and land on top of a windmill at the far side of the grounds. That's a swing worth talking about. And fancy a man hitched fast to this rope by shoulder straps, and as he swings, flapping a pair of great wings made out of feathers and silk, and trying to steer with a ridiculous spreading tail of the same materials. The professor had a visit from such a man, who had spent years and a fortune in contriving this flying device, which, alas, would never fly. Professor Myers, like most aeronauts, insists that traveling by balloon, for one who understands it, is no more perilous, but rather less so, than ordinary travel by rail or trolley or motor carriage. He points out that for 30-odd years he and his wife have led a most active aeronaut existence, have done all things that are done in balloons, besides some new ones, and got no harm from it, some substantial good rather, notably an aerial torpedo, operated by electricity from the ground, which flies swiftly in any desired direction, its silken fans and aluminum propeller under perfect control from a switchboard. Also the sky-cycle balloon, which lifts the aeronaut in a suspended saddle and allows him, by the help of a sail propeller and flapping aeroplanes (these driven by hands and feet), to make a gain on the wind when going with it of 10 or 12 miles an hour. On this sky-cycle Professor Myers has paddled hundreds of miles, not trying to go against the wind, but selecting currents from the many available ones that favor his purpose. "What is the use," says he, "of fighting the wind when you can make the wind fight for you? People who take trains or boats wait for a certain hour or a certain tide in the same way we wait for a certain wind current, and there is never long to wait, for the wind blows in totally different directions at different altitudes." "Can you know with precision," I asked, "about these varying currents?" "We can know a good deal by studying the clouds and by observation with kites and other instruments. And we would soon know much more if experimenters would work on these lines of conquering nature by yielding to her rather than opposing her." In my talks with Professor Myers, of which there were many, we went first into the spectacular side of ballooning, the more obviously interesting part, stories of hair-breadth escapes and thrilling adventure, of the fair lady who assumed marriage vows sailing aloft over Herkimer County, of Carlotta's recent trip, 90 miles in 60 minutes, with natural gas in the bag, of the English aeronaut who leaped from his car to death in the sea that a comrade might be saved through the lessened weight; of two lovesick Frenchmen who duelled with pistols from rival balloons, while all Paris gaped in wonder from the earth, and shuddered when one silken bag, pierced by a well-aimed shot, dashed down to death with principal and second; and many more of that kind, which, I must say, leave one far from convinced on the non-danger point. Then the professor dwelt on various odd things about balloons. This, for instance, that the rapid rise of an airship makes an aeronaut suffer the same pain and pressure on his eardrums that a diver knows, only now the air presses from inside the head outward, and relief from this pain is found, as the diver finds it, by repeatedly opening the mouth and swallowing. And he spoke of the strangest illusions of sight. The balloon is always standing still to the person in it, while the earth rushes madly along 40, 60, 90 miles an hour. As you shoot up the first half mile, the ground beneath you seems to drop away into a deepening bowl, while the horizon sweeps up like a loosened spring. Then presently this illusion passes, and you see everything flat. There are no hills any more, nor villages, no towers, nor steep descents, only a level surface, marked charmingly in color, sometimes in wonderful mosaics, and strangely in light and shade. At the height of 2 miles nothing is familiar. You might as well be looking at the moon for all you can recognize. Roads become yellowish lines, rivers brownish lines, and the water vanishes. A mountain range becomes a shaded strip, with less shade on one edge, where the sun is, than on the other. A forest becomes a patch of color, a town another patch. There is scarcely any difference between water and land, and you see to the bottom of a lake, so that the configuration of its bed and valley and hill are apparent through the color and the shading. This singular disappearance of water bodies, for it amounts to almost that, has an evident importance. "I'll tell you what we did on Lake Ontario," said the professor, "as a result of observations I made there from a balloon. In sailing over the lake on one occasion I remarked a number of small shaded spots which puzzled me. I could not imagine what they were. Finally, with the help of powerful field glasses, I made them out to be wrecks sunk at various depths, and I realized that Lake Ontario, and indeed all the Great Lakes, abound in vessels which have gone down during centuries and never been recovered. No one can estimate the treasure which lies there waiting for some one to reclaim it, and I saw that it is a perfectly simple matter to locate these wrecks from a balloon, and to prove this I organized a modest wrecking expedition, and indicated to the diver where he was to go down. Down he went at that point, and found the wreck I had seen, and we pumped good coal out of her by hundreds of tons. What I did then on a small scale might be done on a large scale by any one willing to undertake it." Of course I asked the professor why it is that an aeronaut can see down into a lake better than, say, an observer in a boat, and he explained that there is a great gain in intensity of terrestrial illumination when the viewpoint is at a height. Because the sun's rays converge toward the earth, the sun being so many times larger, and therefore, this is his theory, a man lifted above the earth gets many more solar rays reflected to him from a given area than he would get if nearer to that area. In a word, it is a matter of optics and angles, but, the professor declares, most assuredly a fact. Never before these talks did I realize how busy an aeronaut is, how much there is to do in a balloon. Besides attending to the valve cords and ballast, there is the barometer to keep your eyes on, for by it alone can you know your altitude. Around moves the needle slowly as you rise, slowly as you fall. 1 point for 1,000 feet. Rising or falling, you know the worst or the best there. Sometimes the needle sticks, the barometer will not work, and you must cast overside pieces of tissue paper to see by their rise or fall if you are going up or down. By your senses alone you cannot tell whether you are rising or falling, or your distance from the earth. That is most deceiving. Then you must have your watch ready to reckon your speed. so many thousand feet up or down in so many seconds, and your map spread out, nailed to a board, and that lashed fast, to tell where you are, and your compass out to fix the north and south points, for a balloon twists slowly all the time, twists one way going up and the other way coming down. Nobody knows just why this is, unless it be the unequal drawing of the seams as the fabric swells and shrinks. "I always keep the mouth of my balloon within easy reach," said the professor, "and play with it as an engineer does with his throttle valve. Sometimes I even tie it shut when I am sailing, but that is dangerous." "Why dangerous?" "Because the balloon might ascend suddenly, and the expanding gas burst it." "Can you see up into the balloon?" I asked, "through the mouth?" "Of course you can, and a beautiful sight it is. You look up through a round window, 20 inches or so in diameter, into the great bag swelled out 50 or 60 feet in diameter, and perfectly tight, so that every line and veining of the net shows plainly through the silk in exquisite tracery, and whenever the sun strikes it, you see a spread of gold and amber melting away and changing colors to the shaded parts. The balloon seems to be perfectly empty, perfectly still, yet it swings you upward and upward like a live thing. You get to feel that your balloon is alive." "Does it make any noise?" "Usually not. Now and then there is a creaking of the basket or a rustle of the fabrics as you pass from one wind current to another, but as you drift along there is a perfect stillness. I know nothing like the peace of a balloon sweeping in a storm. You feel like a disembodied spirit. You have no weight, no bonds. You fly faster than the swiftest express train. More than once Carlotta has raced a train going 50 miles an hour and beaten it." "Is there danger to a balloon in a thunderstorm?" "Apparently not, but it is terrifying to be in one. You seem to be at the very point where the lightning starts and the thunder crash is born. All about you are roarings and blinding flashes, and it rains up on you and down on you and in on you from all sides. While I never heard of a free balloon being struck by lightning, it is a common thing for operators on the ground, even in fair weather, to get shocks of atmospheric electricity down the anchor ropes of captive balloons." Our talk drifted on, and the professor told of exciting times, reporting the great yacht races from captive balloons, with reporters turning seasick in the plunging basket, and remarkable phenomena observed from balloons, and double-colored shadows of balloons, called parhelions, cast on clouds, and wonderful light effects, as when a marveling aeronaut looks down upon a sea of silver clouds bathed in sunshine, and through black clefts sees a snowstorm raging underneath. I was surprised to learn that at very great altitudes, say above 3 miles, the voice almost fails to serve, or rather the rarefied air loses in great part its power of voice transmission, so that in the vast silent spaces of the sky one aeronaut must literally shout to another in the same basket to make himself heard. One would say that the great calm heavens resent the chattering intrusion of noisy little men. End of section 10. The Balloonist, Part 11 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by E. Lee. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. 2. Which treats of experiments in steering balloons. In all their experiments at the farm, Professor Myers and Madame Carlotta have worked on individual lines. He striving of late years to perfect his sky cycle, which is simply a balloon of torpedo shape with a rigging of propellers and fans underneath, while she has been content to gain skill in steering a balloon of ordinary shape by merely moving her body and utilizing varying air currents, for the wind blows in different directions as you ascend. It is remarkable how the position of an aeronaut's body may alter a balloon's movements. It is possible, for instance, to make a balloon ascend or descend without touching valve or ballast by a simple change of position. Stand with your legs apart, straddling from edge to edge of the basket, and by throwing your weight first on one foot and then on the other, you will give a pollywog movement to the big bag above you, and it will go wriggling upward, head first, some hundreds of feet. Or, if you would make it descend, all this the professor explained to me, stand with your feet together in the middle of the basket, and, catching the balloon neck at both sides, stretch your arms wide apart so that the fabric forms a chisel edge. Then sway your hips forward as far as you can, then back as far as you can, and keep doing this. Now the wriggling process is reversed, and this time the basket goes first, tail wagging the dog, and the balloon descends. This ability to rise or fall at will allows Madame Carlotta to pass easily from one train of clouds to another, and by long study of these cross-moving aerial trains she is able to pick out the one she wants for a certain destination, with almost the precision of a foot passenger selecting his particular streetcar or changing from one to another. And in descending she has learned to steer forward or back, to left or right, by tipping the basket footboard in the direction she wishes to take. The balloon follows the lowest edge of the footboard as a ship follows her rudder. An almost incredible instance of skill attained by Carlotta in these experiments was furnished some dozen years ago at Ottawa, where she made an ascension never forgotten by the people of that city. It was a grand occasion, in honor of Queen Victoria's gift of the Crystal Palace to her loyal subjects, and Canada had rarely seen such a gathering. 25,000 people, as was estimated, were packed inside the exposition grounds to see the aeronaut rise to the clouds. And there at the appointed time stood Carlotta on a raised platform with the multitude about her, waiting for the balloon. She wore a short skirt over a gymnasium suit, and made an attractive picture with her fine figure and golden bronze hair. So thought various city dignitaries, who chatted with her admiringly while the crowd surged about them. Meantime, Professor Myers was anxiously watching the maneuvers of some Indians, hired by a committee to tow the balloon from gas works 2 miles distant, where it had been filled. This was rather against the professor's judgment, for the Rideau River, flowing by the grounds, offered an obstacle that could be overcome only with the help of canoes and tow lines, and to paddle a big balloon across a river, a fresh-filled, hard-tugging balloon, is not a thing to be undertaken lightly. And in spite of all their skill, these Indians found themselves presently lifted into the air, canoes and all. Oh, they were badly frightened Indians, not quite clear of the water, but high enough to make it doubtful if they would ever reach shore, and highly interesting to the crowd, which pressed down to the river, even into the river, in well-meant efforts to help, and dragged the balloon up the bank along toward the platform with such eagerness that they tore great rents in it that let out the gas in volumes. In an instant, as happens in crowds, the balloon became the center of a struggling mass of people, who slowly pressed in from all sides to see what the matter was. Now, when 25,000 people are all pressing slowly toward one point, it is apt to fare ill with those at that point. And had not Carlotta acted on a flash of inspiration, there would surely have been disaster in that merciless crush. She looked over the shouting, swaying multitude, and in a second saw the danger, saw women held helpless and fainting in that jam of bodies, saw one way, and only one, to save the situation, and took that way. Stepping off the platform, she ran lightly and swiftly over heads and shoulders, packed solid, and came to the balloon. Such was the people's fright that they scarcely felt her pass. "You can't go up!" cried her husband. "The balloon is a wreck!" "I must go up," she answered. "If I don't, these people will be crushed to death." "There's a hole in her big enough to drive a team through," he protested, but already she was in the basket, and a great cheer arose. "It's better to risk one life than many," she answered with decision, and turning to the crowd, motioned them to loose the car. In their wonder, the mad multitude forgot their fear, and the struggling quieted. All eyes were now on the balloon. One woman's courage had quelled the panic. The danger to the crowd was past. To the woman, just beginning. "Wait a moment!" shouted Professor Myers. "You must have more ballast!" But in the din of voices she misunderstood him and cast out the last bag. Then, with a great heave and a flapping of its torn sides, the balloon wrenched itself free and shot upward, a cripple soaring with its last strength. Up and up it went, higher and higher, as the small store of gas expanded. That tattered balloon, with its seams gaping open, raised itself somehow 2 miles over the city of Ottawa, and then, almost immediately, began to fall. The gas stayed in just long enough to lift the broken bag, and then left it to dash downward. Professor Myers, heartsick on the ground, turned his eyes away, sure that he had seen his wife alive for the last time. But Carlotta was of no such mind. She had saved the crowd, now she would save herself, and even as the balloon dropped with frightful speed, she put her plan into action. Swinging herself up on the netting, she caught the flapping silk above a long tear and drew it down with all her weight until it reached the car. Instantly the air rushed in underneath and bellied out the fabric into a great umbrella, a parachute improvised from a ripped balloon. Now they were slowing up. They had put the brakes on, and now they were soaring easily, drifting with the wind. Carlotta drew a long breath of relief and looked down. They were still a mile above ground. She had the runaway in hand, but where should she land him? Most aeronauts would have been thankful enough to get down alive anywhere. She proposed to do a feat of steering as well. No doubt there was some gas in the upper part of the bag to help her, but in the main she was guiding a parachute, and she guided it so skillfully by tipping the footboard forward or back, to left or right, that she landed finally in a clump of evergreen trees, some 15 miles from Ottawa, that she had selected as the very place she proposed to land. And great were the rejoicings when it was known that she had come to no harm. The story had an interesting sequel the following year, when Carlotta made another ascension from the same place. "Where will you land this time?" one of the committee asked her. Carlotta looked at the clouds a moment, then, smiling, said, "If you like, I will land exactly where I did last year." This they all declared impossible, for the wind was strong in just the opposite direction, but Carlotta insisted she would land in that clump of evergreens and nowhere else. And she kept her word. She had observed that at a certain height the wind was favorable to her purpose, and by the same tactics of seeking the right wind currents, and by the same clever footboard tipping, she reached the point she was steering for, to the general wonder and admiration. My acquaintance with Professor Myers has given me some light on a question often in my mind, that is, what kind of children these men have who follow careers of danger and daring. Will the son of a steeple climber climb steeples? Will the daughter of a lion tamer be afraid of a mouse? And so on. Of course, with both father and mother aeronauts, as in this case, it would be strange indeed if their child did not love balloons, and so it has turned out, for Miss Ariel Myers, now a girl in her teens, has already made various ascensions, and enjoys nothing better than soaring aloft on her father's sky cycle, which she steers skillfully. Her first experience of a voyage in the air is memorable for 2 facts: that it nearly brought destruction to herself and her mother, and drew attention to an important but little known fact in ballooning science. It was some years ago at the Syracuse County Fair, and a balloon race had been advertised between Carlotta and young Tisdall, an assistant to Professor Myers. For this event an enormous crowd had gathered on the grounds, and now, by what tears and pleadings who can say, Miss Ariel, aged 11, had persuaded her too fond mother to take her along, and off they went, amid cheers and wavings, with a strong breeze blowing, and the child peering down at the dwindling earth over the basket side. She watched the roads change into yellow streaks, and the hills swing up from back of the horizon, and the clouds spread away below them like a sea. She watched her mother take readings of compass and barometer, and as the wind swept them along to new viewpoints she would cry out, "Here comes another town, Mama!" and clap her hands as the town raced by. Tistel won the race, having ballast in plenty to throw out, while Carlotta had little, since the extra lifting power of her balloon was needed for Miss Aerial. Now, the difficulty of managing a balloon is much increased if you have no ballast, for then you cannot rise at will to enter a higher wind current blowing the way you want to go, but must drift where the current you are in may take you. And the current they were in took them, such is the perversity of things, straight toward a deep and dangerous lake. Carlotta saw where they were going, but was powerless to prevent it. She could not throw Miss Aerial overboard like a sandbag to make the balloon go higher, although she did throw overboard everything else that was movable, even to her jacket and shoes. Then, having done all that was possible, she waited, clutching the basket sides with anxious fingers, and wondering if there was any way to safety. Suddenly an idea came to her, and she scanned the heavens for Tisdel's balloon. No sight of it anywhere. Tisdel was 3 miles away, hidden by clouds. Nevertheless, she lifted her voice and sent forth a loud cry, calling his name. Immediately the answer came, quite distinct. She explained their peril and asked Tisdel if he could come to them. He said he would try, and questioned her where they were and what wind currents had borne them. Carlotta told Tisdel to what height he must drop. She knew her own height by the barometer, and in a very few minutes, being able to rise and fall as he pleased, he was near the 2 other air sailors, and got his balloon down by the lakeside in time to help him ashore when they struck, as presently they did. The basket splashed the water, then skipped along the surface under the drag of the balloon, and was caught finally in the arms of a tree that reached out from the bank. And the only harm done was the spoiling of Miss Aerial's best frock. Here was a case of conversation carried on easily between 2 balloons a mile or so above the earth and 3 miles apart. But other experiments made by Madame Carlotta show that talking between balloons may go on over much greater distances, a reach of nearly 8 miles having been accomplished on one occasion near Ogdensburg, New York. The explanation of this phenomenon is perfectly simple. Each balloon, while it is speaking, acts as a huge megaphone for the other, and each balloon, while it is listening, acts as a huge sounding board for the other. And the tighter the balloons are kept under pressure of gas, the easier it is to make these great silken horns, for such they are, throw forth and receive the messages. It should be noted that this facility for voice transmission does not exist at great heights because of the rarefied air. At a mile above earth, however, this difficulty is not presented, and it may be that a superior kind of wireless telegraphy will be introduced some day by the use of talking balloons. Why not? End of section 11.
Section 3. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. Something about explosive balloons and the wonders of hydrogen. One day, the professor told me about some rainfall experiments with balloons that he had conducted years ago for the government. There was a theory to be tested that loud explosions at a height will make the clouds pour down rain, and some gentlemen in the Department of Agriculture were anxious to set off as loud an explosion as possible, say 1,000 feet up in the air. Professor Myers received this commission and proceeded at once to Washington with a gas-filled balloon 12 feet in diameter. "Don't you think that balloon is rather small?" asked one of the gentlemen. No, said Myers, I should call it rather large. The other man shook his head. I'm afraid it won't make enough noise to test our theory. Well, said the professor, I can see his eyes twinkling. If this balloon doesn't make enough noise, we'll get a bigger one. They took the balloon some miles out of Washington. The professor insisted on this, filled it with terribly explosive mixture of oxygen and hydrogen, and sent it up about a quarter of a mile with an anchor rope holding it and a wire hanging down to a little hand dynamo or blasting machine. As they made ready to turn this dynamo, Professor Myers lay flat on his back, eyes glued to the balloon, confident but curious. The handle turned, a spark jumped at the other end, and the ball of silk seemed to swell enormously, then vanish with a flash of 1,000 shivers of silk. On this came the sound, a smashing, tearing blast, louder than any thunder crash or roar of cannon. It flattened men to the ground, killed hundreds of little fish in a stream nearby, bursting their air bladders, knocked over a bowling alley like a house of cards, frightened cattle, and brought down rain in torrents within 8 minutes. The agricultural gentlemen were more than satisfied and adopted the professor's system for extended rainfall experiments, only these, for obvious reasons, were moved to the lonely and arid plains of distant Texas. It wasn't much fun living down there, said the professor, but we got rain whenever we wanted it. What would happen, I inquired, if a very large balloon filled with this explosive mixture were set off over a crowded city? The professor shook his head in awed contemplation of this possibility. It would work fearful destruction. If large enough, and there is no difficulty in obtaining such a size, it would wipe out the existence of whole blocks of houses and the people in them. It would destroy an army. In the course of our talk, I discovered a mystic side, very unexpected in the professor's nature. He used to speak of hydrogen, for instance, with a certain amount of reverence, as if it were something endowed with life and a consciousness, a powerful spirit. One would say, not merely a commonplace product of chemistry, a gas from a retort. I have often wondered, he said one day, as my basket has swept me along, what there is in this silken bag above me that lifts me thus over mountains and cities. I look up into the balloon through the open mouth, and I see nothing. I hear nothing. I smell nothing. None of my senses answer any call, yet somehow, strangely, in a way I can't explain, I perceive a presence. It would not be at all the same to me were the balloon filled with air, though it would be the same to all my senses. Again and again I have noted this thing, that hydrogen makes itself known to men when they're near it. He paused a minute as if to observe my attitude, to see if it were one of scoffing. I made no remark, but begged him to go on. After all, he continued, even the books allow to hydrogen's properties that are very amazing. It is the lightest of all things. It passes through and beyond all things. It is the nearest approach we know of to absolutely nothing. Who can say that it is not related to the land of nothing, to... He hesitated. You mean? Said I. I don't know what I mean. I only wonder. Take this case that happened at Ogdensburg, New York, during an ascension we made there. We had filled the balloon with hydrogen and were getting ready to start when the valve cords that hang down inside the bag from the valve at the top became twisted and drew out of reach from the basket. In vain I tried to get them free by poking at them with sticks and long-handled things. The cords would not come down, and of course no sane man would make an ascension with his balloon valve beyond control. There was nothing for it but to get inside that great gas bag and undo the tangle with my hands. So I called 15 or 20 men to catch hold of the netting and pull the struggling balloon down over me until I could reach the cords. Then Wait a minute, I interrupted. Were you standing inside the balloon so that you had to breathe hydrogen? The professor smiled. I stood inside the balloon, but I breathed nothing. I held my breath, which is one of the things I've practiced. Before I went inside, I told my wife to note the time by her watch, and if I did not come out by 120 seconds, to have the men drag me out. You see, I knew I could hold my breath 120 seconds, but no longer. Well, we carried out the plan, and I freed the cord in less than my limit of time, and then the uncanny part of it, at least it seemed so to me. I had read that hydrogen will not transmit sound, but never tested it. It is true I had at various times taken hydrogen into my lungs, but never have I tried to speak in hydrogen. Now was my chance, and with all the remaining breath, I shouted as loud as I could inside that balloon. Think of it. There was my wife and the men a few feet distant, with only the thinnest piece of silk between us, and the gas that was like nothing. Yet my cry, that would have reached perhaps a half a mile into the air, could not penetrate the little void. To those outside the balloon, it was as if I had not opened my lips. They heard nothing, not even a whisper. I believe you might fire a cannon inside a bag of hydrogen, and no faintest rustle of the discharge would reach your ears. So you see, a world of hydrogen would be a voiceless world. Did you say that you breathed hydrogen? I asked. Yes, I have breathed it up to the danger point. I know all the sensations. That is, first, a mild exhilaration, then a sense of sickening and head throbbing, and finally, a delicious languor that leads into stupor. When you get there, it's time to stop. In making ascensions, we have to be very careful not to breathe too much gas from the balloon neck, which hangs open over the basket. More than one aeronaut has been gradually overcome without realizing that he was in danger. The professor went on to tell of other singular things about this subtle gas, notably that, speaking within limits, the higher you want a balloon to rise, the less hydrogen you put in it. If you fill a balloon full of hydrogen, it will rise to no great height and is very apt to burst, since the gas has no space to expand in. And the way to keep a balloon rising is to make it expand more and more as it goes up, each foot of added volume displacing a foot of the air ocean, and to that extent added buoyancy. General Hazen and I, said the professor, once planned that someday, when we got an appropriation, we would go up in a balloon having a capacity of, say, 40,000 cubic feet, but carrying at the ground only 10,000 cubic feet of hydrogen. In other words, in a shrunken, quarter-filled balloon. Of course, as we rose and the air became rarefied, this hydrogen would expand against the decreasing air pressure, and at a height of 2 miles, our original 10,000 feet of gas might have swelled to 20,000 feet. At 5 miles, to 30,000 feet, and so on. The last 10,000 feet of expansion would have brought us to no one knows what height, but certainly, we calculated, to the greatest height ever reached by a balloonist. He explained that the balloon record of 7 miles claimed for Glacier and Coxwell, the English aeronauts, is not reliable, since the barometer used in that famous ascension, it was made in Wolverhampton, England, in 1862, could not register above 5 miles. And what was accomplished beyond that height is a matter of pure conjecture, and must be less than might be done by the Hazen-Myers plan, since Glacier's balloon, by a serious oversight, was started on its flight nearly full of hydrogen instead of nearly empty. Oh, exclaimed the professor with a regretful look, why don't some of our very rich men think of these things? End of Section 3, Careers of Dangers and Daring by Clifford Moffett. Read by Jerry Beckert. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. Part 4. The Story of a Boy Who Ran Away in a Big Balloon. One of the professor's hobbies is that gas air balloons are better and safer than the hot air kind, although the latter cost less to operate. Your hot air balloon goes up in a rush, but comes down again as soon as it cools, and in the coming down lies the danger. A gas balloon, on the other hand, stays up as long as you keep gas in it, and the professor's secret of varnishing holds gas like a trap. As to the ordinary use of hot air balloons for parachute dropping, the professor only has condemnation. A parachute, says he, is a sin and a disgrace, a thing to be prohibited by law. The parachute kills more people every year, the professor is still talking, than many a battle, and kills them in unpleasant ways. Drops them on live electrical wires, which shock them to death, drops them in lakes where they're drowned, or in the ocean where they can be eaten by sharks, drops them in trees where they can catch their coat collars and choke to death, drops them on sharp railings which spear them through, drops them, but the professor's list, backed by statistics be it said, is too long and gruesome. It's only fair to add that I have a friend, Leo Stevens, a professional aeronaut who has made thousands of drops from hot air balloons and claims that nothing is safer than a parachute, and says he can steer one in its downward sailing so as to avoid dangerous landing places, although he does admit numerous hairbreadth escapes, as when he dropped from a parachute 2 miles out at sea, this at Long Branch in 1898, and was only saved by his life preserver and the courage of some fishermen, or again when Dive, his partner in ballooning ventures, dropped with him on one occasion from a big balloon. One parachute was suspended on the either side and landed in Lake Canandaigua and was drowned. "Oh, there's no doubt a man takes a chance on a parachute," says Stevens, "but I like it." There's a singular thing about parachutes, Stevens contends, not sufficiently considered by Professor Myers in his experiments. The professor, with his usual thoroughness, has tested all shapes and kinds of parachutes by dropping them from a captive balloon with a sandbag hitched on instead of a man. The dropping was done by a fuse which would burn the supporting rope and at a given moment set the parachute free, just as a man under the parachute would cut it free. And in a large number of cases, the parachute did not open in time to save the sandbag man from destruction on the ground. "This proves," argues the professor, "that parachutes are extremely dangerous." "Nothing of the sort," answers Leo Stevens. "It only proves that there's a big difference between sandbag man and real man. The sandbag man is dead weight, and the real man is live weight. A parachute will open for the one where it won't open for the other." "Why will it," queries the professor, "if a man and the sandbag weigh the same?" "I don't know why, but it will," Stevens insists, "and if what you say were true, I'd be dead long ago, and my wife, and all my assistants." I remember well my first visit to the aeronaut Stevens at his little balloon establishment on 3rd Avenue, a rambling, gas-as-you-please attic, with things strewn about anyhow, lengths of balloon cloth hanging from rafters for varnish to dry, crinkly yellow segments of balloons heaped near a sewing machine that was stretching them into spheres, rows of hot air balloons from past seasons ranged along the shelves in tight bundles, models of flying machines, all kinds of parachutes, including one in red, white, and blue, made to take up a dog, and in various dusty corners photographs of Leo Stevens walking a tightrope, Leo Stevens rising to the clouds over waving multitudes, Leo Stevens and his big umbrella soaring down to earth from the heights of 20 steeples, swinging with dancing master grace from the bar of his trapeze. I liked this place for the good-natured faces of Kid Benjamin, who was scooping cold salmon out of a tin when I came in, and a young lady with long eyelashes who was running the machine. "Leo Stevens was out," said this young lady. "He was seeing some patent lawyers about his new airship, but she was Mrs. Stevens, and could she do anything for me? She made dozens of balloons and parachutes. Yes, and used them, too." It was Kid Benjamin who offered this latter information, remarking that she was grand on a parachute. Mrs. Stevens smiled and explained that she had never made an ascension in her life until the previous summer, then only because her husband was in a fix through the failure of another woman to appear. A balloon race had been advertised between 2 lady aeronauts, and when the time came, one of them, Mrs. Nina Madison, was missing. Rather than have the thing a failure and the big crowd disappointed, Mrs. Stevens agreed to go up. She would take Miss Nina's place and race the professional. And she did it and won the race. "You see," she said, "I don't feel nervous as another woman might, because I'd been living with balloons for years. Besides, they hitched me fast to the parachute ropes, so I couldn't have fallen if I'd wanted to. It was lovely going up. Everyone said we made a beautiful ascension, and two balloons kept so close together that the other lady and I were talking all the way. At last, when we were up about 3,000 feet, she called out that my balloon was settling and for me to cut. But I called back, "Cut yourself!" And sure enough, she did in a minute. And I watched her parachute open and sink and get smaller and smaller until she reached the ground. A few minutes later, when I saw my balloon had really settled, I cut too. Oh, what a sensation! You know those awful dreams where you fall and fall? Well, it's just like that for 2 or 3 seconds until your parachute fills wide and springs you up against the ropes. Then you sail down, down, with a lovely easy motion until you get to the ground. But look out for the landing. Once I struck a treetop, and you're liable to come down on a house or anything. You're liable to come down in the middle of a lake, put in Kid Benjamin. Do you go up? Said I to the kid, whose hands and face showed black smears from painting balloon cloth. He was certainly not over 18. Do I? He answered with a grin. I made more than 20 ascensions and drops last summer. He's the one, Mrs. Stevens said, who carried that boy up hanging from the parachute ropes. Don't you remember? At Coney Island? The boy was helping to hold the balloon, and when she started, his foot got caught, and he went up hanging by his foot. The kid nodded. Yep, stuck fast in the rigging by one shoe. As I sat on the trapeze bar, there was that boy 40 feet above me, kicking and yelling. Say, you'd never guess what he was yelling about. I suppose he was afraid. The kid shook his head. No, sir. He didn't seem to mind the 800 feet we'd gone up, not a bit. What worried him was the 60 cents in pennies and nickels that had spilled out of his pants pocket while he was upside down. Then the kid explained how he postponed his parachute drop on this occasion and got down safely, boy and all, by letting the balloon cool off and gradually settle to the ground. Isn't a parachute pretty long when it hangs down? I asked. Certainly. It's 35 feet from where she hitches on the balloon to where you sit on the bar. That's lengths of rope and lengths of cloth, both. Then how do you cut her loose from way down on the bar? I'll tell you, put in Mrs. Stevens. You just pull a tape that hangs down inside the parachute from a cutaway block at the parachute head. The holding rope passes through the block, and there's a knife blade in the block over the rope. The tape pulls the knife blade down, and away you go. It's one of my husband's inventions. She was plainly very proud of her husband. Presently entered Leo Stevens himself, a surprisingly young man for such a veteran, scarcely over 30, the explanation being that he began ballooning as a mere child. Before he was 10, he had gained some mastery of slackwire feats, and at 13 he was known over the country as Prince Leo, a marvel of the air, in black and gold, making the fortune of some gentlemen who exploited him. His arrival recalled the object of my visit, which was to get from him some practical ideas for balloon and parachute experiments on a small scale, the kind of thing a boy might undertake in their own backyard, and, on learning this, Stevens caught my idea at once. He knew just what I wanted and was glad to help. He liked boys himself, and we settled down forthwith to a consideration of segments and materials and dimensions, and after a little planning and measuring, he had the problem solved. A hot air balloon is the easiest and cheapest for boys to make, said Stevens, and it goes up with more of a rush than a gas balloon. So we'll tell them how to make a hot air balloon. I remember a boys' balloon picnic that I got up one summer at Chautauqua Lake while I was making ascensions there. What fun those boys did have. We sent up a kitten in a strawberry basket, strapped fast, you know, so she couldn't fall out, and the balloon hung from the parachute by a time fuse that burned loose about 1,000 feet up, and down came the whole thing, parachute, kitten, and all, sailing beautifully and landing as easily as you please. It never hurt the kitten at all, but the balloon drifted nearly a mile away across the swamp and stuck in a big tree. What a time those boys had chasing it and climbing after it and slopping home with it after dark through the swamp with lanterns and torches. I suppose they got well spanked, a good many of them, but boys don't mind. How big was this balloon? About 11 feet inflated. That's a good size. I mean 11 feet high inflated, but the segments must be cut at 18 feet long to allow for the curve. See? And he made a sketch of a single segment. There must be 14 segments like this, each one 18 feet long, 2 feet wide at the widest part, then tapering to a point at one end, the top, and to a width of 5 inches at the other end, the mouth, which must be left open. These segments are made from ordinary sheets of tissue paper. first pasted into long sheets using ordinary starch paste, and then cut out after the pattern. Then the 14 segments must be pasted together lengthwise along the edges, and they'll form a balloon with enough lifting power to take a parachute and a small passenger, say a kitten or a puppy. We must tell them how to fill this balloon with hot air, I suggested. That's so, said Stevens, but it's very simple. They must dig a trench in the yard or somewhere 5 feet long and 1 foot deep, with a hole dug at one end for a fire. Then they must cover enough of the trench with pieces of tin and spread dirt over that and boards over all. This is for a good draft. Then they must make a fire in the hole at one end of the trench out of barrel staves or anything that'll give hot flame, and towards the last they might throw a little kerosene. That's exactly the way we make our fires for big ascensions. At the other end of the trench, they must fix a stovepipe sticking straight out of the draft hole into the mouth of the balloon, and 4 or 5 boys must stand around on fences and boxes to hold the sides of the balloon away from the fire, which will be shooting high above the chimney. Many a big hot air balloon has been burned up that way on a windy day, and in our ascensions we have dozens of ropes sewn all over the balloon sides. We call them wind guys, so that men can pull the cloth away from the fire while it's filling. Say, talking about boys getting spanked, I must tell you a story. The story came from his own boyish experiences, how he made his first trip into the clouds at the age of 12 and set a whole city talking. This was the city of Cleveland, Ohio, where on certain Sunday afternoons there was to be a balloon ascension at a great pleasure park. Young Stevens, of course, was present, wild with excitement, for balloons had been in his thoughts and dreams ever since he could remember. He pressed forward through the crowd and with bulging eyes watched the aeronaut arrange his barrels and pipes for the hydrogen making, danced with delight as the big bag swelled and struggled, and finally was bitter in disappointment when the police appeared suddenly with orders to prevent the ascension because the day was Sunday. Then while the balloonist was protesting and pleading, Stevens formed a plan. He would go up himself instead of the man. There was a balloon all ready, held by a single rope. There was the basket, swinging impatiently, empty, and he more impatient than the basket. Quickly he turned to a boy who was with him. Say, I'll tell you what, you get a knife and cut that rope, and I'll go up. But the boy demurred. Anyhow, he had no knife, so away dashed Stevens, and returned in a jiffy with a knife taken from his father's shop. It was a sharp one. There, panted the boy. Now, cut her quick, soon as I climb in. The people about were so occupied with the parley growing warm between the balloonist and the police that few paid attention when a little shaver in knickerbockers crept close to the basket, then slipped over its side. But the next minute 9,000 people paid considerable attention and shouted their surprise and delight as the eager balloon suddenly shot skyward, a small white face peering down and trying not to look frightened. The knife had done its work, and the subject of the dispute, abruptly removed, was presently soaring half a mile above the city, drifting with the wind. Meanwhile, little Leo curled up in the bottom of the car and was saying over to himself a story he had read of 2 little babies who went up once in a balloon and sailed far, far away and never came back. But they might have come back if only they had been strong enough to pull a string that hung over them. Hello? So there was a string to pull. Well, any boy could pull a string. He wasn't a baby. But where was the old string? He must look about and find it. And sure enough, he did find it, only it turned out to be a stout rope. And he tugged at it valiantly until the valve opened and the balloon began to descend, just as the storybook said it would. And so occupied was Leo with keeping his valve open that he never once looked into the wide view spread beneath him, nor knew where he was until he came bumping into a treetop and found himself upset amongst the branches, which first tore his clothes to tatters, then dropped him into a muddy canal, whence he emerged a sadly battered and bedraggled aeronaut, yet happy. Even when his mother chastised him that evening with a ramrod, his father being a gunmaker, he remained serene. For had he not gone up in a balloon? And was not the whole of Cleveland admiring him? And would he not go up again? He knew he would, despite all promises made under ramrod stress, as soon as chances presented. And within a year the chance did present, a bait of $50 per ascension being offered the lad, and the outcome was he ran away from home, and saw no more of his family until years had passed, and he had grown accustomed to the dangers of the air and the diamonds of value in his apparel. Isn't it queer, said Stevens, talking it over, how a fellow will stay away from his people when everything is all right and get back to them through trouble? After I started in to be a balloonist, I never saw my mother for 7 years. Then I came once more to Cleveland to give an exhibition at the very park where I first went up. They call it Forest City Park. I was to perform on a slack wire 900 feet long, stretched between two towers 150 feet high. My wire wasn't long enough to reach all the way, so they spliced on a length of 300 feet more, and before I began my feat, I walked back and forth over the wire to test it. I always do that. Then I walked to the middle of the wire and pretended to slip and fall. That's a regular trick to startle the crowd. You let yourself drop suddenly, catch on the wire, and spring up again. Well, this time when I let myself drop, I didn't spring up again, and I didn't know anything more for 19 days when I came to myself in the Huron Street Hospital. Somehow the splice in the wire had broken, and I went straight to the ground, breaking one arm, both wrists, and cracking my spinal column in 4 places. It's a wonder I lived at all, they say, and during that hard time my mother came to me, as mothers do. Oh, she doesn't love the balloon business, I can tell you, but I love it. I've made over 1,000 ascensions and never been badly hurt but once. We were far away now from our balloon making, and I reminded Stevens that we were still to tell the boys how to make a parachute. All right, he said, here you are, and he gave me the following directions. The parachute is made of 14 segments of tissue paper, each one like this, measuring 36 inches long, 6 inches wide at the base, and tapering like a pattern up to a point. These segments must be pasted together lengthwise, the 14 points joining at the top of the parachute, and in each one of the 14 side seams a length of 80 inches of number 8 thread must be pasted, leaving 2 inches sticking out at the top and about 4 feet hanging down below. The short ends at the top must be tied together, and these made fast to a piece of iron hoop pasted in the mouth of the balloon. Here the fuse must be placed and lighted just as the balloon is ready to start. A 5-minute fuse will be long enough, and it must be so placed that when it has burned its time, the parachute will fall from the balloon. The long ends below must be tied to a curtain ring from which the little basket hangs, with the kitten securely fastened in it by a piece of cloth pierced with 4 holes for the 4 legs. This can be brought up over the kitten's back and tied to the sides of the basket. In this way, the kitten is in neither danger nor discomfort. The boys must be careful to make this plain to mothers and sisters, or their experiments may be stopped by family orders. I'll guarantee one thing, though. If they carry out these instructions carefully, your boys will have a fine time. I certainly hope they will. End of Part 4, Careers of Dangers and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. Read by Jerry Beckert. The Pilot, Part 1, Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring, The Pilot, Part 1. Some stirring tales about the sea heard at the Pilots Club. Of all the clubs in New York, I know none where a man who values the real things of life may spend a pleasanter hour than at the Pilots Club, far down on the lower waterfront, looking out of lofty windows in one of those great structures that make the city, seen from the bay, a place of wonderful fairy towers. Here on the walls are pictures that call up thrilling scenes, as this painting of Pilot Boat Number 11, they call her the Phantom, rescuing passengers from the Oregon, helpless in the great storm of 1886, 60 miles beyond Sandy Hook. We shall find men sitting around these rooms smoking and reading who can tell the story of the night in simple, rugged words that'll make the water devils dance before us. Look at them. These are the pilots of New York, greatest seaport in the world, with its tidy annual total of 20-odd millions in tonnage entering and cleared, against 15 millions for London. These are the boys, some of them nearing 70, who bring the mighty liners in and take them out, who fight through any sea at a vessel's blue light bidding, and climbs her fortress sides by a slamming whiplash ladder that shames the flying trapeze. And this in trim derby hat, sometimes called a topper, with gloves and smart necktie, and some New York Heralds tucked away in his coat-tail pocket. Look at them. These are the boys who stay out when every other floating thing comes in, who face an Arctic rigor when masts are barrel big with ice and ropes like trees, and when climbing to a steamer's deck is like skating up an iceberg. These are the boys who know, through fog and darkness, the call of the whistling buoy that signs at the mouth of Gedney's and can say good morning to every bobbing juniper spar that marks the long ship lane, red lights on the starboard boys as you come in, white lights on the port boys, who know the way even when the glass and iron lamp frames are all but sunk with ice, west, northwest, and a quarter west for a mile and a half, till the beacon lights of Whackhack and Point Comfort line out straight on the Jersey shore, then west by south until Sandy Hook Light lines up with Old South Beacon, then a short way northwest by west and a quarter west until the Conover Beacon lines up with Chapel Hill, and so on, straight to the Narrows. These are the boys who know every rock and shoal in this most treacherous bay, with its 13 lighthouses, its 2 lightships, and its 80 danger spots marked by nun buoys, bell buoys, electric light buoys, whistling buoys, all familiar to them as their own homes. Great boys they are for storytelling, these pilots, and by the hour I have listened to their memories of the sea. 2 things made deep impression on me, so do we of less heroic lives take note of weakness in the strong. One, that many pilots can't swim, the same is true of deep sea divers, and the other, that pilots, even after years at sea, may be victims of seasickness like any novice. Pilot Breed, for instance, as trusty a man as stands at a liner's wheel, assured me that every time he goes out for duty, he goes out for torture too. And he does his duty, and he bears the torture, so that after all we must count this rather strength than weakness. How can you do your work, I asked, if you're in such distress? Because I have to, he answered, with a wistful smile. You know sailors are often seasick, but they go aloft just the same and work, because they have to. You could do it yourself if you had to, and yet, he added, eyes half shutting, I've many a time been so bad, when we've tossed and tossed for days and nights on the watch for vessels, that I've come pretty near to dropping quietly overboard and ending it. This he said without any special emphasis, yet one could see that it was true. Why don't you give up the life? I suggested. Perhaps I would, he said, if I could do as well at anything else. Besides, then came the queerest reason. His father, it seems, a pilot before him, had suffered from seasickness for 37 years, and then for 30 years more had been quite free from it. Now, said Breed, I've been a pilot for 22 years, so I figure if I stick to it for 15 years more, I may be like my father after that and have no more trouble. Think of that for a scheme of life. Presently another pilot joined us and set forth a remarkable experience. I was taking the steamer Lon once, he said, through a heavy fog, and the captain and I were both on the bridge, anxious to locate the lightship. You know how she lies 8 miles off the hook and gives incoming vessels their first bearings for the channel. Of course, we didn't expect to see her light. You couldn't see anything in such weather, but we listened for her foghorn. How we did listen! And presently we heard it. You get accustomed to judging distances over water by sound, and I put that light vessel at 5 miles away, or thereabouts, and I wasn't far wrong. Well, we headed straight for it and heard the foghorn all the time for about a mile. Then it suddenly stopped. "Hello," said I, "what's up?" "Confound those lightship people," growled the captain. "I'll make a complaint against them for stopping their horn." "Wait a little," said I, and kept listening for the horn to blow again, and all the time we were running nearer to the shoal. Pretty soon we slowed down and went on a couple of miles, then another mile. It seemed as if we must have reached the lightship, and the captain was in a state of mind. Then suddenly the foghorn sounded again, not 4 lengths away, sir, and the queer thing is, it had been sounding the whole blame time. We got positive proof of it afterwards, only we hadn't heard it. The explanation was that we had passed through 2 sound zones. That's what the scientific people call them, and I can tell you those sound zones make considerable trouble for pilots. To this perplexing statement the others nodded in grave assent, and Breed capped the tale with a sound zone story of his own. It was just off quarantine, and he was turning a liner to bring her up to dock when another liner came along, also running in. Breed gave the signal 3 times for the other liner to port her helm, and she signaled back 3 times for him to port his. By good luck, each vessel did the right thing, and they passed safely, but neither pilot heard the whistle of the other, and yet each made angry complaints that the other had failed to whistle. Yet witnesses testified that both had whistled, and each one swore that he had. The truth was, according to the gentleman who explained acoustic puzzles, that these two steamers happened to be placed there down the bay like two people in a whispering galley, who cannot hear each other where they are, but would hear plainly if they moved further apart or drew closer together so as to be in the foci of the sound. Thus it was that the distant vessel heard both sets of whistles, although there was a nearer region where these were inaudible. Investigation has shown that these sound zones frequently establish themselves at sea. They vary in extent with wind and tide, so that the sounds of horns or bells may be heard for a mile or two, and then become inaudible for, say, 2 miles, and then become audible again almost as plainly as at first for several miles more. The theory is that the sound waves somehow go skipping over the sea like a flat pebble over a mill pond in long jumps, and that a vessel under the highest part of one of these jumps is out of the sound influence, but will come into it again by going ahead a certain distance or by going back a certain distance. Whether this explanation be true or not, the facts are abundantly vouched for and believed to explain various collisions and wrecks that have long been looked upon as mysteries. There's lots of queer things about our business, reflected the old pilot. Now you take steamers. They're just as different as people. Each one has her own way, and most likely her own particular kind of crankiness. They talk about twin steamers, but there's no such thing. You can have 'em both made at the same yard, with every measurement alike, and they'll be as different as, say, two violins. Why, I never saw a craft that'd sail the same on both tacks. They're always harder on one than the other. And as for compasses, well, I don't suppose there's ever two that came into this port with needles pointing just the same way. They all lean a shade one way or the other, same as watches. Lean a shade, put another man. I've known 'em to lean a whole lot. I've known a steamer's compass to point plumb northeast instead of north, and that time we nearly went into the rocks by it. We were coming along past Fire Island, and the night was pretty thick. I felt something was queer and wouldn't go below, although the captain had wanted me to. I kept looking up, searching for the North Star, and pretty soon I made it out, or thought I did, through a rift in the blackness. "Hold on," I said to the captain. "Something's the matter with your compass. There's the North Star ahead of us, and ought to be abaft of the bridge." "North Star, nothing," said the captain. "You're tired, man. You need a rest. Now you just turn in for an hour, and I'll run her." "You'll run her right into the rocks," said I, "inside of 15 minutes, unless you pull her out of here. I tell you that compass is crazy." Well, sir, he began to get scared when he saw me so positive, and a little later he pulled her out, just in time, too, for we were right on the breakers of Long Island, thanks to that lying compass. I've heard it's the magnetic sands at Shinnecock, that devil's compasses. You know, there's acres and acres of it along there. This led to a discussion of magnetic sand, and it was edifying to see how well informed these pilots are in the latest advances of science. They set forth, for example, the clear advantage of literally pouring oil upon furious waters, and were all agreed that the foam of a spent wave spreading around a lifeboat will often protect her against a succeeding wave. The foam seems to act like oil in preventing a driving wind from tossing up the surface, getting a hold on it, one might say. "Take it all together," I said, "do you men regard a pilot's life as very dangerous?" It was Breed who answered. "Taking it all together," said he, "I regard a pilot's life as about the most dangerous going. Here's a little thing to show you how fast they go, these lives of pilots. When I was received as apprentice, there was 18 other apprentices ahead of me, and the only way we could get to be pilots was through somebody dropping out, for there were never more than just so many licenses issued. Well, when I had been an apprentice for 3 years, the whole 18 had been received as pilots. There were 7 vacancies besides. That makes 25 dead pilots in 3 years, and most of them killed. Why, in the blizzard of 1888 alone, 10 of our boats were wrecked." At this there was solemn shaking of heads, and stories of the taking off of this or that gallant fellow. There was Van Pelt, one of the strongest men in the service, a pilot from a family of pilots, killed by the stroke of a tow line, a big hawser that snapped across his body like a knife when the towing bits pulled out and cut him clean in two. Then there was the Norwegian apprentice, who was lost when they tried to send a small boat after Denny Reardon on the Massachusetts in the storm of November 1897. The Massachusetts was loaded with lions and tigers and elephants, the whole Barnum and Bailey show, and Reardon had just gotten her safely over the bar. There was a fierce sea on that night, and Reardon waited at the steamer's side, waited and peered out at the flare-up light, while the boys on the New York tried to do the launching trick. And in one of the upsets, this Norwegian chap was swept astern, churned to death by the screw blades. Then there was Harry DeVere, a Brooklyn pilot, who happened to be out in the cyclone of 1894, miles from land, in a little pilot schooner with its jaunty 17 on the canvas. There they were, riding out the storm as pilot boats do, facing it, not running it, when up loomed a big West Indian fruiter, burning blue light forward, which meant that he was in sore need of a man who knew the dangers of these parts. The old ocean was killing mad that night, air and water straining in a death struggle. Already 4 pilots had been carried off by liners, carried on to Europe because there was no human way of putting them off. To start for that vessel now was madness, and every man in the pilot crew knew it, and so did DeVere. But he started just the same, and he said he would try, and he did. Tried through a cyclone that was sweeping a whole heaven of snow down upon the bellowing sea as if to smother its fury. Down into this they went, 3 of them, and somehow, by a miracle of skill, got the yawl under the vessel's lee. Then smash! They were hurled against the iron side, and DeVere sprang for the rope ladder, a poor fluttering thing. He caught it, held fast, and the next moment he was torn away by a great wave that cast him back into the waste of waters, and so he perished. You ought to hear him tell these stories. On the whole, it seemed clear that there's danger enough in this calling for the most extravagant taste. And yet the chief danger is not this boarding of vessels in storms, nor yet the dancing out of tempests in cockleshell craft where the steamer would scurry to shelter, neither of these, but the everlasting peril of being run down. That's the danger to break men's nerves, for always, night and day, the pilot boats must lie in the swift track of the liners, right in the track, else they'll pass unseen. It must be known that this is a narrow track, a funnel for ships of the world which pass ceaselessly, converging from all ports, diverging to all ports in storm, in fog, in darkness, and there the pilot boats must lie, flying their blue square flags by day, burning their flare-up lights every 15 minutes by night, waiting, in just such strained suspense as a man would before the rush of a silent locomotive sure to kill him if he doesn't see it, before the rush of many silent locomotives which come while he sleeps, while he eats, and perhaps while he prays. And constantly in the pilot records is this laconic entry: Number 8, run over and sunk, all hands lost. Number 11, run over and sunk, 1 man saved, the rest lost. Pilot boat Columbia, cut down by a liner, 10 men lost. No chance for heroic struggle here, no death with dramatic setting and columns in the paper, but a stupid, blundering execution, while men rest helplessly on their weary bunks, lulled by the surging sea, run over and sunk. End of Part 1, The Pilot, read by Jerry Becker. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pilot, Part 2, which shows how pilots on the St. Lawrence fight the ice floes. No study of pilot life can be complete without the mention of the river pilot who has to face the perils in the rapids not a whit less real than those faced by his brother pilots on the sea. I got my first glimpse of the river pilot, oddly enough, in frozen December time, when even that great waterway of North America, I mean the St. Lawrence, was all but a solid bed of ice. Not quite, however, and to that chance I owe a glimpse of Canadian boatmen at the hazard of their winter work, which is none the less interesting for being unfamiliar. It was 15 degrees below zero, just pleasant Christmas weather in Quebec, and the old river of saintly fame was grinding along with his gorge of ice, streaming along under the dazzle of sun, steaming up little clouds of frozen water vapor, low-hanging and spreading over it like tumbled fleece in patches of shine and shadow. Quite a balloon effect, I fancied, as I came down the cliff. In a tugboat office at the river's edge, chatting around a stove, yet bundled thickly as if no stove were there, I found some half-dozen sharp-glancing men who might have been actors in New York or noblemen in Russia. I judged by the fineness of their fur, but they were pilots here. Lower river pilots who, as one of them assured me, are vastly more important than the upper river kind. I learned also from one who wore a coat of yellowish-gray skins with otter trimming that they were a belated company who would start shortly for Orleans Island across the ice. That was Orleans Island over there to the left. No, it didn't seem far, but I might find it far enough if I tried to get there. At this they all laughed. Meekly I sat down, as was befitting, and listened to the talk. They conversed in bad French or worse English, and were most of them, strange to say, Scotsmen who had never seen Scotland and never would. Douglases and Browns and McGregors who couldn't pronounce their own names, but could take a liner to the Gulf day or night, through the reefs of Crane Island, past the menacing twin Pilgrims, by windings and dangers, safe down to the sea. I asked the men what they were going to Orleans Island for, and he explained that they lived there through the winter months, they and other pilots, many others. It was a pilot colony set out in Main Street. Yes, it was cut off from land, quite cut off, but they liked it so. Sometimes they didn't come ashore for weeks. It was not exactly fun fighting those ice floes. And they all laughed again. Well, not exactly. Meantime, several jolly little cutters, no higher than cradles, had jingled up with more men in furs and one woman, also boxes and bundles. Pilots? I asked. The man nodded. And the woman? This lady, pilot's wife. She been sick. And he went on in a jargon that is charming, but not for imitation, to explain that they would lay the sick lady in the bottom of the boat and pile coats over her and around her until it was tolerably sure she wouldn't freeze. From the way he spoke, one would fancy they were about to start for the North Pole, but I presently understood that this 2-mile ice journey over the crackling St. Lawrence, the crackling comes from the ice crust breaking as the tide drops underneath it, is about as hard a test of man's endurance as any Arctic performance. They were all gathered now save one, whose cutter tarried still. He was a good pilot, but over-fond of the convivial glass, and was no doubt at this very moment in some uproarious company, forgetful that the start was to be sharp on the hour. Well, they would give him 10 minutes more, say 15 minutes, pour voir, garçon. Then they fell to discussing winter navigation, and whether it would ever come on the St. Lawrence as it had on the rivers in Russia. A pilot in coonskins was sure it would come. They would put on one of these newfangled ice-crushing steamers to keep the main channel open. Sacre bleu, there you are. That would save 5 months every year. But the others shook their heads. They didn't believe it, and they didn't want it anyway. A pilot, sir, must have certain time to smoke his pipe. Then one man told what the ice did to a sailing vessel he was taking down the river late one season. He hoped never to take another down so late. He had got out of his course one night in the dangerous ways off Crane Island and finally dropped anchor to hold her against the crush of ice. But the anchor chain snapped like a shoestring under the ice pressure, and they were borne along on a glacier field until they struck a reef, just what he had feared. Now the ice could neither break the reef nor drive them over it, but it ground its way right through the schooner's stern, ripping her wide open so that the river poured in, and down went the yardarms, touching the hummocks, with pilots and crew left to scramble over the floe as best as they could in the darkness and wait for daylight on the frozen rocks. At this the others, taking up the cue of thrilling happenings, told stories of dangers on the river, one after another, until the tardy pilot, who had jingled up meanwhile unnoticed, was in his turn forced to wait for them. I was putting off one night, began a tall man who spoke better English than the rest, just putting off from this very place. That's nothing, interrupted the latecomer. I saw swordfish clash with a whale once off Saguenay River. A whale and a swordfish. Then he mumbled to himself, and he dozed by the stove. The tall man went on with his tale, which described how, on the night in question, he was about to board a downcoming steamer of the Leyland line, where he was to take the place of the Montreal pilot, when she crashed into a tramp steamer coming up in a head-on collision, and 2 sailors sleeping in their bunks were instantly killed. He described the panic that ensued and told what they did, and wound up with a queer theory, which he declared perfectly sound, and the others agreed with him, that the growth of cities along the river is every year increasing the danger of such night collisions through the dazzle of the lights. Presently we started for the boats, a burly line with caps reaching down and collars reaching up until everything was covered, eyes, forehead, chin, everything but a peeping place for the nose and eyes. I can still hear the squeak and crunch of the snow underfoot and see the glare of it. We passed a snowfield where the river boys are left through winter, spar boys, gas boys, and bell boys ranged along now like great red tops numbed by the cold to sleep. Then they put off in the boats, 3 open boats, that were sleds as well, with runners on the flat bottoms and ends turned up in an easy slant, so that when the broken ice gets too thick for paddling, they may be hauled up to slide over it. This queer method of transit is practiced on the St. Lawrence by those who dare, during certain weeks of the winter, when the river is no longer open, nor yet frozen into a solid ice bridge, but partly open and partly solid. So it was now. The first rule of the boats is that every man lay a hand to the paddle and work. There were no passengers here but the sick, and they were rarely taken. Not that the pilots would mind paddling other men across, but the other men would almost certainly freeze if they sat still. There is no safety against the blasts that sweep the river when the glass says 20 below, but in vigorous, ceaseless exertion. So there they go through the ice-choked river, swinging their paddles lustily, every pilot of them, heads nodding under the black astrakhan caps, shoulders heaving, off for home. Now they strike the first solid place, and the men forward climb out carefully and heave up the boat's nose a couple of feet to see if the ice can hold her. Then all climb out, and with dragging and pushing, get ahead for 100 feet or so. See, now they stop and swing their arms. Already the pitiless wind is biting through their furs. And think of that poor woman. Presently they reach an open spot some dozen yards across, and all but one take place in the boat, the stern man standing behind on the ice to push off, and then, with a nicely judged effort, spring aboard as he gives the last impulse that shoots her into the river. From the open space they paddle into a jam of grinding ice blocks that hold hard against them, but are scarce solid enough to hold the sledge. They must work through somehow, poling and fending to yonder heaped-up ledge, where they go again on a great rough raft of ice that will test their muscle and their skills before they get across, and drift them a quarter of a mile or so upriver while they're doing it. Upriver, did I say? Yes, for there is this odd thing about the St. Lawrence, even at Quebec, that its current streams up and down, as the tide changes. For 7 hours, the river conquers the tide, and the water runs down to the sea. Then for 5 hours, the tide conquers the river, and the water runs up from the sea. So now, after all their toiling, they're actually further from home than when they started. They should have set out before the turn of the tide. That was their plan. But they waited until just after the turn, and will pay for the delay and their yarn spinning with an hour more of this ice fighting than they need have had. And an hour out here is a long, long time. Even here, on the bank, much less than an hour is enough time. The cold grows piercing. The day is drawing to a close. The sky is dull. The river grinds on with its grayish burden. On the heights of Lévis, on the opposite shore, some of the lights of the early evening break out. There also pilots live. Indians come from an Indian village down the river where they make peerless birch canoes. All along this grand St. Lawrence live men whose business is to face unusual perils, whose nerve fails them whether paddling some frail bark through the furious rapids or guiding a steamboat down a raging torrent with many lives in their keeping. We must see more of these men and watch them at their work. We must see the Iroquois pilots at their reservation near Montreal, the lads Lord Wolseley took with him up the Nile to brave its cataracts when the English set out in 1884 to bring relief to Gordon. We must see Big John, famous now for the years as wheelsman of the great excursion boats that shoot the rage of waters at Lachine. We must see the raftsmen too, and, but it's cold here. Let's climb the cliff again and find some shelter. End of Part 2, The Pilot, Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett, read by Jerry Becker. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 3, The Pilot, entitled, Now We Watch the Men Who Shoot the Furious Rapids at Lachine. Would you see the most skillful pilots in the world, men who know all the tricks with ocean liners and Indian tricks as well, who fight the rush of 70-foot tide in the Bay of Fundy, or drive their frail canoes through the furious gorges, or coolly turn the nose of their 1,000-ton steamboats into the white jaws of the rock-split rapids where a yard either way or a second's doubt would mean destruction, or hitch long hawsers to log rafts big as city blocks. The lumber in a single raft may be worth $100,000. or swing her down a tumbling waterway hundreds of miles with a peril at every one and land her safe. If you would see all this, go to the wonderful St. Lawrence, which sweeps in wide and troubled reaches from the Great Lakes to the sea. Of course, I do not mean that any one man can do all these things. That would be asking too much. But each in his own line, half-breed or Indian or fur-bundled voyager, has such quickness of eye, such surety of the land, that you would be glad to watch the rafters on their rafts and ask no more of them, or the canoeists at their paddles, or the big craft pilots at their wheels. Let us stand on the long iron bridge that spans the St. Lawrence just above Montreal, the very place to study the river as it narrows and runs swifter for the smashing plunge through yonder rapids to the east to the dreaded Lachine Rapids, whose snarling teeth flash white in the sun. Look down into the greenish rush and see how the waters hurl past these good stone piers, sharp-pointed upstream against the tearing winter ice. Here goes the torrent of the Niagara and the inland ocean of Superior and Erie and Ontario, all crushed into a funnel of land by this big island at the left that blocks the flow, and gorged by the inpour of the Ottawa a few miles back that brings down the floods of southern Canada. As fast as a horse can gallop runs the river here, and faster it goes as the long slant takes it 10, 12, 14 miles an hour, which is something for a river, until a dozen islands strewn across the funnel's lower end goad the rapids to their greatest rage. Here it is where they kill. Then suddenly all is quiet, and the river, after its madness, spread to a triple width, rests in Montreal's placid harbor. Standing here, I think of my first experience in shooting these rapids. It was one of the large river boats, and I must confess that it gave me no very thrilling sense of danger. There were 2 or 3 plunges, to be sure, at the steepest part, and little swaying or lurching, but so far as movement goes, nothing disturbed one accustomed to the vicissitudes of ordinary trolley car navigation. However, when I came to the reason of this fairly smooth descent, and saw what it means to stand at the wheel through the treacherous channel, I found my wonder growing. I thought of the lion tamer, whose skill is shown not so much by what happens while he's in the cage as by what does not happen. 100 years there are of doing the wrong things with one of these boats, and only a single way of doing the right one. For 4 miles the pilot must race along squirming, twisting, plunging threads of water that leap ahead like greyhounds and charge its crookedness somewhat from day to day with wind and tide. In that thread alone is safety, elsewhere is ruin and wreck. Instantly he must read the message of a boiling eddy or the menace of a beckoning reef, and take it this way or that instantly, for there are hungry rocks on either hand. He must know things without seeing. He must feel the pulse of the rapids, as it were, so that when the mist clouds his views, or the shine of low-hung rainbows dazzle him, he may still go right. It's a fact that with all the pilots in this pilot land, and all the hardy watermen born and brought up here on the St. Lawrence, there are not 10, perhaps not 6, men in Canada today, French, English, or Indian, who would dare this peril. For all other rapids of the route, the Gallop Rapids, the Split Rock Rapids, and the Cascades, and the rest, there are pilots in plenty, but not for those of Lachine. And to use the same simile again, I saw that the shooting of these Lachine Rapids is like the taming of a particularly fierce lion. It is a business by itself that few men care to undertake. So it came that I sought out one of these few, Fred Alouette, pilot and son of a pilot, an idol in the company's eyes, a hero to the boys of Montreal, a figure to be stared at always by anxious passengers as he peers through the window atop the forward deck, a man whom people point to as he passes. There's the fellow that took us through the rapids. That's Alouette. This unsought notoriety has made him shy. He does not like to talk about his work or to tell you how it feels to do this thing. A dash of Indian blood is in him, and with some silent, stoic Indian nature. Yet certain facts he vouchsafed, when I went to his home, that help one to an understanding of the pilot's life. He emphasized this, for instance, as essential in a man who would face that fury of waters. He must not be afraid. One would say that the rapids feel where the mastery is, whether it's with them or with the pilot. And woe to him if pounding heart or wavering hands betray him. The rapids will have no mercy. And there are pilots, it appears, who know the Lachine Rapids, every foot of them, and could do Alouette's work perfectly if Alouette were standing near, yet would fail utterly if left alone. Every danger they can overcome but the one that lies in themselves. They cannot brave their own fear. He cited the case of a pilot's son who had worked in the Lachine Rapids for years, helping his father and learning the river as well as a man can know it. At the old man's death, this son announced that he would take his father's place and shoot the rapids as they had always done. Yet a season passed, and then a second season, and always he postponed the beginning, and with one excuse or another took his boats through the Lachine Canal, a safe but tame shortcut not likely to draw tourists. "Not start him right, that fader," said Alouette. "Now too late. Now never he can learn him right." "Why, how should he have started him?" I asked. "Same way my fader start me." And then in his jerky Canadian speech he explained how this was. Alouette went back to his own young manhood, to the years when he, too, stood by his father's side and watched him take the big boats down. What a picture he drew in his queer, rugged phrases. I could see the old pilot braced at the 6-foot wheel, and 3 men in oilskins standing by him to help him put her over, Fred one of the 3. And it was hip, bass, meaning up, down, until the increasing roars of the cataract drowned all words, and then it was a jerk of the shoulder or head, this way or that, while the men strained at the spokes. Never once was the wheel at rest after they entered the rapids, but spinning always, while the boat shot like a snake through the black rocks of the churning chasms. They used to take the boats, as Alouette takes them still, at Cornwall, 60 miles up the river, and, before coming to Lachine, they would shoot the swift Coteau Rapids, where many a life has gone. Then the terrifying Cedar Rapids, which seem the most dangerous of all, and finally the Split Rock Rapids, which some say are the most dangerous. And each year, as the season opened, Fred would ask his father to let him take the wheel some day, when the river was high and the rocks were well covered, and the boat lightly laden, wishing thus to try the easiest rapids under the easiest conditions. But his father would look at him and say, "Do you know the river, my son? Are you sure you know the river?" And Fred would answer, "Father, I think I do," for how could he be sure until he stood the test? So it went on from year to year, and Alouette was almost despairing of a chance to show himself worthy of his father's teaching, when suddenly the chance came in a way never to be forgotten. It was late in the summer. The rapids, being low, were at their very worst, since the rocks were nearer the surface. Besides that, on this particular day, they were carrying a heavy load, and the wind was southeast, blowing hard, the very wind to make trouble at the bad places. They had shot through all the rapids but the last, and they were well below the Lachine Bridge, when the elder Alouette asked the boy, "My son, do you know the river?" And Fred answered as usual, without any thought of what was coming next, "Father, I think I do." They were just at the danger point now, and all the straining waters were sucking them down to the first plunge. "Then take her through," said the old man, stepping back. "There's the wheel." "My fader, he make terrible thing for me. Too much terrible thing," said Alouette, shaking his head at this memory. But he took her through somehow, half blinded by the swirl of water and by the shock. At the wheel he stood, and with a touch of his father's hand now and then to help him, he brought the boat down safely. There was a kind of a Spartan philosophy in the old man's action. His idea was that could he once make his son face the worst of this business and come out unharmed, then never would the boy know fear again, for all the rest would be easier than what he had already done. And certainly his plan worked well, for Fred Alouette has been fearless in the rapids ever since. "Have you lost any lives?" I asked, reaching out for thrilling stories. "Never," said he. "Ever come near it?" He looked at me a moment and then said quietly, "Always, sir, we come near it." Then he told of cases where at the last moment he had seen some mad risk in going down, and had turned his steamer in the very throat of the torrent, and, with groaning wheels and straining timbers, fought his way back, foot by foot, to safety. Once a fog dropped about them suddenly, and once the starboard rudder chain broke. This last was all but a disaster, for they were down so far that the river must surely have conquered the engines had they tried to head upstream. Alouette saw that there was only one way to save his boat and the lives she carried, and putting the wheel hard a port, for the port chain held, he ran her on the rocks, and there she lay all that night, the good steamboat Spartan, with passengers in anguish of excitement, while the Indian pilots from Caughnawaga made it quite clear what they were good for. Put off swiftly in their little barks, straight into the reeling flood, straight out to the helpless boat, then back to shore, each bearing 2 or 3 of the fear-struck company. Then out again and back until darkness came, then out again and back when darkness had fallen. Think of that. Hour after hour, with paddles alone, these dauntless sons of Iroquois braves fought the rapids, triumphed over the rapids, and brought to land through the night and the rage of waters every soul on the imperiled vessel. Another instance he gave, showing the admirable alertness of these Indians, as well as their skill with the canoe. It was in the summer of 1900, late in the afternoon. So heavy was the August heat that even on the river the passengers were gasping for air. Shortly after they entered the cataract, several persons saw a large man climb to the top of the water tank on the hurricane deck and seat himself there in one of the folding deck chairs. The man's purpose was, evidently, to seek a cooler spot than he had found below, and the boat was running so steadily that no one thought of the danger. Indeed, there would have been no danger had not the gentleman fallen into a comfortable doze just as Alouette steadied the boat for her first downstream leap, and then brought her over to starboard with a jerk, which so effectively disturbed the large man's slumber that the first thing he knew he was shot off his rickety chair, over the side of the water tank, clean over the steamboat's deck, down, splash, into the St. Lawrence at a point where it is not good for any man to be. He was right in the main sweep of the river, where one may live for 20 minutes if he can keep afloat so long, but scarcely longer, since 20 minutes will bring him to the last rush of the rapids, where swimmers do not live. What happened after this I have from an eyewitness, who rushed back with the others to cry, "Man overboard!" and joined in the reckless throwing over of chairs, boxes, and life preservers that profited little, for the man was left far behind by the steamboat, which could do nothing, and Alouette could do nothing but whistle a hoarse danger warning and go its way. A magnificent swimmer he must have been, this rudely awakened tourist, for the passengers crowded astern could follow the black speck that was his head bobbing along steadily, undisturbed, one would say, by the dangers, apparently going upstream as the steamboat gained on him, really coming downstream with the full force of the current, and yielding to it entirely, all strength saved for the steering. Not a man on the boat believed that the swimmer would come out alive. Helpless to save, they stood there in the sickening fascination, watching him sweep down to his death. Then suddenly rang out a cry, "Look! There! A canoe!" And out from the shadows and shallows offshore shot a slender prow with a figure in the bow and stern. The Indians were coming to the rescue. They must have started even as the man fell. Such a thing it is to be an Indian. And with a knowledge of the rapids that is theirs alone, they had aimed the swift craft in a long slant that would let them overtake the swimmer just here, at this very place where now they were about to overtake him, and at this very place where presently they did overtake him and draw him up, all but exhausted, from as close to the brink of the great rapids as ever he will get until he passes over them. Then they paddled back. End of Part 3. Pilots. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. Read by Jerry Beckert. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Part 4, entitled What Canadian Pilots Did in the Cataracts of the Nile. And now suppose we follow these Indians to their reservation at Caughnawaga, where the government had given them land and civic rights and encouragement to peaceful ways. The surest time of year to find the pilots at home is the winter season, for then, with navigation frozen up, they have weeks to spend drifting along in the sleepy village life, waiting for the spring. They are in many hearth-fire circles, only alas, the hearth is a commonplace shiny stove more often than not. We may listen to the tales without end of rapids and river, while men smoke solemnly and women do beadwork and moccasins for the next year's peddling. We may hear Big Baptiste tell for what exploits of the paddle his head came to be on the $10 bill of Canada, set in dignity and feathers, and hear Big John, famous for his years as a steamboat pilot, describe his annual shooting of the Lachine Rapids at the opening of navigation, when first of all pilots he goes down in his canoe. This is a time-honored custom, so that the others may be sure it is safe to follow. He will give us the story, too, amid nods of approval, of shooting these same rapids for a wager on a certain New Year's Eve day, and coming down safely, ice and all. There, sir, is the paddle he used, if you doubt the tale, and the canoe lies out in the snow. And be sure we shall not have been long in Caughnawaga without hearing of the proud part these Indians took in the British expedition up the Nile in 1884 to relieve Khartoum. Treasured in more than one household are these words of Lord Wolseley, written to the Governor-General of Canada. I shall desire to place on the record not only my own opinion, but that of every officer concerned with the management of the boat columns, that the services of these voyagers have been of the greatest possible value. They have on many occasions shown not only great skill, but also great courage in navigating their boats through difficult and dangerous waters. How many men did Caughnawaga send on this expedition? I inquired. 55 men besides Lewis Jackson, said one of the Indians. Oh, said I, and who is Lewis Jackson? The Indian's face showed plain disgust that there should be anyone who did not know about Lewis Jackson. Lewis Jackson was the leader. He's our chief man. He lives over there. It resulted in my calling Mr. Jackson a big, powerful man, fully meriting, I should say, the high opinion in which he was held. If there's any strain in him, it must be very slight. He would pass rather for an uncommonly energetic Englishman, with such a fund of adventure to his credit, and so entertaining a way of drawing upon it, that one would listen for hours while he talks. Jackson made clear to me what important duty was given the Canadian voyagers in this Nile campaign. By their success or failure in taking the heavily laden boats up the cataracts, Lord Wolseley proposed to decide whether the troops for Gordon's relief should go straight up the Nile or around by the Red Sea and the desert. It was the river if they succeeded, it was the desert if they failed, and 20,000 soldiers waited at Alexandria in a fever of impatience, while Jackson and his band, with some hundreds of voyagers from other provinces, let it be seen if their training on the St. Lawrence would serve against the river perils in ancient Egypt. Lord Wolseley was confident it would, for during the real rebellion he had found out what stuff was in these men. Still, he dared not take his army until it was certain that these formidable cataracts could be surmounted. And that meant a month, let the men strain as they might at the paddles and hauling lines. A month to wait, a month for Gordon to wait. Oh, said Jackson gloomily, if Lord Wolseley had only trusted us without any trial. Why, there was nothing, sir, in that Nile River we hadn't tackled 100 times as boys right here on the St. Lawrence. When you talk of cataracts, it sounds big, but we've got rapids all around here, just plain, everyday rapids that'll make their cataracts look sick. Of course, we did it easily, but when we got up to the top of the whole business, where was our army? Back in Alexandria, sir. And it makes a man sad to know that those boys in Khartoum were dying just then. It makes a man mighty sad to know. One sees what ground there may have been for such lament on turning up the dates of this unhappy Nile expedition, and the heartaches at the sight of those dumb figures. Think of it. The relief party reached Khartoum about February 1st, 1885, too late by less than a week. Khartoum had fallen. Khartoum, sore-stricken, lay in fresh smoking ruins. And when at last British gunboats, firing as they came, steamed into view of the tortured city that had hoped for them for so long, there was no General Gordon within the walls to thrill with joy. General Gordon was dead, cut down ruthlessly by the Arabs a few days before, killed on January 27th, and his countrymen so near, so short a distance down the river that their camp might have been made out with field glasses. What a difference here a little more hurrying would have been, a very little more hurrying. It would be interesting indeed if we might hear the whole story of these months spent in fighting a river, in battling with cataract after cataract, in rowing and steering and sailing and hauling a fleet of boats and supplies for an army up, up, up into unknown rapids, through a burning desert, such a long, long way. It would be an inspiration could we know in detail what these pilots did and suffered, what perils they defied, and how some of them perished. In short, what problems of the river they went at and how they fared in solving them. That would make a book by itself. A few things we may know, however. This, for instance, that while the maps put down 6 cataracts in the Nile between Cairo and Khartoum, say 1,500 miles there are, in truth, many more than 6. Between the second and third alone, there are more than 6, and some of them bad. Also that the river beyond the third cataract curves away in a great rambling south, so that Lord Wolseley planned to send an expedition, as he actually did, straight on from that point by a short cut across the desert. The important thing then, and the difficult thing, was to reach the third cataract, and upon this all the skill of the voyagers was concentrated. The first cataract, about 500 miles above Cairo, is fairly easy of ascent, and the second cataract, some 250 miles further on, is perhaps the most dangerous of all, and resembles its rival at Lachine in this, that the Nile here strains through myriads of foam-filled islands strewn in a channel for a length of 7 miles, like teeth of a crooked comb. A balloonist hovering here would see the river streaming through these islands in countless channels that wind and twist in a maze of silver threads. But to the lads in the boats, these silver threads were so many plunging foes, torrents behind torrents, sweeping down roaring streets of rock, boiling through jagged lanes of rock. Up that 7-mile way the pilots had to go and to keep their craft afloat. Jackson described the boat they used in this hazardous undertaking. They were, first, the ordinary whaleboats, about 25 feet long and about 5 feet high, with a crew of 10 Dongolese at the oars and 2 or 3 sails to catch the helpful northerly winds. Overhead was an awning stretched against the scorching sun, and around the sides were boxes and bags of provisions and ammunition, 5 or 6 tons to a boat, piled high for shelter against bullets, for no one could tell when a band of Arabs, lurking at some vantage point, might fall to picking off the men. At a cataract the crew would go ashore save 2, a voyager in the stern to steer and another in the bow to fend off rocks, or in case of need give one swift severing hatchet stroke on the hauling rope. For of course the ascending power came from the line of Dongolese, black fellows with backs and muscles to delight a prize fighter, who, by sheer strength of body, would drag the boat, cargo and all, or sometimes lightening of her cargo by the land carriers, up and up with grunting and heaving against the downrush of the river. And woe to the boat if the hatchet man failed to cut the rope at the very second of danger. So long as the craft can live, his arm must stay uplifted, yet he must cut instantly when it is plain that she can live no longer. And here one marvels, for how can anything be plain in a blinding, deafening cataract? And how shall the man decide, as they rise on a glassy sweep and hang for an instant over some rock gulf beaten into by tons of water, whether they can go through it or not? Truly, this is no place for a wavering nerve or a halting judgment. The man must know and act, because he is that kind of man. And even so, in the hard places above the second cataract, 2 Indians from Caughnawaga, Morris and Captain, fine pilots both, held back their blades too long, or striking as the boat plunged, missed the rope and paid for the error with their lives. And even with hauling lines cut in time, the pilots have only changed from peril to peril, for now they are adrift in the cataract, and they must shoot down unknown rapids, chancing everything, swinging into shore as soon as may be with the help of paddle and sail. Then is all to be done over again. The line made fast, the black men harnessed on, and the risk of a new channel encountered as before. Thus days or weeks would pass in getting the whaleboats up a single cataract. And sometimes they would face the still more formidable task of dragging a whole steamboat up a rapids, with troops aboard and with stores to last for a week. Then how the hauling men would swarm at the lines, and shout queer African words, and strain at the ropes when the orders came, until knees and shoulders scraped the ground. This was no problem for the untutored mind, but took the best wits of the Royal Engineers and gentlemen from the schools who knew the ways of hitching tackles to things as to make pulley blocks work miracles. At least it seemed a miracle the day they started the big side-wheeler Nassif Kher up the second cataract with 5 hawsers on her, 3 spreading from her bow and 2 checking her swing on either quarter, and her own steam helping her. There stood 500 Dongolese ready to haul, and there was the whole floating population, pilots, soldiers, and camp followers, gathered on the banks, to wonder and to criticize the job which nobody understood but half a dozen straight little men in white helmets, who stood about on rocks and snapped things out in English that were straightway yelled down the lines in vigorous Dongolese. It was trigonometry speaking, and the laws of component forces. "Confound those haulers! Tell 'em to slack away, the starboard hawsers! Tell 'em to slack away!" It was respectfully presented to Mathematics Esquire that the haulers in question couldn't slack away any more without letting their hawsers go or tumbling into the rapids, for they were on one of the little islands, holding the steamer back while the land lines hauled against them. "Then in they go," ordered Trigonometry. "Tell 'em to get over to that next island. Tell 'em to get over quick." And over they went, the whole black line of them, right through the rapids, swimming and struggling in the buffeting surge, getting across somehow, hawsers and all, where white men must have perished. And the steamboat had gained 100 feet. Then one of the front line of haulers, in turn, had to move forward to an island to swim for it with 600 feet of hawsers slapping at the river as they dragged it. What a picture here, as these naked men leapt in, fearless, each with a flashing bayonet thrust in his thick white turban. Mathematics Esquire had no notion of trying this sort of thing when he changed islands, vastly preferring his trolley blocks, and would presently be hauled across on a rope trolley, as passengers are swung ashore from wrecks by life-saving men. That made a picture, too. Thus slowly, with infinite pains, they worked the patient steamboat, length by length, island by island, torrent by torrent, up through the great gate, Bab el Kabir, up to the very headwaters of the second cataract, and there, with victory in their grasp, saw the forward hawser snap suddenly with the noise of a gun, and the old side-wheeler swing helplessly into the main rush of the river, swing clean around as the side-lines held, and then started down. Whereupon it was, "Cut hawsers, everybody!" and drop the pulley blocks and the tackle fixings, useless now, and let her go. Let her go, since there was no stopping her, and heaven help the boys on board. Then, amid shouts of dismay, the big boat, Nassif Kier, plunged forward to her destruction, while the mathematical gentlemen stared in horror. Then they stared in amazement, for look, she keeps the channel. She is running true. Wonder of wonders, she's shooting the rapids, shooting the greatest cataract of the Nile, where boats of her tonnage have never passed before. The Nassif Kier was saved, and every man aboard her, and every box of stores. She was saved by a humble Canadian pilot who had never studied trigonometry, who stepped to the wheel when he saw peril, and steered her down those furious rapids as he had steered other boats down other rapids on the old St. Lawrence. After that, when the expedition found itself in trouble in the upper cataracts, say those of Tangoor, or Kashi, or Ambagol, or Dal, and when the Royal Engineers had drawn up some neat plan with compasses and squares for doing a certain thing with a boat, and had proved by the books that it could be done, and agreed that it should be done forthwith, then someone would usually say, just at the last, as an afterthought, "I suppose we might as well have one of those Voyager chaps, just to see what he thinks of it." And they usually had him in. Thus ends Part 4 and the chapter, The Pilot. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. Read by Jerry Beckert.
The Bridge Builder, Part 1, Part 11 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. As I went time and again to the Great East River Bridge, the new one whose huge steel towers were drawing to full height in the last months of the century, I found myself under a growing impression that here at last was a business with not only danger in it, but fear of danger. Divers and steeple climbers I had seen who pronounced their work perfectly safe, though I knew better, and balloonists of the same mind about perils of the air. There were none, they declared, despite a list of deaths to prove the contrary. And so on with others. But here on the bridge were men who showed by little things, and sometimes admitted that they were afraid of the black-ribbed monster. And it seemed to me that these were men with the best kind of grit in them, for although they were afraid of the bridge, they were not afraid of their fear, and they stuck to their job week after week, month after month, facing the same old peril until, well, I came upon this fear of the bridge the very first time I sought leave to go upon the unfinished structure. It was in a little shanty of an office on the Brooklyn side, where after some talk I suggested to an assistant engineer, bent over his plans, that I would like to take a picture or two from the top of the tower. That seemed a simple enough thing. "Think you can keep your head up there?" said he, with a sharp look. I told him I had climbed to a steeple-top. "Yes, but you were lashed fast then in a swing and had a rope to hold on to. Here you've got to climb up by yourself without anything to hold on to, and it's twice as high as the average steeple." "How high is that?" I asked. "Well, the saddles are 340 feet above the river." "Saddles?" "That's what we call 'em. They're beds of steel on top of the towers for the cables to rest on. Nice little beds weighing 36 tons each." "Oh," said I, "how do you get them up?" "Swing 'em up with steam derricks and cables. Guess you wouldn't care for that job, hanging out on one of those booms by your eyelashes." "Perhaps not," I admitted, "but I'd like to watch it." He said I must see somebody with more authority, and turned to his plans. "You don't feel in danger yourself, do you?" I persisted, "when you go up?" "Don't, eh?" he answered. "Well, I nearly got cut in two the other day by a plate washer. It fell over 100 feet and went 2 inches slam into a piece of timber I was standing on." Then he explained what havoc a small piece of iron, some stray bolt or hammer, can work after a long drop. "The plate washer," said he, "weighed only 2 pounds and a half when it began to fall, but it weighed as much as you do when it struck, and you're a fair size." "Is that based on calculation?" said I, "or is it a joke?" "It's based on the laws of gravitation," he answered, "and it's no joke for the man who gets hit. Say, why don't you go down in the yard and look around a little?" I told him I would, and presently went down into the yard, a noisy, confusing place where the wind was humming through a forest of scaffolding that held the bare, black roadway skeleton 100 feet overhead. It was a long street of iron resting on a long street of wood, with timber and steel built up in X's on X's, the whole rising in an easy slant to yonder grim tower that loomed heavy and ugly against the sky, a huge bow-legged H with the upper half stretched to a great length, and each leg piled up with more black X's held by two enormous ones between. It looked for all the world as if it had come ready-made in a box and had been jointed together like children's blocks, which is about the truth, for this great bridge was finished on paper then in all its parts before ever a beam of it saw the East River. As I drew near its feet, which could take a row of houses between heel and toe, I had the illusion, due to bigness and height, that the whole tower was rocking toward me under the hurrying clouds, and at first I did not see the workmen swarming over it, they were so tiny. But they were making noise enough, these workmen, with their striking and hoisting and shouting. There was a ring of hammers, the chunk of engines, the hiss of steam, the mellow sound of planks falling on planks, and the angry crash of metal. Presently, far up the sides of the tower, I made out painters dangling on scaffolding or crawling out on girders, busy with scrapers and brushes, and higher still I saw the glow of red-hot iron where the riveters were working. And at the very top I watched black dots of men swing out over the gulf on the monster derrick booms, or haul on the guiding lines, and from time to time the signal bell would send its impatient call to throttle man below, 6 strokes, 4 strokes, 1 stroke, telling him what to do with his engine, and to do it quick. The yardmen seemed to get on in the din by a system of strange yells. Here were a score of sturdy fellows doing something with a long steel floor beam. They were working in scattered groups, some on the ground, some on the roadway overhead. It was lower pulley blocks, and spread out flapping cables, and hitch fast the load, all without any hurry. Suddenly a man at the left would put a hand to his mouth and sing out, "Hey!" and a man overhead would answer, "Yow, yow, yow!" and then all would cry, "Ho, ho, ho!" and up would go the floor beam, twisting as she lifted a nice little load of 10 tons, and presently clang down on her lofty bed like a peal of high-pitched thunder. I chanced to be talking with the yard foreman when there came such a sudden clang, and then I saw an easy-going, rather stolid man pass through a singular transformation. Like a piece of bent steel he sprang back, every muscle in him tense, and up came his arms for defence, and there in his eyes was a look I came to know that meant terror of the bridge and fear of sudden death. To me, unfamiliar with the constant danger, that clang meant nothing. To him it was like a snarl of the grave. "Better stand back here," said he, and led me over by the air-compressing engine, where we were out of range. Then he told me how a superintendent of construction had been nearly killed not long before by a piece of falling iron just where we were standing. And looking up through the criss-cross maze, with openings everywhere from ground to sky, with workmen everywhere handling loose iron, I realized that this was a kind of slow-fire battlefield, not so very glorious, but deadly enough, with shots coming from sky to earth every 10 minutes, every half-hour. Who can know at what moment the man above him will drop something, or at what moment he himself will drop something on the man below? A teardrop battlefield this, where each black X with its hammers and bolts and busy gang is a haphazard battery against all the X's below, and a helpless target under all the X's above. "Why, sir," said the foreman, "that tower went into a regular panic one day because some fool new man on top upset a keg of bolts. Sounded as if the whole business was coming down on us." I began to realize what tension these men worked under, what vital force they waste in vague alarms. "It's queer, though," continued the foreman, "how the boys get used to it. See those timbers right at the top that come together in a point? We call that an A-frame. It's for the hoisting. Well, the boys walk those cross timbers all the time, say a length of 30 feet and a width of 1. It's nothing on the ground, but up there with the wind blowing, well, you try it. I saw one fellow do a thing that knocked me. He stopped halfway across the timber, not over 8 inches wide, took out his matchbox, stood on his right foot, lifted his left foot, and struck a match on his left heel. Then he nursed the flame in his hands, got his pipe going good, and walked on across the timber. What do you think of that? There he was, balanced on one foot, sir, with an awful death on either side, and the wind was just whooping, all because his pipe went out. I wouldn't do it well, I wouldn't do it." "Why didn't he wait to light his pipe until he got across?" I asked. The foreman shook his head. "I give it up. He just happened to think of it then, and he done it. That's the way they are, some of 'em. Why, there was another fellow, Pat Regan, as good a man as we've got, and he went sound asleep one day last summer. It was a nice warm day, sitting on the top chord. That's a long narrow girder at the very highest point of the end span. First thing we knew, there was Pat, legs dangling, head nodding, comfortable as you please. A few inches either way would have fixed him forever. But he stuck there by an Irishman's luck until 2 of his mates climbed up softly and grabbed him. They didn't dare yell for fear he'd be startled and fall. While we were talking, the wind had strengthened, and now every line and rope on the structure stood out straight from the sides, and swirls of spray from hoisting engines overhead flew across the yard, also occasional splinters. The foreman hurried a man aloft with orders to lash fast everything. "There's a hard blow coming up," he predicted, "and it wouldn't do a thing to those big timbers on the tower if we left them around loose. People have no idea what force is in the wind. Why, sir, I've seen it blow a keg of railroad spikes off that tower clean across the yard, and one day 2 planks 13 feet long and 2 inches thick went flying over the whole approach works right plumb through the front of the saloon out on the street. That made 800 feet the wind carried those planks. As for coats and overalls, why, we've watched lots of 'em start from the tower top and sail off over Brooklyn City like kites. Yes, sir, like kites, and nobody ever knew where they landed." "I don't see how the men keep their footing in such a gale," I remarked. "Well," said he, "we order them down when it blows an out-and-out gale, but they work in most anything short of a gale, and it's a wonder how they do it. It's not so bad if the wind is steady, for then you can lean against it, same as a man leans on a bicycle going around a curve, but—" "Do you mean," I interrupted, "that they walk narrow girders leaning against the wind, against a hard wind?" "Certainly. They have to. But that's not the worst of it. Suppose a man is leaning just enough to balance the wind, and suddenly the wind lets up, say on a gusty day. Then where's your man? Or suppose it's winter and the whole bridge is coated with ice, so that walking girders is like sliding on glass. Then where is he, especially when it's blowing tricky blasts? Oh, it's no dream, my friend, working on a bridge." And I, in hearty accord with that opinion, betook me back to the office, where I read just outside the door this ominous notice: "All accidents must be reported as soon as possible, or claims therefore will be disregarded." A workman came up at this moment, and with a half smile asked if I knew their motto, the motto of the bridge men. "No," said I. "What is it?" "We never die," said he, with a grim glance at the notice. "We don't have to." Then pointing overhead, "Come up and see us. I'll introduce you to the boys." End of The Bridge Builder, Part 1. Recording by Ashley Jane. The Bridge Builder, Part 2. Part 19 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. Not that day, but later on, when I had arranged it, I accepted this bluff invitation and became acquainted with the boys, the ones who never die, and took in the fears and wonders of the bridge at closer view. My permit was granted on the express understanding that I hold nobody responsible for any harm that might befall. I was fortunate in having with me as companion in this climb Mr. Varian, the artist who had faced perils of many sorts, but none like these. First we clambered, pyramid fashion, up the pile of granite, big as a church, that will hold the cable ends. They call it the anchorage. From the top of this we could look along the iron street that stretched away in a slight upgrade toward the tower. We were on a level with the roadway of the bridge, and far below us spread the housetops of Brooklyn. Between our stone precipice and the iron street end yawned a gulf that we drew back from, with water in its deepest bottom. Here the cables would be buried some day, sealed and cemented, piled over with masonry to hold for centuries. Standing in the lee of a block that kept off the wind, we looked across at the bridge and planned how presently we might reach it by skirting the moat walls and drawing ourselves up at yonder corner where the end span rested. Somehow, seen from here, the iron street looked delicate, not massive. Its sides were trellis work, its top frames gently slanting, and one could fancy the whole thing beautifully grown over with vines, a graceful arbor way suspended in mid-air. And down the length of this came the strangest sounds, one would say a company of woodpeckers of some giant sort making riot in an echoing forest. Brrrip, brrrup, brrrap. What was it? Now from this side. Up, brrrup, and again abruptly. Then straight away from near the top of the other side. Brrrap. Then fainter from halfway down the street, and then from all points at once, a chorus of hammer-birds making the bridge resound in call and in answer. Hammer-birds with strokes as swift as the roll of a drum. What is it? And look, those points of fire that glow forth here and there and vanish as the eye perceives them, tiny red lights, tiny yellow lights that flash from far down the iron street and are gone, that flash from all along the iron street and are gone. What are they? What strange work is doing here? It was the riveters driving the endless red-hot bolts that hold the bridge together, driving them with hammers that you work with a trigger and aim like a fireman's hose, hammers with rubber pipes dragging behind them that feed in compressed air from an engine. Long past are the days when bolts are driven by brawny arms and the slow swing of a sledge. Now the workman, leaning his stomach against an iron club, touches a spring, and presto! The hard-kicking, pent-up air inside drives the darting club head back and forth, quick as a snake strikes, brrrip, against whatever the steering arms may press it. Driving rivets nowadays is something like handling a rapid-fire gun, and how your body aches from the bruise of that recoil. "We must get nearer to those fellows," said the artist, and presently, after some mild hazards, we were safely over on the span, quite as near as was desirable to a gang of riveters dangling 20 feet above us on a swing. For presently, with a sputter of white sparks, a piece of red-hot iron struck the girder we were straddling, and then went bounding down, down. "Nice, hospitable place, this," remarked the artist as we edged under cover of a wide steel beam. Crouching here, we watched another gang of riveters on the structure opposite, where we had a better view, watched the forgeman pass along the glowing rivets, and the bufferman slip them through ready holes, and the hammerman flatten the flaming ends into smooth burnished heads. And presently a riveter in a black cap and faded blue jersey came down from the swing overhead and explained things to us. He did this out of sheer good nature, I think, although he may have been curious to know what two men with derby hats and kodaks were doing up there. We watched his descent in wonder and alarm, for it involved some lively gymnastics that he entered upon, however, with a complete indifference. First he swung across from the scaffolding to a girder, the highest rail of the bridge, and along this walked as coolly as a boy on a wide fence-top, only this happened to be a fence 150 feet high. Then he bent over and caught one of the slanting side supports, and down this worked his way as a mountain climber would work down a precipice. Presently he stepped off at our level, never having taken the pipe from his mouth. When we asked how he dared go about so carelessly over a reeling abyss, he said they all did it. They all got used to it or else got killed. Why, when the whistle blew, we'd see men swinging and sliding and twisting their way down like a lot of circus performers. That's how they came to dinner. That's how they got back aloft. No, sir, they couldn't use lifelines. They moved about too much. Besides, what good would a lifeline be to a man if the fall started at him with a 10-ton load, yes, or a 20-ton load? That man has got to skip along pretty lively, sir, or he'll get hurt. Did he mean skip along over this web of boards and girders? I inquired. He certainly did, and we'd see plenty of it if we stayed up long. The artist and I shook our heads as we looked down that skeleton roadway, gaping open everywhere through girders and planks, in little gulfs 10 feet wide, 5 feet wide, 2 feet wide, quite wide enough to make the picture of a man skipping over them a very solemn thing. Our friend went on to tell us how the riveters often get into tight places, say on the tower where there is little room for the forgeman to heat his bolts, that he has to throw them up to the hammerman 20 or 30 feet. "What?" exclaimed the artist. "Throw red-hot bolts 20 or 30 feet up the tower?" "That's what they do, and we've got boys who are pretty slick at it. They'll grab a bolt out of the fire with long-handled nippers and give her a swing and a twist, and away she goes sizzling through the air straight at the man above. And say, they don't miss him once in 100 times, and what's more, they never touch a truss or a girder. If they did, there'd be a piece of red-hot iron sailing down on the lads below, and that wouldn't be good for their health." "How does a hammerman catch these red-hot bolts?" I asked. "In a bucket. Catches them every time. That's the thing you want to see, too." There were so many things we wanted to see in this strange region, and presently we set forth down the iron street, keeping in mind the parting caution of the riveter not to look at our feet, but at the way before us, and never to look down. As we edged ahead cautiously, no skipping along for us, thanks, but pausing often, and holding fast to whatever offered support, we saw that all the bridge-men came over the girders, eyes straight ahead, in a shuffling, flat-footed way, without much bend in their knees. Look, there comes one of them in from the end of a long black arm that pushes out like a bowsprit over the gulf. He has been hanging out there, painting the iron. In the pose of his body he is a tight-rope walker, in a hitch of his legs he is a convict, in the blank stare of his face he is a somnambulist. Really he is nothing so complicated, but an everyday bridge-man earning a hard living, and his wife would be torn with fears could she see him now. Presently we came to the busiest scene on the structure, down where the covered part ended and the iron roadway reached on, bare of framework, to the tower. Here the traveller was working with a double gang of men, raising a skeleton of sides and cross beams that were pushing on day by day, and would finally stretch across the river. Once on the traveller's deck we breathed easier, for here we were safe from fearsome crevasses, safe on a great wide raft of iron and timber set on double railroad tracks, a lumbering steam giant that goes resounding along when the need is, with its weight of 4 locomotives, its 3-story derrick swinging out great booms at the corners, its thumping niggerhead engines, 2 of them, for the hoisting, its coal bins, its water tanks, its coils of rope, its pile of lumber, and its mascot kitten, curled up there by the ash-box in a workman's coat. They say the bridge has to wait when the kitten wants her dinner, and woe to the man who would treat the little thing unkindly. This traveller with its gangs is a sort of gigantic sewing machine that stitches the bridge together. It lifts all the parts into place and binds them fast, as it were, with basting threads of temporary iron, to hold until the riveters arrive for the permanent sewing. 5 or 6 tons in the weight of ordinary pieces handled by the traveller, but some pieces weigh 20 tons, and on a pinch 40 tons could be managed, the weight of 6 elephants like Jumbo. Of course, when I say that the traveller stitches these pieces together, I really mean that the traveller gangs do this, for the big brute booms can only lift things and swing things, the bolt driving and end fitting must be done by little men. When we arrived, the traveller was bringing to one spot the massive parts of a cross-section in our arbour way. It was a stretched-out iron W, flattened down, between girders across top and bottom. This, we learned, was a strut, and it weighed 16 tons, and it would presently be lifted bodily overhead to span the roadway. We waited a full hour to see this thing done, to watch another stitch taken in the bridge, and it seems to me, as I think of it, that I can recall no hour when I saw so many perils faced with such indifference. First, the booms would drop down their clanking jaws and grip the chain-bound girders from little delivery cars, then swing them around to the lifting place at the further end of the traveller. Now we understood what our friends down the way meant by skipping along lively when the falls come at you. He meant this boom tackle and its load as they sweep over the structure in blind, merciless force, and indeed they did skip along, the bridge-men, as the traveller turned its arms this way and that, and several times I saw a man slip as he hurried and barely save himself. A single misstep might mean the crush of a 10-ton mass, or a plunge into space, or both. It seemed a pretty shivery choice. "One of our boys got hit this morning," said a man. "Hit by the falls?" "Yes. He tried to dodge, but his foot caught somehow, and he got it hard right here." He touched his thigh. "It flattened him out, just over there where that man's making fast the load." "Was he badly hurt?" "Pretty bad, I guess. He couldn't get up, and we lowered him in a coal box with a runner. That's a single line. You see, it's very easy to take a wrong step." Presently somebody yelled something, and this man moved away to his task, but we were joined almost immediately by another bridge-man, who told us how they ride the big steel columns from the ground clear to the cap of the tower. Two men usually ride on a column, their duty being to keep her from bumping against the structure as she lifts, and then bolt her fast when she reaches the top. Of course, as the tower grows in height, these rides become more and more terrifying, so that some of the men who are equal to anything else draw back from riding up a column. These fears were justified just at the last on a New York tower, and a man named Jack McGregor had an experience that might well have blanched his hair. They had reached a 325-foot level and were placing the last lengths of column but one, and McGregor was riding up one of these lengths alone. It was a huge mass, 25 feet long, square in section, and large enough to admit a winding ladder inside. It weighed 18 tons. As the overhead boom lifted the pendant length, with McGregor aside, and swung it clear of the column it was to rest on, the foreman watched there like a hawk, wiggles his thumb to the signal man on a platform below, who pulled 4 strokes on the bell, which meant a boom up to the engine man. So up came the boom, and in came the column, hanging now in true perpendicular, with McGregor ready to slide down from his straddling seat for the bolting. Now the foreman flapped his hand palm down, and the signal man was just about to jerk 2 bells, which means lower your load, when rip, smash, tear! Far down below a terrible thing had happened. The frame of the engine had snapped right over the bearing, and out pulled the cable drum that was holding the strain of that 18-ton column, and down came the falls. It was just like an elevator breaking loose at the top of its shaft. The column started to fall. There was nothing to stop it. And then a miracle was worked. It must have been a miracle, it was so extraordinary. That falling column struck squarely, and to end on the solid column beneath it, rocked a little, righted itself, and stayed there, which was more than Jack McGregor did, for he came sliding down so fast, he came with a wild, white face, that he all but knocked the foreman over, and the foreman was white himself. And what that 18-ton column would have done to the bridge and the boys on it had it crashed down those 325 feet is still a subject of awed discussion. All this time a dozen men have been swarming over the struts, hammering bolts, tightening nuts, hitching fast the falls, making sure that all parts are rigid and everything ready for the lifting. At the front of the traveller 2 foremen, pushers they are called, yelled without ceasing, "Hey, Gus! Hey, Jimmy, put that winch in! Slack away them falls! What the mischief are you doing? Hey!" And they shake their heads and dance on their toes for all the world like a pair of mad auctioneers. The men work faster under this vigorous coaching. 4 or 5 are stretched flat on their stomachs along the top girder, as many more cling to steep slanting braces, and some hang fast to the uprights, with legs twisted around them like Japanese pole climbers. No matter what his position, every man plies a tool of some sort, wrench, chisel, or sledge, and presently all is ready. Now the niggerheads start with a pounding and sputtering that makes the bridge quiver. The big spools haul fast on the ropes, the falls stiffen, the booms creak, and with shouts from everyone the strut heaves and lifts and hangs suspended. The pushers yell at the niggerheads to stop. The men swarm over the load, studying every joint, then wave that all is well, and come sliding, twisting down just as the engines start again. All but 2 men who sit at the ends and ride along with the hoist. Meantime the others are racing up the side frames, from slant to the top of the truss, where they wait eagerly, yelling a while, at the points on either side, where presently the strut ends must be adjusted and then bolted fast. It seemed like some mad schoolboy game of romps. Now we'll all swing over this precipice. Whoop-la! Now we'll all run across this gulf. Wow! 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 Every man in that scrambling crew is facing 2 deaths or 3 deaths and doing hard work besides. Look! There comes a strut up to its place and nearly crushes Jimmy Dunn with its sharp edge, as a strut did crush another lad not so long ago. And see that man hang out in a noose of a rope, hang out over nothing and drive in bolts, and see this fellow kick off on the free pulley block and come sliding down. And there are the others jumping at the falls after him, and coming down after a rush, laughing, risking their lives. One would say they never thought of it. "Why, that's nothing," said one of them. "We used to slide down the falls from the top of the tower. But you've got to know the trick, or the ropes will burn through your trousers. It's a great slide, though." "Aren't you ever afraid of falling?" I asked a serious-faced young man who was running one of the niggerheads. "I'll tell you how it is," said he. "We're not afraid when a lot of us do a thing together, but each one might be afraid to do it alone. In our hearts I guess we're all afraid. Ever have an accident yourself?" "No," he said, "but—" He hesitated, and then explained that he had been standing near the day Chick Chandler fell from the Brooklyn Tower. It hadn't been a nice thing to see, and finally I got the story. Chandler, it seems, was the first man killed on the bridge, and he died for a jest. He was working that day on the 110-foot level. He was an experienced man and counted sure of foot. It had begun to sprinkle, and the men were looking about for their raincoats, when Chandler, in a spirit of mischief, started across a girder for an oilskin that belonged to a comrade. And so interested was he in his little prank that he forgot prudence, perhaps forgot where he was, and the next second he was falling, and presently there was a shock of impact far below, and then red number 1 was branded on the ugly black bridge. End of The Bridge Builder, Part 2. Recording by Ashley Jane. The Bridge Builder, Part 3, Part 20 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. There is this to note about falls from bridges, that the very short ones often kill as surely as the long ones. They told me of one case where a man fell 8 feet and broke his neck, while another man, having fallen from great heights, and escaped. A workman of the Berlin Bridge Company, for instance, fell from a structure in New Hampshire 120 feet, and lived. And I myself saw Harry Flieger on the East River Bridge, New York, and from his own lips heard his remarkable experience. Flieger is today a sturdy, active young man, and when I saw him he was running a thumping niggerhead engine on the end span. Nevertheless, it was only a few months since he had fallen 97 feet, smashed down to a pile of bricks. "It happened this way," said he. "One of the big booms broke under its load just over where I was standing, and the tackle block swung around and caught me back of the head. That knocked me off the false work, and I went straight down to the ground. Just to show you the force of my fall, sir, I struck a timber about 30 feet before I landed. It was 8 inches wide and 4 inches thick, and I snapped it off without hardly slowing up. After that I lay for a week in hospital with bruises, but there wasn't a bone broken, and I've been at work ever since. Several times while I was seeking permission to go up on the structure I was treated to stories like this and to mild dissuasion. It was too dangerous a thing, they said, for a man to undertake lightly, and I did not succeed until I met the engineer in charge, Charles E. Bedell, a forceful, quiet-mannered man who, after some talk, granted my request. He did not dwell so much on the danger as the others had, although he did say, 'Of course you take all the risks.' 'Do you think they are very great?' I asked. 'Not if you use ordinary caution and are not afraid.' Fear was a fatal thing, he said, and he told me of men who simply cannot endure such heights. Every day or two some new hand would start down the ladders almost before he had reached the top, and come into the office saying he couldn't stand the job. 'But you go ahead,' said Mr. Bedell. 'You'll come through all right. Just take it easy and careful.' Then he handed me a permit. We have seen how I fared on the bridge. Let me show now what befell this brilliant young engineer a couple of months later, and observe how his own case illustrates the paralyzing effect of fear upon a man. For months he had gone over the structure daily, as sure of himself in those giddy heights as on the ground. He never took chances, and he never felt afraid. But one day a workman fell from far above him and was crushed to death right before his eyes, and this was more of a shock to him than he realized. How much of a shock it had been was shown weeks later when the hour of peril came. It was a pleasant day in September, and the bridge was singing its busy song in the morning sunshine. The engineer in charge had made his round of inspection, and was standing idly on the false work under the end span. He was just over the street, and could look down upon his own office 100 feet or so below. Every timber and girder here was familiar to him. Rumbling along on the trestle track came the big traveller, its 4 booms groaning under their iron loads. The traveller came on slowly, as befits a huge thing weighing 150 tons. The engineer was whittling a stick. The traveller came nearer with one of its booms swinging toward Bedell, but lazily. He had plenty of time to step aside. 1 step to the right, 1 step to the left, 1 step forward was all he needed to take. Of course he would not think of taking a step backward, for that was destruction. There yawned the gulf. It was inconceivable to the man on the traveller that his chief, who knew all about everything, would take a step backward. Still the engineer in charge did not move. The boom swung nearer. Still he whittled his stick. His thoughts were far away. The man on the traveller shouted, and Bedell looked up. Now he saw, and a sudden fear he had never known surged into his heart. He had still time to step aside, but his mind could not act. The boom was on him. Up went his right arm to clutch it, and back reeled his body. His right hand missed, his left hand caught the stringer as he fell, caught its sharp edge, and held there by the fingers, the left hand fingers, for 5, 6, 7 seconds or so, legs swinging in the void. Down sprang the man on the traveller and leapt along the ties to his relief, and reached the spot to find the fingers gone, to see far below on the stones a broken, huddled heap that lay still. So died the man who had been kind to me, as I say he was kind to everyone, and who had warned me to take it easy and be careful. Despite the constant peril of their days, the nights of bridge builders are often spent in gaiety. The habit of excitement holds them even in their leisure, and many a sturdy riveter has danced away the small hours and been on his swing at the tower top betimes the next morning. They are whole-souled, frank-spoken young fellows. There are few old bridgemen, and to spend an evening at their club on West 32nd Street is a thing worth doing. On a street-floor café, not to say saloon, where the walls are hung with churches and bridges and towering structures, monuments to the skill of the builders who have passed this way. And if you will join a group at one of these tables and speak them fair, you may hear enough tales of the lads who work aloft for many a writing. And up and down the stairs move lines of bridgemen, all restless, one would say, and some pass on crutches, and some with arms in slings. There is a story in every cripple, and you hear that New York has half a dozen one-legged bridgemen still fairly active in service. It's once a bridgeman, always a bridgeman, for the life has its fascination, like the circus. As I sat in a corner one evening with Zimmer and Jimmy Dunn and some of the others, there came down from overhead a racket that almost drowned our buzz of talk and the frequent ting of the bar register. The bridgemen were in vigorous debate over the question whether or not the interests of the craft called for more flooring on dangerous structures. Some said yes, some said no, and said it with vehemence. More flooring meant less danger. That was all right, but less danger meant more competition and less pay. So there you are, and a majority favoured danger with a generous wage. What kind of men make bridgemen? I inquired. All kinds, said one of the group who was drinking birch beer. Some come out of machine shops, some out of locomotive works. I was a shanty jack. Lots of 'em come from farms, added another. I know one fellow tried it who had been a tailor, said he changed it for his health. This struck the company as highly amusing. There's a lot of 'em try it and quit, remarked Jimmy Dunn, who is one of the oldest and also one of the youngest men in the guild. I had seen him nearly killed a few days before by the sudden upswing of a 16-ton strut. I knew a telegraph pole climber who said he didn't mind any old kind of a tower. He'd go up it all right and work there. Well, he got all he wanted the first morning, came down white as that paper, said he wouldn't stay up half an hour longer if they'd give him the whole blamed bridge. Why, it gets us fellows dizzy once in a while. I'll bet it does, agreed the shanty jack man. I saw an old hand once start to ride up a barrel of water 170 feet on a bridge over the St. Lawrence. The barrel was swung on a single runner, and you ought to have seen it spin with his weight dipping it lopsided. And any bridgeman going could have kept his head there. It was a fool thing to do, and the only way this fellow got up alive was by dropping plumb into the barrel of water and shutting his eyes. Talking about close calls, spoke up Zimmer, I can beat that. It was out in Illinois. We were riveting on a high building where the roof came up in a steep slant from each side to a ridge at the top. There were about 20 of us up on this roof, and the way we'd work was in pairs, one man on one side and his partner on the other side, with a rope between them reaching over the ridge, and the two men hung at the two ends, each one balancing the other like two buckets down a well. We had to get up some scheme like that, or we couldn't have stuck on the roof. It was too steep. Well, that was all right as long as both men kept their weight on the rope, but you can see where one would be if the other happened to let go. He'd be chasing down a nice little hill of corrugated iron on a 60-degree slant, and then over the eaves for a 110-foot drop. It wasn't any merry jest, you'd better believe, but we didn't think much about it and riveted away until one morning a fellow on my side got his foot out of the noose somehow and began to slide down. Say was about as cool a man as I ever heard of. I'll never forget how he sort of winked at me as he started, and what he said. "Going to blazes, I reckon," said he. Those were his very words, and down he went. Couldn't stop himself, and we couldn't help him. It all happened so quick. He got to the eaves, his feet went over, he was just plunging into space, when his overalls caught on a rivet that somebody had left sticking up there, and there he stuck. Then he said with the same comical look, "Saved by a miracle? By thunder!" Must have been a double miracle, for the man on the other side started to drop too when the rope slacked, and he'd have been killed sure if a knot in the rope hadn't happened to catch under a piece of loose iron on the bridge. Say, it's that kind of business whitens out a man's hair. "It's a bridge man's fate settles these things, friends," commented another member of the group. "Instance a case where this fate had followed in cruel pursuit of two brothers named Johnson. Michael and Dan, good men, both on the girders. Dan, it seemed, had been crushed by a swinging load on a West Virginia bridge and lay crippled in hospital, only the wreck of a man, whereupon Michael, zealous in his brother's cause, had followed the work over into Kentucky, where a bridge was building across the river at Covington. His purpose was to bring suit against the company for the injury done to Dan. And here came the fateful part of it, for scarcely had Michael set foot upon the structure, he had certainly not been 10 minutes upon it, when the false work gave way, and two iron spans, unsupported now, tipped slowly, then smashed down into the river, carrying with them ruin and death. In this catastrophe were numbered some dozens of wounded and killed, and among the latter was Michael Johnson, found under the river, standing upright in a tangle of wreckage, caught and held by the bridge man's fate. Then another man told the story of a falling bridge that thrilled me more than this one, although there was in it no loss of life. I always feel that a man who faces death unflinchingly for a fairly long time shows greater heroism, even though death be driven back, than another man who suffers some sudden taking off with no choice left him. This bridge was building at White River Junction, Vermont, over the upper waters of the Connecticut. There was a single iron span reaching 200 feet between piers and masonry, and everything was ready to swing her off the false work except the driving of a few iron pins. And a bridge swung is a bridge practically finished, so it was merely a matter of hours to put the contractors at ease of mind against any dangers of the torrent. Meantime the dangers were there, for heavy rains had fallen and angered the river with a gorge of mountain streams. At 5 o'clock of an afternoon the engineer in charge saw that a crisis was approaching. The waters were sweeping down runaway logs in fiercer and fiercer bombardment, and it was a question if the false work could hold against them. And for the time being, until morning, surely the false work must carry the span. If the false work went, the span would go and the bridge would be destroyed. So the chief engineer ordered all hands down on scows and rafts, which were straightway jammed close against the false work by the current. Down on these lurching platforms went 17 bridgemen, and set to work with iron-shod pike poles, spearing the plunging logs as they came by and swinging them out through the bents of false work, down roaring lanes of water 20 feet wide between the legs of scaffolding. If these could be protected from the logs, the bridge might be saved. If they could not be protected, the bridge was doomed. It was the strength and skill of the pike pole lads against the fury of the river. For 9 hours the battle lasted, and all this time the bridgemen worked wonders down in the black night, with rain beating on them in torrents, and the logs coming faster and harder as the hours passed. Every man in the crew realized that the false work might give way at any moment, for the whole structure was groaning and shivering as they swung against it, and I knew that if it went at all it would go as one piece, without a moment's warning, and that would mean sudden death in the river under the crush of a broken bridge. Yet no man shirked his duty, and long after midnight they were there on the scows still, fighting the logs with bridgemen's grit and the comfort of steaming hot coffee. Well, we may call it coffee. But it was a hopeless flight now. The engineer saw this, and at 2 o'clock ordered all hands off the scows and back to the shore. There is a point beyond which you cannot allow men to go on offering their lives, and scarcely 5 minutes later, indeed the last man was barely off the structure, so our friend declared, and he was one of the 17, the false work ripped loose and he was swept away, and the iron span crashed down into the furious flood. After this Zimmer described his sensations in his fall of 135 feet from the 8th story of a skyscraper they were putting up out west. He was sitting on an upright column of the steel skeleton, waiting to pin fast a crossbeam, when a girder swung over from the other side and struck him. It weighed a matter of 6 tons. Down went Zimmer, and as he dropped he caught a granite book resting loose there and toppled it over with him, and the thought of his mind as he fell was that here was an interesting illustration of what he had learned at school about a heavy body falling faster than a light one, for although he had a start of 8 feet on the granite block, it passed him one story down and smashed ahead through a staging that might have saved him. Then, as the stone sheared off, he estimated, did Zimmer, falling still, that his weight was about 1,500 pounds. Then he himself smashed through 2 stagings and caught a rope, which burned through his gloves, and the next thing he knew was days later at the hospital, where somebody was bending over him saying, "Will you please tell me about your sensations coming down?" "And there was a newspaper reporter trying to interview me," said Zimmer, "which is what you might call rushing things." "Tell you a fall that stirred us boys all right," said another man. "It was in the big shaft at Niagara Falls. You know where they send electricity all over the state? The shaft was 180 feet deep, and they used to lower it down in a boat swung from an iron cable. Well, one day the drum slipped and let the whole business fall free with 5 of us in the boat. We went clear down 170 feet, and the boat fell away under us just like that granite block of Zimmer's, and there we were hanging fast to the corner chains, and every man of us expecting to die. But somehow the engineer got his brakes on just as we were 10 feet above the bottom, and blamed if we didn't land fairly easy without a man hurt. Just the same, we'd looked over our lives pretty well in those few seconds." After this came tragic memories from other men. One recalled the terrible wreck of the Cornwall Bridge over the St. Lawrence, another the disaster at Louisville, when 2 great iron spans reaching 1,000 feet went down into the Ohio with a false work, traveler, and 65 men, of whom only 4 escaped. And one of the 4, sir, was a traveler, 200 feet above the water when she went down, never had a scratch. So the talk ran on, and I came away with mingled feelings of wonder and admiration and sadness. Here are men who leave their families every morning with full knowledge that before nightfall disaster may smite them, as they have seen it smite their comrades. Why, one asks, do they keep to such a career? And if they believe, as apparently they do, that bridge men are fated to violent death, why do they not leave this work and seek a safer calling? I suppose the same reason holds them to the bridge that holds the diver to his suit, the climber to his steeple, each one of us to his particular path. It is so hard to find another. And then there is the lash of pressing need, the home to keep, and no time for experiment. Yet there are the hard facts always, that no insurance company will take a risk upon these lives, that bridge contractors are not philanthropists nor issuers of pensions, and that if a man fall from the structure, say at 11:50 a.m., his pay stops short not at 12 o'clock, but at 10 minutes before 12, which is probably excellent business, although it seems poor humanity. End of the Bridge Builder, Part 3, Part 20 of Careers of Danger and Daring. Recording by Ashley Jane.
The Fireman, Part 1 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirby Bonds. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Fireman, wherein we see a sleeping village swept by a river of fire and the burning of a famous hotel. I will first tell a story fresh in my memory about a New Jersey village lost in the hills back of Lake Hopatcong, a charming, sleepy little village that reaches along a stream fringed with butterball trees and looks contentedly out of its valley up the steep wooded hill that rises before it. Nobody in Glen Gardner cares much what there is in the world beyond that hill. The general attitude of Glen Gardner towards progress is shown well enough by this, that the village could never see the use of a fire department. They never had one, and never proposed to. Other people's houses might get on fire. Theirs never did. As a matter of fact, nobody could remember when there had been a fire in Glen Gardner, unless it was Aunt Ann Fritz, who was 88 years old and remembered back farther than was necessary. This was the case on a certain drizzling Sunday in March of the new century year, when at 6:30 a.m. The world beyond the hill intruded itself upon Glen Gardner's peacefulness in such a strange and sudden fashion that old Mr. Bergstresser collapsed from the shock. What made it worse was the fact that there had been a dance the night before at Farmer Apgar's, and 6:30 found most of the village dozing comfortably. There was really nothing to do before church time, so they all thought, at least, little suspecting that even now, as they slept, a long oil train was puffing up the steep grade from Easton, bringing 60 cars loaded with crude petroleum and trouble. On came the oil train, its front engine panting as the drivers slipped, and the pusher back of the caboose shouldering up the load with snorts of impatience. Oof! The front of the train climbs over the ridge at Hampton Junction, half a mile back of Glen Gardner, where the Jersey Central tracks reach their highest point. Now they are all right. There is a long down grade ahead for 3 miles. The pusher gives a final shove at the rear end and cuts loose, glad to be rid of the job. The men in the caboose wave goodbye to the fireman and the engineer as they drop away. Hello! What's that jerk? They look out and see the last oil car just clearing the divide. It's nothing. They're over now. They're running faster. Queer place, this. There's a spring here with 2 streams that part in the middle like a woman's hair. One goes down the east side, the other the west side. What? Broken in 2? The caboose crew starts to run forward. A brakeman on the front half starts to run back. 37 cars behind the engine. A coupling has snapped, and the train is taking the downgrade in 2 sections. 23 loaded oil cars are running away, and 1,000,000 gallons of oil are chasing 2,000,000 gallons down a mountainside. Everything now depends upon the brakeman on the forward section. He is the only man who can judge the danger and signals the engineer what to do. The engineer does not even know that anything is wrong. It is plainly the brakeman's business to keep the front half of the train out of the way of the rear half. They must go faster as the runaway cars gain on them. Anyone can see that it is undesirable to have 2,000,000 gallons of oil struck by 1,000,000 gallons coming at 40 miles an hour. Yet the brakeman does the wrong thing. No man can be sure how he will act in imminent peril. The brakeman signals the engineer to stop. Perhaps he planned a gradual slow up to block the flying section gently. Perhaps he did not realize how fast the runaway was coming. Most likely he lost his head entirely, as better men have done in less serious crises. At any rate, the front section presently drew up with the grinding brakes on the ledge of the tracks that stretches along the creek of the mountain just over the slope where the slumbering village lay, not 5 feet from Carling's warehouse, beyond which were the coal yards and the wooden houses of Glen Gardner, the post office, the hardware store, and the main street. All places for that train to stop. This was the worst. It was a matter of seconds now until the crash came, and on this followed a shattering blast that shook the valley and the hill, and brought the village to its feet in a daze of fear. 4 oil cars were smashed in the wreck and hurled across the tracks for the rear cars to pile upon. And straightway there was a gushing oil well here, out of which, in the first 10 seconds, came an explosion with the noise of cannon that showered burning oil over fields and trees and shingled housetops, while a fire column shot up 50 feet in the air and began its fierce feeding on the broken tanks. And out of this fire fountain came a smoking fire river that rolled down the hill toward the village. At this moment, Joe Snyder, who had not gone to the dance the night before, and was doomed now to the early worm's fate, had just put his key in the door of the butcher shop. He never turned the key nor saw it again, nor saw the butcher shop again. What he did see was a roaring torrent of oil sweeping down the street and blazing 15 feet high as it came. And the picture next presented, when Snyder, white as a ghost, raced down the sidewalk ahead of the fire, will stay long in the memory of those who saw it from their windows. But this was no time for looking at pictures out of windows. There were other things to be done, and done quickly. Fire never did descend so swiftly upon a village. Even as the startled sleepers stared in fright, houses all about them burst into flames like candles on a Christmas tree. Now the warehouse is burning, and the sheds across the track, and there goes the hardware store, and there goes the carpenter shop, and now the fire stream rolls through Main Street and licks up Reeves' house on one corner and Vlet's house on the other. Then the drugstore goes, and Carling's store, and Reinhardt's restaurant. Trees are burning, fences are burning, and the very streets are burning, and men see fire rolling across their front yards like drifting snow. I do not purpose to follow the incidents of this fire and the several explosions, nor show how the village fought against it vainly, damming up fiery oil streams and turning their courses, toiling at bucket lines and spreading blistering walls with soaked carpets. The point is that these efforts alone would never have availed, and Glen Gardner would speedily have lain in ashes, had not fire engines from Somerville and Washington been hurried to the spot. Even as it was, a section of the village was wiped away in clean-licked ruins, which stood many a day as a grim reminder that the only safety against fires in these times lies in being able to fight fires well. Which brings me, of course, to the modern fire department, and the men who risk their lives as a matter of daily routine to protect their fellow men. I will begin with some incidents of one particular fire that happened in New York on St. Patrick's Day, 1899. It was a pleasant afternoon, and Fifth Avenue was crowded with people gathered to watch the parade. A gayer, pleasanter scene it would have been hard to find at 3 o'clock, or a sadder one at 4. The ancient order of Hibernians, coming along with bands and banners, were nearing 46th Street, when suddenly there sounded hoarse shouts and the angry clang of fire gongs, and down 47th Street came Hook and Ladder 4 on a dead run, and swung into Fifth Avenue straight at the pompous Hibernians, who immediately became badly scared Irishmen and took to their heels. But the big ladders went no further. They were needed here, oh, so badly needed, for the Windsor Hotel was on fire, the famous Windsor Hotel at Fifth Avenue and 47th Street. It was on fire, far gone with fire before ever the engines were called, and the reason that everyone supposed that of course somebody had sent the alarm, and so they all watched the fire and waited for the engines. 10-15 minutes, and by that time a great column of flames was roaring up the elevator shaft, and people on the roof in their madness were jumping down to the street. Then some sane citizen went to a firebox and rang the call, and within 90 seconds engine 65 was on the ground, and after her came engines 54 and 21. There was no making up that lost 15 minutes. The fire had things in its teeth now, and 3, 4, 5 alarms went out in quick succession. 23 engines had their streams on that fire in almost as many minutes, and the big fire tower came from 36th Street and 9th Avenue, and 6 Hook and Ladder companies came. Let us watch Hook and Ladder 21 for a moment. She was the mate of the fire tower, and the rush of her galloping horses was echoing up the avenue just as Battalion Chief John Binns made out a woman in a 7th-story window on the 46th Street side, where the fire was raging fiercely. The woman was holding a little dog in her arms, and it looked as if she was going to jump. The chief waved her to stay where she was, and running towards 21 as she plunged along, motioned toward 46th Street, whereupon the tiller man at his back wheel did a pretty piece of steering, and even as they swung the long truck in the turn, the crew began hoisting the big ladder. Such a thing is never done, for the swaying of that ton mass might easily upset the truck, but every second counted here, and they took the chance. As they drew along the curb, Fireman McDermott sprang up the slowly rising ladder, and two men came behind with scaling ladders, for they saw that the main ladder would never reach the woman. 5 stories is what it did reach, and then McDermott, standing on the top round, smashed one of the scaling ladders through a 6-story window, and climbed on, smashing the second scaling ladder through a 7th-story window, and 5 seconds later had the woman in his arms. To carry a woman down the front of a burning building on scaling ladders is a matter of regular routine for a fireman, like jumping from a 4th-story window down to a net, or making a bridge of his body. It is part of the business. But to have one foot in the air reaching for the lower rung of a swaying, flimsy thing, and to feel another rung break under you and your struggling burden, and to fall 2 feet and catch safely, that is a thing not every fireman could do. But McDermott did it, and he brought the woman unharmed to the ground, and the dog too. Almost at the same moment, the crowd on 47th Street thrilled in admiration of a rescue feat even more perilous. On the roof, screaming in terror, was Kate Flanagan, a servant, swaying over the cornice, on the point of throwing herself down. Then out of a top-floor window crept a little fireman, and stood on the fire escape, gasping for air. Then he reached in and dragged out an unconscious woman and lowered her to others, and was just starting down himself when yells from the street made him look up, and he saw Kate Flanagan. She was 10 feet above him, and he had no means of reaching her. The crowd watched anxiously, and saw the little fireman lean back over the fire escape, saw him motion and shout something to the woman. Then she crept over the cornice edge, hung by her hands for a second, and dropped into the fireman's arms. It isn't every big, strong man who could catch a sizable woman in a fall like that and hold her. But this stripling did it, because he had the nerve and knew how, and that made another life saved. By this time, flames were breaking out of every story from street to roof. It seemed impossible to go on with the rescue work, yet the men persisted. Even on the Fifth Avenue front, bare of fire escapes, they used the long extension ladders as far as they could, then scaled it from window to window. Here it was that William Clark of Hook and Ladder 7 made the rescues that gave him the Bennett Medal. Took 3 women out of a 7th-story window when it was like climbing over furnace mouths to get there, and one of these women he reached only by working his way along narrow stone ledges for 3 windows, and back the same way to his ladder with the woman on his shoulders. Even so, it is likely he would have failed in this last effort had not Edward Ford come part way along the ledges to meet and help him. Meantime, Fireman Kennedy of Engine 23 had rescued an old lady from the 6th floor, and Joseph Cratcheville of Hook and Ladder 2 had carried out Mrs. Leland, wife of the proprietor, from deadly peril on the 5th floor, and Frank Tizer of Hook and Ladder 4 had found a family named Wells, father, mother, and daughter, in a blazing room, and borne them out, with his own clothes burning, to the arms of Brennan and Sweeney, who were waiting for him in a fury of fire at the top of the 85-foot extension ladder. And Andrew Fitzgerald, also of hook and ladder 4, but off on sick leave with pneumonia, had shown the true fireman spirit as he came from the doctor's. His instructions were to go home and stay there. He was not on duty at all. He was scarcely strong enough to be out of bed. But when he heard there were lives in peril down the avenue, he forgot everything and ran to the place of danger. There was need of him here, and sick leave or not, pneumonia or not, he would do what he could. What he did was to carry out the last ones taken alive from the ill-fated hotel. 3 women whom he bore in his arms from the 4th floor through the roaring hallways, then up a fire escape and back into the building with the flames singeing him and shattering blast of exploding gas pursuing him, and finally out on a balcony whence, with the help of policeman Harrigan, he got them over safely to an adjoining housetop. No wonder the Bonner Medal was awarded him later for conspicuous courage. End of section 1. Recording by Kirby Bonds. The Fireman, Part 2 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirby Bonds. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Fireman, Part 2. What Bill Brown Did in the Great Tarrant Fire. The great test for Fire Engine 29 and her crew, the test of life or death that firemen wait years for to see what stuff is in them, came of a mild autumn afternoon, not soon to be forgotten by men who lunch down City Hallway, by men who swarm in the stone hives of Chambers Street and Greenwich Street and Washington Street. This is the day when innocent, wholesome chlorate of potash, excellent for colds, showed what it can do when you take it by the ton with a pinch of fire. This was the day of the great explosions, when it rained red-hot stones and blazing timbers, when whole blocks of lower Manhattan shivered with the concussion. This was Tarrant's Day, October 29th, 1900. It all started smoothly enough, with brass gongs tapping out deliberate 62s, at which the big horses in most engine houses stamped their displeasure, for 62 meant nothing to them, at least not on the first call. But it was the great business for Harry and Nigger and Baby, the 2 blacks and gray that pulled old 29, and there they were at the first tap, breasting the rubber-bound stall chains as if to hurry up laggard electricity, which presently shot its sparks and loosened their fastenings. Now, drop down the stall chains, and the horses, pounding over the tiles, crowd up 3 abreast ahead of the engines. Down drop the crew, silently, swiftly, sliding from ceiling to floor, like so many blue-shirted ghosts. And click, click, its traces up and its collars off the frames, and snap, snap until the last hooks hold. Says Baby as the thick wheels start. 6 seconds. Might have been worse. We'll strike the curb in 8.5, snorts Nigger. As the doors swing wide, they bang into Chambers Street. Out into Chambers Street they go, with Johnny Marks driving and Bill Brown jamming blazing waste into her firebox, where wood and oil do the rest. On the black steps rides Captain Devaney, steadying himself by the coal box, scowling under his helmet and jerking fast on the alarm cord as they swing onto Greenwich Street. There is the fire just ahead, corner of Warren Street, nasty black smoke choking back the crowd. And here comes the hose wagon, clanging and rumbling at their heels. "It's first water for us, Bill," says Devaney. "There's drugs and stuff in there," says Bill. They fell to work, as firemen do. "When the first explosions came," said Captain Devaney, telling the story weeks afterwards, "I was inside the building, up one flight at the bottom of a well of fire. MacArthur and Buckley were with me, playing a stiff stream to protect the back windows. There's where people in the building had to run, men and girls. We could see 'em crowding on the balconies over Bishop's Alley, and we wanted to give them a chance on the fire escapes. You see, a red-hot ladder isn't much use to anybody. Well, they got down, every soul of them, but by that time big chunks of fire were dropping all around us, and our helmets were crumpling and our clothes were burning. Besides that, we kept hearing little explosions overhead, louder than the firecracker, louder than pistol shots, and when you hear those in a drug house, you don't feel any too good. I went to the front and saw fire breaking out everywhere on the fourth and fifth floors. Then I knew it was all up, and ran back to order the boys out. On the stairs I met Gillen, and he was just yelling, 'Save yourselves!' When the crash came, it was like a cannon, sir, and sounded buzz in my ears for a long time. As I lay in the wreck with tongues of blue flame licking down over me, I'd been blown clean off the second-floor landing and dropped in the hallway, 20 feet back from the door. MacArthur and Gillen were down the elevator shaft where they'd jumped. Nobody dared lift a head, for the cyclone of fire was all over us." It's not my purpose to detail the suffering and final rescue of these flame-bound men. They had some vivid glimpses of death and some cruel burns, but firemen count these nothing, nor is MacArthur's act in turning back through the fire to save a fallen comrade, Marin, more than ordinary fireman's pluck. Nor is Devaney's experience when caught in the second explosion and blown through a shop on Washington Street more than an ordinary hazard of the business. Indeed, this Tarrant fire should have been little of my attention, were there not something in it beyond noise and house smashing. There was this thing in it, overlooked by newspaper reports, yet vastly important: the behavior of Bill Brown, to whom, as a representative, one may say, of the engine crew 29, came the greatest test I spoke of, the rare test which nothing but the highest courage can satisfy. All firemen have courage, but it cannot be known until the test how many have this particular kind, Bill Brown's kind. And the odd part of it is that what he did seems a little thing, and it took only a minute to do. It saved no life and made no difference whatever in the outcome of the fire. Yet to the few who know, or care, it stands in the memories of the department as a fine and unusual bit of heroism. What happened was this. Engine 29, pumping and pounding her prettiest, stood at the northwest corner of Greenwich and Warren Streets, so close to the blazing drug house that Driver Marks thought it wasn't safe there for the three horses, and led them away. That was fortunate, but it left Brown alone, right against the cheek of the fire, watching his boiler, stoking his coal, keeping his steam gauge at 75. As the fire gained, chunks of red-hot sandstone began to smash down on the engine. Brown ran his pressure up to 80 and watched the door anxiously where the boys had gone in. Then the explosion came, and a blue flame, white as a house, curled its tongues halfway across the street, enwrapping the engine and the man, setting fire to the elevated railway section overhead, or such wreck of it as the shock had left. Bill Brown stood by his engine, with a wall of fire before him and a sheet of fire above him. His quick footsteps on the pavements and voices that grew fainter and fainter, crying, "Run for your lives!" He heard the horses somewhere back in the smoke go plunging away, mad with fright and their burns. He was alone with the fire, and the skin was hanging in shreds on his hands, face, and neck. Only a fireman knows how one blast of flame can shrivel up a man, and the pain over the bared surfaces was, well, there is no pain worse than that of fire scorching in upon the quick flesh seared by fire. Here, I think, was a crisis to make a very brave man quail. Bill Brown knew perfectly well why every one was running. There was going to be another explosion in a couple of minutes, maybe sooner, out of this hell in front of him. And the order had come for every man to save himself, and every man had done it except the lads inside. And the question was, should he run or should he stay and die? It was tolerably certain that he would die if he stayed. On the other hand, the boys of Old 29 were in there, Devaney and MacArthur and Gillen and Marin, his friends, his chums. He'd seen them drag the hose in through that door. There it was now, a long, throbbing snake of it, and they hadn't come out. Perhaps they were dead. Yes, but perhaps they weren't. If they were alive, they needed water now more than they ever needed anything before, and they couldn't get water if he quit his engine. Bill Brown pondered this a long time, perhaps 4 seconds. Then he fell to stoking in coal, and he screwed her up another notch, and he eased her running parts with the oiler. Explosion or not, pain or not, alone or not, he was going to stay and make that engine hum. He had done the greatest thing a man can do, had offered his life for his friends. It is pleasant to know that this sacrifice was averted. A quarter of a minute or so before the second and terrible explosion, Devaney and his men came staggering from the building. Then it was that Marin fell, and MacArthur checked his flight to save him. Then it was, but not until then, that Bill Brown left Engine 29 to her fate. She was crushed by the falling walls, and ran for his life with his comrades. He had waited for them. He had stood the great test. It were easy to multiply stories of firemen, stories of the captains, stories of the chiefs. There is no end to them. However many may be told or written, they are but fragments of fragments. New York has 136 engine companies, 41 hook and ladder companies, besides the volunteers on Staten Island. And there is not one of these but has its proud record of courage and self-sacrifice. Other lives show bravery for gain, bravery for show, bravery for sport. These show bravery for the public good and for no other reason. Unselfish bravery. Think what the firemen do. They give up regular sleep. They give up home life. They bear every exposure. They face death in many forms as a matter of daily routine. They never refuse an order, lead where it may. Such a case is practically unknown. And they do all this for modest pay and scant glory. $3 or $4 a day will cover their earnings. And as for the glory, what is it? For some, a medal, a tattered paper with a roll of honor mention, a picture in the newspapers. For most of them, nothing. Yet they are cheerful, happy men. Why? I have wondered about this. Shall we think of firemen as braver than other men, as finer or more devoted? No, and yes. I should say that most of them, to start with, had no such superiority, but came into the department, usually by opportunity or drift, out of unpromising conditions, came in quite as selfish and timorous, quite as human as the ordinary citizens. And the life did the rest. The life changed them, made them braver and better. Why? Because it is a brave, unselfish life, and no man can resist it. Put a convict in the fire department, and he will become an honest man, or leave. It's like changing scamps into heroes on the battlefield. Only these battles of hose and axe are all the righteous battles to save lives, to avert loss and suffering. In the whole business of fighting fires, there is no place for a mean or base motive, and can be none. Therefore, meanness and baseness go out of fashion, just as whining goes out of fashion on a football team. It's the fashion among firemen to do fine things. Let me give a further instance of what this fire department fashion does for men at the very top, for battalion chiefs and deputy chiefs and the chief himself. It swings them into line, like men in the ranks. With the chance to work less, they find themselves working harder. With orders to take from no one, they assume voluntarily a severer duty than any man would put upon them. And this even if power has come through the way of politics, through influence or scheming. Let the most spoils-soaked veteran become chief of a city fire department, and I believe we should see him, in spite of himself, forgetting his pocket-stuffing principles and seeking the heroic goal, though it kill him, which it probably would. As a matter of fact, New York has never had a chief who did not work harder than his men and spare himself less than he spared his men. Take our present chief, Edward F. Croker, the youngest man who ever held this place. Let me run over his 24 hours, from 8 in the evening, when he goes on night duty at the Great Jones Street engine house. From now until daylight, he will cover personally some 200 stations on the first alarm. That is, everything from 23rd Street to the Battery, the region of greatest danger. And on the second or third alarm, he will cover the whole of Manhattan Island. That means answering every night from 2 to a dozen calls scattered over a great area. It means a pair of horses, Dan and John usually, and a driver clean worn out when morning comes. It means to the chief, besides physical fatigue, an exhausting responsibility in quickly judging each fire and outlining the way of fighting it. Almost a day's work, this, one would say, but it is only a beginning. However broken his rest, the chief is up at 7 in the morning. And note that what sleep he gets, 3, 4, 5 hours, is at an engine house, not at his home. And by 9 he is at headquarters in 67th Street, ready for a hard morning transacting business for the department, doing as much work as a merchant in his counting room. This until 1 o'clock. Then no luncheon. All fire chiefs are 2-meal men. But off for a 4-hour spin behind Kitty and Bell, his daylight team, driving from station to station for the work of inspection, holding the reins himself for arm exercise, seeing with his own eyes how the work is going, holding every man to his duty, studying the city, too, as he goes about, noting its growth and changes from the viewpoint of a fire expert, detecting weak points, bad streets, defective structures, fixing in mind the danger spots, here oil, there lumber, yonder paint or chemicals, and always planning for the defense. After this inspection tour comes the only time in the day when the chief is not on duty, an hour and a half or 2 hours when he gets a glimpse of his family and eats his dinner. Even then, the fire buggy waits outside. End of section 2. Recording by Kirby Bonds. The Fireman, Part 3 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirby Bonds. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Fireman, Part 3. Here we visit an engine house at night and chat with the driver. There is something strange and solemn about an engine house at night, like the stillness of a church or the hush of a drowsing menagerie. You are filled with a sense of impending danger, which is symbolized everywhere in the boots arranged at bunkside of sighing sleepers, in the brass columns, smooth as glass, that reach up through manholes in the floor, and at which the fire crew leap, half drunk with fatigue, in the engine purring at the double doors, steam away at 25 in the boiler, with tongues and harnesses lifted for the spring, in the big gong which watches under the clock, and the clock watches too. a tireless yellow eye that seems to be ever saying, "Shall I strike? Shall I strike?" And the clock ticks back, "Wait, wait," or "Now, now." That is what you feel chiefly in an engine house at night, the intense, quiet watchfulness. Even the horses seem to be watching with the corner of an eye as they munch their feed. I counsel a man, perhaps a woman, weary of the old evening things, the stupid show, the trivial talk, the laughter without mirth, the suppers without nourishment, to try an hour or two at an engine house, making friends with the fireman on guard. It may be the driver of a chief, as happened to me, and see if he doesn't walk back home with a gladder heart and a better opinion of his fellows. I fancy some of our reformers, even, might visit an engine house with profit, and learn to dwell occasionally on the good that is in our cities, and learn something about fighting without bluster and without ever letting up. It was a tall, loose-jointed fellow I met at the Elm Street station, a typical Downeaster, who had wandered over the world and finally settled down as a driver of the nervous little wagon that carries Chief Ahern, a daring man and famous in his dashes from fire to fire over the city. In these days of idle breaking, it is good to see such hero worship as one finds here for all men who deserve it, whether in humble station or near the top, like this wiry little chief, asleep, now upstairs, against the night's emergencies. Ask any fireman in New York to tell you about Ahern, and you'll find there is one business where jealousy doesn't rule. Ahern? What do they think of Ahern? Why, he's a wonder, sir. He's the dandiest man. Say, did ye ever hear how he crawled under that blazing naphtha tank and got a man out who was in there unconscious? They gave him the Bennett medal for that. And do you know about the rescue he made up at Williamsbridge, when that barrel of kerosene exploded? Oh, but the prettiest thing Ahern ever did was... Then each man will tell you a different thing. The driver's favorite story was of the night when Ahern ran back into a burning tenement building on Delancey Street, where nobody has any business to go, sir. The fire was that fierce. It was fine to see his face light up as he told what his chief did on this occasion, and the whole quiet engine house seemed to throb with pride. "You see," he went on, "there was a half-crazy mother screaming about that her baby was in the building. As a matter of fact, the baby was all right. Some neighbor had it. But the mother didn't know that, and the chief didn't know it either. He was the chief of the 4th Battalion then. Now he's deputy chief. Been promoted, you know. Chief or not, didn't cut any ice with him, and he just wrapped a coat about his head and went in. He got to the room all right where the woman said the baby was, and it was like a furnace. So he did the only thing a man can do. Got down low on his hands and knees and worked along towards the bed, with his mouth against the floor, sucking in air. He went through fire, sir, that nearly burned his head off. It did burn off the rims of his ears, but he got to that bed somehow, and then he found he'd done it all for nothing. There wasn't any baby there to save. But there was a chief to save now. He was about gone when he got back to the door, and there he found that a spring lock had snapped shut on him, and he was a prisoner, sir, a prisoner in a stove. He didn't have any strength left, poor old chief. He couldn't breathe, let alone batter down doors. And we'd had some choice morning around here inside of a minute if the lads of Hook and Ladder 18 hadn't smashed in after him. They thought he'd looked for that baby about long enough. The last thing he did was to kick his foot through a panel, and they found him there unconscious, with his rubber boot sticking out into the hall. Tell ye another thing the chief did," continued the driver. "He rescued a husband and wife in Hotel Jefferson out of a 7th-story window, when the whole business was roaring with fire, and that's only about a month ago. It was a mighty sad case. We had 3 people to save, if we could, and 2 of 'em sick, the husband and the wife, and the third was a trained nurse taking care of 'em. Shows how people get rattled in a fire. Why, if they'd only kept their hall door shut. Well, they didn't, and there they were, all 3 at the window. without hardly any clothes on, and the flames close behind him. We got up on the top floor of the Union Square Hotel, the chief and I, about 10 feet away, along the same wall, and by leaning out of our window we could tell him what to do. It was a case of ropes and swing across to us. But it isn't every man can make a rope fast right when a fire is hurrying him, especially a sick man, or maybe it was a poor rope he had. Anyhow, when the nurse came out of that window, you might say tumbled out, you see they made her go first, she fell just like that much dead weight, scared, you know, and when the rope tightened, it snapped, and down she went, 7 stories. Killed her, bang. The chief saw that would never do, so we went up on the roof and threw over more rope. It was clothesline, the only thing handy, but I doubled it to make sure. And with that we got the husband and wife across all safe, for now, you see, we couldn't lift 'em out easy without such a terrible jerk on the rope. That was the chief's idea. Yes, said I, but you helped. What's your name? No, no, he smiled. Never mind me, I'm nobody. Let the chief have it all. And then he went on with the story, which interested me mainly as showing the kind of loyalty one finds among these firemen. Each man will tell of another man's achievements, not of his own. You could never find out what Bill Brown did from Brown himself. The clock ticked on. Some service calls rang on the telephone, and once the driver bounded up in the middle of a word and stood with a coat half on in strained attention, counting the strokes of the gong. No, it wasn't for them. They'd go, though, on the second call. Second calls usually came within 20 minutes of the first, so we'd soon see. Meantime, he told me about a fireman known as Crazy Banta. Talk about daredevils, said he. This man Banta beat the town. Why, I've known him to go on a house with a line of men where they had to cross the ridge of the slate roof, you know, where the 2 sides slant up to a point. Well, the other men would straddle along careful, 1 leg on each side. But when Banta came, he'd walk across straight up, just like he was down on the street. That's why we called him Crazy. He'd do such crazy things. And funny, well, sir, he'd swaller quarters as fast as you'd give 'em to him, and let you punch him in the stomach and hear him rattle around. Then he'd light a match, open his mouth and put the match way inside, and let you watch the quarters come up again. Had a double stomach or something. He could swaller canes, too, same as a circus man. Said he'd learned all his tricks over in India, but some of the boys thought he lied. They said he'd probably traveled with some show. He used to tell us how he could speak Burmese and Siamese and Hindu and all those lingos just perfect. So one day a battalion chief calls his bluff when there were a lot of emigrants from those parts down at the battery, and blamed if Banta didn't chin away to the whole crowd of 'em. You'd have thought he was their long-lost brother. Was he a foreigner? No, sir. He was born in Hocus, New Jersey. But the time Banta fixed his reputation all right was at a fire at Pell Street, some factory, and after that he might have told us he could fly or eat glass or any old thing, and we'd have believed him. Tell ye what he did. This factory all smashed in after she'd burned a while, and one of the boys, Dave Sodden, got wedged under the second floor, with all the other floors piled on top of him. It was a great big criss-cross of timbers, with Dave at the bottom, and the flames eating in fast. We could see the whole thing was making to a fine bonfire in about 3 minutes, and it looked as if Dave would be in it. You understand, we didn't dare pry up the timbers, for that would have brought the whole factory down on Dave and killed him plumb. And we couldn't begin at the top and throw off the timbers, for there wasn't any time. We didn't know what to do. But Banta, he did. He grabbed up a saw and said he'd crawl in and get Dave out. And by thunder, he did. He just wiggled in and out like a snake through those timbers, and when he got to Dave, he sawed off the end of a beam that held him and then dragged him out. He took big chances, for you see, if he'd sawed off the wrong beam, It might have brought the whole business on both of 'em. But Banta, he knew how to do it. Oh, he was a wonder. They gave him a medal for that and promoted him. Say, you'd never guess how he ended up." "How?" I asked. "Got hit by a cable car. Yes, sir, hurt so bad they retired him. What do you think of that? Not afraid of the devil, and done up by a measly cable car." End of section 3. Recording by Kirby Bonds. The Fireman, Part 4, of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirby Bonds. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Fireman, Part 4. Famous Rescues by New York Fireboats from Red-Hot Ocean Liners. After all has been said that may be about our admirable fire engines, and endless stories have been told of gallant fights made by the engine lads for life and property, there remains this fact, that New York possesses a far more formidable weapon against fires than the plucky little steamers that go clanging and tooting about our streets. The fireboat is as much superior to the familiar fire engine as a rapid-fire cannon is superior to a rifle. A single fireboat, like the New Yorker, will throw as much water in a given time as 20 ordinary fire engines. It will throw 12,000 gallons a minute. That is 50 tons, or if we imagine this great quantity of water changed into a rope of ice, say an inch thick, it would reach 20 miles. Suppose we go aboard her now, this admirable New Yorker, and look about a little. People come a long way to see her, and she's the largest and finest fireboat in the world. Pretty, isn't she? All brass and hardwood and electric lights, everything shining like a pleasure yacht. Looks like a gunboat with rows of cannons all about her. Queer, stumpy little cannons that have wheels above their mouths. Those are hose connections. Like hydrants in a city where they screw fast the rubber lines, she has 21 on a side. That makes 42 gates, as the engineers call them, without counting 4 monitors aloft. Those things on the pilot house that look like telescopes with long red tails. It was the monitors, especially Big Daddy, that did such a great work against those North German Lloyders in their drift down the river in 1900, with decks ablaze and red-hot iron hulls. We shall hear about that day if we sit down quietly on the fire quarters ashore and get the crew started. Stepping overside again, here we are in the home of the fireboat crew. It's more like a club than an engine house. No horses stamping about, no stable, but pictures on the wall, and the men playing cribbage or reading, and nobody in a hurry. Plenty of time for tales of adventure, unless that gong takes to tapping. And here comes Gallagher, sliding down yonder brass column from the sleeping rooms. He's the lad who did fine things in that great fire at Mallory Pier. Saved a man's life and made the roll of honor by it. We'll never get the story from him, but the other boys will tell us. If ever fireboats proved their value, it was that night in May 1900 when Pier 19, East River, caught fire, with all its length of inflammable freight. Close to 3 o'clock in the morning it was, and a hurricane from the northeast was driving the flames towards land. Before the engine could start, a fire wave had leapt across the South Street and was raging down the block, and another fire wave had leapt across the dock between Pier 19 and Pier 20, setting fire to a dozen barges and lighters moored there, and to the steamship nooses of the Mallory line. And presently all these were blazing, some with cargoes of cotton and oil, blazing until the lower end of the island looked out of the night in ghastly illumination, a terrible picture in red and black. They say it was bright enough that night half a mile away for a man to pick up a pin. There is no harder problem for the engines than these fierce-driven waterfront fires that sweep in suddenly shoreward, for they must be taken head-on, with all the smoke in the firemen's faces and water often lacking, strange to say, although the river is so near. For the fireboats, however, the advantage is the other way. They attack from the rear, where they see what they are doing and can pump from a whole ocean. Besides that, they attack with so formidable a battery that no hook and ladder corps is needed to break open for them. The 3-inch streams from Big Daddy alone will tear off roofs and rip out beams like the play of artillery, and if that is not sufficient, the boys have only to hitch on the 4.5-inch nozzle and set the 2 pumps feeding it 5,000 gallons a minute, or 20 tons of water. Under that shock, there is no wall built of brick and mortar that will not crumble. When the New Yorker came upon this memorable night, the 5th alarm had sounded, and things were looking serious. Piers 19 and 20 were in full flame, and every floating thing between them. Into this street of fire streamed the big fireboat, straight in, with 4 streams playing to the port and 4 to the starboard, all doing their prettiest. She went ahead slowly, fighting back the flames foot by foot on pier and steamship, and kindling small craft that drifted in fiery procession, and the air in the men's faces was like the breath of a furnace. Here it was that Gallagher won his place on the roll of honor in this wise. For some time they had heard shouts that were lost in the din of conflagration, but presently they made them out as a warning from somebody somewhere that a man was on a burning barge just passing them. It seemed incredible that a man could be there, alive and silent, but with the spirit of his trade, Gallagher determined to see if it were true. He would board the barge anyhow, and as the New Yorker swung close alongside, he sprang down to her deck, where things were a good deal warmer than is necessary for a man's health. And as he leapt, John Kerrigan, at the steering wheel of the Big Daddy, turned its mighty stream against the barge, keeping it just over Gallagher's head, so the spray drenched down upon him, while the stream itself smote a path ahead through the fire. Down this path went Gallagher, searching for a man, avoiding pitfalls of smoke and treacherous timbers, confident that Kerrigan would hold the flames back, yet see to it that the terrible battering ram of water did not strike him, for to be struck with the full force of Big Daddy's stream is like being pounded by a drip hammer. Gallagher reached the cabin door, found it locked, put his back against it and smashed it in, and he went in, groping, choking, feeling his way, searching for this man, and at last on one of the bunks he found him, stretched out in a stupor of sleep or drowsed by the stifle of gases. The man was a Swede named Thomas Bund, and he came out of that cabin on Gallagher's back, came off that burning barge on Gallagher's back, and if he does not bless the name of Gallagher all his days, then there is no gratitude in Sweden. Here we see the kind of service the fireboats render. On this night they saved the situation and $1 million besides. They worked against a blazing steamship, against blazing piers, against blazing runaways, worked for 11 hours until the last smolder of fire had been drowned under 30,000 tons of water. And not a year passes but they do something of like sort. Now it is a steamship, say the ill-starred Leona, that comes up the bay with a cargo of cotton burning between decks. The New Yorker makes short work of her. Again, it is a blazing lumber district along the river, like the great McClave yards, where the fireboats fought for 8 days and nights before they gained the victory. But they did gain it. Or it may be a fire back from the river, like the Tarrant Horror, where the land engines, sore pressed, welcome far carried streams from the fireboats as help that may turn the balance. "Why, this fireboat's only 10 years old, sir," said Captain Braisted, "and she's saved more than she cost every year we've had her." Then he added, as his eyes dwelt proudly on the trim craft purring at her dockside, "and she cost a tidy sum, too." Let us come now to that placid summer afternoon, to that terrible Saturday, June 30th, 1900, when tugboats in the North River looked upon a fire the like of which the river had never known and may not know again. They looked from a distance, we may be sure, these tugboats, for when great liner swings downstream a roaring red-hot furnace, it is time for wooden-deck craft to scurry out of the way. And there were 3 liners in such case: the Bremen, the Sail, and the Maine, all burning furiously and beyond human help, one would say, for their iron hulls were vast fire traps, with portholes too small for rescue, and the decks swept with flame. It was hard to know that back of those steep sides were men in anguish, held like prisoners in a fortress of glowing steel that sizzled as it drifted. 3 fortresses of glowing steel. Then up steamed the New Yorker and the Van Wyck, with men behind the fire shields against the blistering scorch and glare, with monitors and pipe rails spurting out all that the pumps could send. The New Yorker took the Bremen, the Van Wyck took the Sail, and there they lay for hours, close on the edge of the fire, like a pair of salamanders, engines throbbing, pumps pounding, pilots at the wheel watching every movement of the liners, following foot by foot, and drawing in closer when they gained on the fire, holding away a shade when the fire gained on them, fighting every minute. "It's queer," said Captain Braisted, "but when you play a broadside of heavy streams on a vessel's side, say at 50 feet, there's a strong recoil that keeps driving the fireboat back. It's as if you were pushing off all the time with poles instead of water, and you have to keep closing in with the engines." "How near did you get to the Bremen?" I asked. "Oh, we finally got right up against her, say after 45 minutes. You can cool off a lot of red hot iron in 45 minutes when you got 45 tons of water a minute doing it with you." It was just as they came alongside that one of the crew made out a human shape in the coal chute some 10 feet up the Bremen side, and presently they saw others there, blackened faces, fierce and fearful eyes, and above the fire crackle and the crash they heard the men's cries. Straightway a ladder was brought, and the 3 of the crew, Breen, Kerrigan, and Hartman, lifted it on their shoulders until the top rung came up the level with the coal chute. But this, instead of bringing relief to the fire-bound company, brought madness, for now they fought and struggled so, each one wishing to go first, that none were able to go at all. "They were like wild beasts," said one of the crew. In this crisis Gallagher swung the ladder to the top, where he could look in through the hole, the one hole in all the vessel's sides that was large enough for a man's body to pass, and reaching in there he grabbed what was nearest, arm, leg, or shock of hair, and hauled it out and lowered it down the ladder to Captain Braisted, who stood below him and passed the bundle on. Then Gallagher grabbed again and again, pulling forth by sheer strength one man at a time, taking them as they came, Germans or Italians, officers or coal handlers, anything that was alive. Down came the tumbling masses, yelling, praying, fighting, a miserable human stream. And when it was all over and the count was taken, they had saved 32 lives. Now one of the rescued men spoke up in broken English, and said that there were others still on the Bremen, down in the engine room, and Gallagher volunteered to go aboard for the rescue if one of the men who knew the vessel would come along to guide him. But no man offered this service. It was too hazardous a thing, they said. Where the fire was not raging there was smoke and darkness, and the engine room was far down in the vessel. They had groped about themselves for a half an hour in despair, searching for the way out, and now that they had found it, they were not fools enough to go in again. "But you say there are others in there alive," insisted Gallagher. The rescued ones shook their head blankly at this point. In their minds the law of self-preservation rode over all other things at this moment. Poor men, they were half dazed by their sufferings and the shock. "All right," cried Gallagher. "I'll go in and find 'em without any guide. Hold the ladder, boys." And up he went. "I'm with you, Ned," called Captain Braisted. And without more words these two climbed in through the coal chute and started down the black, hot, stifling way for the engine room. And somehow they got there safely, and found 8 men still alive, all Germans, engineers and their assistants. But when the firemen called to them to hurry out for their lives, they refused to move. Their duty was with their engines, said they, and they had to run the engines. They were much obliged to the American gentlemen, but they could not leave their posts. Gallagher and Braisted could hardly believe their ears. "But you will die," they urged. The Germans thought it very likely, still they could not leave. "But it won't do any good. The vessel is past hope. You will be burned to death." The Germans understood perfectly. They would be burned to death at their engines. And as they were all of this mind, and not to be shaken, the firemen could only say "Goodbye," and set forth sadly on the return journey. And this time they nearly lost themselves, but at last their good star prevailed, and they came without harm to their comrades, who listened in wonder to the news they brought. It seemed such utter folly, the decision of that unhappy engine room crew, yet there was something almost splendid in their stubborn devotion to duty. Quietly they had looked death in the face, a horrible, lingering death, and had not flinched. And days later, when the steamer had burned herself out and lay grounded in the mud, cold and black, the wreckers found these faithful, though mistaken men, still at their post, still by their engines, where they had waited in spite of everything, where they had perished. All this time the Van Wyck had been working on the sail, but in a harder fight, for the flames raged here as fiercely on the Bremen, while the smaller fireboat could throw against them only 25 tons a minute, which was not enough. So now, when all had been done that could be done for the Bremen, orders came that the New Yorker, too, turn her streams against the sail. And a little later the 2 fireboats were in massed attack upon the unhappy liner, which swung down the bay like a blazing island, and presently grounded by the bow on the Communipaw mud flats, and rested there for the last agony. The story of those tragic hours is not for telling now. There were more heroic rescues. There were brave attempts at rescue that availed nothing. The fire lads stood on the hurricane deck, with flames roaring about them and water up to their knees surging past like a mill race. It was the return torrent from their own nozzles. Foot by foot the stern settled, and the water crept nearer, nearer to the open portholes. In the large stateroom aft, 14 men and 1 woman gave a noble picture of resignation in the face of an awful death. Hemmed in there between fire and water, they prayed quietly, and thanked the fire lads for the cups of water passed in through the porthole, and waved good-bye as the stern gave a final lurch and went down. Nor does this end the record of that day, for there was still the Maine to fight for, and at 11 o'clock that night the New Yorker steamed up the river and caught the 3rd liner as the flood tide bore her stern first toward the flats of Weehawken. She had been blazing for 8 hours, and was red hot now from the water line up. It seemed incredible that there could be a living thing aboard her, yet they went to work in the old way, and within an hour had dragged out through the coal hole a blackened and frightened company. more than a score of boiler cleaners and coal handlers who had somehow lived through those fearful hours by burrowing down in the deepest bunkers far below the water level. After this, the fireboats did other things. The end of section 4. Recording by Kirby Bonds.
The Aerial Acrobat. Part 25 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Aerial Acrobat, Part 1. Showing that it takes more than muscle and skill to work on the high bars. A few years ago I had the pleasure of traveling for 10 days with a great circus, and in this way came to know some very interesting people. Elephant keepers, lion tamers, trapeze performers, bareback riders, not to mention the bearded lady, the dog-faced boy, and other sideshow celebrities who used to eat with us in the cook tent. There was one gentleman, apparelled in blue velvet, who ate with his feet, for the reason that he had no arms, and would reach across for salt or butter with an easy knee and ankle movement that was a perpetual surprise. What strange things one sees traveling with a circus! Every night there is a mile of trains to be loaded, every morning a tented city to be built. Such hard work for everybody. 2 performances a day, besides the street procession. And what a busy time in the tents! Leapers getting ready, double somersault men getting ready, clowns stuffing out false stomachs and chalking their faces, kings of the air buckling on their spangles. Oof! How glad we all were when 5 o'clock came, and the concert was over, and the big top, with its spreading amphitheater and its 4 great center poles, stood silent and empty. It was at this 5 o'clock hour one day that I first saw little Nelson, the 10-year-old trapeze performer, and that picture remains among the pleasantest of my circus memories. I can recall more exciting things, like the fight between 2 jealous wrestlers, or the mystery of the lost Chinese giant, or the story of a wrecked train when the wild animals escaped and the fat lady was rescued with difficulty from a burning car. And I can recall sad things, the case of that poor trapeze girl, 2 weeks a widow, who nevertheless went through her act twice a day and tripped away kissing her hands to the crowd while her heart was breaking. And saddest of all was the case of beautiful Zazel, once the much advertised human cannonball, then suddenly a helpless cripple after a fall from the dome of the tent. Her husband, one of the circus men, told me how she lived for more than a year in a plaster case swung down from the ceiling, and of her sweetness and patience through it all. And she finally recovered, I am glad to say, so that she could walk, a pale, weak image of this once splendid circus queen. But let me come to Nelson. This sturdy little fellow was one of the circus children, born on the sawdust, brought up to regard lion cages as the proper background for a nursery, and thinking of father and mother in connection with the flying bars and bareback feats. It was Nelson's ambition to follow in his father's steps and become a great artist on the trapeze. Indeed, at this time he felt himself already an artist, and at the hour of rest would walk forth into the middle ring all alone, and with greatest dignity go through his practice. He would not be treated as a child, and scorned any suggestion that he go out and play. Play? He had work to do. Look here. Do you know any man who can throw a prettier row of flip-flaps than this? And wait! Here's a forward somersault. Is it well done or not? Did he come over with a good lift? Like his father, you think? Ah, I can still see his chest swell with pride. Nelson was not a regular member of the show. He was a child, and merely came along with his parents. the circus being his only home. But occasionally, after much teasing or as a reward for good behavior, his father would lead the boy forth before a real audience. And how they would applaud as the trim little figure in black and yellow tights rose slowly to the tent top, feet together, body arched back, teeth set on the thong of the pulley line that his father held anxiously. And how the women would catch their breath when Nelson, hanging by his knees in the long swing, would suddenly pretend to slip, seem to fall, then catch the bar cleverly by his heels and sweep far out over the spread of faces, arms folded, head back, and a look that said plainly, "Don't you people see what an artist I am?" This boy possessed the two great requisites in a trapeze performer, absolute fearlessness and a longing to perform in the air, which longing made him willing to take endless pains in learning. It would seem that acrobats differ from divers, steeple climbers, lion tamers, and the rest in this, that from their early years they have been strongly drawn to the career before them, to leaping, turning in the air, and difficult tricks on the trapeze and horizontal bars. The acrobat must be born an acrobat, not so much because his feats might not be learned by an ordinary man, but because the particular kind of courage needed to make an acrobat is not found in the ordinary man. In other words, to be an aerial leaper or an artist on the flying bars is quite as much a matter of heart as of agility and muscle. There are men who know how to do these things, but can't. In illustration of this, let me present three of my circus friends, Weitzel, Zorella, and Danny Ryan, trapeze professionals whose daring and skill are justly celebrated. Zorella's real name, I may say, is Nagel, and so far from being a dashing foreigner, he is a quiet-spoken young man from Grand Rapids, Michigan, where he learned his first somersaults tumbling about on sawdust piles. And at 16 he was the only boy in the region who could do the giant swing, whereupon along came a circus with an acrobat who needed a brother, and Nagel got the job. 2 days later he began performing in the ring, and since then, that was 10 years ago, he hasn't missed a circus day. The act that has given these three their fame includes a swing, a leap, and a catch, which seems simple enough until one learns the length and drop of that swing, and how the leapers turn in the air, and what momentum their bodies have as they shoot toward the man hanging for the catch from the last bar. It is Weitzel who catches the other two. He was understander in a brother act before he learned the trapeze, and the man who earns his living by holding 2 or 3 men on his head and shoulders while they do tricks of balancing is pretty sure to build up a strong body. And Weitzel needs all his strength when Danny springs from the pedestal over there at the tent top 52 feet away, and swinging through a half circle 36 feet across comes the last 16 feet flying free and turning twice as he comes. For all his brawny arms, Weitzel would be torn away by the clutch of that hurling mass, were not the strain eased by the stretch of 14 thongs of rubber, 7 on a side, that support his bar cords. And sometimes, as the leapers catch, the bar sags full 4 feet, and then, as they snap off down to the net, springs 9 feet up, so that Weitzel's head has many a time bumped the top support. The catcher man must hold himself ready for a dozen different leaps, must watch for the safety clutch, where the 4 hands grip first at the elbows, then slide down the forearms to the wrists, and hold there where the tight-bound handkerchiefs jam. He must know how to seize Zorella by the ankles when he shoots at him feet up after a backward double. He must know how to land Danny when he comes turning swiftly with eyes blindfolded and body in a sack. All these feats are hard enough to do, yet still harder, one might say, is the mere starting to do them. There are scores of acrobats, well skilled in doubles and shoots and twisters, who would not for their lives go up on the pedestal whence Ryan and Zorella make their spring, and simply take the first long swing hanging from the trapeze. Nothing else, simply take the swing. The fact is, there is an enormous difference between working on horizontal bars, say 10 feet above the ground, and on the same bars 30 feet above ground, or between a trapeze act with leaps after a moderate swing and the same act with leaps after a long swing. Often I have watched Ryan and Zarella poised on the pedestal just before the swing and holding the trapeze bar down so far over to one side that its supporting wires come up almost horizontal. And even on the ground, it has made me dizzy to see them lean forward for the bar, which falls short of the pedestal, so that they can barely catch it with the left-hand fingers, while the right hand clings to the pedestal brace. They need the send of that initial spring to give them speed, but... Well, there was a very powerful and active man in Columbus, Ohio, a kind of local athlete, who agreed on a wager to swing off from the pedestal as Danny and Zarella did, and one day a small company gathered at the practice hour to see him do it. He said it was easy enough. His friends chaffed him and vowed he couldn't do it in 100 years. The big man climbed up the swinging ladder to the starting place and stood there looking down. When you stand on the pedestal, the ground seems a long way below you, and there is little comfort in the net. The big man said nothing, but began to get pale. He had the trapeze bar all right with one hand. The thing was to let go with the other. For 10 minutes the big man stood there. He said he wasn't in a hurry. His friends continued to joke him. One man urged him to come down. The professionals told him he better not try it if he was afraid, at which the others laughed, and that settled it, for the big man was afraid, but he was stubborn too, and rising on his toes, he threw his right arm forward and started. He caught the bar safely with his right hand, swept down like a great pendulum, and at the lowest point of the swing was ripped away from the bar with the jerk of his 200 pounds, and went skating along the length of the net on his face until he was a sorry-looking big man with a scratch of the meshes. Not one athlete in 20, they say, without special training, could hold that bar after such a drop. Zarella cited a case in point where a first-class acrobat was offered a much larger salary by a rival circus to become the partner of an expert on the high bars. This man was crazy to accept, said Zarella, and everything was practically settled. The two did their act together on the low bars in great shape. Then they tried it on the high bars, and the new man stuck, right at the go-off. Queerest thing you ever saw. He had to start on the end bar with a giant swing. That gives them their send, you know. Then do a backward single to the middle bar. Then a shoot on the last bar, and from there drop with somersaults down to the net. All this was easy for him on the low bars, but when he got up high, well, he hadn't the nerve to let go of the first bar after the giant swing. He kept going round and round, and just stuck there. Seemed as if his hands were nailed fast to that bar. We talked to him, and reasoned with him, and he tried over and over again, but it was no use. He could drop from the last bar, he could shoot from the middle bar, but to save his life he couldn't let go of the first bar. I don't know whether he was afraid or what, but he couldn't do it, and the end of it was he had to give up the offer, although it nearly broke his heart. And even acrobats accustomed to working at heights feel uneasy in the early spring when they begin practicing for a new season. The old tricks have always in a measure to be learned over again, and they work gradually from simple things to harder ones, a straight leap, then one somersault, then two. And foot by foot the pedestal is lifted until the body overcomes its shrinking. Even so, I saw Zarella one day scratched and bruised from many failures in the trick where Weitzel catches him by the ankles. Here, after the long swing, he must shoot ahead feet first, as if for a backward somersault, and then, changing suddenly, do a turn and a half forward, and dive past Weitzel with body whirling so as to bring his legs over just right for the catch. And every time they missed, of course he fell. and risked striking the net on his forehead, which is the most dangerous thing an acrobat can do. To save his neck he must squirm around as a cat turns and land on his back, which is not so easy in the fraction of a second, especially if you happen to be dazed by a glancing blow of the catcherman's arm. End of section 25.
The Aerial Acrobat, Part 2 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. About double and triple somersaults and the danger of losing heart. In talking with my circus friends, I was surprised to learn that a trapeze performer in perfect practice, say in mid-season, may suddenly, without knowing why, begin to hesitate or blunder in a certain trick that he has done without slip for years. This happened to Danny Ryan in the fall of 1900, when he found himself growing more and more uncertain of his difficult pirouette leap, a feat invented by himself in 1896, and never done by another performer. Danny did it first when he used to play the clown with the springboard leapers who do graceful somersaults over elephants and horses. With them would come Danny, made up as a fat man, and do a backward somersault with a full twister at the same time, the effect being a queer corkscrew turn that made the people laugh. They little suspected that this awkward-looking leap was one of the most difficult feats in the air ever attempted, or that it had cost Ryan weeks of patient practice and many a hard knock before he mastered it. And then one day, after doing it hundreds of times with absolute ease, he did it badly. Then he did it worse. Then he fell, and finally began to be afraid of it and left it out of the act. Acrobats shake their heads when you ask for an explanation of a thing like that. They don't know the explanation, but they dread the thing. Said Ryan, quote, "When a man feels that way about a trick, he's got to quit it for a while, or he'll get hurt. Most all the accidents happen where a performer forces himself against something inside him that says stop. Sometimes an acrobat has to give up his work entirely. Now there's Dunham, you've heard of him, the greatest performer in the world on high bars. They'll give him any salary he wants to ask. Graceful? Well, you ought to see him let go from his giant swing and do a back somersault clean over the middle bar and catch the third. And now they say he's gone out of the business. Somebody told me it was religion. Don't you believe it. He's had a feeling. It's something like fear, but it isn't fear, that he's worked on high bars long enough." Close quote. Wenzel remarked, quote, "He's had bad luck with his partners, too. Couple of 'em missed the turn somehow and got killed. Say, that takes a man's nerve as much as anything, to have his partner hurt. I don't wonder Dunham wants to quit." Close quote. Zorella put in, quote, "Tell you where it's hard on an acrobat. That's where he can't quit on account of his family, where he needs the money. I remember a young fellow joined the show out west to leap over elephants. He got along well enough over 2 elephants, but when it came to 3, why, we could all see he was shaky. Some of the boys told him he'd better stop, but he said he'd try to learn, and he was such a nice, modest fellow and worked so hard that everybody wished him luck. But it wasn't any use. One day he tackled a double over 3 elephants, and came down all in sections, with his right foot on the mattress and his left foot on the ground. That was his last leap, poor fellow, for the ankle bone snapped as his left foot struck, and a few hours later he lay in the dressing-room tent, pretty white, with the doctors over him. I'll never forget the way he looked up at us when we came in. He was game all right, but his eyes were awful pathetic. 'Well, boys,' he said, 'here I am. I did the best I could.' Turned out he'd done it for a sick wife and a little baby. Pretty tough, wasn't it?" Close quote. Speaking of leaps over elephants brings to my mind an afternoon when I watched a circus rehearsal in the open air. That is a thing better worth seeing, to my mind, than the regular performance. The acrobats and riders in their everyday clothes, are more like ordinary men and women, and their feats seem the more difficult for occasional slips and failures. Here, for instance, are a mother and daughter in shirt-waists, watching the trick monkey ride a pony, when suddenly a whistle sounds, and off goes the mother to drive 3 plunging horses in a chariot race, while the daughter hurries to her part in an equestrian quadrille. And now these children, playing near the drilling elephants, trot into the ring and do wonderful things on bicycles. And yonder sleepy-looking man is a lion tamer, and those 3 are the famous Potter's aerial leapers. And this thick-set fellow in his shirt-sleeves is our Tressy, the best jumper in the circus. He's going to practice now. See, they are putting up the springboard and the long downward run that leads to it. These other men are jumpers too, but our Tressy is the star. He draws the big salary. Now they start and spring off rather clumsily, one after another, in straight leaps to the mattress. They won't work into good form for some days yet. Here they come again. A little faster, and 2 of them try singles. Here comes our Tressy. A double forward, and prettily taken. The crowd applauds. Now a tall man tries a double. Gradually the practice gets hotter, until every man is doing his best. There will be stiff joints here in the morning, but never mind. In a resting spell I sat down near our Tressy and talked with him about leaping. It was hard, he said, going off a springboard into empty air. Didn't know how it was, but he could always do better with something to leap over, say elephants or horses. He could judge the mattresses easier, wasn't so apt to miss it. What was his biggest leap? Well, 4 elephants and 3 camels was about his best, with a pyramid of men on top. He cleared that twice a day for weeks some years ago, but he wouldn't do it now. No, sir. 4 elephants was enough for any man to leap over if he had a wife and child. That made a flight of 30 feet anyhow from the springboard to the ground. Oh, yes, he turned 2 somersaults on the way, forward somersaults. It wasn't possible for anyone to clear 4 elephants and turn backward somersaults. I asked our Tressy, his real name is Artress, about a leap with 3 somersaults, and found him positive that such a feat will never become part of a regular circus program. A man can turn the 3 somersaults all right, but he loses control of himself and doesn't know whether he is coming down right or wrong. In fact, he is sure to come down wrong if he does it often. Then he mentioned the one case where he himself had made a leap with 3 somersaults. It was down in Kentucky, at the home of his boyhood. Years had passed since he had seen the town, and in that time he had risen from nothing to a blaze of circus glory. He had become the great Artressy, instead of little Joe Artress, and now he was to appear before the people who knew him. It was perhaps the most exciting moment of his life, and as he came down the run toward the springboard, he nerved himself to so fine an effort that instead of doing 2 somersaults over the horses and elephants, as he intended, he did 3, and by a miracle of fortune landed safely. That was his first and last triple. He wasn't taking chances on a broken neck or a twisted spine, which had been the end of more than one ambitious leaper. No, sir. He would stick to doubles where a man knows exactly what he's doing. In talking with acrobats, I came upon an interesting phenomenon that seems almost like a violation of the laws of gravity. It appears that the movements of a performer on the bars or trapeze are affected in a marked degree by the slope of the ground underneath. In other words, although bars and trapeze may rest on supports that are perfectly level, yet the swing of an acrobat's body will be accelerated over a downward slope or retarded over an upward slope. So true is this that the trapeze performer swinging over an upward slope will often require all his strength to reach a given point, while over a downward slope he must hold back, lest he reach it too easily and suffer a collision. Nevertheless, the swing in both cases is precisely the same, with rigging and bars fixed to a true level. On this point there has been endless arguments, and many persons have contended that acrobats must imagine all this, since the upward or downward slope of the ground under a trapeze can in no way affect the movement of that trapeze. I fancy the wisdom of such people is like that of the professors who proved some years ago that it is a physical impossibility for a ball player to pitch a curve. There is no doubt that trapeze performers are obliged to take serious account of the ground slope in their daily work, to note carefully the amount of slope and the direction of slope, and to take these precautions accordingly. If they did not, they would fail in their feats. Those are the facts to which all acrobats bear witness, let scientists explain them as they may. "Suppose the ground slopes to one side or the other under your trapeze," I asked Ryan one day. "How does that affect you?" "It draws you down the slope and makes your bar swing that way." "What do you do about it?" "Sometimes I pull the bar over a little in starting, so as to balance the pull of the hill, but that's uncertain. It's better to fix the rigging so that the bar is a little higher on the downhill side." Ryan said that a straight-ahead downhill slope is the worst for a man because he is apt to hold back too hard, being afraid of bumping into his partner, and so he doesn't get send enough and falls short of his mark. "But all slopes are bad for us," he said, "and we try hard to get our things put up over level ground." This is but one instance of the jealous care shown by acrobats for their bars and rigging. These things belong not to the circus, but to the individual performers, who put every brace and knot to the severest test. For the high bars a particular kind of hickory is used, with a core of steel inside. Every mesh of the net must resist a certain strain. The bars themselves must be neither too dry nor too moist. The light must come in a certain way, and a dozen other things. Many an accident has come through the failure of some little thing. This much is certain, that acrobats often suffer without serious injury falls that would put an end to ordinary men. Like bareback riders, they know how to fall, this art consisting chiefly in tucking up into a ball and hardening the muscles so that the shock is eased. Also they have by practice acquired the power of deciding instantly how to make the body protect itself in an emergency. "Now," said Ryan, "I'll give you a case where two of us did some quick thinking, and it helped a lot. We were with the circus in Australia making a night run. It was somewhere in New South Wales, and every man was asleep in his bunk. First thing we knew, bang, rip, tear! A drowsy engineer had smashed into us and taken the rear truck of our sleeper clean off, and there were the floor timbers of our car bumping along over the ties. We had the last car. Our engineer never slowed up, and our floor was going into kindling wood fast. It was as dark as pitch, and nobody said a word. Fred Reynolds and I, Reynolds was a clown acrobat, had lower berths right at the end, next to the negro porter, and I don't say we escaped because we were acrobats, but, well, this is what we did. Fred gave one mighty leap, just like going over elephants, and cleared the whole trail of wreckage that was pounding along behind the car, and landed safe on the track. It was a crazy thing to do, in my opinion, but it worked. I made a spring for the chandelier and hung there until the train stopped, and afterward I found my trousers back on the road bed with the legs cut clean off, and I guess my own legs would have gone the same way if they'd been there. What did the porter do? Oh, he did nothing, and he was killed. End of section 2. The Aerial Acrobat, Part 3 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett, in which the author tries his hand with professional trapeze performers. On this particular morning, it was a damp day in February. I had been watching the Potter family, familiar on circus posters in tights and spangles, at their practice of aerial leaps, when Henry Potter, who is husband, father, and brother of the others, and chief of the act, suggested that if I wanted a vivid idea of what it was to work on the flying trapeze, I might come up and take his place on the cradle, and let Tom chuck the kid across to me and see if I could catch him. The kid was Roy Potter, sometimes Royetta when presented in feminine trappings. a slender lad of 17, who had just been doing doubles and twisters and half-turns, leaping with shoot and graceful curve from brother to brother up there in mid-air under the rafters of this moldering old skating rink. "Go ahead," he urged. "It's easy enough. All you've got to do is hang by your knees, and it can't hurt the boy, for he'll drop in the net if you miss him. Besides, we'll put the mechanic on him." The mechanic is an arrangement of waist straps and trailing pulley ropes that guard a gymnast while he is learning some new feat. Doubtless I should have declined this amiable offer had I taken time to consider, for there was no particular appropriateness in a man who knew nothing about the trapeze, except such rudiments as boys of 12 get in their own backyards, taking part off-hand in a leaping performance 30 feet above the ground with "the phenomenal and fearless Potters," I quote the circus signs, "greatest of all great acrobat aerials." Yet he put it so plausibly I certainly would get a better idea of the thing, and he made it out so simple, anybody can hang by his knees, that I said all right, I would go up on the cradle and catch the kid. The cradle is composed of 2 steel bars about a foot apart that are held rigid by tackle and wire braces. You climb to it, after emptying your pockets, by a swinging ladder, none too secure, and seated here, look down as from the dome of a circus tent. On a line with you are other cradles where your partners are coolly preparing to do things. You glance across at them anxiously, then down at the net, which seems a long way beneath. "Better put some rosin on your hands," sings out Potter from the ground, where he is arranging the mechanic lines. "It's in that little bag on the wire," calls the boy from his perch. "Rub it along your wrists, too. We'll catch better." We will, eh? I do as I'm told, and realize that even the trifling movement to get this rosin bag involves a certain peril. "Now lean back," comes the word. "Catch one bar in the crotch of your knee and brace your feet under the other. That's right. Hang way down. Stretch your arms out, and when I say 'now,' pull up and reach for the kid. You'll see him coming." Sure enough, although the blood was in my head, I could see over there Tom Potter's red shirt and the boy's blue one as they poised for the swing. Then Tom's body dropped back, and he swept the lad at full arm's length through a half circle and let him go head first, cutting the air straight at me. "Now!" cried Harry, and I reached out as best I could, only to see the boy a second later floundering in the net below me. And they were all laughing. In trying to reach one way, I had actually reached the other and withdrawn my arms instead of extending them, which made me understand better than an hour of words that a man hanging head down at a height finds his muscles as hard to control as a penman writing with his left hand for the first time. He cannot even see straight until his eyes learn to gauge distances and the relation of things presented upside down. With some pains and an awkward clutching at the braces, I got myself back into a sitting position, while Roy climbed again good-naturedly to his starting cradle. A trapeze performer must have infinite patience. Again we tried the trick, and this time, as I hung expectant, I felt my wrists clutched tight, and there was the agile leaper swinging back, pendulum fashion, from my arms, then forward, then back, while the bar strained under my knees. "Now throw him," called Harry. "Stiffen out and chuck him back to Tom. Now!" Alas, I made a bungle of it. I could not give him send enough, and the boy, falling short of Tom's arms, dangled from the mechanic lines halfway down to the net. It was quite plain that more than good intentions are needed to chuck young gentlemen through flights of 18 feet. I was feeling decidedly queer by this time, a sort of halfway over the channel faintness, and could imagine what it must be to work up here, right at the peak of a big-top tent, under the scorch of an August sun, with the stifle of a great audience coming up from below. I expressed a readiness to descend. "Try a drop into the net," suggested Tom Potter. "See, hang by your hands like this, keep your legs together, keep 'em out stiff, then—" Down he went and landed easily on his shoulders. "Better put the mechanic on him," said Harry, and presently young Roy was beside me on the cradle, securing me to the drop lines with a double hitch. "You want to be sure to lift your legs," he remarked. "I knew a fellow that struck the net straight on his feet and broke his knees." "Don't you worry," said Harry. "If you don't fall right, I'll hold you with the mechanic." Of course, when a man has started at this sort of thing, he must see it through, so I hung obediently by my hands, lifted my legs, and "Now!" called Harry, and instantly, before I had time to think or note sensations, I was on my back in the net. And I understand what a terrible problem it is for a gymnast, falling with such swiftness, to turn 2 or 3 somersaults in the air, and land with the body at just the angle of safety, for a shade too much one way may mean a broken leg, and a shade too much the other an injured spine. For some time after my aerial experience, I sat around rather limp and white, giving but indifferent attention to the breaking in of young Clarence Potter, baby of the family, now in his first fortnight's practicing. He certainly showed a game spirit, this little fellow. When his father said jump, he jumped, and when the call came for a forward somersault across and a half turn, he went at it like a veteran, though his wrists must have burned with red chafes where they caught him. Of course he had the mechanic on all the time. "We have to handle him very careful," said his father. "He's so limber. It wouldn't take much to break his back, but he'll harden up soon." People have an idea that gymnasts are supple-jointed. That's all nonsense. A gymnast won't bend as much as an ordinary businessman. There are too many bunches of muscles all over him that keep him stiff. See, feel along here. He prodded my hand into his back and sides. Not big muscles, mind, but lots of small ones. Say it's a fine thing to have your body trained. I don't believe there's a healthier... Hey there! Keep those legs together. Easy now. Good boy. The little fellow had made a pretty turn and dropped to the net, and was striding along its meshes, beaming at the praise. "He'll make a gymnast," said Potter, "because he's got a head on him and can fix his mind on what he's doing. Oh, it takes more than body to make a great acrobat. It takes brains, for one thing, and heart. I believe I'll be able to train that boy so he can do a triple. I mean do it, not get through it in a Lord help me way. Most people say a triple can't be done for a regular act because it's too uncertain and too dangerous, but they used to say that of a double. It's all a matter of taking time enough in the practice. That's the thing, practice. Why, look at us. We don't open for months yet, but we're up here every morning all through the winter, getting our act down so fine and the time so perfect that when summer comes we can't fail." "How do you mean, getting the time perfect?" "Why, in trapeze work, everything depends on judging time. Just now, when you were hanging from the cradle, you couldn't see much, could you? Well, we can't either. We have to know when to do things by feeling the time they take. Say it's a long double swing where the men cross and change bars. Each man grabs or lets go at the second or part of a second when the watch inside him says it's time to grab or let go. That's the only watch he has, and it's the only one he needs. And he dives by the sense of time? That's right. And does the triple somersaults by the sense of time? Certainly he does. He can't see. What could you see, falling and whirling? A gymnast has no different eyes from any other man. He's got to feel how long he must keep on turning. And it's goodbye gymnast if his feeling is a quarter of a second out of the way. Do you mean that literally? Mr. Potter smiled. I'll give you a case, and you can judge for yourself. There was a fellow named Johnny Howard in the Barnum show. He was doing trapeze work with the famous Dunham family, and was very ambitious to equal Dunham in all his feats, which was a large contract, for Dunham is about the finest gymnast in the world. What a pretty triple he can do, clean down from the top of the tent and land right every time. Well, Howard, he kept trying triples, and sometimes he got 'em about right, and sometimes he didn't. Dunham told him he'd better stick to doubles until he'd had more practice, but Howard wouldn't have it, and he kept right on. Probably he thought Dunham was jealous of him. Anyhow, he tried a triple one night at Chicago in the Coliseum, and that was the last triple he ever did try. He misjudged his time by a quarter of a turn, that is, he turned 3 somersaults and a quarter instead of just 3, and struck the net so that he twisted his spinal column, and he died a few weeks later. That last quarter of a turn killed him, and it probably didn't take over a tenth of a second. Here was something to think about. Precision of movement to tenths of a second with no guidance but a man's own intuition of time, and a life depending on it. Can a man regulate the speed of his turning while he is in the air? Certainly he can. That's the first thing you'll learn. If you want to turn faster, you tuck up your knees and bend your head so the chin almost touches your breast. If you want to turn slower, you stretch out your legs and straighten up your head. The main thing is your head. Whichever way you point that, your body will follow. In our act, we do a long drop from the top of the tent, where you shoot straight down, head first, for 50 or 60 feet, and never move a muscle until you are 2 feet over the net. Then you duck your head everlastingly quick and land on your shoulders. I asked Mr. Potter how long a drop would be possible for a gymnast. He thought 100 feet might be done by a man of unusual nerve, but he pointed out that the peril increases enormously with every 20 feet you add, say to a drop of 40 feet. When you've dropped 60 feet, you are falling 35 miles an hour. When you've dropped 80 feet, you are falling nearly 60 miles an hour, and so on. It seemed incredible that a man shooting down head first at such velocity would wait before turning until only 2 feet separated him from the net. It can't be, said I, that in one of these straight drops a gymnast is guided only by his sense of time. Potter hesitated a moment. You mean that he uses his eyes to know when to turn? I guess he does a little, though it is mostly sense of time. You wouldn't get a man to do it blindfolded? I suggested. Not a straight drop, no, but a drop with somersaults, yes. What? 2 somersaults down to the net blindfolded? Yes, sir, that would be easy. I tell you, a man's eyes don't help him when he's turning in the air. Why, Tom and I would throw that boy of mine, Royetta, across from one to the other, he turning doubles just the same whether he was blindfolded or not. It wouldn't make any difference. I'll tell you another thing, he continued, that may surprise you. It's possible for a fine gymnast to swing from a bar, say 60 feet above the net, turn a back somersault, what we call a cast somersault, then shoot straight down head first for 30 feet, and then tuck up and turn a forward somersault landing on his shoulders. I couldn't do it myself ever since I got hurt down in Mexico, but Tom Hanlon could. I mention this to show what control a man can get over his body in the air. He can make it turn one way, then go straight, then turn the other. After a proper expression of wonder at this statement, I asked Mr. Potter if something might not go wrong with this wonderful automatic time machine that a gymnast carries within himself. Of course there might, he said, and that is why there is such need of practice. Let a man neglect his trapeze for a couple of months, and he would be almost like a beginner. And even the best gymnast, he admitted, men in the pink of training are liable to sudden and unaccountable disturbances of mind or heart that make them for the moment unequal to their most familiar feats. I'll tell you what accounts for the death of most gymnasts, he went on. It's changing their minds while they're in the air. That's what we call it, but it's only a name. Nobody knows just what happens when a gymnast changes his mind. I mean, what happens inside him. What happens outside is that he's usually killed. Now, there was Billy Batcheller. He was a fine leaper, and could do his 2 somersaults over 4 elephants or 8 horses with the prettiest lift you ever saw. He could do it easy. But one day we were showing out west with the Reynolds Circus. As he came down the leaping run, he struck the board wrong somehow, and in the turn he changed his mind. Instead of doing a double, he did 1 1/2 and shot over the last horse straight for the ground, head first. 1 second more, and he was a dead man. He would have broken his neck sure, but I saw him coming and caught him so with my right arm, took all the skin off under his chin, and left the print of my hand on his breast for weeks. But it saved him. And the queer thing was, he never could explain it. None of them ever can. He just changed his mind. So did Laddell, who used to do doubles from high bars down to a pedestal. He made his leap one night just as usual. It was at Toronto in 1896, I think. And as he turned, he changed his mind, and I forget how he landed, but it killed him all right. Did you ever have an experience of this kind yourself? I asked. Not exactly, he answered, and I'm thankful I haven't, but I came near it once in Chicago. It was the night after Howard got hurt, and I guess fear, just plain everyday fear, was at the bottom of my feeling. My wife and I were doing an act 60 feet above the ground without a net. I would hang by my hands from a couple of loops at the top of the Coliseum, and she would hang, head down, from my feet, her ankles locked across mine, just natural locking of the feet with no fastenings and only ordinary performing shoes. When I had her that way, a man below would pull a drag rope and get us swinging higher and higher until finally we would come right up to a horizontal. I tell you, it was a hair-raising thing to see, but until this night I had never thought much about the danger. I thought of it now, though, as I remembered Howard's fall, and I got so nervous for my wife that I felt sure something terrible was going to happen. I was just about in the state where a man starts his act and can't go through with it, where he changes his mind, and you'll be surprised to hear what gave me heart to go on. What was it? It was the music, sir, and ever since that night I've understood why some generals send their soldiers into battle with bands playing. As we stood by the dressing-room entrance waiting to go on, it seemed as if I couldn't do it. But when I heard the crash of that circus band calling us, and came out into the glare of light and heard the applause, just roars of it, why, I forgot everything except the pride of my business, and up we went, net or no net. And we never did our toe swing better than that night. Just the same, I'd had my warnings, and I soon got another act instead of that one, and he hesitated. Well, sir, today I wouldn't take my wife up and do that toe swing the way we used to, not for $1,000,000. And yet she's crazy to do it. End of part 3. The Aerial Acrobat, Part 4, of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. Some remarkable falls and narrow escapes of famous athletes. As we finished our talk, Mr. Potter asked me to call some evening at their rooms on 10th Street and see a family of trapeze performers in private life. I was glad to accept this invitation, and looked in upon them a day or two later. Like the other figures in these studies of thrilling lives, they present a modest, simple picture in their home circle. There is nothing in the externals of lion tamers, steeple climbers, divers, balloonists, or gymnasts to portray their unusual calling. Nor is there any heroic sign in eye or voice or bearing. They are plain, unpretentious folk, for the most part, who do these things and say little about them. In one room were Tom and Royetta playing checkers, while Clarence, the kid, weary no doubt from the morning's practice, lay on a bed, storing up resistance against the next day's shoots and twisters. In a room adjoining were Mr. Potter himself and Mrs. Potter, enjoying the call of a lady acrobat, one of the famed Livingston's trick bicyclists. As soon as was fitting, I put the old question to Mr. Potter, the question that always interests me, how it happened that he became a gymnast, and he went back to his Western boyhood and the early longings that possessed him to be a performer in the air. Plainly, he was born with the gymnast instinct, and he ran away from home to follow his heart's desire. Then he told us how, at 17, he was traveling with a 10-cent show, doing a single trapeze act in the ring, and an out-of-door free exhibition of tightrope walking from canvas top to ground. Once he went at a difficult feat so eagerly, he was always his own teacher, that he fell clean off a trapeze 60 feet above the ground, and by some kind of providence that watches over boys, escaped serious injury. "It's queer about falls," said Mr. Potter. "It's often the little ones that kill. Now, there I fell 60 feet, and you might say it didn't hurt me at all. Another time, showing in Yucatan, I fell only 40 feet and smashed 2 ribs. And the worst fall I ever had was 15 feet at the Olympia in London. I was driving 4 horses in a tandem race and was thrown straight on my head. That time I nearly broke my neck. 25 feet is my best fall, put in Mrs. Potter, smiling. I was doing an act on the flying rings, and one of them broke. Remember that, Harry? His face showed how well he remembered it. Perhaps you won't believe this, he said, but when I saw her falling, I couldn't move. I was tending her in the ring, and wasn't 10 feet from where she struck. I could have caught her and saved her if my legs would only have moved. But there they were frozen, sir, and I just had to stand still and see my wife come down smash on her head. Pretty tough, wasn't it? She lay unconscious for 2 days. That was at Monette, Missouri. Oh, yes, I remember it. I asked Mrs. Potter if she had ever been afraid, and she shook her head. Never once. Not even at Chicago, in the perilous toe swing, when even the other gymnasts told her she would certainly be killed. She knew her husband would hold her safe, and she really enjoyed that toe swing more than any act they ever did. I'll tell you this, though, she admitted. I would be afraid to do these things with anyone except my husband. Yes, and I'd be afraid to have her, added Potter. Why, down in Mexico, when I broke my ribs, there was a man, a fine gymnast, too, who offered to take my place so we wouldn't lose our salary. But every time I saw him practice with my wife, it made me so nervous I called it off and let the salary go. In spite of these manifest hazards, Potter insists that there is no healthier life than a gymnast leads. We never are ill, he said. We never take cold. We travel through all sorts of fever-stricken countries and never catch anything. And we always feel good. Look at that boy of mine. He's 17 years old, and he's got a chest on him like a man. 38 inches is what it measures. Why, I can't find a coat that'll fit him. He went on to point out some plain advantages, in addition to health, that ordinary citizens might derive from a moderate knowledge of trapeze work. In a fire, for instance, a man so trained would have little difficulty in saving himself and others by climbing and swinging. And firemen themselves would double their efficiency by regular practice on high bars. Again, in case of a runaway, a man familiar with the trapeze knows how and when to swing for the bridle of a plunging horse, or should he find himself almost under the wheels of a trolley car, he could leap for the platform rail and swing up safely. I'll give you a case, said Potter, where the training we get helped a good deal. It was a season when I was working with the Barnum outfit. We were showing in the East, and during the hippodrome races, a little girl got away from her people somehow, and the first thing anybody knew, there she was, out on the track with 3 4-horse chariots not 100 feet off, and coming on a dead run. As the crowd saw the child, they gave a great "oh!" in fear, and lots of women screamed. It wasn't in human power to stop those horses, and it seemed as if the little tot must be killed. She was about halfway across the track before I started for her. Lots of men would have started just as I did, but very few would have gone at just the right angle to save her. Most men would have tried to run straight across, but I was sure the horses would trample me and the child too if I tried that. So I took her on a slant, running across and away from the horses, and I caught her little body as a gymnast knows how, didn't waste any time at it, and then, we were over with the breath of those horses on our necks. If it hadn't been for the practice I've had, judging time and distance, we'd both have been killed that trip. I came now to another occasion when I spent 2 profitable hours with the St. Belmos, husband and wife, who for years past, and in many parts of the world, have appeared in a trapeze act that calls for the greatest nerve and precision of movement. As a climax to this act, St. Belmo makes a leap and swing of 40 feet over his audience, springing head first through a circle of knives and fire that barely lets his body pass, then catching a suspended trapeze that breaks away at his touch and carries him on in a long sweep, then leaping again, feet first, from this flying bar through a paper balloon where he holds by his arms and drops swiftly 35 feet to the ground. I was surprised to find the hero of this perilous feat rather the reverse of athletic in appearance. St. Belmo struck me as a pale, thin, almost sickly man. Yes, I judge it would fare ill with anyone who tried to impose upon him as an invalid. Over that spare form are hard, tireless muscles, and for years to come St. Belmo feels equal to leaping this obstacle of blades and flame. Most people, I suppose, in watching this act, would imagine the knives to be of wood and tinsel, but I saw that they were of steel, and sharp, heavy, double-edged knives a foot long, murderous weapons made by St. Belmo himself out of old saws, and 15 of these, with points turned inward, form the heart through which the gaunt yet rather genial gymnast shoots his way. I asked St. Belmo about the accidents that he had suffered. Had he ever struck the knives when leaping through? Yes, again and again. He had torn his clothes to tatters on them, and lined his body with scars. But that was years ago, when he was learning. Now he never touched the knives. He could leap through them, eyes shut, as surely as a man puts a spoon in his mouth without striking his teeth. How about falls in the air? Well, he remembered 2 in particular. One at Syracuse, where he missed the trapeze because someone was careless in fastening a snap hook that held it, and when he came through the blades and flames head first and reached for the bar had swung away and he plunged on smash down to the ground and broke both legs. "Didn't you look for the bar before you made the leap?" I questioned. He shook his head. "I never see the bar for the dazzle of fire. I know where it must be and leap for that place. If it isn't there, why—" He pointed down to his legs and smiled ruefully. He had another fall at Seattle, where he came down 35 feet and put both his knees out of joint, all because he was thinking of something else as he shot toward the balloon and forgot to throw out his arms and catch in the hoop. It was exactly the case of a man who might walk over the edge of a housetop through absent-mindedness. "Ever have a feeling of fear?" I asked. "I don't know as you'd call it fear exactly," he began. "Yes, it was fear, too," put in his wife, teasing. "I've seen your knees shake so up on the pedestal that you almost tumbled off." "No wonder my knees shook," protested St. Belmo. "They've been out of joint times enough." Naturally, after an accident, you feel a little queer for a while, but I'll own up there was once I felt afraid, and it wasn't long ago either. "I know," said his wife, "up at the 22nd Regiment Armory." "That's right. It was in December. Remember when that bicycle diver was killed? His name was Stark. Poor chap. He was a friend of ours, and we were there when it happened. You know, he got too much speed on the incline and struck the far edge of the tank instead of the water. That was in the afternoon, and the same night we had to go on and do our act. I looked at that tank, and then I said, 'Boys, I'm leery about this, but I'm going to do my act. I'll come down somehow, boys. You watch me.' Honest, I thought I was going to be killed, but I got through all right." Then he explained that the greatest danger in his act is neither at the knives nor at the balloon, but in the swift drop after the balloon with the hoop under his arms. The hoop, as it goes down, winds up a spring overhead that acts as a brake on the fall, though a very slight one. Just before St. Belmo reaches the floor, he lifts his arms above the hoop and drops through it to the ground, but he must do that at precisely the right moment, or he will suffer accident. If he drops through too soon, he will strike too hard and may break his legs. If he does not drop through soon enough, the hoop may jerk his arms out of the sockets. And in spite of this formidable alternative, St. Belmo assured me that for more than a dozen years now he has made this drop continually and never failed once. Think of a calling that requires a man to steer perpetually by the closest fraction of a shave between a pair of broken legs and a pair of dislocated arms. Fancy such an alternative as part of the regular after-dinner routine. Then consider what marvelous precision must be in these bodies and minds of ours when a man can face such hazards for years and never come to grief. End of the Aerial Acrobat.
The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 1. We visit a clear resort for circus people and talk with a trainer of elephants. Well down on 4th Avenue, below the bird fanciers, the rat catchers, the antique shops, and the dingy hotels where lion tamers put up, is Billy's place, the great rendezvous of the country for circus folk. And here any afternoon or evening, especially in the dull winter time, you may find heroes of the flying trapeze, bereft of show-ring trappings, playing monotonous euchre with keepers of the cages, or sitting in convivial and reminiscent groups that include everything from the high-salaried star down to some humble tutor in the band at present looking for a job. All kinds of acrobats come to Billy's, all kinds of animal men, everybody who has to do with a show, barring the owners. If a Norwegian wrestler wants to get track of an Egyptian giant, he goes to Billy's. If an elephant trainer needs a new helper, he goes to Billy's. It is at once a club, a haven, a post office, and a general intelligence bureau for members of this wandering and fascinating profession. It was my fortune recently to spend an evening at Billy's, and I had as companion a veteran circus man, able to explain things. After taking in the externals, which were commonplace enough save for a big-top celebrities ranged along the walls in tiers of photographs, we sat us down where a man in a blue shirt was telling how a lioness and 3 cubs got out of a cage somewhere one afternoon just after the performance. It seems one of the cubs had been playing with a loose bolt, and the first thing anyone knew, there they were, all 4 of them, skipping about free in the menagerie tent. The story detailed various efforts to get the lioness back into her cage. Prodding, lassoing, shouting, and the total failure of these because she would neither leave her cubs nor let them be taken from her. Finally the situation grew serious, for the evening performance was coming on, and it was quite sure there would be no audience with an uncaged lioness on the premises. So it became a matter of business in this wise. A lioness worth a few $100 against an audience worth a couple of thousand. Word was sent to the head of the show, and back came the order, kill her. In vain the keeper pleaded for one more trial. He would risk a hand-to-hand struggle with hot irons. The head of the show said no. The lioness was desperate, and he wouldn't have his men expose their lives. It was a case of shoot her, and do it quick. Of course, that settled it. They did shoot her, and as the blue-shirted man described the execution, I was impressed by his tenderness in speaking of that poor defiant mother, and then of the 3 little cubs that howled for a whole month, sir, and looked so sad it made us boys feel like murderers. Blamed if it didn't. Another man, with steely grey eyes and a stubble of beard, ventured the opinion that they must have had a pretty poor quality of gumption in that outfit, or someone would have got the lioness into her cage. He was mighty sure George Conklin would have done it. George was over in Europe now, handling big cats for the Barnum's show. There wasn't anything George didn't know about lions. "Why, I'll give you a case," said he. "We were showing out in Kansas, and one night a cage fell off the circus train. It became unlashed or something as she swung round a curve, and when we stuck our heads out of the sleeper there were a pair of greenish burning eyes coming down the side of the track, and we could hear a roar, something between a bark and a roar, that didn't cheer us up any, you better believe. Then George Conklin yelled, 'By the Lord, it's Mary! Come on, boys, we must get her!' And we went out. Mary was a full-grown lioness, and she was loose there in the darkness, out on a bare prairie, without a house or fence anywhere for miles." "Hold on," said I. "How did your circus train happen to stop when the cage fell off?" With indulgent smile he explained that a circus train running at night always has guards on the watch, who wave quick lanterns to the engineer in any emergency. Well, continued the man, George Conklin had that cage fixed up and the lioness safe inside within 40 minutes by the clock. Do? Why, it was easy enough. We unrolled about 100 yards of sidewall tenting and carried it toward the lioness. It was a line of men holding up a length of canvas so it formed a long moving fence, and every man carried a flaming kerosene torch. There was a picture to remember, that line of heads over the canvas wall, and the flaring lights gradually circling round the lioness, who backed, growling and switching her tail, backed away from the fire, till presently, as we closed in, we had her in the mouth of a funnel of canvas, with torches everywhere except just at her back where the open cage was. Then Conklin spoke sharp to her, just as they were in the ring, and snapped his whip. And the next thing Miss Mary was safe behind the bars. It was a pretty neat job, I can tell you. During this talk a broad-shouldered man had joined the group, and my companion whispered that he was Bill Newman, the famous elephant trainer. Mr. Newman at once showed an interest in the discussion, and agreed that there are times when you can do nothing with an animal but kill it. Now there was old Albert, said he. A fine 10-foot tusker that I'd seen grown up from a baby, and I was fond of him too, but I had to kill him. It was in '85, and we were showing in New Hampshire. Albert had been cranky for a long time, never with me but with the other men, and in Nashua he slammed a keeper against the ground so hard that he died the next morning just as we were coming into Keene. That settled it, and the afternoon performance, Mr. Hutchinson announced in the ring that we had an elephant on our hands under sentence of death, and he was willing to turn this elephant over to the local rifle corps if they felt equal to the execution. You see, he had heard there was a company of sharpshooters in Keene, and it struck him that this was a good way to be rid of a bad elephant and get some advertising at the same time. Well, those Keene riflemen weren't going to be bluffed by a showman. They said to bring on the elephant and they'd take care of him. So after the performance I led old Albert back to a piece of woods behind the tent, and we hitched tackle to his 4 legs and stretched him out between 4 trees so he couldn't move, and then the rifle corps lined him up about 12 paces off, ready to shoot. That elephant knew he was going to die, sir. Yes, he knew it perfectly well, but he was a lot cooler than some of those riflemen. Why, there was one fellow on the end of the line shaking so he could hardly aim. You see, they were afraid old Albert would break loose and come at them if they only wounded him. Do you men know where to shoot? I called out. We're going to shoot at his head, answered the captain. All right, said I. You'd better send for lanterns and more ammunition. You're liable to be shooting here all night. Then where shall we shoot? Asked the captain. That depends, I answered. If you can send your bullet straight into his eye at a 45-degree upslant, you'll fix him all right. If you don't hit his eye, you can shoot the rest of his head full of holes and he won't care. You've got to reach his brain, and that's a little thing in where I'm telling you. That made the captain do some thinking, for Albert looked awful big and his eye looked awful small, and they didn't want to bungle the job. Well, said he, is there any other place we can aim except his eye? Aim here, I told him, and I drew a circle with a piece of chalk just back of his left foreleg, a circle about as big as your hand. When a man has cut up as many elephants as I have, he knows where the heart is, but most men don't. After this there was a hush, while the whole crowd held its breath, and old Albert looked at me out of his little eyes as much to say, So you're going to let 'em do me after all, are you? And then came the sharp command, ready, fire, and 32 rifle balls started for that chalk mark. And how many do you think got there? 5 out of 32 I counted, but 5 did the business. Poor old Albert dropped without a sound or a struggle. Newman sighed at the memory. Isn't there some exaggeration, I asked, in what you said about shooting an elephant full of holes without killing him? Exaggeration, answered Newman. Not a bit of it. Why, there was an elephant named Samson with the coal show, and he got loose once in a town out in Idaho and ran through the streets crazy mad. killing horses, smashing into houses, ripping the whole place wide open. Well, sir, they shot at him with Winchesters, revolvers, shotguns, every darn thing they had, until that elephant was full of lead. Then he went off all right the next day and never seemed any the worse for it up to the day he was burned to death with the Barnum show at Bridgeport. The mention of this catastrophe reminded me of reports that wild beasts in a burning menagerie are silent before the flames, and I asked Mr. Newman if he believed it. "No, sir," he said, "it isn't true. I was in Bridgeport when the Barnum show burnt up, and I never heard such roaring and screaming. It was awful. Even the rhinoceros, which can't make much noise, was running round the yard grunting and squealing, with flames 4 foot high shooting up from his back and sides. You see, a rhinoceros is almost solid fat, and as soon as he caught fire he burnt like an oil tank." "Didn't you save any lions or tigers?" He shook his head. Wasn't any use trying. They'd have been shot by policemen as fast as we could get 'em out. Besides, we couldn't get them out. We concentrated on elephants and saved all the herd but 5. There were free elephants all over Bridgeport that night, and a queer thing was we had to look sharp that some of the elephants we'd saved didn't run back into the fire. You know how horses will go back into a burning stable? Well, elephants are just the same. That's how we lost the white elephant. She walked straight into the blaze when she might just as well have walked out through an open door. By this time most of the company at Billy's had gathered round to listen, for Newman was a veteran among veterans, and was now in the full swing of reminiscence. He went back to his earliest days, back to Putnam Country, New York, where young men might well be drawn into the circus life, so many famous showmen has this region produced. Jim Kelly and Seth B., Howes and Langway and the Baileys. "I started with Langway, the old lion tamer," said Newman, "and he was one of the best. I'll never forget once what he told me when he was breaking in a den of lions and tigers. There were 3 lions and 2 tigers, all fully grown and fresh from the jungle. 'Bill,' said he, 'I'm an old man, and this is my last den. I won't break in no more big cats. But I'll break this den in so they'll never work for another man after I've gone. It'll look easy what I do, and folks'll want you to tackle 'em, Bill, but don't you never do it, for if you do these cats will chew you up sure.' Well, he worked that den in great shape for a year or so, and then he died, and I minded his words. I let those lions and tigers alone. They hired a lion tamer named Davis to work 'em, and sure enough he got chewed up bad, just as the old man said he would. And the end of it was that nobody ever worked that den again. It couldn't be done, although they'd been like kittens with Langway. What he did to 'em's always been a mystery." Newman paused, as impressive storytellers do, and then, drawing once more upon his memories, he told how a terrible death came to poor Patsy Ma, as he was drilling a herd of elephants once in winter quarters at Columbus, Ohio. It was the day before Thanksgiving, he said. I'll never forget it, and a big bull elephant named Sid took the order wrong, went right face instead of left face or something, and Patsy got mad and hooked him pretty hard. Some think it was Patsy's fault, 'cause he gave the wrong order by mistake, and Sid did what he said, while the other elephants did the thing he meant to say. Anyhow, Sid turned on Patsy and let him have both tusks, brass balls and eye, right through the body. Killed him in half a minute. Why, sir, they took Patsy's watch out through his back. That's the sort of thing you're liable to run up against." "Did they kill Sid?" I asked. "No, they gave him the benefit of the doubt. You see, it ain't square to blame an elephant for obeying orders." Then came the story of how they killed bad old Pilot at the Madison Square Gardens back in 1883. Fought his hard spirit all night long with clubs and pitchforks and prods and hot irons, 100 men flaying and jabbing in relays against a poor bound animal that died rather than yield. Died without a sound as day was breaking. "Yes, sir," said Newman. "He never squealed. He wouldn't squeal. and 3 minutes afore he died he nearly killed me with the swing of his trunk. Oh, he was game all right, Pilot was." Newman came back to the difficulty of working animals broken in by another tamer, but he declared that the thing can be done in some cases if the new tamer has in him that unknown something to which all wild beasts submit. His own wife, for example, after a dozen years of peaceful married life, determined one day that she would make a herd of 8 big Asiatic elephants obey her, a thing no woman had ever attempted. And within 3 weeks she did, and drilled the herd in public for years afterward. In fact, became a greater star than her husband. All of which was most unusual, and entirely due to her exceptional nerve and physical power. "Why, sir," said Newman proudly, "she was 6 foot tall and built like an athlete. She only died a few years ago, and that gulp and the catch in his voice told the whole story. This was no longer a dauntless elephant trainer, but a stricken, heartbroken man. What now were the glories of the ring to him? His wife was dead. End of The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 1. The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Wild Beast Trainer, Part 2. Methods of Lion Tamers and the Story of Brutus's Attack on Mr. Bostock. The wild beast tamer, as generally pictured, is a mysterious person who stalks about sternly in high boots and possesses a remarkable power with the eye that makes lions and tigers quail at his look and shrink away. He rules by fear, and the crack of his whip is supposed to bring memories of torturing points and red-hot irons. Such is the storybook lion tamer, and I may as well say at once that outside of storybooks he has small existence. There is scarcely any truth in this theory of hate, for hate and conquest by fear. It is no more fear that makes a lion walk on a ball than it is fear that makes a horse pull a wagon. It is habit. The lion is perfectly willing to walk on the ball, and he has reached that mind not by cruel treatment, but by force of his trainer's patience and kindness and superior intelligence. Of course, a wild beast tamer should have a quick eye and a delicate sense of hearing, so that he may be warned of a sudden spring at him or a rush from behind, and it is important that he be a sober man, for alcohol breaks the nerve or gives a false courage worse than folly. But the quality on which he must chiefly rely, and which alone can make him a great tamer, not a second-rate bungler, is a genuine fondness for his animals. This does not mean that the animals will necessarily be fond of the tamer. Some will be fond of him, some will be indifferent to him, some will fear and hate him. Nor will the tamer's fondness protect him from fang or claw. We shall see that there is danger always, accident often, but without the fondness there would be greater danger and more frequent accident. A fondness for lions and tigers gives sympathy for them. Sympathy gives understanding of them, and understanding gives mastery of them, or as much mastery as is possible. What but this fondness would keep a tamer constantly with his animals, not only in the public show, the easiest part, but in the dens and treacherous runway, in the strange night hours, in the early morning romp when none is looking, where there is no reason for being with them except the tamer's own joy in it. I do not propose now to present in detail the methods of taming wild beasts, rather what happens after they are tamed, but I may say that a lion tamer always begins by spending weeks or months in gaining a new animal's confidence. Day after day he will stand for a long time outside the cage, merely looking at the lion, talking to him, impressing upon the beast a general familiarity with his voice and person, and each time as he goes away he is careful to toss in a piece of meat as a present memento of his visit. Later he ventures inside the bars, carrying some simple weapon, a whip, a rod, perhaps a broom, which is more formidable than one might be supposed, through the jab of its sharp bristles. One tamer used a common chair with much success against unbroken lions. If the creature came at him, there were the four legs in his face, and soon the chair came to represent boundless power to the ignorant lion. He feared it and hated it, as was seen on one occasion when the tamer left it in the cage, and the lion promptly tore it into splinters. Days may pass before the lion will let his tamer do more than merely stay inside the cage at a distance. Very well, the tamer stays there. He waits hour after hour, week after week, until a time comes when the lion will let him move nearer, will permit the touch of his hand, will come forward for a piece of meat, and at last treat him like a friend, so that finally he may sit there quite at ease and even read his newspaper, as one man did. Lastly begins the practice of tricks. The lion must spring to a pedestal and be fed. He must jump from one pedestal to another and be fed. Must keep a certain pose and be fed. A bit of meat is always the final argument, and the tamer wins, if he wins at all, for sometimes he fails, by patience and kindness. "There is no use getting angry with a lion," said a well-known trainer to me, "and there is no use in carrying a revolver. If you shoot a lion or injure him with any weapon, it is your loss, for you must buy another lion, and the chances are that he will kill you anyway if he starts to do it. The thing is to keep him from starting." I once had a talk with the lion tamer Philadelphia on the subject of breaking lions, and heard from him what need a tamer has of patience. "I have sat in a lion's cage," said Philadelphia, "2 or 3 hours every day for weeks, yes, for months, waiting for him to come out of his sulky corner and take a piece of meat from me. And that was only a start towards mastery." "Wouldn't he attack you?" Philadelphia smiled. "He did at first, but that was soon settled. It isn't hard to best a lion if you go at it right. I usually carry a pair of clubs. Some men prefer a broom, because the bristles do great work in a lion's face without injuring him. But the finest weapon you have against a fighting lion is a hose of water. That stops his fight, only you mustn't have the water too cold, or he might get pneumonia. You mightn't think it, but lions are very delicate. In using the clubs you must be careful not to strike them hard across the back. You'd be surprised how easy it is to break a lion's backbone, especially if it's a young lion." In support of this statement that lions are delicate, I remember hearing old John Smith, director of the Central Park Menagerie, set forth a list of lions' ailments and the coddling and doctoring that they require. Lion medicine is usually administered in the food or drink, but there are cases requiring more heroic measures, and then the animal must be bound down before the doctors can treat him. It should be remembered that lions in city menageries are more dangerous than circus lions, since they are either wild ones brought straight from the jungle and never tamed, or rebellious ones, anarchist lions that have been turned against their tamers, perhaps killed them, and have finally been sold to any zoological garden that would take them. "When we have to rope a lion down to doctor him," said Smith, "we drop nooses through the top bars and catch his 4 legs, and let down one round his body. Then we haul these fast, and there you are. You can feel his pulse, or give him stuff, or pull one of his teeth, or anything." "It must be pretty hard to pull a lion's tooth," I remarked. "Not very. Here's the forceps I use. You see, it isn't very big. This is for the upper jaw, and that other one is for the lower jaw." I made some remark meant to be facetious about not giving the lions gas, but the old man took me up sharply. "Certainly we give 'em gas. How in the world do you think we operate on 'em? They get chloroform same as a person. I have a bag that fits over the lion's head and pulls up tight with a string. In the bag is a sponge saturated with chloroform, and the first you know, off goes Mr. Lion into a quiet sleep, and you can do what you like. But you have to be mighty careful not to give him too much, and look sharp as his heart action, or you'll have a dead lion on your hand. Say, I found out one thing chloroforming lions that lots of doctors don't know. It's this, that if a lion comes back hard to consciousness after you've put him to sleep, you can help things along by catching hold of his tail and heaving him up on his head. That sends the blood down to his brain where you want it, and pretty soon you'll see his muscles begin to twitch, and back he comes. I told a doctor about this once, and he said he'd done the very same thing with patients. Coming again to the need of patience, let me quote my friend Bill Newman. Why, he says, I've spent weeks and weeks teaching an elephant to ring a bell, just that one thing. You have to sit by him hour after hour, giving him the bell in his trunk and giving it to him again when he drops it, and then again and again for a whole morning, and then for many mornings until he gets the idea and rings it right. It's the same way teaching an elephant to fan himself or teaching tricks to a clown elephant. You have to wait and never give up. Once an elephant understands what you want, he'll do it, but it's awful hard sometimes making him understand. How do you teach them to stand on their heads and on their hind legs? I asked. With the same kind of patience and with tackle. Just heave them or roll them over the way they're supposed to go, and then keep at it. Some learn quicker than others. Once in a while you get a mean one, and then look out. An instance of the affection felt for wild beasts by their tamers is offered in the case of Madame Bianca, the French tamer, who in the winter of 1900 was with the Bostock Wild Animals Show, giving daily exhibitions in Baltimore, where her skill and daring with lions and tigers earned wide admiration. It will be remembered how fire descended suddenly on this menagerie one night and destroyed the animals among fearful scenes, and in the morning Bianca stood in the ruins and looked upon the charred bodies of her pets. Had she lost her dearest friend, she could scarce have shown deeper grief. She was in despair, and declared that she would never tame another group. She would leave show business. And when the menagerie was stocked afresh with lions and tigers, Bianca would not go near their cage. These were lions indeed, but not her lions. And she shook her head and mourned for Bowser, the handsomest lioness in captivity, and Spitfire, and Juliet, and the black-maned Brutus. This recalls a story that Mr. Bostock told me, showing how Bianca's fondness for her lions persisted even in the face of fierce attack. It was in Kansas City, and for some days Spitfire had been working badly, so that on this particular afternoon Bianca had spent 2 hours in the big exhibition cage trying to get the lioness into good form. But Spitfire remained sullen and refused to do one perfectly easy thing, a jump over a pedestal. "Ask Mr. Bostock to come here, please," called Bianca, finally quite at her wits' end, with the performance hour approaching and hers the chief act. To go on with Spitfire in rebellion would never do, for the spirit of mischief spreads among lions and tigers exactly as it spreads among children. Spitfire must jump over that pedestal. Mr. Bostock arrived presently and at once entered the cage, carrying 2 whips, as is the custom. There is something in this man that impresses animals and tamers alike. It is not only that he is big and strong and loves his animals and does not fear them. That would scarcely account for his extraordinary prestige, which is his rather because he knows lions and tigers as only a man who has literally spent his life with them. From father and grandfather he has inherited precious and unusual lore of the cages. He was born in a menagerie, he married the daughter of a menagerie owner, he sleeps always within a few feet of the dens, he eats with roars of lions in his ears, and his principle is, and always has been, that he will enter any cage at any time if a real need calls him, which has led to many a situation like that created now by Spitfire's disobedience. There were many groups in the menagerie at this time, each with its regular tamer, and while Bostock as owner and director watched over them all, it often happened that months would pass without his putting a foot inside this or that particular cage. And in the present case he was practically a stranger to the 4 lions and tiger now ranged about on their pedestals in a semicircle 30 feet in diameter, with big Brutus in the middle, and snarling Spitfire at one end. "Well," said Mr. Bostock, explaining what happened, "I saw that Bianca had made a mistake in handling Spitfire from too great a distance. She had stood about 7 feet away, so I stepped 3 feet closer and lifted one of my whips. There were just two things that Spitfire could do. She could spring at me and have trouble, or she could jump over the pedestal and have no trouble. She growled a little, looked at me, and then she jumped over that pedestal like a lady. I had called her bluff. The rest was easy. I put her through some other tricks, circled her around the cage a couple of times, and brought her back to her corner. Just then, as she crouched there and snarled at me, I played a tattoo with my whip handle on the floor just in front of her. It was sort of a flourish to finish off with, and was one thing too much, for in doing this I turned quite away from the rest of the group and made Brutus think that I meant to hurt the lioness. He said to himself, 'Ha! Here's a stranger in our cage taking a whip to Spitfire. I'll just settle him.' And before I could move he sprang 20 feet off his pedestal, set his fangs in my thigh, and dragged me over to Bianca as if to prove his gallantry. Then the Frenchwoman did a clever thing. She clasped her arms round his big neck, drew his head up, and fired a revolver close to his ear. Of course she fired only a blank cartridge, but it brought Brutus to obedience, for that was Bianca's regular signal in the act for the lion to take their pedestal. And the habit of the work was so strong in the old fellow that he dropped me and jumped back to his place. There wasn't any more to it except that I lay 5 weeks in bed with my wounds. But this will show you how Bianca loved those lions. She wouldn't let me lift a hand to punish Brutus. Of course I called for irons as soon as I got up, and wounded or not, I would have taught Mr. Brutus a few things before I left that cage, if I could have had my way. But Bianca pleaded for him so hard, for she actually cried, that I hadn't the heart to go against her. She said it was partly my own fault for turning my back, which was true, and that Brutus was a good lion and had only tried to defend his mate and a lot more, with tears and teasing, till I let him off, though I knew I could never enter Brutus's cage again after leaving it without showing myself master. That's always the way with lions. If you once lose the upper hand, you can never get it back. End of The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 2. The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 3. Bonvenita describes his fight with 7 lions, and George Arsental tells how he conquered a mad elephant. In the course of days spent with Mr. Bostock and his menagerie, I observed many little instances of the tamer's affection for his animals. I could see it in the constant fondling of the big cats by Bostock himself, and by Bonavita, his chief tamer, and even by the cage grooms. And no matter how great the crush of business, there was always time for visiting a sick lioness out in the stable, who would never be better, poor thing, but should have all possible comforts for her last days. And late one afternoon I stood by while Bonavita led a powerful yellow-maned lion into the arena cage and held him as a mother might hold a suffering child, while the doctor, reaching cautiously through the bars, cut away a growth from the beast's left eye. It is true they used a local anaesthetic, but even so it hurt the lion, and Bonavita's position as he knelt and stroked the big head and spoke soothing words seemed to me as far as possible from secure. Yet it was plain that his only thought was to ease the lion's pain. "I couldn't have done that with all my lions," Bonavita said after the operation, "but this one is specially trained. You know, he lets me put my head in his mouth." Bonavita is a handsome, slender man, with dark hair and eyes, quite the type of a Spanish gentleman, and I liked him not only for his mastery of 20-odd lions, but because he had a gentle manner and was modest about his work. According to Mr. Bostock, Bonavita has but 2 strong affections, one for his old mother and one for his lions. Occasionally I could get him aside for a talk, and that was a thing worth doing. "People ask me such foolish questions about wild beasts," he said one day. "For instance, they want to know which would win in a fight, a lion or a tiger. I tell them that it is like asking which would win in a fight, an Irishman or a Scotchman. It all depends on the particular tiger you have and the particular lion. Animals are just as different as men. Some are good, some bad, some you can trust, and some you can't trust." "Which is the most dangerous lion you have?" I inquired. "Well," said he, "that's one of those questions I don't know how to answer. If you ask which lion has been the most dangerous so far, I should say Denver, because he tore my right arm one day so badly that they nearly had to cut it off. Still, I think Ingomar is my most dangerous lion. Although he hasn't got his teeth into me yet, he's tried, but missed me. It doesn't matter, though, what I think, for it may be one of these lazy, innocent-looking lions that will really kill me. They seem tame as kittens, but you can't tell what's underneath. Supposing I turn my back and one of them springs, why, it's all off." Another day he said, "A man gets more confidence every time he faces an angry lion and comes out all right. Finally he gets so sure of his power that he does strange things. I have seen a lion coming at me and never moved, and the lion has stopped. I've had a lion strike at me, and the blow has just grazed my head, and I have stood still with my whip lifted, and the lion has gone off afraid. One day in the ring a lion caught my left arm in his teeth as I passed between two pedestals. I didn't pull away, but stamped my foot and cried out, 'Baltimore, what do you mean?' The stamp of my foot was the lion's cue to get off the pedestal, and Baltimore loosed his jaws and jumped down. His habit of routine was stronger than his desire to bite me." Again Bonavita explained that there is some strange virtue in carrying in the left hand a whip which is never used. The tamer strikes with his right hand whip when it is necessary, but only lifts his left hand whip and holds it as a menace over the lion, and it is likely, Bonavita thinks, that to strike with that reserve whip would be to dispel the lion's idea that it stands for some mysterious force beyond his daring. "You'll see, lions aren't very intelligent," he said. "They don't understand what men are or what they want. That is our hardest work, to make the lion understand what we want. As soon as he knows that he is expected to sit on a pedestal, he is willing enough to do it, especially if he gets some meat, but it often takes weeks before he finds out what we are driving at. You can see what slow brains lions have, or tigers either, by watching them fight for a stick or a tin cup. They couldn't get more excited over a piece of meat. One of the worst wounds I ever got came from going into a lion's den after an overcoat that he had dragged away from a foolish spectator who was poking at him. I finally got Bonavita to tell me about the time when the lion Denver attacked him. It was during a performance at Indianapolis in the fall of 1900, and the trouble came at the runway end where the two circular passages from the cages open up on an iron bridge that leads to the show rings. Bonavita had just driven 7 lions into this narrow space, and was waiting for the attendants to open the iron-barred door, when Denver sprang at him and set his teeth in his right arm. This stirred the other lions, and they all turned on Bonavita, but fortunately only 2 could reach him because of the crush of bodies. He was a tamer in sorest need, for the weight of the lions kept the iron doors from opening and barred out the rescuers. In the audience was wildest panic, and the building resounded with shouts and screams and the roars of angry lions. Women fainted, men rushed forward brandishing revolvers but dared not shoot, and for a few minutes it seemed as if the tamer was doomed. But Bonavita's steady nerve saved him. As Denver opened his jaws to seize a more vital spot, the tamer drove his whip handle far down into his red throat, and then with a cudgel passed into him beat the brute back. The other lions followed, and this freed the iron door, which the grooms straightway had opened, and in a moment the 7 lions were leaping towards the ring as if nothing had happened. And last of all the 7 came Denver, driven by Bonavita, white-faced and suffering, but the master now, and greeted with cheers and roars of applause. No one realized how badly he was hurt, for his face gave no sign. He bowed to the audience, cracked his whip, and began the act as usual. As he went on, he grew weaker, but stuck to it until he had put the lions through 4 of their tricks. And then he staggered out of the ring into the arms of the doctors, who found him torn with ugly wounds that kept him for weeks in the hospital. That, I think, is an instance of the very finest lion tamer spirit. Among the various meetings with tamers of animals, I recall with particular pleasure one afternoon when my friend Newman brought to see me a tamer famous in his day, George Arstingstall. I knew that Arstingstall was the first man in this country to work lions, tigers, leopards, elephants, sheep, monkeys, and various other beasts, all in a great circular cage. Also that his fame had spread across Europe and his daring feats been shown from London to Moscow, but I did not know what a simple, modest man he was, nor realized till then the charm of listening to a couple of circus veterans, comrades for years, talking of the old stirring days. Here were 2 men getting on to 60, yet talking with the eagerness of boys about their exploits and perils under fang and claw. It was, "Say, Bill, do you remember when that bull pup caught Topsy by the trunk and stampeded the whole business? Do I remember, George, up in Boston, bing bang over the common and the old man wild? Well, I guess. But say, George, that wasn't as bad as the stampede in Troy, when those 4 elephants cleaned out the rolling mill. Oh, what a night! Let's see, there was Nan and Tip. Yes, poor Tip. I strangled him at Bridgeport. You remember, George? He wouldn't take the poison. Oh, he was no fool, Tip wasn't. And I told the old man we'd have to put nurses on him and cut off his wind. I know, Bill, the old man said. It wasn't possible to strangle an elephant. And say, George, I had his wind shut off inside of 3 minutes after the boys began to haul. Oh, you can't beat 3 shave blocks, George, for finishing off a bad tusker. Well, that night in Troy those 4 elephants went sailing through this rolling mill, trumpeting like mad, right over the hot iron, scaring those Irishmen blue, and then smashed down the steep refuse bank into the mud. Oh, what looking elephants! Nan had her legs all burnt and... I know, and say, Bill, do you remember where I found Tip, 3 miles out of Troy, standing up in a cornfield fast asleep, and 2 little boys on a rail fence looking at him? He'd knocked over a shanty and smashed open a barrel of whisky, a whole barrel, Bill, and there he was sound asleep. When I saw those little boys, I made up my mind I'd found Tip. "What you looking at, boys?" I sang out. "Elephant, mister," says one of the boys, careless like it was a common thing in Troy for elephants to be asleep in the cornfields. "I know, that's the way little boys act," remarked Newman sagaciously. "Say, George, tell about the time that you took that carload of animals over the Alleghanies." After some preliminaries, Mr. Arstingstall responded to the invitation, and I heard a story that Victor Hugo might have turned into a masterpiece of description. It was back in the winter of 1874, and circus trains were not fitted up as completely then as they are today. Arstingstall was in charge of a car packed with a medley of animals, lions and tigers in cages, some camels, some boxes of monkeys, some hyenas, a sacred bull from Tibet, and a young male elephant recently brought from Africa and as yet untrained. All these were on their way to Wisconsin, where the show was to make its spring opening in a couple of weeks, during which Arstingstall was expected to break the young elephant for driving in a chariot race. At the end of the car was a stove against the bitter weather, but the elephant was chained at the other end, and as they came into the mountain region, Arstingstall noticed that the elephant was suffering from cold, and at the first stop sent a man out for half a bucket of whisky, which he filled up with water and gave to the shivering animal. There is no use in giving an elephant whisky unless you give him enough. Now came a run of an hour and a half without stop, and during this time Arstingstall was alone in the animal car, and about as busy as he ever expects to be on this earth. The trouble began when he unloosed the elephant's chains to lead him nearer the stove, for it looked as if his ears might freeze, as happens. Indeed, an elephant's ears will sometimes freeze so hard that big pieces drop off, while a frozen tail has been known to drop off entirely. Against such chances, Arstingstall wished to take precautions, so he led the elephant down the car, through a jumble of animals and cages, all the less prepared for mischief as this was rather a smallish elephant, not over 6 feet at the shoulder, and showing only half-grown tusks. But they were sharp. Whether it was the whisky taking violent effect or some sudden hatred for his keeper, at any rate, that elephant, long before he reached the stove, set forth upon a murderous campaign the like of which Arstingstall had never known. Before he realized the danger, he felt the creature's trunk twisting round his neck, and he was hurled violently to the floor. There he lay helpless, while the elephant hesitated, one might fancy, whether to kneel on him and crush the life out, or run him through with his tusks. In that moment's pause, Arstingstall made a last despairing effort, did the only thing he could do, sunk his teeth into the fleshy finger that curls round the end of an elephant's trunk and covers the opening so no invading mouse may enter and work destruction. In all an elephant's great body there is no spot so sensitive as this finger, and with a scream of pain the animal loosed his hold, whereupon Arstingstall sprang behind one of the cages. But the elephant was after him in a moment, swinging his trunk and trumpeting black murder. Arstingstall dodged behind the camels, behind the sacred bull, behind the stove. The elephant followed him everywhere, profiting by his smallness, and where he could not go himself he sent his curling trunk. Arstingstall, out of breath, climbed on top of the lion's cage, thinking to find some respite, but the red-ended trunk pursued him. Once more he tried biting tactics, and as the reaching fingers swept along the cage top he seized it again in his teeth, and this time took a piece clean out of it, which was not pleasant for him, and less so for the elephant. Now came a truce of some minutes, during which the elephant put forth screaming challenges, but kept at a distance, and allowed Arstingstall to reach the bunks beside the monkey's cage. From the topmost bunk opened a trapdoor in the car roof, the only exit, as the sliding doors were bolted. He might escape here to the back of the train, but that would leave a mad elephant in possession of the car, a thing not to be thought of. Thus far the elephant's rage had been directed solely against his keeper, but the keeper gone he might turn to destroy the other animals, might kill the sacred bull or smash open the lion's cage. There was no telling what he might do. Arstingstall saw that his duty lay in that car. Whatever came, he must. Crash came the elephant again, and the lower berth was a wreck. And now the din became infernal, with the roaring and bellowing and chattering of the other animals. Arstingstall did some quick thinking. There was sure death before him unless he could somehow conquer this frenzied creature, whose rushes, coming harder and harder, must soon batter down the car, for all its stout oak timbers. Oh, for a weapon, a prod of some sort! Ah, like a flash the thought came, down at the other end was a pitchfork, used for throwing fodder. There was his chance. He must get the pitchfork. For the next hour it was a fight, man against elephant, for the winning and holding of that pitchfork. There was the whole story, and some day I hope to give its details, the moves and counter-moves, the strategy of brute against human, the conflict of brain against crude force. Arstingstall won, but by what patience and quiet nerve he alone knew. Foot by foot, cage by cage, he worked his way down the length of that car. The elephant now on the defensive, one would say, as if he realized what was planning. The man watching, resolute, biding his time, ready for a sudden rush, forced now and again to use his teeth upon that murderous trunk. Finally he got the pitchfork, and for a moment, what a moment that was, held 4 prongs of flashing steel before the elephant's eyes, red-burning, unsubmissive. It was all over now. The battle was won. The animal knew, and stood still, awaiting the blow. Down came the weapon, and right through the trunk went those 4 sharp points, down into the timbers underfoot. Then Arstingstall braced the handle under a wall beam, so that the elephant was nailed fast to the floor, nose down. And then the brute squealed at his submission. 3 weeks later Arstingstall drove that elephant perfectly broken in a chariot race, and for years after there was not a better little bull in the herd than he. End of Wild Beast Tamers, Part 3. The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 4. We see Mr. Bostock matched against a wild lion and hear about the Tiger Rajah. Whenever I made the round of cages with Mr. Bostock, I was struck by the fierce behaviour of a certain male lion with a brown and yellow mane. Young Wallace, they called him, who would set up a horrible snarling as soon as we came near, and rush at the bars as if to tear them down. And no matter how great the crowd, his wicked yellow eyes would always follow Bostock, and his deep purring roar would continue and break into furious barks if the tamer approached the bars. Then his jaws would open and the red muzzle curl back from his tusks, and again he would strike the floor with blows that would crush a horse. "Doesn't love me, does he?" said Bostock one day. "What's the matter with him?" I asked. "Why, nothing, only he's a wild lion, never been tamed, you know, and I took him in the ring one day. He hasn't forgotten it, have you, old boy? Ha!" Bostock stamped his foot suddenly, and young Wallace crouched back, snarling still, a picture of hatred and fear. "Yes," went on Bostock, "he's wild enough. You see, after the fire I had to get animals from pretty much everywhere and get 'em quick. Did some lively cabling, I can tell you, and pretty soon there were lions and tigers and leopards, and everything from sacred bulls down to snakes, chasing across the ocean, and more than half of them had been loose in the jungle 6 months ago. It was a case of hustle, and we took what they sent us. Then we had fun breaking 'em. Ask Madame Morelli if we didn't. She's in hospital now from the claws of that fellow." He pointed to a sleepy-looking jaguar. "Tell you how I came to take this wild lion into the ring. I had a press agent who'd been announcing out west what a wonder I was with wild beasts, and how I wasn't afraid of anything on legs and so on. That was all very well when I was in Baltimore, but when I joined my other show after the fire, of course I had to live up to my reputation. And when they got up a travelling men's benefit out in Indianapolis and asked me to go into the ring with young Wallace, why, there wasn't anything to do but go in. It wasn't quite so funny, though, as it seemed, for I might as well have taken a lion fresh from the wilds of Africa." Mr. Bostock smiled at the memory. "Well, I did the thing and got through all right. Young Wallace hasn't forgotten what happened to him. I got the best of him by a trick, had a little shelter cage placed inside the big arena cage, and at first I stood in the small one and let the lion come at me. Oh, you'd better believe he came. I thought sure he'd jump clean over the thing and land on me, for there was no roof to my cage, only sides of wire netting. He didn't quite do it, though, and as soon as I saw he was getting rattled, I stepped out quick and went at him hard with whip and club. And I drove him all over the ring, and the people went crazy, for he was the maddest lion you ever saw. That was all right as far as it went, but the people wanted more. They got to be out-and-out bloodthirsty here in Indianapolis. Wanted me to go in the ring with Rajah, that big tiger. See over there? Come up, Rajah. Beauty, isn't he? Doesn't even pay any special attention to me, does he? Nearly killed me just the same. Look." He lifted his cap and showed wide strips of plaster on his head. Point about Rajah was that he'd killed one of my keepers a couple of weeks before. Poor fellow got into his cage by mistake. and now these Indianapolis folks wanted to see me handle him. Between you and me, this keeper wasn't the first man Rajah had killed, and I didn't care much for the job. As for my wife, well, you could imagine how she felt when she heard I was going in with Rajah. On the morning of the performance I decided to have a rehearsal and called on a few picked men to help me. I knew by the way he had killed his keeper that Rajah would go at my head if he attacked me at all, so I rigged up a mask of iron wire and wore this strapped over my head like a little barrel. Then I drove him into the arena and began while the others looked on anxiously. It's queer, sir, but that tiger went through his tricks as nice as you please, back and forth upon his pedestal and down again, everything just as he used to in the old days before he went bad. Never balked, never turned on me, just as good as gold. Soon as I was satisfied, I drove him across the bridge and down the runway towards his den. I came about a dozen feet behind him, carrying a long wooden shield as we generally do in a narrow place. Rajah reached his cage all right and went in. You see, he couldn't go down the runway any farther, for the door opening outward barred the passage. Behind that door I had stationed a keeper, with orders to close it as soon as Rajah went inside. But Rajah went in so silently that the keeper didn't know, the peepholes in the door being too high for him to see very well. The result was that the cage door stood open for a few seconds after the tiger had gone in. It seems a little thing, but it nearly cost me my life, for when I came up, Rajah's head was right back of the open door, and when I reached out my hand to close the door, he sprang at me and in a second had me down, with his teeth in my arm and his claws digging into my head through openings in the mask. Then you'd better believe there was a fight in the runway. The keepers rushed in, Bonavita rushed in, they shot at him with revolvers, they jabbed him with irons, they pounded him with clubs, and one of the blows that Rajah dodged knocked me senseless. They got me out finally. I guess the mask saved my life. But I didn't take Rajah into the ring that evening, and Rajah won't be seen in the ring any more. He's made trouble enough. Why, the things I could tell you about that tiger would fill a book. Some of these things he did tell me, for I brought the talk back to Rajah whenever the chance offered. I well remember, for instance, the occasion when I heard how Rajah once got out of his cage and chased a quagga, one of those queer little animals that are half zebra and half mule. It was late at night, and we had entered the runway, Mr. Bostock and I, after the performance, for he wanted me to realize the perils of this narrow bordered lane that circles all the dens and leads the lions into the ring. It is indeed a terrifying place, a low, dimly lighted passage, curving constantly so that you can see ahead scarcely 20 feet, and always turning a slow corner, always peering ahead uneasily and listening. What is that? A soft tread? The glow of greenish eyeballs? Who can tell when a bolt may slip or a board give way? So many things have happened in these runways. Of course, a lion has no business to be out of his den, but suppose he is. Suppose you meet him, now, there. Well, it was there that I heard the story. Bonavita, it appears, was standing on the bridge one morning when there arose a fearful racket in the runway, and looking in he saw the quagga tearing towards him. He concluded that someone had unfastened the door, and was just preparing to check the animal when around the corner came Rajah in full pursuit. Bonavita stepped back, drew his revolver, and as the tiger rushed past, fired a blank cartridge, thinking thus to divert him from the quagga. But Rajah paid not the slightest heed, and in long bounds came out into the arena hard after the terrified quadruped, which was galloping now with the speed of despair. A keeper who was sweeping clambered up the iron sides and anxiously watched the race from the top. Bonavita, powerless to interfere, watched from the bridge. Of all the races ever run in the circus, this was the most remarkable. It was a race for life, as the quagga knew and the tiger intended. 5 times they circled the arena, Rajah gazing always, but never enough for a spring. In the 6th turn, however, he judged the distance right, and straightway a black and yellow body shot through the air in true aim at the prey. Whereupon the quagga did the only thing a quagga could do, let out both hind legs in one straight tremendous kick, and they do say a quagga can kick the eyes out of a fly. At any rate, in this case a pair of nervous little heels caught the descending tiger squarely under the lower jaw and put him to sleep like a nice little lullaby. And that was the end of it. The quagga chopped back into his cage, Bonavita put up his revolver, the frightened sweeper climbed down from the bars, and Rajah was hauled back ignominiously to his den. Here we have three instances showing the extreme importance of little things in a menagerie. A keeper opens the door number 13 instead of door number 14 and is straightway killed. A screw loose in a bolt fastening and presto, a tiger is at large. A watcher at a peephole looks away for a moment and a life goes into jeopardy. It is always so, and I will let Mr. Bostock tell how a little thing gave Rajah his first longing to kill. "It was several years ago," said he, "when I was running a wagon show in England. I remember we were about a mile and a half out of a certain town when this thing happened. For some reason Rajah had been transferred to a bear wagon, and we ought to have examined it more carefully, for bears are the worst fellows in the world to damage a cage by ripping up the timbers. It seems as if nothing can resist their claws and teeth. And this particular cage was in such a bad shape that Rajah managed to get out of it. I knew something must be wrong when I saw the big elephant wagon that headed the procession go tearing away with its 6 horses on a dead run under the driver's lash. No wonder the driver was scared, for he had turned his head and seen the 2 draft horses that followed him down on the ground, with Rajah tearing at one of them and the other dead. It wasn't a pretty sight when we got there, and it wasn't an easy job either, capturing Rajah. I don't know what we should have done if he had not been for a long-haired fellow in the show called Mustang Ned, who came up with a coil of rope and lassoed the tiger. Then we tangled him up in netting and finally got him into one of the shifting cages. But after that he was never the same tiger. You wouldn't think there was a time when Rajah used to ride around the tent on an elephant's back, with only a little black boy to guard him." "What, outside the iron ring?" "Yes, sir, right among the women and children. He did that twice a day for over a year. Might be doing it yet if the black boy hadn't been so careful of his white trousers." "His white trousers?" "That's right. You see, this boy rode on the elephant behind Rajah, and he wore long black boots and a fine white suit. Made quite a picture. Only he didn't like to rub his trousers against the tiger, for an animal's back is naturally oily. He used to tuck his legs under a lion's skin that Rajah rode on, and wrap it round him like a carriage robe. Well, one day as we were going round, the nigger lost his balance, and tumbled off the elephant, pulling the lion's skin with him, and of course that dragged Rajah along too. The first thing we knew there was a big tiger on the ground, and people running around screaming. Pleasant, wasn't it? In another minute we'd have had a panic, but by good luck I was there, and caught Rajah quickly around the neck and held him till the others got a rope on him. Then we had a time getting him back on the elephant. First I tried to make him spring up from a high pedestal, but he wouldn't spring. Next I had them work a ladder under Rajah, so he sat on it, and then, with 2 men at one end and me at the other, we lifted him slowly level with our shoulders, level with their head, and just there the tiger gave a vicious growl, and the 2 men lowered their end. That made him work up towards my end, and in a second I had Rajah's face close to my face, and both hands occupied with the ladder. I couldn't do a thing, and the only question was what he would do. He looked at me, looked at the elephant, and then struck out hard and quick, missing me only by a hair. In fact, he didn't miss me entirely, for one of his claws just reached the corner of my eye. See, I have the scar still. But he jumped on the elephant, and we kept the mastery that day. Still, it was a bad business, and I saw we couldn't take such chances again. That was Rajah's last ride. End of The Wild Beast Trainer, Part 4. The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Wild Beast Tamer, Part 5. We spend a night among the wild beasts and see the dangerous lion, Black Prince. The general opinion among wild beast tamers is that the tiger is more to be feared than the lion. The one will kill a man as easily as the other, but the lion gives fair warning of his murderous intention by rushing at his victim with a roar, whereas the tiger, true representative of the cat tribe, sneaks up with a semblance of affectionate purr, only to set his fangs suddenly into the very life of his victim. The lion has somewhat greater muscular power than the tiger, but the latter has greater quickness. The tamer Philadelphia once told me that he had seen a lion fasten his fangs in the shoulders of a dead horse and drag the carcass, weighing perhaps 1,000 pounds, a distance of 20 feet. If a lion and a strong horse were to pull in opposite directions, the horse would drag the lion backward with comparative ease. But if the lion were hitched behind the horse, facing in the same direction, and were allowed to exert his strength in backing, he would easily pull the horse down upon its haunches, so much greater is his strength when exerted backward from the hind legs than in forward pulling. A lion springing through the air from a distance of 6 feet would knock down a horse or bullock with a single blow of his forearm, backed by the momentum of his 300 pounds weight. And a full-grown lion in the jungles would jump 25 or 30 feet on the level from a running start. In captivity, the same lion would clear a distance about half as great. A lion can jump over a fence 8 or 10 feet high, but not at a bound. He catches first with his forelegs and drags his body after him. Tigers will jump a trifle higher than lions, but of all wild animals the leopards are the greatest jumpers, being able to hurl their lithe and beautiful bodies curled up almost into a ball to extraordinary heights. They bound with ease, for instance, from the floor of a cage so as to touch a ceiling 12 feet high. For a short distance a lion or tiger will outrun a man, and can equal the speed of a fast horse, but they lose their wind at the end of half a mile at the most. They have little endurance and are remarkably weak in lung power. Their strength is the kind which is capable of a terrific effort for a short time. It would take 6 men, for instance, to hold a lion down in his first struggles, even after his legs were tied. One day Philadelphia, wishing to test the affection popularly supposed to exist between a lion and a mouse, put a mouse in the cage of a full-grown Nubian lion. The lion saw the mouse before it was fairly through the bars, and was after him instantly. Away went the little fellow, scurrying across the floor and squealing in fright. When he had gone about 10 feet, the lion sprang, lighting a little in front of him. The mouse turned, and the lion sprang again. This was repeated several times, the mouse traversing a shorter distance after each spring of the lion. It was demonstrated that a lion is too quick for a mouse, at least in a large cage. Finally the mouse stood still, trembling, while the lion studied it with interest. Presently he shot out his big paw and brought it down directly on the mouse, but so gently that the little fellow was not injured in the least, though held fast between the claws. Then the lion played with him in the most extraordinary way, now lifting his paw and letting the mouse run a few inches, now stopping him as before. Suddenly the mouse changed his tactics, and instead of running when the lion lifted his paw, sprang into the air straight at the lion's head. The lion, terrified, gave a great leap back, striking the bars with all his weight and shaking the whole floor. Then he opened his great jaws and roared again, while the little mouse, still squealing, made his escape. Of the two, the lion was the more frightened. Speaking of Philadelphia, I used to wonder as I watched him manage Black Prince on horseback, whether the lion was really in earnest as he struck and roared with such apparent viciousness, or whether he had simply been trained to play a part. Certainly the lion looked as if his one desire was to kill the little man who teased him so with rod and whip, smiling all the time under his yellow moustache. One night Black Prince sprang 10 feet through the air straight at Philadelphia, who saved his life by dodging, but did not escape the sweep of the lion's forearm. No one knew that, however, for the tamer showed no sign of injury, but brought his heavy whip down with a stinging cut over the lion's head, and went through the act, holding a handkerchief to his face now and then, but smiling as before. When he left the ring, it was found that one of the lion's claws had laid his cheek open almost from eye to lip. "He meant to kill me that trip," said Philadelphia as they bound up his face. "We will never show that lion again," declared the manager, much excited. "Oh, yes, we will," answered the wounded tamer. "I will make him work tomorrow as usual." And he did, teasing and prodding him that day as never before, as if daring him to do his worst. The climax was reached one night in January, when Black Prince came within an ace of killing this daring tamer, and certainly would have done so had not his attention been diverted just at the critical moment by the horse he was riding. He paused in the very act of springing, as if undecided whether to destroy the man or the horse, and that pause put the tamer on his guard, while the watchful grooms rushed in through the iron gates and drove Black Prince from the ring. Speaking to me afterward of that night, Philadelphia said, "I knew the critical moment had come, and it would not do to push matters any further. If I had made Black Prince do his jump when he balked and turned on me, he would have sprung at my throat, caught me between his forepaws, and fastened his fangs in my neck or breast. It would have been impossible for 10 men to have dragged him off, and I should have been killed there in the sight of all the spectators, just as my nephew, Albert Krone, was killed in Germany some years ago by a Russian bear. In conclusion, let me recall the night that I spent among the wild beasts of the famous Hagenberg menagerie. That, by the way, is a thing worth doing if one values strange sensations. It is 2 hours after midnight. The snow lies crisp underfoot, the stars and electric lights shine quietly in the still night. Before me rises a big building, its walls pictured with springing lions and pyramids of tigers. As I enter, a long roar from within tells me that the animals are not all asleep. The roar, a lion's, comes 3 times with increasing volume, and at the 4th is answered by another of equal volume. Then 2 lions roar together, the sounds coming quicker and quicker, with an increasing staccato that ends finally in hoarse barks. Taking a little alarm clock that the night watchman loans me, I go back among the cages, where I am to keep strange vigil. A small wooden door at the right takes me into an open space ranged with cages and wagons, the former containing some barking dogs. From here I pass into a circular shed where there are more wagons and dogs, and at the farther end, by the wet sticky-looking seals, I reach a small door leading into a low passage, beyond which are the wild beasts. I push aside a curtain covering the entrance against draughts, and see before me a picture never dreamed of by humdrum New Yorkers sleeping within stone's throw. The cages, ranged in double row, form an alleyway, divided at intervals by gas stoves, on which water is heating. In front of a big group of lions and tigers sleeps one of the grooms, stretched out on a cot bed. He wears a pink shirt and blue drawers, and his bare feet are turned to the gas stove, which burns night and day. Another groom sleeps further on, beside the Tibet goats, and still another near the ponies, opposite the small cage of the lioness Mignon. They sleep so soundly that a riot would scarcely waken them, yet by some subtle sense they would be on the alert in an instant if anything were wrong in the cages. 3 animals rouse themselves as I step into the darkness which shrouds the big cage. The lion Yellow Prince is one of them, and as I approach the bars 3 pairs of burning eyes glare at me through the shadows. I venture to turn on the electric light and peer into the cage. Here are 3 leopards, the 3 Royal Bengal tigers, and a full-grown lion, making no more noise between them than a sleeping child. I returned to the farther end of the shed, where the 5-year-old lioness Helena, alone in her cage, is walking back and forth drowsily, as if on the point of dropping off for her night's rest. Indeed, she does this presently, turning on her side and stretching her legs out perfectly straight, with no bend at the joints. It was Helena who, in a fit of nervous fright a year or so ago, sprang upon Betty Stuckert, the famous prize beauty, and nearly killed her. Since then she has lived in solitary confinement. The stillness now would be absolute but for a very curious sound, which comes out of the gloom beyond the big cage of leopards and tigers. It is the elephant Topsy sleeping. There is no stranger sight in the menagerie than an elephant asleep. The huge legs are bent to right angles at the knees, the trunk is curled into the mouth, and the whole suggests a shapeless mound of mud or clay, or a half-inflated balloon. Head and tail are alike, the ears lie flat, the eyes are quite concealed in wrinkled flesh, but from somewhere within this seemingly dead mass comes a long hissing sound, like the exhaust from a steam pipe. This sound continues for several seconds, and then stops, to be repeated after an interval of silence. So complete is the illusion of the sleeping elephant's not being alive at all, but only a mound of dead matter, that abstractly I set the alarm clock down upon the flat bone of the forehead. No sooner have I done so than I spring back startled, leaving the clock ticking on the elephant's head. There has been no noise or movement, no indication of displeasure, no effort to do me harm. But suddenly, in the middle of the huge mud-coloured mass, there has appeared a round red circle about 2 inches in diameter. The elephant has simply opened his eye. The eye does not roll, or move, or wink. It merely remains open on me for a few seconds, a round, stirring circle, and then disappears as suddenly as it came. Leaving Topsy, I resume my wanderings among the cages. The whole place is asleep, and I am seized with intense desire to awaken something. I take a long straw and tickle Black Prince on his black nose. His eyes open instantly, and the heavy paw swings round like the working beam of an engine, only more quickly, to crush the straw for its impertinence. I tickle him again, and again he strikes with force enough to knock down a horse. As I continue, his blows grow quicker and heavier, and his big tusks snap at the troublesome straw. Finally, in desperation, he starts up, and throwing back his magnificent head, looks at me out of his brown, wicked eyes, lifts his chin, curls down his lower lip a little, and bellows forth a low, plaintive sound, more like the mooing of a cow than the roar of a lion. Then, apparently ashamed of this uninspiring sound, he shakes his mane and roars in genuine lion fashion. So the hours of the night pass, and at last, having seen everything and grown weary of experiments, I seat myself on a trunk near Black Prince's cage, and am soon buried in my meditations. The tips of the tigers' noses begin to change from red to green and then back again. The leopards' tails are no longer straight, but end in snake heads with forked tongues darting out. I overhear curious conversations among the lions, and presently men in blue shirts and pink drawers come marching past, each carrying an alarm clock. Then a curious thing happens. With a sweep of her trunk, the elephant Topsy lifts Jocko the monkey out of his red box. "You must unlock the cages," says Topsy. "All right," says Jocko, and he does. Then all the lions, tigers, leopards, boarhounds, Tibet goats, bears, ponies, and wild boars join in the procession, while the alarm clock beats time. Black Prince walks first, and presently wheeling the line towards me, lifts his forepaw and says, "Mein Herr, it is 6 o'clock." End of The Wild Beast Tamer.
The Dynamite Worker, Part 1 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Dynamite Worker, Part 1. The story of some millionaire heroes and the world's greatest powder explosion. There is illustrated in this career of the explosive maker a splendid fact touching courage, that, once a man has begun to practice it, the habit holds him with stronger and stronger grip, so that he must be brave whether he will or no. I think of firemen, for instance, who for years had jumped at the tap of a bell into any peril, would show the same fine courage all alone, let us say, in some crisis on a desert island. He couldn't turn coward if he tried. It is good to know, too, that these fearless qualities may be transmitted from father to son, so that we have whole families born, as it were, to be brave, and we see the son of a pilot facing the seasick torture for 20-odd years, as his father faced it before him for 30. Nor is it possible to be in close relations with a very brave man without yielding in some measure to his personality. Heroes produce heroes through a sort of neighborhood influence, just as surely as thieves produce their kind. Thus the brother-in-law of a lion-tamer, though previously a mild enough man, takes to taming lions, and does it well. And wives of acrobats find themselves one day quietly facing perils of the air that would surely have blanched their cheeks had they married, let us say, photographers. All of which brings me to a remarkable family of explosive makers, the DuPonts of Wilmington, who for generations now have had practical monopoly in this country of the powder-making business, including dynamite and nitroglycerin. In this enterprise a great fortune has accumulated, so that the DuPonts of today are very rich men, far beyond any need of working in the mills themselves, and have been for years. Yet work in the mills they do, all of them practically, and direct in detail every process of manufacture, and face continually in their own persons the same terrible dangers that the humblest mixer faces. There has grown in their hearts through the century, along with riches, a great pride of courage, like that of the officer who leads his men into battle, a pride far stronger than any longing for idleness or pleasure. And they cannot, if they would, leave these slow-grinding mills, where any day a spark may bring catastrophe to make the whole land shudder, as it has shuddered many times after the fury of these giant magazines. There came a day, for instance, this was a long time ago, when a swift flame swept through one of the mixing rooms, nearly empty of powder at the time, yet so permeated with the stuff in floor and walls that instantly the building was burning fiercely. No man can say what started it. The cause of trouble at a powder mill is seldom known. It comes too quickly, and usually leaves no witness. A nail overlooked in a workman's heel may have done the harm by striking a stone, though of course there is an imperative rule that all footgear made with nails be left outside the walls, or a heavy box slid along the wooden floor may have brought a flash out of the dry timbers. At any rate, the flash came, and the blaze followed on it so swiftly that the building was wrapped in fire before men inside could reach the door, and they presently burst out blazing themselves, for their clothing, as it must be, was sifted through with explosive dust. Indeed, it is always true in fires at powder mills that the workmen themselves are a serious menace to the buildings by reason of their own inflammability. So the next thing was a plunge into the placid Brandywine, which winds across the yards between willow-hung banks. In went the men, in went young Alexis DuPont, and with a little hiss their flaming garments were extinguished. Then, as they struck out into the stream, they looked back, and saw that the wind was carrying a shower of sparks from the burning building to the roof of a cutting mill near by, where tons of powder lay. For one of the sparks to reach the tiniest powder train would mean the blowing up of this mill, and almost certainly the blowing up of another and another by the concussion, for it is in vain that they try to protect powder mills by scattering them over wide yards in many little buildings. When one explodes, the great shock usually sets off others, as a falling rock turns loose an avalanche. All this young Dupont realized in a single glance. There would be an awful disaster presently, with many lives imperiled, unless those falling firebrands could somehow be kept off that roof. To know this was to act. Millionaire or not, peril or not, it was his plain duty as a Dupont to fight those sparks, and without a moment's wavering he turned back and scrambled up the bank. "Come on, boys," he cried, "start the bucket line." And a moment later he was climbing to the roof of the threatened mill, where he did all that a brave man can do, stamped out the falling embers, dashed water again and again upon the kindling fire as the men passed up full buckets, and for a time seemed to conquer. But presently the fire flamed hotter, the sparks came faster, and the water came not fast enough. He saw, he must have seen, that the struggle was hopeless, that the mill beneath him was doomed, that the explosion must come soon. From the ground they shouted, calling on him to save himself. He shouted back an order that they must pass up more water, and keep passing water. There was only one thing in the world he wanted, water. The men below did their best, but it was a vain effort, for in those days the roofs of powder mills were made of pitch and cement, not of iron as today, and by this time the fire had eaten its way nearly through. Alexis Dupont, working desperately, stood there with flames spreading all around him. It was plain to everyone that the minutes of his life were numbered. Again they shouted, and the explosion came like an execution, and out of the wreck of it they bore away his crushed and broken body. The last thing he knew was that he had played the game out fairly to the end. He died like a Dupont, said the men. Such was the spirit of the second generation. Alexis Dupont was a son of old Eleuther, founder of the line. And later we find the same courage in the third generation, as on March 29, 1884, when Lamotte Dupont, one of the grandchildren, took his stand inside the dynamite mill, his mill, when it was threatened by fire, and stayed there after every man had left it, struggling with hand and brain against the danger until the explosion, coming like 1,000 cannon, crashed his body deep into a sand heap and left it with the life gone out. I suppose this is only an instance of nature's tendency to furnish always what is needed, to raise up a hero for each emergency. But it is encouraging to know that the very finest kind of courage may be thus developed by the mere pressure of moral responsibility in a man under no master, but free to be a craven if he will. We have seen something like this in the splendid devotion of fire department chiefs, who often outshine all their men simply because they cannot resist the gallant spirit in their own hearts. Now for the exception to this rule of persisting courage, an exception sometimes presented in the lives of explosive makers, and in the other lives too, and showing that in certain cases courage may suddenly and strangely disappear. A man may be brave for years, and then cease to be brave. The wild beast tamer may awaken some morning and discover himself afraid of his lions. The steeple climber who has never flinched at any height may shrink at last. The pilot in the rapids, the acrobat on his swing, the diver sinking to a wreck may feel a quaking of heart unknown before. Here is apparent contradiction, for how can courage be made by habit and then unmade? I don't know. I merely give the facts as I have found them, and it is quite certain that a sturdy Irishman, who has shoveled powder all his life, and waded in it knee-deep, as if it were so much coal dust, may, for no reason he can put finger on, find himself lying awake of nights reflecting on what would happen if a spark should strike under one of the big rollers he feeds so carelessly, or remembering uneasily that dream of his wife's about a white horse. Every powder man knows the close relation between dreams and explosions, and, well, they will all tell you this, that the only thing for a man to do when his heart feels the cold touch of fear is to quit his job. If he doesn't, his knell is sounded, he is marked for sacrifice, his tigers will rend him, the deep waters will overwhelm him, a swift fall will crush him, he will surely die. The greatest catastrophe in the records of powder-making came because a man ignored such plain warning of his own fear. At least the workmen at the DuPont mills will tell you this, if you can get them to break through their usual reserve. The man was William Greene, and, whatever his fault, he paid the fullest price for it. Greene was stationed in one of the magazines, with the responsibility of sealing up hexagonal powder, a very powerful kind used by the government in heavy guns. This powder comes pressed into little six-sided cakes of reddish color, which are packed in large wooden boxes lined with tin, and it was Greene's duty to solder the tin covers tight with a hot iron. In each box there was enough of this powder to blow up a fortress, and it is no wonder the occupation finally told on Greene's nerves. He said to his wife that sooner or later a speck of grit would touch his iron and make a spark, and then... The theory is that a spark is required to explode powder which will only burn harmlessly at the touch of a hot iron or flame. However this may be, and I should add that the theory is disputed, Greene felt that he was in danger, and by that fact, say the powder men, if for no other reason, he was in danger. And one day, it was October 7, 1890, the spark came. Surely that was a most important spark, for it caused the explosion of 150 tons of gunpowder, the instant death of 13 men and 1 woman, and the serious or fatal injury of 22 men and 9 women. Only an earthquake could have wrought such terrible destruction. The city of Wilmington was shaken to its foundations. Great chasms were rent in the solid rock under the exploding magazines. Trees were torn up by the roots. Iron castings, weighing tons, were hurled clean across the Brandywine. Iron columns, thick as a man's waist, were twisted and bent like copper wire. Horses outside the yards were found with legs missing. Men were found stripped clean of their clothes, and this curious fact was developed, that a man or a horse in the region of explosion would have shoes blown from the feet, iron shoes or leather shoes, if the legs were on the ground at the moment of shock, but would keep shoes on if the legs were lifted. Thus poor Greene was found with both feet shod, and so identified, although his body had no other stitch of covering, and the explanation was that he probably saw the spark in time to spring away, and was actually in the air when the explosion came. In my investigations I have heard various stories showing what uncertainty there is as to the behavior of dynamite in the presence of fire. Workmen who handle it constantly in blasting operations say you can put fire to a stick of dynamite without danger, and it will simply burn away in bluish flame. On the other hand, they admit that in every 50 or 100 sticks there may be one where the touch of fire will bring explosion. It is quite certain that this was the case in New York's recent tunnel accident near 180th Street, and I have some facts of interest here obtained from a workman who was in the main gallery at the time. This man heard a shout of warning, and, looking down the rock street, saw a puddle of blazing oil from one of the lamps lapping at the side of a heavy wooden box. He knew that the box was full of dynamite, and as he looked he saw the yellow oil flame turn to blue. That was enough for him, and he started to run for his life. But the explosion caught him in the first step, lifted him from the ground, and bore him on, while his legs kept up the motions of running. He was running on the air. As he was thus hurled along, his knee struck a large stone between the siding and the north heading, and he fell on his face, half dazed. The air was thick with strangling fumes. There was a frightful din about him, yells and crashing stones. Every lamp had been blown out, and in the utter darkness he could see the glaring eyeballs of fleeing negroes, who cursed in awful oaths as they ran. He pressed his mouth close to the ground, and found he could breathe better. He felt someone step over him and seized a leg. The leg kicked itself free and went on. He groped about with his hands and touched an iron rail. It was the little track for hauling the dumping cars. He crept along this painfully to the siding, then down the siding to the shaft, where, in the blackness, he found a frantic company. Negroes mad with fright, Italians screaming and praying, Irishmen keeping fairly cool, but wondering why, oh why, the elevator did not come, and several men stretched on the ground quite still, or groaning quietly. Time lacks for the rest of the story. They took out men dressed in a collar and shirt band only, everything else blown off, and some whose faces were mottled with fragments of stone, a kind of dynamite tattooing, and some grievously injured. There are no limits to the fury of dynamite, once it sets out to be cruel. End of section 29. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, in November 2010 in San Diego, California. The Dynamite Worker, Part 2 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Dynamite Worker, Part 2. We visit a dynamite factory and meet a man who thinks courage is an accident. On a certain pleasant morning in June, I set forth to visit a dynamite factory, and see with my own eyes, if might be, some of the men who follow this strange and hazardous business. As the train rushed along, I thought of the power for good and evil that is in this wonderful agent. Dynamite piercing mountains. Dynamite threatening armies and blowing up great ships. A teacupful of dynamite shattering a fortress. A teaspoonful of the essence of dynamite, that is, nitroglycerin, tearing a man to atoms. What kind of fellows must they be who spend their lives making dynamite? In due course I found myself back in the hill land of northern New Jersey, where everything is green and quiet, a lovely summer's retreat with nothing in external signs to suggest an industry of violence. Stop. Here is a sign, though it doesn't seem much. 2 sleepy wagons lumbering along the road between these cool woods and the waving fields. Farm produce? Lumber? No. The first is loaded with a sort of yellow meal, and trails the way with yellow sprinklings. That is sulphur. They use it at the works. The second is piled up with crates, out of which come thick glass necks, like the heads of imprisoned turkeys. These are carboys of nitric acid, hundreds of gallons of that terrible stuff, which is so truly liquid fire that a single drop of it on a piece of board will set the wood in flames. This nitric acid mixed with innocent sweet glycerin, it comes along the road in barrels, makes nitroglycerin, and the proper mixing of these two is the chief business of a dynamite factory. Farther down the road I came to a railroad track where a long freight train was standing on a siding. Some men were busy here loading a car with clean-looking wooden boxes that might have held starch or soap, but did hold dynamite, neatly packed in long fat sticks like huge firecrackers. Each box bore this inscription in red letters: High explosives, dangerous. I looked along the train and saw that there were several cars closed and sealed, with a sign nailed on the outside, "Powder. Handle carefully." In this case, powder means dynamite, for the product of a dynamite factory is always called powder. I think the men feel more comfortable when they use that milder name. There was powder enough on this train to wreck a city, but nobody seemed to mind. The horses switched their tails. The men laughed and loitered. They might have been laying bricks, for any interest they showed. I asked one of them if it is considered safe to haul carloads of dynamite about the country. He said that some people consider it safe and some do not. Some railroads will carry dynamite, while others refuse it. Suppose a man were to shoot a rifle ball into one of these cars, I asked. Do you think it would explode? This led to an argument. One of the group was positive it would explode. Concussion, he declared, is the thing that sets off dynamite. Another knew of experiments at the works where they had fired rifle balls into quantities of dynamite and found that sometimes it exploded and sometimes it didn't. Then a third man spoke up with an air of authority. "You've got to have a red spark," said he, "to set off dynamite. I've handled it long enough to know. Here's an experiment that's been tried. They took an old flat car and loaded it with rocks. Then they fastened a box of dynamite to the bumper and let the car run down a steep grade, bang, into another car anchored at the bottom. And they found that the dynamite never exploded unless the bumpers were faced with iron. It didn't matter how much concussion they'd got with wooden bumpers, the dynamite was like that much putty. But as soon as a red spark jumped into it out of the iron, why, off she'd go." Then he instanced various cases where powder cars had gone through railroad wrecks without exploding, although boxes of dynamite had been smashed open and scattered about. "How about that car of ours the other day up in central New York?" said the first man. "Everything blown to pieces and 6 lads killed." He smiled grimly, but the other persisted. "That collision only proves what I say. There was a red-hot locomotive plowing through a car of dynamite, and of course she went up. But it wasn't the concussion that did it, it was the sparks." "You say that it takes a red spark," I observed, "to set off dynamite. Do you mean that a white spark wouldn't do it?" "That's what I mean," said he. "It seems queer, but it's a fact. Put a white-hot poker into a box of dynamite, and it will only burn. But let the poker cool down until it's only red-hot, and the dynamite will explode." Pondering this remarkable statement, I continued on my way, and presently, not seeing any big building, asked a farmer where the Atlantic Dynamite Works were. He swept the horizon with his arm, and said they were all about us. They covered hundreds of acres, little, low buildings placed far apart, so that if one exploded it wouldn't set off the rest. "The dynamite magazines are along the hillside yonder," he said. "If they went up, I guess there wouldn't be much left of the town." "What town?" said I. "Why, Kenville. That's where the dynamite mixers live. It's over there. Quickest way is across this field and over the fence." I followed his advice, and presently passed near a number of small brick buildings, so very innocent-looking that I found myself saying, "What, this blow up? Or that little sputtering shanty town a wreck?" It seemed ridiculous. I learned afterward that I had walked through the most dangerous part of the works. It isn't size here that counts. I paused at several open doors, and got a whiff of chemicals that made me understand the dynamite sickness, of which I had heard. No man can breathe the strangling fumes of nitric acid and nitrated glycerin without discomfort, and every man here must breathe them. They rise from vats and troughs like brownish-yellow smoke. They are in the mixing rooms, in the packing rooms, in the freezing house, in the separating house, everywhere. And they take men in the throat, and make their hearts pound strangely, and set their heads splitting with pain. Not a workman escapes the dynamite headache. New hands are wretched with it for a fortnight, and even the well-seasoned men get a touch of it on Monday mornings, after the Sunday rest. In walking about the works I noticed that the several buildings, representing different steps in the manufacture of explosives, are united by long troughs or pipes sufficiently inclined to allow the nitroglycerin to flow by its own weight from one building to another, so that you watch the first operations in dynamite making at the top of a slope, and the last ones at the bottom. Of course, this transportation by flow is possible for nitroglycerin only while it is a liquid, and not after it has been absorbed by porous earth, and given the name of dynamite and the look of moist sawdust. As dynamite, it is transported between buildings on little railroads, with horses to haul the cars. I noted also that most of the buildings are built against a hillside or surrounded by heavy mounds of earth, so that if one of them blows up, the others may be protected against the flight of debris. Without such barricade, the shattered walls and rocks would be hurled in all directions with the energy of cannonballs, and a single explosion would probably mean the destruction of the entire works. At one place I saw a triangular frame of timbers and iron supporting a 500-pound swinging mortar that hung down like a great gypsy kettle under its tripod. In front of this mortar was a sand heap, and here, I learned, were made the tests of dynamite, a certain quantity of this lot or that being exploded against the sand heap, and the mortar's swing back from the recoil giving a measure of its force. The more nitroglycerin there is in a given lot of dynamite, the farther back the mortar will swing. It should be understood that there are many different grades of dynamite, the strength of these depending upon how much nitroglycerin has been absorbed by a certain kind of porous earth. In a little white house beyond the laboratory I found the superintendent of the works, a man of few words, accustomed to give brief orders and have them obeyed. He did not care to talk about dynamite. They never do. He did not think there was much to say, anyhow, except that people have silly notions about the danger. He had been working with dynamite now for 25 years, and never had an accident. That is, himself. Oh yes, some men had been killed in his time, but not so many as in other occupations, not nearly so many as in railroading. Of course there was danger in dealing with any great force. The thing would run away with you now and then, but on the whole he regarded dynamite as a very well-behaved commodity, and much slandered. "Then you think dynamite workers have no great need of courage?" I suggested. "No more than others. Why should they? They work along for years, and nothing happens. They might as well be shoveling coal. And if anything does happen, it's over so quick that courage isn't much use." Having said this, he hesitated a moment, and then, as if in a spirit of fairness, told of a certain man at the head of a nitroglycerin mill, who on one occasion did do a little thing that some people called brave. He wouldn't give the name of this certain man, but I fancied I could guess it. This nitroglycerin mill, it seems, was on the Pacific coast, whence they used to ship the dynamite on vessels that loaded right alongside the yards. One day a mixing house exploded and hurled burning timbers over a vessel lying near that had just received a fresh cargo. Her decks were piled with boxes of explosives, wooden boxes, which at once took fire. When this certain man rushed down to the dock, the situation was as bad as could be. There were tons of dynamite ready to explode, and a hot fire was eating deeper into the wood with every second, and all the workmen had run for their lives. "Well," said the superintendent, "what this man did was to grab a bucket and line and jump on the deck. Yes, it was burning, everything was burning, but he went to work lowering the bucket overside and throwing water on the flaming boxes. After a while he put 'em out, and the dynamite didn't explode at all. But it would have exploded in a mighty short time if he had kept away, for the wood was about burned through in several places. I know that's a true story because I know it." "Don't you call that man brave?" I asked. The superintendent shook his head. "He was brave in that particular instance, but he might not have been brave at another time. You never can tell what a man will do in danger. It depends on how he feels, or on how a thing happens to strike him. A man might act like a hero one day and like a coward another day, with exactly the same danger in both cases. There's a lot of chance in it. If that man I'm telling you about had been up late the night before, or had eaten a tough piece of steak for breakfast, the chances are he would have run like the rest. End of section 30. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, in November 2010 in San Diego, California. The Dynamite Worker, Part 3, of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Dynamite Worker, Part 3. How Joshua Plumstead stuck to his nitroglycerin vat in an explosion and saved the works. I drove over from the works to Kenville under the escort of a red-nosed man who discoursed on local matters, particularly on the prospects of his youngest son, who was 18 years old, and earned $3 a day. "What does he do?" I asked. "He's a packer," said the red-nosed man. "What does he pack?" "Dynamite. Guess there ain't no other stuff he could pack and get them wages. Just the same, I wish he'd quit, 'specially since the big blow-up t'other day." "Why, what blew up?" I inquired. "Freezing house did, with an all-fired big lot of nitroglycerin. Nobody knows what set her off. Reg'lar miracle there weren't a lot killed. Man in charge, feller named Ball, he went out to look at a water pipe. Hadn't been out the door a minute when off she went. Say, you'd oughter seen the boys run. They tell me some of 'em jumped clean through the winders, sashes and all. If you want to know more about it, there's my boy now. He was right near the house when it happened." We drew up at the Kenville Hotel, where a young man was sitting. Here was the modern dynamite worker, and not at all as I had pictured him. He looked like a summer boarder who liked to take things easy and wear good clothes. Wondering much, I sat down and talked to this young man, a skillful dynamite packer, it appears, who happened at the time to be taking a day off. "They put me at machine packing a few days ago," he said, "and it's made my wrist lame. Going to rest until Monday." After some preliminaries, I asked him about the process of packing dynamite, and he explained how the freshly mixed explosive is delivered at the various packing houses in little tubs, 100 pounds to a tub, and how they dig into it with shovels and mold it into shape on the benches like so much butter, and ram it into funnels, and finally, with the busy tamping of rubber-shod sticks, squeeze it down into the paper shells that form the cartridges. One would say they play with concentrated death, as children play with sawdust dolls, but he declared it safe enough. "How large are the cartridges?" I asked. "Oh, different sizes. The smallest are about 8 inches long, and the largest 30. And they vary from 1 inch thick up to 2½ I know a man who carried a 30-inch cartridge all the way to Morristown in an ordinary passenger car. He had it wrapped in a newspaper, under his arm, like a big loaf of bread. But say, he took chances all right." At this, another man informed us that people often carry nitroglycerin about with them, and take no risk, by simply pouring it into a big bottle of alcohol. Then it can do no harm, and when they want to use the explosive, they have only to evaporate the alcohol. The talk turned to precautions taken against accidents. In all powder mills the workmen are required to change their clothes before entering the buildings, and to put on rubber-soled shoes. There must be no bit of metal about a man's person, no iron nail or buckle, nothing that could strike fire. And of course the workman who would bring a match on the premises would be counted worse than an assassin. "Just the same, though, matches get into the works once in a while," remarked the young packer. "I found a piece of a match one day in a tub of dynamite. It had the head on, too. Say, it's bad enough to find buttons and pebbles, but when I saw that match head, well, it made me weak in the knees." This brought back the old question, when does dynamite explode, and when does it not explode? I mentioned the red spark theory. "I think that's correct," agreed the packer. "I've watched 'em burn old dynamite boxes, and if there are iron nails in the boxes, they explode as soon as the nails get red hot. If there are no nails, they don't explode." "You mean empty boxes?" I asked. "Certainly, but there's nitroglycerin in the wood, lots of it. It oozes out of the dynamite, especially on a hot day, and soaks into everything. Why, I suppose there's enough nitroglycerin in the overalls I wear to blow a man into—well, I wouldn't want to lay him on an anvil and give him a whack with a sledge." There was a certain novelty to me in the thought of a pair of old overalls exploding, but I was soon to hear of stranger things. By this time other workmen had drawn up chairs, and were ready now with modest contributions from their own experience. "Tell you a queer thing," said one man. "In that explosion the other day, I mean the freezing house, a car loaded with powder (dynamite) had just passed, not a minute before the explosion. Lucky for the 3 men with the car, wasn't it? But what gets me is how the blast, when it came, blew the harness off the horse. Yes, sir, that's what it did, clean off, and away he went, galloping after the men as hard as he could leg it. Nobody touched a buckle or a strap. It was dynamite unhitched that animal." "Dynamite did another trick that day," put in a tall man. "It caught a bird on the wing. Dunno whether 'twas a robin or a swaller, but 'twas a bird all right. Caught it in a sheet of tin blowed off the roof, and just twisted that little bird all up as it sailed along, and when it struck the ground, there was the bird fast in a cage made in the air out of a tin roof. Alive? Yes, sir, alive, and that shows how fast dynamite does business." So the talk ran on, with many little details of explosions. The expert explained that the air waves of a great concussion move along with crests and troughs like water waves, and the shattering effect comes only at the crests, so that all the windows might be broken in a house, say, half a mile from an explosion, and no windows be broken in a house 200 yards nearer. The first house would have been smitten by a destructive wave crest, the second passed over by a harmless wave trough. And, by the way, when windows are broken by these blasts of concussion, it appears that they are usually broken outward, not inward, and that the fragments are found on the ground outside the house, not on the floors inside. The reason of this is that the concussion waves leave behind them a partial vacuum, and windows are broken by the air inside houses rushing out. "How about thunderstorms?" I asked. "There is always danger," said the expert, "and all hands hurry out of the works as soon as the lightning begins to play. If a bolt struck a lot of dynamite, it would set it off." Then he explained that the policy of dynamite manufacturers is to handle explosives in small quantities, say a ton at a time, each lot being finished and hauled away in wagons before another lot is started. This is possible because of the short time occupied in making dynamite. He assured me, for instance, that if there were only raw materials at the works on a certain morning when the 7 o'clock whistle blew, it would be perfectly possible to have a ton of dynamite cartridges finished, packed in boxes, and loaded on freight cars by 9 o'clock. After this someone told of a thrilling happening in the mixing house by the great vat, wherein nitroglycerin is mixed with porous earth, called dope, and becomes dynamite. Over this vat 4 men work continually, 2 with rakes, 2 with hoes, kneading half a ton or more of explosive dough to the proper consistency. One day a powder car loaded with heavy stone got loose on its track a quarter of a mile up the slope, and started down the steep grade. The tracks ran straight into the mixing house. The switch was open, and the first thing these men knew there was an angry clang at the switch, and then a swift, heavy car was plunging toward the open door, with every chance that it would set off 1,200 pounds of dynamite there. Workmen outside shouted, and then stared in horror. Not a man in the mixing house moved. All 4 kept their places around the vat, held tight to their rakes and hoes, while the car, just missing the dynamite, hurled its mass of 2 tons through the back wall of the building, and spent its force against the tree trunk. There was no explosion, and nothing happened, which was something of a miracle, but what impressed me was that these 4 men stood still, not from courage, but because they were frozen with fear. While there is danger in every step of dynamite manufacture, it appears that the center of peril is in the nitrating house, where the fresh glycerin is mixed with nitric acid, or, more correctly, is nitrated by it. This operation takes place in a great covered vat, about which are many pipes and cockstops. A man stands here like an engineer at the throttle, watching his thermometer and letting in fresh glycerin. These are his 2 duties, and upon the right performance of them depends the safety of the works. Every hour he must let in some 700 pounds of glycerin upon the deadly acid, and every hour he must draw off some 1,500 pounds of nitroglycerin and let it go splashing away in a yellowish stream down the long uncovered trough that leads to the separating house yonder. From this separating house runs another trough to the freezing house, and a third to the distant mixing house. These 3 troughs enclose an oblong space, at the corners of which stand the nitrating house, the separating house, and the freezing house. In each one of these, at any hour of the day, is a wagon load of pure nitroglycerin, while in the 3 troughs are little rivers of nitroglycerin, always flowing. The arrangement of buildings in this part of the works makes clearer what was done at the nitrating house by a certain Joshua Plumstead in the recent explosion. Joshua is a veteran at dynamite making. He has worked at the nitrating vat for 25 years, and has probably made more nitroglycerin than any one man in the world. He has been through all the great explosions. He has seen many men killed. He has stood by time and again when his own nitrating vat has taken fire, and yet he always comes through safely. They say there is no man like Joshua for nerve and judgment when the demons of gas and fire begin to play. The explosion took place at the freezing house, which is the one place in all the works where dynamite is never expected to explode. Yet it did explode now, with a smashing of air and a horrible grinding underfoot that stifled all things in men but a mad desire to flee. Joshua Plumstead was in the nitrating house alone. His helper had fled. The roof timbers were crashing down about him. He heard the hiss of fire and the shouts of workmen running. He knew that a second explosion might come at any moment. There was danger from firebrands and flying masses of stone and iron, danger from the open troughs, danger from the nearby houses. A shock, a spark anywhere here might mean the end. Plumstead kept his eyes on the long thermometer that reached up from the furious smoking mass of oil and acid. The mercury had crept up from 85 to 90 and was rising still. At 95 he knew the nitroglycerin would take fire, probably explode, and nothing could save it. The vat was seething with a full charge. 91. He shut off the inflow of glycerin. 92. Something might be wrong with the coils of ice-cold water that chill the vat down to safety. He opened the cocks full. Crash came a beam from overhead, and narrowly missed the gearing of the agitating blades. Were they to stop but for a single second, the nitroglycerin would explode. He eased the bearings, turned on compressed air, watched the thermometer, and waited. There was no other man but Plumstead who did wait that day. There was none but he whose waiting could avail anything. He had to fight it out alone with that ton of nitroglycerin, or run and let an explosion come far worse than the other. He fought it out, he waited, and he won. Gradually the thermometer dropped to 85, to 80, and the danger was past. But, well, even the superintendent admitted that Joshua did a rather fine thing here, while the workmen themselves and the people of Kenville shake their heads solemnly, and vow that he saved the works. and of The Dynamite Worker, Part 3. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, in November 2010 in San Diego, California.
The Locomotive Engineer, Part 1 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Locomotive Engineer, Part 1. How it feels to ride at night on a locomotive going 90 miles an hour. It is 8:30 p.m. any night you please, and for miles through the yards of East Chicago lights are swinging, semaphore arms are moving, men in clicking signal towers are juggling with electric buttons and pneumatic levers, target lights on 100 switches are changing from red to green, from green to red. Everything is clear, everything is all right, the Lake Shore mail is coming, with 80 tons of letters and papers in its pouches. Relays of engines and engineers have brought these messages, this news of the world, thus far on their journey. Up the Hudson they have come, and across the Empire State, and along the shores of Lake Michigan, nearly 1,000 miles in 24 hours, which is not so bad, although the hottest, maddest rush is yet to come. It is a fine thing to know the men who drive the engines on these trains. Just to see them is something, and to make them talk, if you can do it, is better business than interviewing most celebrities you have heard about. To this end I set out, one evening early in January, for the great roundhouse of the Northwestern Road that lies on the outskirts of Chicago. A strange place, surely, is this to one who approaches it unprepared, a place where yellow eyes glare out of deep shadows, where fire dragons rush at you with crunchings and snortings, where the air hisses and roars. It might be some demon menagerie there in the darkness. To this place of fears and pitfalls I came an hour or so before starting time, and here I found Dan White, one of the Northwestern crackerjacks, giving the last careful touches to locomotive 908 before the night's hard run. In almost our first words my heart was won by something White said. I had mentioned Frank Bullard of the Burlington Road, a rival by all rights, and immediately this bluff, broad-shouldered man exclaimed, "Ah, he's a fine fellow, Bullard is, and he knows how to run an engine." White would fight Bullard at the throttle to any finish, but would speak only good words of him. "Tell me," said I, "about the great run you made the other night." From a dozen lips I had heard of White's tremendous dash from Chicago to Clinton, Iowa. "Oh, it wasn't much. We had to make the time up, and we did it. Didn't we, Fred?" This to the fireman, who nodded in assent, but said nothing. "You made a record, didn't you?" "Well, we went 138 miles in 143 minutes. That included 3 stops and 2 slowdowns. I don't know as anybody has beat that much." By dint of questioning I drew from this modest man some details of his achievement. The curve-bent stretch of 17 miles between Franklin Grove and Nelson they did in 14 minutes, and a part of this, beyond Nachusa, they took at an 80-mile pace. They covered 5 miles between Clarence and Stanwood in 3 minutes and a half, and they made 2 miles beyond Denison at over 100 miles an hour. As the mail rushed west, word was flashed ahead and crowds gathered at the stations to cheer and marvel. "There must have been 500 people on the platform at Dixon," said White, telling the story, "and they looked to me like a swarm of ants, just a black, wriggling mass, and then they were gone. We came on to a bridge there after a big reverse curve with a downgrade, and I guess no one will ever know how fast we were going as we slammed her around one way and then slammed her around the other way. It was every bit of 90 miles an hour. You got all you wanted, didn't you, Fred?" The fireman looked up, torch in hand, and remarked, in a dry monotone, Goin' through Dixon I said my prayers and hung on, stretched out flat. That's what I done. Fred and I," continued White, "both got letters about the run from the superintendent. Here's mine if you like to read it." The pleasure of these two blackened men over this graciousness of the superintendent was a thing to see. For such a bit of paper, crumpled and smeared with oil, I believe they would have taken the Mississippi at a jump, engine, train, and all. Superintendent's orders, superintendent's praise, there is the beginning and end of all things for them. My first long ride on one of these splendid locomotives was with the Burlington night mail, no passengers, 590 pulling her and Frank Bullard at the throttle. It is said that the Baldwin Locomotive Works never turned out a faster engine than this 590. The man must be a giant whose head will top her drivers, and, for all her 70 tons, there is speed in every line of her. She is a young engine, too, only 4 years old, and Bullard swears he will back her in the matter of getting over rails to do anything that steel and steam can do. She's willing and gentle, sir, and easy running. You'll see in a minute. These words from Bullard, first-class engine driver of the C.B.&Q., a long, loosely jointed man with the eye and build of a scout. As he spoke they were coupling us to the mail cars, in preparation for the start. In overalls and sweater I had come, with typewritten authority to make the run that night. This was in the first week in January, the second time Bullard had drawn the throttle for Burlington on the new fast schedule. Burlington lay off there in Iowa on the Mississippi, with all the night and all the state of Illinois between us. Now the train stands ready. 3 mail cars and the engine, not a stick besides. No Pullman comforts here, no bunks for sleeping, no man aboard who has the right to sleep. Everything is hustle and business. Already the mail clerks are swarming at the pouches like printers on a rush edition. See those last bags swung in through the panel doors. Not even the president of the road may ride here without a permit from the government. Bullard takes up a red, smoking torch and looks 590 over. He fills her cups and prods a 2-foot oiler into her rods and bearings. Dan Cleary, the fireman, looks out of his window on the left and chews complacently. Down the track beside him, locomotive 1309 backs up, a first-class engine she, but 590 bulks over her as the king of a herd over some good, ordinary working elephant. As she stands here now, purring through her black iron throat, 590 measures 16 feet 3 inches from rails to stack top. Both engines blow out steam that rolls up in silver clouds to the electric lights. Bullard climbs up to his place at the right, and a hiss of air tells that he is testing the brakes. Under each car 16 iron shoes close against 16 wheels and stay there. Down the length of the train goes the repairman with his kit, and makes sure that every contact is right, then pulls a rope 4 times at the rear, whereupon 4 hissing signals answer in the cab. Bullard shuts off the air. "It's all there is to stop her with," says he, "so we take no chances with it. She's got high-speed brakes on her, 590 has, 110 pounds to the inch. 24, Dan," he adds, and snaps his watch. "We start at 30." Dan chews on. "Bad wind tonight," he says. "Reg'lar gale." Bullard nods. "I know it. We're 15 minutes late, too." "Make Burlington on time?" "Got to. You hit it up and I'll skin her. 26, Dan." 4 minutes to wait. 2 station officials come up with polite inquiries. The thermometer is falling, they say, and we shall have it bitter cold over the plains. They reach up with cordial handshakes. I pull my cap down and take my stand behind Bullard. Our side of the cab is quite cut off from the fireman's side by a swelling girth of boiler, which leaves an alleyway at right and left wide enough for a man's body, and no wider. Bullard and I are in the right-hand alleyway, Bullard's back and black cap just before me. Dan, with his shovel, is out on a shaky steel shelf behind that bridges the space between engine and tender. That is where he works, poor lad. We are breathing coal dust and torch smoke and warm oil. Psst, comes the signal, and instantly we are moving. Lights flash about us everywhere, green lights, white lights, red lights, a phantasmagoria of drugstore bottles. The tracks shine yellow far ahead. A steady pounding and jarring begins and grows like the roar of battle. Our cab heaves with the tugging of a captive balloon. Our speed increases amazingly. We seem constantly on the point of running straight through blocks of houses and escape only by sudden and disconcerting swayings around curves that all lead, one will vow, straight into black chasms under the dazzle. Whoever rides here for the first time feels that he is ticketed for sure destruction, understands that this plunging engine must necessarily go off the rails in 2 or 3 minutes, say 5 at the latest. For what guidance, he reasons, can any man get from a million crazy lights, and who that is human can avoid a snarl in such a tangle of bumping switches? I am free to confess, for my own part, that I found the first half hour of my ride on 590 absolutely terrifying. Thus, at breakneck speed, we come out of Chicago, all slow-going city ordinances to the contrary notwithstanding. We are chasing a transcontinental railroad schedule, and have 15 minutes to make up. I breathe more freely as we get into open country. We are going like the wind, but the track is straighter and the darkness comfortable. I begin to notice things with better understanding. As the lurches come, I brace myself against the boiler side without fear of burning. That is something learned. I find out later that I owe this protection to a 2-inch layer of asbestos. I catch a faint sound of the engine bell and discover, to my surprise, that it has been ringing from the start. Indeed, it rings without ceasing all the way to Burlington, the rope pulled by a steam-jerking contrivance, but the roar of the engine drowns it. Deep shadows enwrap the cab, all the deeper for the glare that flashes through them every minute or two as Dan, back there on his iron shelf, stokes coal in at the red-hot door. 2 faint lights burn for the gauges, a jumping water column in front, a pair of wavering needles on the boiler. These Bullard watches coolly, and from time to time reaches back past me to turn the injector cock, whereupon steam hisses by my head. For the most part he is quite still, like an Indian pilot, head forward at the lookout window, right hand down by the air brake valve, left hand across the throttle lever, with only a second's jump to the reversing lever that rises up from the floor straight before him. As we race into towns and roar through them, he sounds the chime whistle, making its deep voice challenge the darkness. At curves he eases her with the brakes, and for grades and level stretches and bridges he notches the throttle up or down as the need is. Watch his big, strong grip on the polished handles. Think of the hours he spends here all alone, this man who holds life and death in his quick, sure judgment. Now he catches the window frame and slides it open. A blast sweeps in like an Arctic hurricane. Bullard leans out into the night and seems to listen. "Try it," he cries, but his voice is faint. I put my head out and come into a rush of air billows that strangle like breakers. "Greg's Hill, 3 miles long. Let her go soon." He closes the window. And now, as we clear the grade, begins a burst of speed that makes the rest of small account. Faster and faster we go, until the very iron seems alive and straining underneath us. I am tossed about in hard pitches. The glow of the furnace lights up continuously. There is no sense of fear any longer. It is too splendid, what we are doing. Of course, it means instant death if anything breaks. Let the massive side rod that holds the 2 drivers snap, and a half-ton knife sweeping 70 miles an hour will slice off our cab and take us with it like a cut of cheese. Did not an engineer go to his death that way only last week on the Union Pacific run? After all, why not this death as well as any other? Have we not valves and tubes in our bodies that may snap at any moment? "How fast?" I call out. 80 miles an hour, says Bullard close to my ear, and a moment later pulls the rope for a grade crossing. "Woo, woo, woo, woo," answers the deep iron voice, two long and two short calls as the code requires. "Year ago killed 2 men here," he shouts as we whiz over the road. "Struck buggy through men 60 feet." I wonder how far we would throw them now. In the 206 miles run to the Mississippi we stop only once, for water at Mendota and at Galesburg. 9 minutes wasted for the two, and the gale blowing harder. Our schedule makes allowance for no stops. Every moment from our actual going is so much dead time that must be fought for, second by second, and made up. Drive her as he will, with all the cunning of his hand, Bullard can score but small gains against the wind. And some of those he loses. At Mendota we have made up 7 minutes, but we pull out 13 minutes late. At Princeton we are 15 minutes late, at Galva 14 minutes, at Galesburg 8 minutes, but we pull out 12 minutes late. Then we make the last 43 miles, including bridges, towns, grades, and curves, in 44 minutes, and draw into Burlington at 1:22 a.m., on time to the dot. This because Bullard had sworn to do it. Also because the road beyond Galesburg runs west instead of southwest, and it is easier for a train to bore straight through a gale, head on, than to take it from the quarter. We took the big, steady curve at Princeton, a downgrade helping us, at 100 miles an hour. So Bullard declares, and what he says about engine driving I believe. Indeed, these great bursts can be measured only by the subtle senses of an expert, since no registering instrument has been devised to make a reliable record. Across the twin high bridges that span the Bureau Creeks we shot with a rush that left the reverberations far back in the night like 2 short barks. And just as we rounded a curve before these bridges I saw a black face peering down from the boiler top, while a voice called out, "War! War! War! War!" To which startling apparition Bullard, undisturbed, replied, "War! War! War! War!" Then the head disappeared. Dan, from his side, was telling Bullard that he had seen the safety light for the bridges, and Bullard was answering something about hitting it up harder. How these men understand each other in such tumult is a mystery to one with ordinary hearing, but somehow they manage it. Halfway between Kewanee and Galva a white light suddenly came into view far ahead. I knew it for the headlight of a locomotive coming toward us on the parallel track. Already we had met 2 or 3 trains and swept past them with a smashing of sound and air. But this headlight seemed different from the others, paler in its luster, not so steady in its glare. The ordinary locomotive comes at you with a calm, staring yellow eye that grows until it gets to be a huge full moon, but it comes gradually, without much jumping or wavering. This light danced and flashed like a great white diamond. I watched it with a certain fascination, and as it came nearer and nearer, realized that here was a train of a different kind from the others, coming down on us at terrific speed. And Bullard shouted, "Number 8, with the mail," then added, as the train passed like the gleam of a knife, "She's going, too." End of The Locomotive Engineer, Part 1. The Locomotive Engineer, Part 2 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Locomotive Engineer, Part 2. We pick up some engine lore and hear about the death of Giddings. The next day, with comfortable rocking chairs to sit in and a row of hotel windows before us, Bullard and I found time for engine chat, and I was well content. First I asked him about putting his head out of the cab window there at Gregg's Hill and elsewhere. Was it to see better? Said I. No, said Bullard. It was to hear better and to smell better. Hear what? Smell what? Hear the noises of the engine. If any little thing was working wrong, I'd hear it. If there was any wear on the bearings, I'd hear it. Why, if a mouse squeaked somewhere inside of 590, I guess I'd hear it. Then he went on to explain that the ordinary roar of the engine, which drowned everything for me, was to him an unimportant background of sound that made little impression, and left his ears free for other sounds. I get so accustomed to listening to an engine, he added, that often up home, talking with my wife and child, I find myself trying to hear sounds from the roundhouse. And after a run, I talk to people as if they were deaf. You spoke about smelling better. That's right. I can smell a hot box in a minute, or oil burning. All engineers can. Why, there was... This led to the story of poor Giddings, killed on 590 3 years before, through this very necessity of putting his head out of the cab window. Giddings had Bullard's place, and was one of the most trusted men in the Burlington employ. You saw last night, said Bullard, how the boiler in 590 shuts off the engineer from the fireman. And prob'ly you noticed those posts along the road that hold the telltale strings. They're to warn crews on freight car tops when it is time to duck for bridges. Well, Giddings was coming along one night between Biggsville and Gladstone. That's about 10 miles before you get to the Mississippi. He was driving her fast to make up time, 60 miles an hour easy, and he put his head out to hear and to smell the way I've explained it. There must have been a post set too near the track, and anyway, 590's cab is extra wide. So the first thing he knew, and he didn't know that, his head was knocked clean off, or as good as that, and there was 590, her throttle wide open, tearing along, with a fireman stoking for all he was worth, and a dead engineer hanging out the window. So they ran for 8 miles, and Billy Maine, he was firing, never suspected anything wrong, for of course he couldn't see, until they struck the Mississippi Bridge at full speed. You remember crossing the bridge just before we pulled in here. It's 2,200 feet long, and we always give a long whistle before we get to it, and then slow down. That's the law, he said, smiling. And besides, there's a draw to look out for. When he heard no whistle this time, Billy Maine jumped around quick to where Giddings was, and then he saw he had a corpse for a partner. Another question I asked was about stopping a train at great speed for an emergency. How quickly could they do it? I've stopped, said Bullard, in 950 feet, pulling 5 cars that were making about 62 miles an hour. I don't know what I could do with this new train, only 3 cars, and going 80 or 90 miles an hour. That's a hard proposition. Would you reverse her? No, sir. All engineers who know their business will agree on that. I'd shut the throttle off and put the brakes on full, but I wouldn't reverse her. If I did, the wheels would lock in a second, and the whole business would skate ahead as if you'd put her on ice. Then we talked about the nerve it takes to run an engine, and how a man can lose his nerve. It's like a lion tamer who wakes up one morning and finds that he's afraid. Then his time has come to quit taming lions, for the beasts will know it if he doesn't, and kill him. There are men who can stand these high-speed runs for 10 years, but few go beyond that term, or past the 45-year point. Slow-going passenger trains will do for them after that. Others break down after 5 years. Many engineers, skilled men too, would rather throw up their jobs than take the run Bullard makes. Not that they feel the danger to be so much greater in pushing the speed up to 70, 80, or 90 miles an hour, but they simply cannot stand the strain of doing the thing. "This doubling up is what breaks my heart," said Bullard. "Since they've put on their new schedule, I have to divide 590 with another fellow. John Kelly takes her on the fast run east, while I wait here and rest. And so I've lost my sweetheart, and I don't feel near as much interest in her as I did. You see, she ain't mine any more. And between you and me," he added confidentially, "I don't think 590 likes it much herself. You see, engines are a good deal like girls, after all." The next night, in workman's garb again, I made my way to a gloomy roundhouse, ready for the run to Omaha. I was to ride the second relay as far as Creston on locomotive 1201, with Jake Myers in the cab. So I had been informed. Being hours ahead of time, I saw something of roundhouse life. First, I followed a gaunt, black-faced Swede with stubby beard through his duties as locomotive hostler. Saw him take the tired engines in hand as they came in one after another from hard runs, and care for them as stabler ostlers care for horses. There were fires to be dropped in the clinker pit, coal and wood to be loaded in from the chutes, water tanks to be filled, sand boxes looked after, and finally there was the hitching fast of the weary monsters in empty stalls, whither they were led from the lumbering turntable with the last head of steam left over dead fire boxes. And now spoke the Swede. "Dem big passenger engines can werry easy climb over dem blocks and go through the brick wall." And he pointed to a great semicircle of cold engine noses ranged along not 2 feet from the roundhouse wall. Later on, in the dimly lighted locker room, I listened to roundhouse men swapping yarns about accidents, and to threats of a fireman touching a certain yardmaster set apart by general consent for a licking. Finally an Irishman came in, James Byron, and for all his good-natured face he seemed in ill humor. It turned out that he had just received a hurry order to take 1201 out in Myers's place. "Jake is sick," he said, "and they've sent for me. But I'm sick, too. Was in bed with the grip. Just took 10 grains of quinine. Say, I ain't any more fit to run an engine than I am to run a Sunday school." Then he began pulling on his overalls, while the others laughed at him, told him he was scared of the fast run, and said good-bye with mock seriousness. But Byron showed himself a good soldier, and soon was working over 1201 with a will, inspecting every inch of her, torch in hand, and he assured me he would take her through all right, grip or no grip. And take her through he did. At 1:16 a.m. my old friend, locomotive 590, brought the flyer up from Chicago, 6 minutes ahead of the schedule. Kelly had done himself proud this time. And 6 minutes later, on time to the minute, we drew out behind 1201, with Byron handling her and 70 tons of mail following after. Our fireman was named Bellamy. He wore isinglass goggles against the heat, and, in his way, was a humorist, as I discovered presently, when he came close to me, we were running at a 60-mile gait, and, grinning like a Dante demon, remarked slowly, "Say, if we go in the ditch, will you come along?" The first feature of this run was some trouble with the feed pipe from the tank, which brought us to a sudden standstill in the open night with a great hissing of steam. "What is it?" I asked of Bellamy, while Byron, grumbling maledictions, hammered under the truck. "Check valve stuck. Water can't get to the boiler." How did he know it? Water gauge. What if he hadn't noticed it? Bellamy smiled in half contempt. Say, if he hadn't noticed it for 15 minutes, we'd have been sailing over them trees about this time, in pieces. She'd have bust her boiler. 5 minutes lost here, and we were off again, running presently into thick fog, then into rain, and finally into a snowstorm. Never shall I forget the illusion, due to our great speed, that the flakes were rushing at us horizontally, shooting upward in sharp curves over the engine's headlight. And, as we swept on, the shadow of 1201 advanced beside us on the stretch of white snow as smoothly and silently as the tail of an eclipse. The engine itself was a noisy, hurrying affair, but the engine's shadow was as calm and quiet as a cloud. And I recall that the swiftness of our rush this night caused in me neither fear nor any particular emotion, although this was practically the same experience that had stirred me so the night before on 590. And I realized that riding on a swift locomotive may become a matter of course, like other strange things. End of The Locomotive Engineer, Part 2. The Locomotive Engineer, Part 3, of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Locomotive Engineer, Part 3. Some Memories of the Great Record-Breaking Run from Chicago to Buffalo. There is a place in New York, the very last place one would think of, where stories without end may be heard about locomotives and the men who drive them. It is not a place of grime and steam, but a quiet and luxurious club spreading over the top floor of a very tall building on 42nd Street, and here every day at luncheon time railroad officials gather, superintendents, managers, and various heads of departments, men who may have grown prosperous and portly, but are always proud to talk about the boys at the throttle and recall experiences of their own in certain exciting runs. In the wide hall near the entrance of this transportation club is a driving wheel, green painted, from the DeWitt Clinton, the first locomotive that drew a passenger train in the state of New York. It is scarcely larger than a wagon wheel, though made of iron, and an inscription sets forth how it made the historic run from Albany to Schenectady on August 9, 1831. The walls show many pictures, famous locomotives, scenes of accidents, and there are thrilling memories here in abundance if one have with him some veteran of the road to recall them. "It's not always the most serious accidents that frighten a man most," remarked a high official on the New York Central one day, while the rest of us listened. "One of the worst scares I ever had was on a freight train when there really wasn't anything to be scared about. We had just pulled out of Ottumwa, Iowa, one dark night, with a caboose full of passengers, when rump-bang-rip! You never heard such a racket. First one end of the car was lifted up off the rails and slammed down again, and then the other end was treated the same way. Up and down we went, bump, 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 and smash went the window, and out went the lights. Now, what do you suppose it was?" "Hog under the wheels?" suggested one of the group. "More likely a mule," said another. "There's nothing so tough as the hind leg of a mule. Isn't a car wheel made that'll cut through one." "It wasn't a mule or a hog, and it wasn't anything alive. But it got us into a panic all right. We waved a lantern like fury to the engineer ahead, but he didn't see it for a good while, and we just bumped along, expecting every second to be split into kindling wood. We stopped at last, and found it was a beer keg. Yes, sir, an empty beer keg that had got caught under the caboose, between the rear axle and the bolster of the truck, and had rolled along over the ties with the car balanced on it like a man riding a rail. Wasn't broken, either. No, sir, not a bit, and we had to chisel through every blamed hoop before we could get it out. Talk about making things strong, that beer keg was a wonder." "I had a more exciting experience than that," said another official. He was in the freight handling department. It was a long time ago, yes, back in '63. I remember getting out at a station near Cincinnati to look at some soldiers, and before I knew it the train started. I was up by the engine, and as the drivers began to turn I jumped on the cow catcher. You see, I had often ridden there, being a railroad man, and the engineer knew me. Everything went well for a few miles, and I sat on the bumper enjoying the rush of air, for it was a hot summer's day. But presently, as we swung round a curve, the engine gave a fearful shriek, and just ahead I saw a farmer's wagon crossing the track. There were 2 old men on the seat and an old white horse in the shafts. The men were so busy talking they never heard the whistle, or perhaps they were deaf. Anyhow, we were right on them before they looked up, and then they were too dazed to do anything. One of them made a grab for the reins, but I saw it was too late, and I drew my legs up off the bumper and leaned back against the end of the boiler. I must have made a picture as I crouched there. And the next second— "Well?" said somebody. Well, I guess you wouldn't care to hear how things looked the next second. We struck the white horse just back of his forelegs, and I had him on my lap for 100 yards or so. No, it didn't hurt me, but it wasn't pleasant. The 2 old men? I don't think they felt anything, it was so sudden. They just passed out. No, I didn't see them. But I can tell you this, I've never ridden on the cowcatcher of a locomotive since that day. There followed some talk about fast runs, and all agreed that for out-and-out excitement there is nothing in railroading to equal a man's sensations in one of those mad bursts of speed that are ventured upon now and then by locomotives in record-breaking trials. The heart never pounds with apprehension in a real accident as it does through imminent fear of an accident. And so great is the nerve strain and brain strain upon the men who drive our ordinary flyers that 3 hours in a stretch is as much as the staunchest engineer can endure running at 50 or 60 miles an hour. "So you see," said one of the officials, "the problem of higher speeds than we have at present involves more than boiler power and strength of machinery and the swiftness of turning wheels. It involves the question of human endurance. We can build engines that will run 150 miles an hour, but where shall we find the men to drive them? Already we have nearly reached the limit of what eyes and nerves can endure. I guess we'll have to find a new race of men to handle those locomotives of the future that they talk so much about." He went on to consider the chance of color blindness in an engineer, and told how the men's eyes are regularly tested by experts who put before them skeins of various colored yarns and make them pick out green from red, and so on. It is not pleasant to think what might happen if an engineer's eyes should suddenly fail him, and he should mistake the danger light for safety and go ahead at some critical moment instead of stopping. Nor does one like to fancy what might happen if an engineer should go mad at his post. "I know one case where an engineer did go mad," remarked a superintendent. "He was one of our most experienced men, and had held the throttle for years on the fastest trains. Then one Sunday, for no reason at all, he went to the roundhouse, got out the pony locomotive, that's the one fixed up with a little parlor over the boiler, and easy chairs and polished wood. It makes a pretty observation car for big officials. Well, he got her out and started lickety-split up the main line, running wild and without orders. He stopped at Mott Haven, and told the men he wanted the pony rebuilt and silver-plated. Crazy as a loon, you see. Yes, he's in the asylum now, poor fellow. That was his last run." After this, one of the group gave his memories of the famous speed trial on the Lake Shore Road, when 5 locomotives in relays, driven by picked men, set out to beat all records in a run of 510 miles from Chicago to Buffalo. This was in October, 1895, and I suppose such elaborate preparations for a dash over the rails were never made. All traffic was suspended for the passage of this racing special. Every railroad crossing between Chicago and Buffalo was patrolled by a section man. That alone meant 1,300 guards. And every switch was spiked half an hour before the train was due. The chief officials of the Lake Shore road proposed to ride this race in person, and if possible, smash the New York Central's then recent world's record of 63.61 miles an hour, including all stops, over the 436.5 miles between New York and Buffalo. They had before them a longer run than that, and hoped to score a greater average speed per mile, but they wished to come through alive and were taking no chances. It was 3:30 in the morning, and frosty weather, when the train started from Chicago, with Mark Floyd at the throttle, and various important people, general managers, superintendents, editors, etc., on the cars behind. There were 2 parlor coaches, weighing 92,500 pounds each, and a millionaire's private car, one of the finest and heaviest in the country, weighing 119,500 pounds, which made a total load, counting engine and train, of something over 200 tons. The first relay was 87 miles to Elkhart, Indiana, and the schedule they hoped to follow required that they cover this distance in 78 minutes, including 9 slowdowns. 87 miles in 78 minutes was well enough, but the superintendent of the Western Division had set his heart on doing it in 75 minutes, and had promised Mark Floyd 200 good cigars for every quarter of a minute he could cut under that time. But alas for human plans! Between upgrades and the darkness they pulled into Elkhart at 5 minutes to 5, which was 85 minutes for the 87 miles. Not bad going, but it left them 7 minutes behind the schedule, and left Mark to console himself with his old clay pipe. 131 seconds were lost at Elkhart in changing locomotives, and it was 3 minutes to 5 when Big 599, with Dave Luce in the cab, turned her nose toward the dawning day and started for Toledo, 133 miles away. Great things were expected in this relay, for about half of it was straight as a bird's flight and down grade too, so that hopes were high of making up lost time, especially as Luce had the reputation of stopping at nothing when it was a question of getting there. He certainly did wonders, and 5 minutes after the start he had the train at a 62-mile gait, and 10 minutes later at a 67-mile gait. Then they struck frost on the rails and the speed dropped, while the time-takers studied their stop-watches with serious faces. At 10 minutes to 6 they reached Waterloo and the long straight stretch. As they whizzed past the station, Dave pulled open his throttle to the last notch and yelled to his fireman. Here was where they had to do things. Butler was 7.5 miles away, the first town in the down grade, and they made it in 6 minutes and 40 seconds, nearly 68 miles an hour. In the next 7 miles Dave pushed her up to 70 an hour, then to 72.5, and let her out in a great burst which made the passengers sit up, and showed for several miles a top-notch rate of 87 miles an hour. Nevertheless, taking account of frost and slowdowns, they barely finished the relay on schedule time, so that for the whole run they were still 7 minutes behind time. The schedule they had set themselves called for such tremendous speed that it seemed almost impossible to make up a single lost minute. The third relay was 108 miles to Cleveland, and they did it in 104 minutes, including many slowdowns and a heartbreaking loss of 4 minutes when a section hand red-flagged the train and brought it to a dead stop from a 70-mile gait because he had found a broken rail. The officials were in such a state of tension that they would almost have preferred chancing it on the rail to losing those 4 minutes. There is a point of eagerness in railroad racing where it seems nothing to risk one's life. The train drew out of Cleveland 19 minutes behind the time they should have made for a world's record. Every man had done his best, every locomotive had worked its hardest, but fate seemed against them, and hopes of beating the Central's fast run were fading rapidly. The fourth relay was to Erie, 95.5 miles, and some said that Jake Gardner, with 598, might pull them out of the hole, but the others shook their heads. At any rate, Jake did better than those who had preceded him, and he danced that train along at 75, 80, 84 miles an hour, so the watches said, and averaged 67 miles an hour for the whole relay. It's the kind of thing that makes you taste your heart and packs a week into 10 minutes, said the superintendent, telling about it. You may take one ride smashing around curves at 80 miles an hour, but you'll never take another. Still, in spite of these brave efforts, they pulled out of Erie 15 minutes late, and started on the last relay with gloomy faces. It was 86 miles to Buffalo, the end of the race, and they must be there by 11:31 to win, which called for an average speed of over 70 miles an hour, including slowdowns. No train in the world had ever approached such an average, and their own racing average since leaving Chicago was much below it. So what hope was there? There was hope in a tall, sparely built man named Bill Tunkey, whom nobody knew much about except that he was a good engineer with a rather clumsy 10-wheel locomotive not considered very desirable in a race. All the other locomotives had been 8-wheelers. Still, the new engine had one advantage, that she carried water enough in her tank for the whole run, and need not slow up to refill as the others had done. She had another advantage, that she carried Tunkey, one of those men who rise up in sudden emergencies and do things, whether they are possible or not. It was not possible, everybody vowed, to reach Buffalo Creek by 11:31. "All right," said Tunkey, quietly, and then within 40 rods of the start he had his engine going 30 miles an hour, and he pressed her harder and harder until 11 miles out of Erie she struck an 80-mile pace, and held it as far as Brockton, when she put forth all her strength and did a burst of 5 miles in 3½ minutes, one of these miles at a rate of 92¼ miles an hour, as the watches showed. "And I never want any more of that in mine," said the superintendent. The next town was Dunkirk, where a local ordinance put a 10-mile limit on the speed of trains. Tunkey smiled as they roared past the station at more than 80. A crowd lined the tracks here, for the telegraph had carried ahead the news of a hair-raising run. That crowd was only a blur to staring, frightened eyes at the car windows. The officials were beginning to realize what kind of an engineer they had ahead this time. Whiz! How they did run! "War! War!" barked the little bridges, and were left behind. "Hoo!" bellowed a tunnel. And rip! Whirr! as they slammed around a double reverse curve with a vicious swing that made the bolts rattle in the last car. Men put their mouths to other men's ears and tried to say that perhaps Mr. Tunkey was getting a little overzealous. Much good that did. Mr. Tunkey had the bit in his teeth now and was playing the game alone. At 11:06 they swept past Silver Creek with 29 miles to go and 25 minutes to make it in. Hurrah! They had made up time enough to save them. At 11:20 they passed Lakeview. 12 miles more and 11 minutes, yelled somebody, waving his hat. Toboggan slide all the way, yelled somebody else. We'll do it easy. Hooray! They passed Athol Springs at 11:24, all mad with excitement. They had 7 minutes left for 8 miles, and were cheering already. "We'll make it with a half a minute to spare," said the only man in the private car who was reasonably cool. He was 6 seconds out of the way, for they crossed the line 26 seconds before 11:31, and won the race by less than half a minute, beating the New York Central's record per mile on the whole run by a fraction of a second, and beating the whole world's record in the last relay by several minutes, the figures standing, Tunkey's figures, 86 miles from Erie to Buffalo in 70 minutes and 46 seconds, or an average speed of 72.91 miles an hour. "Do?" said the official. "What did we do? Why, we He paused helplessly, and then added with a grin, "Well, we didn't do a thing to Tunkey." End of The Locomotive Engineer, Part 3. The Locomotive Engineer, Part 4 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Locomotive Engineer, Part 4. We hear some thrilling stories at a roundhouse and reach the end of the book. It was in the roundhouse at 45th Street, a place of drip and steam and oil smears, that I listened to Bronson and Lewis, two good men at the throttle, as they held forth on the subject of killing people with an engine. "After all, it's an easy death," said Bronson. "I know," said Lewis, "but I don't like it just the same. I mean killing 'em." "Last one I killed," observed Bronson, "was a woman, wife of a congressman, they said, all done up in furs. 'Member her?" "Up by New Rochelle?" "Yes, sir, there at the platform end, where they've made a path over the tracks. Too lazy to follow the road, those folks are. Take a short cut and get killed. Well, this congressman's wife, she sauntered across just as I came through with the express. Never turned her head. Never heard the whistle. Queer about women, ain't it?" Lewis nodded. "Had 4 minutes to make up and we were going good. 55 an hour easy. Slammed the brakes on, but pshaw! Congressman's wife, she stopped the last second and that settled it. If she'd taken one more step I'd have scraped by her, but she stopped. Had to kill her. What's a man to do?" "Why did she stop?" I asked. "Oh, some idea. Probably forgot where she was. Nice lady, makes a man sick." "Tell you what I think," said Lewis. "I think there's women start across a track to take a chance. If they get hit it's all right, and if they don't it's all right. Same as girls pull leaves off a flower to see if some fellow loves 'em. There was—" "She didn't do that," put in Bronson. "I don't say she did, but some might. There was a woman up at Larchmont walked across in front of me the other day. Had a baby, too, in her arms. Now, why should a woman start over 4 tracks just as I was coming, and walk slow, if she didn't want to take a chance? Mind you, I was on the far side, and she had to cross 3 tracks before she got to mine. And all the time I had the whistle wide open. Why, a dog would have heard that whistle and got out of the way." "Did you—" I began. "Hit her? I didn't know at the time, it was such a close call. Thought I had, but I found out afterward she got past, by the skin of her teeth. Bet you she'd had some trouble. Thought she might as well quit the game and take the baby along. Then maybe she was glad when she got across safe." "Can't tell," reflected Bronson. "I believe there's such a thing as people getting drawn to a train. I don't mean by the suction, but drawn by the idea of its going so blamed fast and being so strong, especially people sick or down on their luck. Now, last year I was coming through Rye one morning, and as I struck the bridge after that reverse curve, I saw 2 young fellows running along the number 3 track away from me. I was on number 1 track, so they were all right, but as I came up they both swung over to number 1, and I cut 'em all to bits. Turned out they were a couple of lads that had tramped it down from Boston goin' to enlist. They were weak and hungry, and I think they just gave up to the train because they couldn't help it." "Might be," said Bronson. "Tell ye who was the nerviest man I ever killed," went on Lewis. "Fellow in West Haven. Say, but we were coming that night. Northampton Express, ye know, and a downgrade over the Salt Meadows. First thing I knew a man was standing at the side of the track, fairly close, but not where he'd get hit. I thought he was some friend of mine in West Haven trying to make me whistle. But when I got near him, say 100 feet away, he stepped out between the rails and stood there a few seconds with his arms lifted and a smile on his face, quite a pretty smile. Then, just as I was on him, he turned and knelt between the rails. I got the brakes on quick as I could, emergency and everything, but I couldn't stop her in less than a length and a half, and, well, I guess you don't want to know what that engine looked like when I went over her." "I know," said Bronson. "They scatter something terrible. Say, I've noticed that sort of pleasant look in their faces, too. Once I was waiting on a siding, and a man came up and spoke to me very polite, and wanted to know if I'd please give him a drink of water. I told him the water in my tank was too warm to drink, but I let him have my cup and showed him where there was a spring right near. He thanked me and walked over to it, and I watched him bend down and take 2 good drinks, then he brought the cup back and thanked me again." "Any train along here soon?" he asked. "Which way?" said I. "Don't matter which way," said he. "There's an up train due now," said I. "She's the one I'm waiting for." "Is she a fast train?" he asked. "Fair," said I, "'bout 50 an hour along here." "That's good," said he, and I wondered what he meant. He seemed like a nice man. Pretty soon along came the up train, and I saw him run down the track to meet her. Then he stopped, faced sideways, and let himself fall square across the rails. Say, I was mighty glad I'd fixed it so that he had that drink of water. That was his last drink. "Queer how they like to be hit by a fast express," reflected Lewis, "when the slow freight would do just as well. Now that man at West Haven, the one who took it kneeling down, he'd waited around the tracks all day. The section gang saw him. And he wasn't doing a thing but picking out a train fast enough for him. He'd stand ready for one, but when she'd turn out to be an accommodation or something slow, he'd step away. Didn't propose to shake hands with anything under 50 an hour. Mine was the first one suited him." "Do you ever think of their faces?" I asked. "Ever see them at night, the way they looked when you struck them?" "No," said Bronson. "Can't say I ever do." Neither did Lewis, and I judge that engine drivers are not deeply affected by these sad occurrences. Which is fortunate, for few escape them. Indeed, in going about from engine to engine, I found the following dialogue repeated over and over again. "Ever in a collision?" "No, sir." "Ever go off the track?" "No, sir." "Ever kill anybody?" "Oh, yes. Why, only last week I struck a—" Then would follow a story of sudden death. And they all spoke in a kindly but matter-of-fact way, as if these swift executions were part of their business. And I have it from a veteran that any engine driver would sooner hit a man than a hog, for a hog is very apt to wreck the train. A hog is worse than a horse, whereas a man makes no trouble. He simply gets killed. Near the roaring roundhouse at Mott Haven is another interesting place, the Young Men's Christian Association car, which is not a car at all, but a dingy shed built of 4 cars, and serving as a lunchroom, washroom, reading room, and sleeping room for men of the trains. This is a homely refuge spot where any morning we may meet engineers resting after a hard night's run or making ready to go out again. Let us drop in and join one of the groups. Here is a man telling about the mad run Big Arthur made the other night down from Albany. We just get the tail of the story. So the superintendent, he ripped around about how they were 27 minutes late, and Big Arthur he sat in the cab and never said a word. "Now," says the superintendent, rather sarcastic, "I suppose you know this is the Empire State Express you're running." "Yep," says Big Arthur. "Well, do you know what time she's supposed to pull into the Grand Central?" "Yep," says Big Arthur again, and that's all he did say. But holy smoke, how they went! Had those porters on the private car scared green. 100 miles an hour some of the way, and they came in on time to the dot. Oh, you can't beat these new engines with the firebox over the trailer. But say, wasn't that great when Big Arthur snapped out yep to the old man? I asked if I might see Big Arthur, and one of the engineers said he'd be along pretty soon, and in the meantime he told me about the individuality of locomotives. how one is good-tempered and willing, while another is cranky; how the same locomotive will act differently at different times, just as people have whims, and how some locomotives are fated to ill luck, so that nobody wants to drive them. Take these 10 new engines the company's just put on. They're the finest and strongest made, a whole lot better than the ones we've thought were wonders on the Empire State. They're beauties, and all exactly alike, measurements all the same. But every one of 'em has its own points, good and bad. One will go faster than another with just the same steam. One will pull a heavier load with less coal. And very likely there'll be some kind of a hoodoo on one of them. Takes time, though, to find out these things. It's like getting acquainted with a man. Other men came in now, and the talk changed to accidents. I asked if an engineer plans ahead what he will do in a collision. It seemed reasonable that a man always under such menace would have settled his mind on some prospective action. But they laughed at the idea, and declared that an engineer can no more tell how he will act in an emergency than the ordinary citizen can say what he would do in a fire, or how he would meet a burglar. One engineer would jump, another would stick to his throttle, and the chances of being killed were as good one way as the other. The mention of a burglar led one of the newcomers to tell of William Powell's adventure with some Sing Sing convicts. Powell was the oldest engineer on the New York Central. He died a year ago, and this thing happened back in the 70s. It seems there was a trestle over the track about half a mile below the Sing Sing station, and on this trestle some convicts working in the quarry used to run little cars loaded with stone and dump them into the larger cars underneath. Of course, they worked under the surveillance of well-armed guards. On one occasion, however, 4 or 5 convicts outwitted the guards by dropping from the trestle upon the tender of a moving locomotive, and the first thing the engineer knew he was set upon by a band of desperate men, who covered him and his fireman with revolvers. At the same moment half a dozen shots rang out, and bullets came crashing through the cab sides from the guards firing at random after the fleeing engine. Altogether it was quite the reverse of pleasant for William Powell. "Out you go now, quick," said the convicts. "We'll run this engine ourselves." The engine was number 105, Powell's pride and pet, and he could not bear to have unregenerate hands laid upon her, so he spoke up very politely. "Let me run her for you, gentlemen. I'll go wherever you say." They agreed to this, and some distance down the line left the engine and departed into the woods. "And the joke of it was," concluded the narrator, "that the revolvers those convicts had were made of wood painted black, and couldn't shoot any more than the end of a broom. It was a big bluff, but it worked." "Wasn't any bluff when Denny Casson got held up at Sing Sing," said another engineer. "Convicts had revolvers all right that trip, and Denny threw up his hands same as any man would. That was 20 years ago on old engine 89. It was right at the Sing Sing station, and 3 of 'em jumped into the cab all of a sudden and told Denny to open her up, and you bet he did. Then they told him to jump, and he jumped. But first he managed to fix her tank valves so she'd pump herself full of water and stop before she'd gone far. That was Denny's great scheme, and he walked along laughing to think how mad those convicts would be in a few minutes. It turned out, though, that Denny spoiled a nice trap they'd laid up at Tarrytown to catch those fellows when they got there. You see, the telegraph operator wired up the line that a runaway locomotive was coming with 3 escaped convicts on her, and the train dispatcher at Tarrytown just set the switch so the locomotive would sail plump over a 12-foot stone embankment down into the Hudson River. That's what would have happened to those convicts if Denny had left his tank valves alone. But, of course, 89 got waterlogged long before she reached Tarrytown. She just kicked out her cylinder ends a few miles up the track and stopped. Then the convicts climbed down and skipped away. 2 of 'em got caught afterward, but there was one they never caught. Presently somebody reported that Big Arthur was out in the roundhouse getting 2994 ready to take out the Empire State. It was clear enough that Big Arthur was an important figure in the eyes of these begrimed men, and setting forth across the yards, I came upon him presently, torch in hand, looking over his deep, purring locomotive against the dangers of the run. Another engineer by the firebox was discussing a theory of some of the boys, that a man can run his locomotive by his sense of time as well as by a watch. Denny Casson says he'd agree to take the Empire State from Albany to New York and keep her right on the dot all the way, and bring her in on the minute just by feeling. What do ye think of that? That's possible, said Big Arthur. A man can feel how fast he's going. He's got to judge big speed by feeling, for there ain't any speed recorder that's much good, say above 90 miles an hour. At the first opportunity I explained to Big Arthur and his friend that I would very much like to draw upon their experience for some thrilling incidents in engine driving. "Tell him about the time you went in the river," suggested Big Arthur. "That was way back in '69," said the other, "when I was firing for Boney Casson, the brother of Denny. It was in winter, a bitter cold day, and the Hudson was so gorged with ice that part of the jam had squeezed over the bank and torn away our tracks. So pretty soon, when we came along with 23 cars of a train of merchandise, why, in we went, and the old engine Troy just skated ahead on her side into the river, smashed through the ice down to the bottom, and pulled 13 cars after her. You couldn't see a piece of that engine above water as big as your hand, and how I got out alive is more than I know. Guess I must have jumped. Anyhow, there I was on the broken floe, and I could hear the old Troy grinding away in the river, churning up water and ice like a crazy sea serpent. She struggled for nearly a minute before her steam was cold and her strength gone. Then she lay still, dead. I looked around for Boney. At first I didn't see him. I thought he'd gone down shore, and so he had. But just as I was looking, I saw a big black thing heave up through the ice, and I heard a queer cry. Well, that was Providence, sure. It seems the engine had ripped her cab clean off as she tore through the ice, and here was the cab coming up bottom side first, with Boney inside hanging onto a brace and almost dead. I hauled him out, and then we scrambled ashore over the wrecked cars. They were full of flour, and the barrels were all busted open, so by the time we reached the bank we looked like a twin Santa Claus made of paste and 3/4 drowned at that. "But Boney stuck to his throttle," I remarked. "Yes," said the other, "he stuck to his throttle. The boys generally do." After this I asked Big Arthur for a story, but he assured me he couldn't think of anything special. "Tell about that woman on 11th Avenue," said his friend. "Yes," said I, "tell about her." "Oh," said Big Arthur, "that wasn't much. I was pulling a freight train down 11th Avenue one day, going slow through the city, and at 35th Street a woman turned down the track ahead of me. I whistled, but she never heard me. She was going marketing and couldn't think of anything else. I saw I'd strike her sure. There wasn't time to stop. So I ran along the boiler side to the Pilot and got there just as we were on her. Another second and she'd have been under the wheels. I braced myself and made a jump at the woman and struck her back of the neck with a shove that sent her sprawling off the track, with me after her. You see, I had to jump hard or I'd have stayed on the track myself and gone under the engine." "Did it end in a romance?" I asked. "Romance nothing!" exclaimed Big Arthur. "That woman got up so mad, why, she called me names and clawed the skin off my face until, well, I couldn't get shaved for 3 weeks afterward. In about a minute, though, she cooled off, and somebody told her I'd saved her life, which I had. And then, sir, blamed if she didn't go down on her knees and try to kiss my feet, and pray I'd forgive her. Say, that's the only time I ever got prayed to." Here Big Arthur's fireman whispered something to him, and the engineer nodded. "That's so, that's a good story." And then he told how an old lady of 75 saved a New York Central Express some years ago at Underhill Cut, about a mile south of Garrison's. She's a relative of my fireman, so I know the thing's true. Besides that, the company gave her $300. You see, it all happened one winter night, and this Mrs. Groves, that's her name, was the only person near enough to do anything. She lived in a little house beside Underhill Cut, and about 4 o'clock in the morning she heard a frightful crash, and there was a freight train wrecked right in the cut, and cars piled up 3 or 4 deep over the tracks. She knew the express might come along any minute, and of course it was a case of everybody killed if they ever struck that smash up. So what does she do, this little old lady, but grab up a red petticoat and a kerosene lamp, and run out as fast as she could in her bare feet. Yes, sir, and nothing on but her nightgown, right through the snow. That's the kind of a woman she was. Well, she went down the track until she heard the express coming, and then she took her red petticoat and held it up in front of the lamp so as to make a red light. And, what's more, it worked. The engineer saw the danger signal, slammed on his brakes, and stopped the train a few car lengths from the wreck. Yes, sir, only a few car lengths. Big Arthur nodded thoughtfully and climbed into the cab. It was time to go. In ending this chapter now, and with it the present series, I venture the opinion that the men who follow these careers of danger and daring, the divers, steeple climbers, and the rest, are very little different from their fellow men, except as they have developed certain faculties by their exercise and established in themselves the habit of courage. They were not born with any longing to do these daring acts, nor with any particular aptitude for them. They have been guided nearly always by the drift of life and by opportunities that presented. As to fear, they have the same capacity for it that we all have, and are serene in their peril only because they feel themselves, by their patience and skill, well armed against it. The steeple climber would be afraid to go down in a diving suit, the lion tamer would be afraid to go up in a balloon, the pilot would be afraid to swing on the flying bars, and so on. I will even go further, and say that the average good citizen who is sound of body has as great capacity for courage as any of these men. He could develop it if he cared to. He would develop it if he had to. That is the main point after all. These men must be brave, they must conquer their fear, and the only trouble with the average man is that nothing ever occurs to show him and those who know him what fine things he could do if the pressure were put upon him. Yet any day the test may come to any one of us. Pain to bear, losses to bear, bereavement to bear. And then the great test. Well, perhaps these humble heroes whose lives we have glanced at may give us a bit of their spirit for our own lives, the brave and patient spirit that will keep us unflinchingly at the hard thing, whatever it be, until we have conquered it. And perhaps we, too, may feel impelled to cultivate the habit of courage. That would be a fine inspiration indeed, and I can only hope that my readers may feel it. End of The Locomotive Engineer, Part 4. End of Careers of Danger and Daring, by Cleveland Moffett.